brown hair, standing behind the camera, seemingly filming some rural scenery. A tall blonde girl was standing behind him, likely one of his assistants. Her gaze quickly swept across the girl's face, and Sarah vaguely thought she looked familiar. Then it clicked. This must be Ivanka Trump, the daughter of Donald Trump. If we only consider the background of his assistants, no one in Hollywood could compare to Duke. His former assistant was Sofia Coppola, the daughter of Francis Ford Coppola, and his current assistant was Ivanka Trump, the daughter of a billionaire. This director seemed never to lack the allure for women. Duke. After finishing a shot, Duke heard Ivanka's voice from behind. The reporter from Los Angeles Times has arrived. Duke nodded, telling the cameraman. Dave, you continue filming. He turned to Ivanka, walked over to her side, and asked, where is she? Remember to communicate with the press officer. Keep the interview short. I've already talked to Levany, Ivanka replied. Saying that, Ivanka followed Duke, walking toward the set's perimeter. The reporter coming for the interview, Sarah, was an old acquaintance of Duke. The fact that Los Angeles Times sent her, the current deputy editor of the entertainment section, showed their sincerity and seriousness. The interview was arranged by the press officer at the bridge by Whiskey River. The two sat on prop tree stumps with natural surroundings and began the brief promotional session. After the Super Show, the crew maintained appropriate publicity heat. Apart from constantly releasing some news and pictures, they would also arrange for key cast and crew members to accept media interviews, continuing to spread the fame of the Lord of the Rings trilogy. Duke was no exception, especially his personal website, which was updated with new pictures about the film every so often, attracting a lot of fan attention. Of course, as a busy director, Duke only occasionally checked the website. Like all future directors and celebrities, his personal website was managed by a dedicated team. He would never underestimate the importance of publicity to a film's success. Thus, during this brief interview, Duke was fully engaged, answering all of Sarah's questions about the film. Taking out her pen and notebook, Sarah asked her first question of the day, Duke, why did you choose to bring The Lord of the Rings to the big screen? It's widely regarded as one of the hardest works to adapt in Hollywood. I'm a loyal fan of the Lord of the Rings novels, and I love the series, Duke answered without hesitation. Tolkien created a magical fantasy world with his words, taking readers around the world into it, sparking strong resonance, and even having a huge impact on society, giving rise to the fantasy novel genre. After a brief pause, Duke continued, The Lord of the Rings changed the entire entertainment industry. Looking back, we can see countless novels, videotapes, role-playing games, video games, comics, or films that were inspired by it. Under Tolkien's influence, an entirely new, booming market was born. I've always believed that the Lord of the Rings trilogy is a work perfectly suited for the big screen, but to faithfully capture the essence of the original, this trilogy will undoubtedly be the largest production in film history. I believe the timing has finally come. Thanks to the rapid advancement of visual effects, I now have the opportunity to faithfully present the magnificent and grand fantasy world created by Tolkien. Sarah asked, Is this the purpose behind filming the Lord of the Rings trilogy? Chapter 361, Tearing Apart One's Soul. Chapter 361, Chapter 361, Tearing Apart One's Soul. What was the purpose behind shooting the Lord of the Rings trilogy? The real answer is only one, but when facing the media and reporters, Duke would definitely not be foolish enough to reveal it. Of course, he chose the answer that was most beneficial to the film and its promotion. From the very beginning, I've had only one goal: to use realistic filming techniques and stunning visual styles to immerse the audience in the fantastical world described by Tolkien. I want to use modern technology to bring the best scenes from the novel to life, giving the audience an unprecedented visual feast. With Duke's current status and fame, his words naturally carried immense persuasive power. This can be said to be the confidence of a top director. Although it was an unprecedented large production, Duke had already made up his mind to give 200% effort to make it a success. He added, From the initial concept to the current filming, I have already spent 5 years on this film, dedicating myself to every detail. When facing the countless loyal supporters around the world, this is the most basic self-requirement I set for myself. Not only that, My team and I must give our best efforts to the filming process. My team and I wrote the script together, and just this process took 2 full years. We'll thoroughly introduce the various characters and scenes from Tolkien's world in the first film, The Fellowship of the Ring, hoping to create a realistic world that fully immerses the audience in the thrilling adventure and suspenseful plot, making them eager to see what happens next. When it was time to cooperate, Duke was undoubtedly a favorite interviewee for all reporters. Sarah wrote quickly. As soon as Duke finished speaking, she immediately looked up and asked another question. Duke, could you tell us about your filming philosophy? And will you consider that only a few people in the world have read the original novel when making the film? Duke thought for a moment, then answered slowly. From the very beginning, I didn't want to make a clicked fantasy film. I wanted to make something with more authenticity. Tolkien's novel describes everything vividly, and we want the first film to give the audience the same feeling. Then we will let the story naturally unfold. The crew referenced the original novel extensively, not just the script, but also every aspect of the filmmaking process. Before filming each scene, we would always go back to see how the novel described it. Even the casting was done in the same way. Every time I revisit it, I gain new insights and inspirations. I never come back empty-handed. At this point, Duke raised his hand and rubbed his chin. As for the audience who haven't read the original novel, I considered this issue when I first started planning. The Lord of the Rings trilogy books have sold over 100 million copies, with countless people having read them. But compared to the population base of the Western world, this group is still a small proportion. Duke understood one thing very clearly. If an adaptation film becomes too fan-focused, it will only cater to a niche audience. In this era, pure fan-centric films cannot sustain such a large-scale production. I also hope that through the medium of film, I can bring a breathtaking surprise to the audience who has never read the novel or doesn't know what hobbits, elves, or dwarves are. Compared to earlier, Duke's words now aligned more with his philosophy. I can't present every detail of the novel on the big screen, so I have to make some modifications during adaptation. But I am confident that most of the audience, whether they have read the original or not, will still feel satisfied. Putting down her pen, Sarah chatted with Duke about the audience for a while before asking, "Directors always need inspiration. What do you do when you can't find any?" The traditional approach for Hollywood directors is to seek inspiration from the muse. However, no one would be foolish enough to say that out loud. Duke simply and calmly answered, "When I don't have inspiration and don't know how to proceed with filming, I close my eyes and imagine those characters in my mind. This way, by the time I'm about to shoot, I already know exactly what each character and scene should look like." Sarah, of course, didn't believe this, but since it was a pleasant interview, there was no need to probe further. She continued asking, "Can you tell us what the theme of the film will be?" The film will reflect some of the themes from the original work. But the more I read the original novel, the more I realize how complex it is. Although everything is contained within this novel, its scale is unimaginably vast. Crossing his arms, Duke carefully considered his words before slowly speaking. In such a vast and complex plot, I want to focus on one central theme: the battle between good and evil, friendship versus corruption. The central theme of the film will be the conflict between good and evil, but how friendship overcomes turbulence in times of crisis is also an important theme. We hope to incorporate this theme into the trilogy. Also, I've tried to transform the novel into a film while highlighting these themes. Although I can't fully present the over 1,000 pages of the epic novel, I've made a sincere effort to inject the happy themes that Tolkien envisioned into the film. The Lord of the Rings trilogy undoubtedly holds a significant place in fantasy culture and Western literature history, but it does not change the fact that it is a work mostly geared towards children. This series was originally written by Tolkien for his own children. Otherwise, the forces of good and evil in the film wouldn't be so clearly defined. Putting down his pen, Sarah asked the last question of the day. "Duke, no film in history has ever filmed a trilogy all at once, which means huge risk. How did you consider this?" "I believe that to be true to the original work, it must be filmed as a whole epic film. Although it's 3 films, each one will offer the audience a very unique experience, but the trilogy as a whole captures the essence of the original, a grand epic. I look forward to the day when all three films are released and the audience can sit down and watch all three back to back, because that will be a truly unique adventure experience. This is the West, where humility and subtlety are not highly valued. Duke himself understands the importance of promotion, so he said without hesitation, "I made a decision before the preparations even started to shoot all three films at once. This is an unprecedented approach in film history, and it will also be the most time-consuming, labor-intensive, and resource-heavy epic in film history. The filming process is incredibly tedious." At this point, Duke suddenly changed his tone. "But as a director, I have a lot of freedom to try bold experiments. The story content is very rich, and each completed film will feature touching scenes, grand battles, breathtaking special effects, character development, and much more. What I most hope for is, this series of films will be loved by the audience." The interview lasted less than 20 minutes. After bidding farewell to Duke, Sarah went on to interview the next target, Charles Rowan, while Duke returned to the outdoor filming location to continue shooting. There were no major actor scenes for today, except for a few solo landscape shots and other scenes featuring hobbits working in the fields. Compared to places filled with strange creatures and dangers, Branham was undoubtedly a peaceful paradise in Middle-earth. At the end of the day's shoot, Duke returned to the cruise base, quickly washed up, had dinner with Charles Rowan, and discussed the next steps for the crew. As usual, he then went for a walk with his assistant and Branham. Since Tina Fey had returned to Los Angeles to handle some matters related to critical emergency, only Ivanka Trump remained with Duke. She had returned to New Zealand in early December, and practical learning accounted for a significant part of her studies at Wharton. When Duke stepped out of the crew base, several entertainment reporters immediately followed. However, this was practically a daily routine, and the reporters were already used to it, most of them only snapping a few photos to satisfy their duties. During the filming, there was a mutual understanding between the crew and the reporters. The crew would appropriately release information to the reporters, and reporters would avoid disturbing the crews filming too much. These two industries are complementary yet competitive. One cannot do without the other. This time, Duke didn't walk into the usual Cron Road but instead circled around Branham, heading toward the northern pasture. Livestock farming is New Zealand's pillar industry. Branham is a small town with a relatively small population. To the north, on the relatively flat grasslands, there are several large ranches, which are also important sources of income for the town's residents. The sun had already set, and the sky gradually darkened. Duke remained silent, deep in thought about the work planned for tomorrow. Ivanka Trump was reading through Tina Fey's old electronic logs to answer any questions Duke might have. Behind the two of them were two bodyguards, and farther behind, several entertainment reporters who, having realized there was nothing newsworthy, slowed their pace, gradually losing interest. "Ivanka, I saw in the media that your father is going to host an NBC reality show." Duke turned his head slightly and asked. "Yeah, he's been planning. This show, it's probably going to launch next year, about wealth and motivational topics." Ivanka didn't deny it, closing the electronic log. "He also plans to have me guest star if the show gets good ratings." Some words Ivanka didn't say out loud, knowing that Duke would never accept such an invitation from her father. She didn't think it was a reasonable one anyway. Branham was not a large town, and after chatting for a while, Duke and Ivanka realized they had reached the northernmost edge of the town. Here was a small livestock farm, with sheep, cows, and other livestock mixed together. Since it was summer, the air smelled unpleasant. "We should head back." Turning around, Duke started to walk back, but after taking a few steps, an eerie screech suddenly came from the direction of the livestock farm. The sound, which was unidentifiable, seemed almost capable of tearing apart one's soul. Chapter 362, The Sound That Was Needed. Chapter 362, Chapter 362, The Sound That Was Needed. This strange sound seemed a bit like a horse with lung problems screaming, but it was much more unpleasant than any horse neigh Duke had ever heard, its frequency reaching what seemed like the human ear's limit of tolerance, causing an intense feeling of nausea, as if a strange monster from Earth had suddenly appeared, shrieking with a broken voice. Duke was slightly better, merely furrowing his brow tightly, while Ivanka Trump couldn't bear it at all and had her hands pressed tightly to her ears. "Oh my God," she complained. "What is this sound? It's driving me crazy." Ivanka Trump looked at Duke, hoping they could quickly leave this farm. However, unlike Ivanka Trump, Duke, although frowning, became intrigued by the sound. Yes, the sound was extremely unpleasant, and Duke couldn't even think of the right words to describe it. It seemed like a sound that shouldn't exist in the human world, something like it came from hell. But when something is rare to a certain extent, it has value. When the sound erupted again, Duke had already considered its worth, specifically its value for the Lord of the Rings crew. Ivy, call sound engineer David Farmer. Duke made his decision immediately. Tell him to come here as soon as possible. After saying this, he didn't look at Ivanka, who was taking out her phone, but instead turned around, keenly interested in looking toward the farm. This sound was the perfect choice. The reason Duke urgently called the sound engineer was because this sound was a perfect match for the shriek of the flying beast ridden by the ringwraiths. Middle-earth was full of strange creatures that made completely different sounds, which was why Duke had sent Anna Prince and David Farmer to the North Island Zoo to record sounds. After post-processing, many of Middle-earth's creatures had found appropriate sound matches. For example, the call of the orcs in Moria was actually the cry of a kangaroo at night. The deep echo in the mines was made by combining the calls of a walrus, tiger, and horse, recorded in underground tunnels to create the echo effect. Even the sound when Pip encounters a skeleton and its skull falls off was created by David Farmer knocking a rusty bucket in an underground tunnel. The shriek of the flying beast ridden by the ringwraiths had yet to be found, and now, hearing this sound, Duke thought it might be viable. As the sound blared once more, Duke looked to Ivanka and said, "David Farmer and a production assistant have arrived." About 10 minutes later, David Farmer and a production assistant drove over in a hurry. David Farmer had just jumped out of the off-road vehicle and hadn't had time to greet Duke before the hideous sound came again. But unlike Duke and Ivanka, who furrowed their brows, David Farmer, as a professional, listened attentively, his face slowly filled with delight. "Duke, it's perfect." David Farmer rushed over in a few steps. "This is the sound we've been looking for. This is why I called you." Duke nodded at him, then said, "You guys find the source of this sound and secure it as soon as possible." The rest of the work was left to David Farmer and the production assistant, and Duke casually walked back along the path. The moon climbed high into the sky, and the camp, formed by trailers, had a few small campfires burning. The quiet slowly returned, and Duke sat in his trailer, listening to Ivanka Trump recount the events of the evening. "David has already negotiated with the farm owner," Ivanka said, holding a glass of water. "They agreed to lease the sound source to the crew for a week." With Christmas approaching, Duke adjusted the shooting schedule while listening to Ivanka's words. She deliberately changed her tone to a girlish one. "Do you know what animal made that sound?" "What animal?" Duke wasn't too curious. Ivanka didn't give an answer immediately. "Why don't you guess?" "It can't be the hellhound, right?" Duke casually threw out an answer. "If it is," Ivanka looked at Duke, "would you still use it?" "As long as it works for us." Duke didn't look up, continuing his work. "Don't say it's a hellhound. Even if Hades himself shows up, I'd be happy to discuss a collaboration." Ivanka playfully made a face. "It's a donkey." "A donkey?" Duke raised his head. Ivanka shrugged. "Yes, a very ordinary donkey. The farm owner said it's the most horrible-sounding donkey he's ever seen." Duke tapped his fingers lightly on the table and thought for a moment. "Ivy, tell John to send a cameraman with David Farmer to film this. It's great behind-the-scenes material." The DVD sales for many movies were gradually surpassing VHS, and over the next decade, DVDs would become another major revenue stream for Hollywood, especially with deluxe editions, which were great money-making tools. Director's cuts, extended editions, and behind-the-scenes footage were the main draws for movie fans to buy DVDs. Since they chose the Lord of the Rings, Duke, of course, wanted to maximize the profits. The film's promotion was handled by Warner Brothers, but Duke's most important job was to ensure the production went smoothly. As the days passed, the shooting of the crew proceeded according to schedule. Due to thorough preparation, although the shooting wasn't going faster than planned, it was still going quite smoothly. Any problems that arose were quickly solved in meetings where Duke gathered everyone for brainstorming. Cut. Duke shouted for a break and looked toward the horse-drawn carriage being towed by a machine. Ian, Elijah, you can rest now. It's time for the stunt doubles. Although Gandalf's driving in the Shire wasn't fast, controlling the carriage was a skilled task. Ian McKellen simply couldn't do it, so the crew used a circus-like method, with only the top layer of the carriage showing in close-ups, while wide shots of the carriage being driven were done by a professional coachman. It was simple to use a stunt double for this scene. As long as they pulled Gandalf's wizard hat down, even with close-ups, it wouldn't be noticeable. The crew moved on and returned to the place where the carriage had first appeared. Elijah Wood's dwarf stand-in took his place again, sitting beside Ian McKellen in the carriage. The cameras only needed wide-angle shots, as they had already filmed the effects and dialogue scenes. Even so, this short shot was filmed twice as Duke requested. That's it for the morning. The scene was completed, and Duke announced a break. We'll resume after lunch. He left the director's monitor, just about to take a sip of water when Ian McKellen suddenly came over. Duke, I wanted to ask when the Christmas holiday starts, he said, holding up his pointy wizard hat, looking like Gandalf in a conversation. I haven't been home in a long time. Elijah Wood also came over. I wanted to ask, is the crew organizing any Christmas activities? If not, I'll just find a place to vacation. We have 5 days off for Christmas. Since the crew had been shooting on the weekends, Duke and Charles Rowan had already decided to give everyone a long break. Before we finish the Shire scenes, we'll have a celebration. Before Christmas arrived, the crew would finish filming all the Shire scenes. In reality, the main event left was one last scene, Bilbo Baggins' birthday party. While chatting with Elijah Wood and Ian McKellen, Duke walked toward the catering truck. Passing near the Baggins set, he deliberately stepped inside to take a look. The construction of the set was nearly complete. Once all the Hobbit food and actors arrived, they would begin filming. After checking it out briefly, Duke casually walked over to the catering truck, where Ivanka Trump had already arranged lunch for him, with all his favorite foods. Sitting across from Ivanka, Duke took a sip of juice, grabbed his tray and utensils, and began to enjoy his lunch. Ivanka, as usual, only had fruit pudding and vegetable salad for lunch. After eating a few bites, she put down her utensils and started telling Duke about the call she received that morning. Tina called. Your director's share of critical emergency, which is $16.5 million, has been processed, she said, flipping through her work journal. Warner Brothers wants you to check in on The Matrix after the new year. They still don't have full confidence in Zack, Duke muttered. This was actually normal. While Zack Snyder had recommendations, he didn't have independent success experience. So Warner Brothers wanted him to truly supervise the next 2 movies despite being credited as a producer. Suddenly, Duke remembered something else. Has Critical Emergency been pulled from theaters globally? Yes, the film has finished its screenings after being pulled from Saipan. Having worked together for so long, Ivanka knew exactly what Duke cared about. She immediately said, the final global box office is $221.13 million. Not bad. Duke nodded. While he had dreamed of the film making a huge profit like Independence Day or The Matrix, Duke kept his head clear. It was hard to achieve that level of success with a small production and realistic subject matter. One more important call, Ivanka continued. Leah called. She and Miss Johnson will visit the set before Christmas. If the crew is resting for Christmas, they'll stay here to celebrate. Chapter 363, Human Props. Chapter 363. Chapter 363, Human Props. The business jet slowly stopped at a private tarmac. As the flight attendant opened the cabin door, Duke immediately stepped forward to greet them. Mrs. Leah and a blonde girl, almost 16 years old, walked off the plane. Mom, let's get in the car first. Duke took the handbag from his mother and then looked at the girl next to her. Hi, Scarlett, you're getting more beautiful. To be precise, Scarlett Johansson's appearance was almost indistinguishable from how she looked as an adult. Particularly, her figure was far more developed than her peers. Carrying a small travel bag, she stepped forward naturally and held Duke's arm. Walking with the two toward the car, she said, It feels so strange. When I got on the plane, it was snowing in New York, but now that I'm off, it feels like summer. Duke glanced at Scarlett. The melancholy in her eyes from the past seemed to have vanished as she aged. Celebrating Christmas in summer must be interesting, Scarlett Johansson said. She let go of Duke's arm, grabbed a sun hat, and helped Mrs. Leah put it on to shield her from the bright sunlight at the empty airport. She then put on sunglasses herself and glanced at the sun. The weather in New York is nothing like this now, she muttered before catching up to Duke and Mrs. Leah. A van and an SUV were parked just outside the private tarmac. Duke opened the car door, letting his mother and Scarlett into the van first. Then he signaled the staff to load their luggage into the SUV before getting into the van himself and sitting across from his mother. He gestured for the driver to start and said, "The crew is filming on location, a bit far from Wellington. Mom, Scarlett, if you're tired, you can rest for a while." "No need." Mrs. Leah shook her head lightly. "I've already had plenty of rest on the way." "What part are you filming now?" Scarlett took off her sunglasses and hung them on her well-developed chest. "I read the original novel before coming. Scenes from the Shire." Duke pointed at her V-neck t-shirt that had slipped down. Scarlett, unfazed, adjusted her chest slightly to fix it. Duke turned his eyes elsewhere and continued, "I built an almost authentic Hobbiton. You can experience how it differs from the novel." "Does it have bag-in?" Scarlett's eyes lit up. "Of course." At this point, Duke recalled something else and turned to his mother. "Mom, I heard from David that the stock market is acting a bit abnormal. I've sold all the IT-related stocks I held," Mrs. Leah said with a slight frown. "Duke, most of your income over the past few years has been invested in IT stocks. Be careful." "Yes, I know what to do." Duke nodded lightly. Over the past year, Duke had sold most of his IT stocks, except for his shares in Apple and unlisted Google. The cash from these sales was reinvested into Apple, Google, Warner Brothers, and Victoria's Secret. However, these companies' management teams were unwilling to accept large investment amounts from any single shareholder, limiting how much Duke could invest. "From my observations, the market is overly exuberant. Something is not right," Mrs. Leah, ever the shrewd businesswoman, said. "A new round of reshuffling may not be far away." Many people saw the irregularities in the stock market, but human greed and desire are boundless. Few can cash out and walk away at the right time. Many cling to the hope that the market will not crash so soon, giving them time to gain more capital. After every stock market frenzy comes a steep drop. The real winners are those who know when to step back. "What are you two discussing?" Scarlett, fiddling with a handheld gaming console she pulled from the tight pocket of her jeans, looked up and asked, "Why can't I understand any of this?" Mrs. Leah reached out and patted Scarlett's arm gently. "Scarlett, there's so much in the world you don't know. School is a great place to understand and learn. You should seriously consider." Hearing this, Duke cast a questioning glance. Scarlett hugged Mrs. Leah's arm and said sweetly, "Godmother, you've always told me to pursue my goals steadfastly, that success comes only through persistence and effort. I'm sure my future lies in Hollywood. I hope to learn more professional acting skills." "You're planning to drop out?" Duke asked, understanding her intentions. The vast majority of Hollywood child stars, over 90%, drop out of school once they reach the legal age of 16. "Yes." Scarlett Johansson nodded. "My mom has already agreed." Hearing this, neither Duke nor Mrs. Leah said anything further. Everyone has the right to choose their path, and Duke wouldn't interfere arbitrarily. As for Mrs. Leah, she was only Scarlett Johansson's godmother. The van first stopped at Blenheim, where Duke had rented a house for his mother. After dropping off their luggage, he rushed back to the cruise base. "The air here is really nice." As soon as Scarlett stepped out of the car, she stretched her arms and took a deep breath. "Much better than New York." She put on her sunglasses and sun hat again, linking arms with Mrs. Leah as Duke led them toward Hobbiton. Compared to the novel's descriptions, the cruise Hobbiton was much smaller, but the scenery was exceptionally beautiful. Various plants were thriving in the height of summer, creating a lush landscape that captivated Scarlett Johansson, who had grown up in New York's urban jungle. "I don't want to go back to New York." Crossing the small bridge over the Brandywine River, Scarlett curiously touched the polystyrene-made arch. "I've visited many sets, but this is the most beautiful filming location I've ever seen. If I didn't touch it, I'd never have guessed this bridge isn't made of stone. A lot here is fake, right?" Mrs. Leah stopped and asked. Duke nodded, pointing at some distant trees and bushes. "Real plants can't stay this lush and fresh. Many are props, made by the crew." He specifically pointed to the crooked tree above Bag End. That one has 250,000 fake leaves hanging on it. How many? Scarlett stood up, stunned. So this beautiful tree has fake leaves? More than half of them are fake. Duke motioned for them to keep walking. After rounding a bend, they arrived at a flat, grassy area. It was set up with tables, utensils, and chairs, all in the Hobbit style, along with banners reading "Happy Birthday, Bilbo Baggins." "Are you filming Bilbo Baggins' birthday party scene?" Scarlett asked, looking at the busy crew members. "When will this scene be shot?" "Tonight." Duke pointed to a large cake. "Can't you tell? The cake is ready." "What's it made of?" Scarlett tilted her head. "Don't tell me it's cream." "Polystyrene," Duke replied, pointing again at the small arch on the Brandywine River Bridge. "The same material as the bridge." After speaking, Duke turned to Mrs. Leah. "Mom, Scarlett, are you interested in making a cameo?" "A cameo?" Mrs. Leah didn't quite understand. "Yes." Duke gestured to the party scene. "Bilbo Baggins' birthday party requires a large number of actors. The crew doesn't have enough people, so besides professional actors, we've had to recruit staff from the props and set departments, as well as visitors, to serve as extras. The scene required hundreds of actors. With Christmas approaching, finding enough extras was challenging, so anyone available had to help fill the background. "I'll pass," Mrs. Leah said, showing no interest in a cameo. But Scarlett Johansson was eager. "Can I be a female hobbit?" "Of course." This was merely a matter of being a human prop. "Actually, I'm more interested in elves," Scarlett muttered. Duke looked at her and shook his head. "Dear, your figure is perfect for a female hobbit. For an elf." Scarlett glanced down at her prominent chest and seemed a little troubled. "I think I've developed too quickly. You should start dieting, Scarlett," Mrs. Leah reminded her. "Okay." Scarlett nodded and leaned closer to Duke, whispering, "Will I get a close-up shot?" Duke gently tapped her forehead with a finger and said sternly, "Don't be too greedy, Scarlett." "Oh." The girl lowered her head, playing with her blonde ponytail. "I understand." After circling Hobbiton and the Shire, Duke brought the two to the cruise base. The base was bustling with activity as preparations for the evening's shoot were underway. Duke found an assistant to escort Scarlett Johansson to the makeup team, then continued checking on things with his mother. The sun dipped lower and finally disappeared below the horizon. The sky turned from yellow to dark as evening descended. Once it was fully dark, a large group of actors set out from the base. Led by their respective coordinators, they moved in an orderly fashion to the filming site. The grassy area where the party was to be held was lit with countless lanterns, ready for the shoot to begin. Chapter 364, The Carnival Feast. Chapter 364. Chapter 364, The Carnival Feast. I stood there, facing three trolls, utterly helpless. The noisy banquet served as the backdrop. Bilbo Baggins was in front of the camera, recounting the adventures of a hobbit to a group of children. They debated on how to eat us, whether to swallow us in one gulp or to crush us into meat paste one at a time. As he spoke, the old hobbit also showed matching expressions. They spent too much time arguing until the first ray of sunlight crept over the treetops at dawn. Boom! They all turned to stone. "Cut!" Duke called out. "This one's good." Ivanka Trump immediately walked over, handing him an iced coffee. Duke took a sip, ignored the crew bustling to set up the next scene, and asked, "Ivy, how's the negotiation for the Hobbit's rights going?" "Still at a deadlock," Ivanka replied. Nancy and Tina relayed that the price is still up for debate, and it might drag on for a while. When Duke initially purchased the film rights to the Lord of the Rings trilogy, he hadn't acquired The Hobbit. It wasn't that he didn't want it. The rights holders didn't want to sell all their cards in one go, which led to the current negotiations. After a brief moment of thought, Duke said, "As long as their demands aren't too excessive, we can consider raising the baseline slightly." Like the chaos caused by the Lord of the Rings trilogy's rights, The Hobbit's rights were equally contentious. Duke's intention was to secure The Hobbit's rights outright, just as he had done with The Lord of the Rings. He didn't want to end up like the Weinstein brothers Miramax and Warner Brothers, embroiled in disputes that made headlines. Next, Duke sent out John Schwartzman and several other assistant cinematographers to capture scenes of the banquet. Naturally, they didn't waste time on the extras who were just there to fill the background. the camera focused on the main characters. Additionally, the banquet was almost entirely composed of hobbits. To emphasize Gandalf's distinction from them, Duke used oversized actor models for the shots. These were all long-distance shots, further refined in post-production to avoid any inconsistencies. Because Duke didn't plan for the film's pacing to be too slow, the banquet wouldn't occupy too much screen time. After nearly 3 hours of filming, he declared the session finished. Of course, the filming wasn't entirely over. There was still a fireworks display to shoot. Although most of Gandalf's fireworks would be realized through CGI and post-production, Duke opted for traditional methods to film the simpler scenes. The crew had ordered a large quantity of fireworks from a British company with a history dating back to the 16th century, when it organized fireworks displays for Queen Elizabeth I. It was one of the world's top firework manufacturers. 6 cameras were positioned at different angles, ready to capture the fireworks in the sky. After receiving feedback that all departments were in position, Duke instructed the clapperboard to call for action. Scene 178, take 23. Rolling now. As the amplified voice echoed, several sparks shot into the sky. Gandalf's Middle-earth-style fireworks soared into the heavens. Beautiful. Behind Duke, Scarlett Johansson, who had just removed her hobbit costume, stood in a t-shirt and shorts beside Leah. It reminds me of the Independence Day fireworks when I was little. In front of her, dazzling fireworks lit up the sky like meteors streaking across it, sometimes resembling a shower of flowers, other times flames clashing, fluttering like colorful butterflies or blooming buds. The fireworks painted the sky with vibrant blossoms, diverse in shape and color. This was the last scene the crew filmed in the Shire and a carnival celebration before Christmas. As Duke called "cut," the entire crew cheered, and more fireworks burst into the sky. Soon, catering trucks arrived in Hobbiton, and countless beverages and dishes, prepared by hired chefs and waiters, were served like a stream, replacing the stunning yet inedible polystyrene hobbit dishes. "Hey, Duke." Scarlett walked over, grabbing Duke's arm. "Why don't you join the party? I wanted to have a drink with you." She still remembered sneaking beer with Duke as a child, one of her fondest childhood memories. "You go ahead. Just don't drink too much," Duke said, freeing his arm and continuing with his work. "I still need to review tonight's footage. Then I won't go either." Looking at the lively party, Scarlett resisted the urge to step forward. "I'll stay here with you instead." Duke glanced at her. Her parents' divorce had significantly influenced her personality. Beyond her initial rebellious phase, she had become noticeably more mature. "Where's Mom?" he asked. "She doesn't like this kind of setting." Unlike socialite parties, Scarlett pointed to the sky. She left after the fireworks. With that, she quietly stood beside Duke, watching him work without interrupting unnecessarily. Scarlett was far from unintelligent. She understood that after their initially cordial interactions, Duke had deliberately distanced himself, likely due to her incessant chatter. Though the party tempted her, Scarlett stayed put until Duke finished his work. "Ivy." Duke turned off the monitor. "Have security deliver the film reels to the vault truck." Preserving the filmed reels had always been a priority for the crew, especially since Duke had a memorable lesson in the past. As Duke completed his work, Scarlett gave up playing with her fingers, looked up at the starry sky, and asked, "Where are we spending Christmas?" Christmas was just around the corner, marking the last of the millennium. "I rented a private island near the Great Barrier Reef," Duke said, pulling over a chair and pointing. "Sit down, Scarlett." "An island?" Scarlett turned the chair around, straddling it and resting, her arms on the back. She said softly, "There are all sorts of doomsday rumors in New York right now. I think we should find a higher spot, like the world's highest plateau, just in case there's a tsunami." "Scarlett." Duke glared at her. "I was just kidding," Scarlett said, shrinking her neck and murmuring, "Anyway, as long as you and Leah are with me, I'm not scared." The crew's carnival party wouldn't end until midnight. When Ivanka returned, Duke checked the time and said, "If you're not joining the party, let's head back." "Sure." Scarlett stood up, linking her arm with Duke's as they walked toward the parking lot. As the Shire scenes wrapped, the crew returned to the Wellington studio, followed by a 5-day Christmas break. The usually bustling studio became eerily quiet, with many cast and crew leaving Wellington, along with most of the entertainment reporters who had stationed themselves there. Some reporters chased Duke to the airport, but gave up when they saw him head straight to a private terminal. The plane's destination was Brisbane, Queensland, Australia. Duke planned to first visit the Gold Coast, then take a rented private yacht to a secluded island near the Great Barrier Reef for a peaceful Christmas. "Mom, you should consider buying a plane," Duke said, unfastening his seatbelt and asking the flight attendant for a drink. "You travel frequently between North America and Europe. It'd be more convenient." Leah sipped her water. "I've already placed an order. The plane should be ready by March next year." After a brief chat about planes with his mother, Duke turned to Scarlett, who was engrossed in a handheld game. "What game are you playing?" Duke asked curiously. Scarlett tilted the screen toward him slightly. "A surfing game." "Surfing?" Hearing Duke's question, Scarlett shrugged playfully. "I really like it. I even practiced in Hawaii last summer." "You'll have a blast this time," Duke said, recalling the island's details Ivanka had mentioned. "There's a flat sea area there, perfect for diving or surfing." "We can go together," Scarlett suggested when she noticed Duke hesitating. "You don't know how to surf, do you?" "No," Duke admitted. "I can teach you." She flashed a mischievous grin. Duke shook his head again. "I seriously doubt your skills." From what he knew, Scarlett was, at best, a beginner. When the plane landed in Brisbane, Duke's phone turned on just as Leah received a call. After a brief exchange, her brows furrowed. After ending the call, she sighed. "Duke, I'm sorry. I can't spend Christmas with you." "Did something happen, Mom?" Duke asked quickly. "Saint FIA's collaboration with Chanel ran into some issues," Leah replied, giving her assistant some instructions before turning back to Duke. "I need to go to Paris to address the contract with Chanel." She looked between Duke and Scarlett. "Duke, I'll leave Scarlett in your care for now. I'll take the plane to Paris." "Why don't I come with you?" Duke offered. Leah shook her head. "You're unfamiliar with the European fashion industry and won't be much help. I can handle this on my own. You and Scarlett should continue your vacation." Without giving Duke a chance to respond, she turned and headed toward the plane. "Now it's just the two of us," Scarlett said, looking at the sky. Chapter 365, Falling into the Water. Chapter 365, Chapter 365, Falling into the Water. "Are we there yet?" Standing on the top deck of the yacht, Scarlett Johansson leaned against the railing, raising her head to gaze far into the distance. All she could see was water, so she asked Duke beside her, "How much longer?" "Be patient," Duke replied casually, not knowing the exact distance. "Maybe another half an hour or so." "It's so boring." Scarlett turned and walked toward the shade of a sun umbrella. "There's nothing fun on this yacht." She sat down in a chair and, seemingly wanting to be more comfortable, rested her feet on another chair. The sea breeze blew her oversized t-shirt upward, revealing the small bikini bottoms underneath. Scarlett didn't seem to care and lounged boldly, grabbing a bottle of sweet wine from a nearby ice bucket. "Hey, Duke," she waved at him. "Come and drink with me." "You're sneaking drinks again?" Duke walked over and sat across from Scarlett. She had already opened the bottle and poured 2 glasses of wine. "Grab your own. I'm not in a convenient position right now." Glancing at her very unladylike posture, Duke picked up a glass of wine and reminded her, "Scarlett, you're exposing yourself." Scarlett took a sip from her glass, then looked down and shrugged nonchalantly. "It's a swimsuit. I wanted to go for a swim, but you wouldn't let the yacht stop." Despite her words, Scarlett obediently pulled her feet off the chair, adjusted her loose t-shirt slightly, clinked her glass with Duke's, and said before drinking, "When we get to the island, I'm definitely going skinny dipping." Duke pointed a warning finger at her, but said nothing. Scarlett's eyes darted mischievously. She slid her chair closer to the table, reducing the distance between them, and said playfully, "Why don't we go together?" Duke glanced at her curvy figure, barely hidden even under the loose t-shirt, and could only glare at her. "What's going on in that head of yours, Scarlett?" "Just inviting you to swim." Scarlett hugged the wine bottle and took a big swig directly from it. Then, switching to a sing-song tone, she said, "On a deserted island, we stand together, facing the end of the world. On the last day of existence, we come into the world bare and leave it bare." "You're drunk," Duke said, dismissing her nonsense. "I've just had a little," Scarlett grumbled, pouring herself another glass. "I once drank an entire bottle of whiskey." "What?" Duke asked, looking at her. Scarlett shrugged, her expression turning somber. A few years ago, during my most rebellious phase. Sighing, Duke understood she was referring to the time after the Johnsons' divorce. The pain of a broken family often left scars that could last a lifetime. He took a small sip of wine and said, "So, you do realize you were rebellious. I'm not one of those girls who knows nothing and only indulges in drugs, drinking, and promiscuity," Scarlett said while hugging the wine bottle. "Even though my family." She shook her head. "But I have my godmother. I know who truly cares about me." Suddenly, the yacht's horn blared. Duke stood up and looked ahead. On the horizon where the sea met the sky, several small islands were scattered like pearls in an oyster shell. "Stop drinking," Duke said, taking the wine bottle away. "Scarlett, we're almost there. Go pack your things." The islands were part of a small archipelago east of the Great Barrier Reef. Most of them were privately owned or leased. Duke had rented one that wasn't very large but was well equipped, with facilities for docking small and medium-sized yachts, complete electricity and water supplies, and a flat beach facing north. A villa was perched on a hill behind the beach. With help from 2 bodyguards, Duke and Scarlett carried their luggage across the long pier and onto the island's electric cart, which took them to the villa behind the beach. The island belonged to a private rental company and had staff available for service. However, Duke had specifically requested not to be disturbed unless necessary. After unpacking his luggage, Duke called Scarlett, who had just chosen her room. "What is it?" She stumbled over, her face slightly flushed. "I was about to take a nap." Duke opened a large box and pushed a long rectangular gift-wrapped box toward her. "This is for you." "Oh." Scarlett's sleepy eyes instantly lit up. She grabbed the ribbon on the box and lifted it slightly. It wasn't heavy. "Is this my Christmas present?" "Yes," Duke nodded. "Go get some rest." "Thank you, Duke." Clearly delighted, Scarlett hugged the box and ran back to her room. After tidying up his things, Duke went into the master bedroom, exhausted from a day of flying and boating. He took a shower and lay down for a nap. Before sleeping, he called his mother, but her phone was still off. Judging by the time, she hadn't arrived in Europe yet. Closing his eyes, Duke quickly fell into a deep, sweet sleep, only to be awakened by a knock on the door. He threw on shorts and a t-shirt before opening the door. Scarlett stood there, radiant. "It's Christmas Eve," she said excitedly. "Are you planning to sleep until dark?" She held a surfboard in her hands. "Thanks for the Christmas present. Let's go to the beach." "You're welcome," Duke replied, leaning on the doorframe. "I'll get changed." "Wait, I have a gift for you too," Scarlett said, tugging at his arm. "A gift?" Duke looked at her. Scarlett was still holding the surfboard. "Close your eyes," she said. "What are you up to?" Duke asked. Suspiciously, Scarlett's childhood antics had left a deep impression on him. "Just give me the gift." "Close your eyes," Scarlett urged. Frowning slightly, Duke complied. Suddenly, he felt warm breath approaching rapidly. Just as he was about to open his eyes, he felt soft lips brush against the corner of his mouth. "Scarlett." When Duke opened his eyes, Scarlett had already stepped back. "I just wanted to say thank you." Duke turned and walked back into his room. Changing into loose swim trunks, Duke opened the door to find Scarlett gone. Outside, on the beach, she was wearing a bikini and seemed to be building something in the sand. Wearing beach sandals, Duke trudged across the soft sand and found Scarlett sculpting a snowman, or rather, a sandman. "Come help me, Duke," she called out, standing up and waving. "I've always built snowmen in thick winter clothes during Christmas. Now I'm doing it in a swimsuit. It's such a unique experience." It was Duke's first Christmas in the Southern Hemisphere. Although Los Angeles winters weren't cold, it was never warm enough for beachwear. Celebrating a blazing Christmas in the Southern Hemisphere had its charm. While the Northern Hemisphere shivered in winter winds and snowflakes, Australia basked in summer's heat. Duke and Scarlett embraced the holiday with their own twist, building a sandman adorned with a carrot nose, a straw hat, and a festive red and white scarf. Scarlett set up a tripod for her camera, then ran over to Duke, hugging his arm tightly and flashing a victory sign. Dressed only in a bikini, she hugged Duke's arms so tightly that her chest pressed against him as she adjusted her pose. Scarlett seemed oblivious, but the camera captured the moment perfectly. Later, Scarlett insisted on teaching Duke to surf. While balancing on the board, Duke felt every bit of her teaching especially as Scarlett held him from behind, her hands firmly on his shoulders and her body pressing closely against his. "You're stronger than I expected," she murmured, her hands moving slightly as she spoke. Duke, trying to stay composed, growled, "Scarlett." But his sudden movement threw off their balance, flipping the board and sending them both into the water with twin screams. The shallow waters only reached Duke's chest. He stood up quickly and saw Scarlett floundering. "Scarlett!" Duke waded over and lifted her. Scarlett, startled, clung to him like a koala, her limbs wrapped tightly around his body. "You can let go now," Duke said as they reached the beach. "We're back on land." Chapter 366. Jerry-built construction. Chapter 366. Chapter 366. Jerry-built construction. Just after Christmas, Duke left the island. Upon arriving in Brisbane, he arranged for Scarlett Johansson to be sent back to North America. Though he stayed on the island for only slightly more than a day, he noticed certain problems that, if left unchecked, could spiral into the worst possible situation. Perhaps, influenced by her parents' divorce, Scarlett Johansson mentioned more than once during their conversations that monogamy completely goes against human nature. Duke was fully aware that he was no saint or gentleman. He liked sexy, beautiful women and had always pursued the thrill of fresh beauty. However, he also had his limits. Since entering Hollywood, he had never been involved with any underage girl. He also knew that his self-control in this regard was as limited as that of most men. Thus, out of sight, out of mind was perhaps the best approach, especially since Scarlett Johansson had not yet turned 16. Once such a boundary was crossed, Duke knew that maintaining his limits in the future would be exceedingly difficult, given his self-control. What separates humans from beasts is undoubtedly the ability to control one's desires. Putting these matters aside for now, Duke returned directly to New Zealand. The filming of the Lord of the Rings trilogy was only halfway through, with a massive amount of work still awaiting him. 3 days later, the crew reconvened in Wellington. Duke first held a brief meeting with the core team members to confirm progress in various areas and prepare for the next phase of filming. After Zack Snyder left the crew to prepare for the sequel to The Matrix, the filming, which was initially progressing on 3 fronts, was reduced to 2, with Duke and Anna Prinz leading separate units, causing a slight slowdown in progress. "I've already filmed most of Owen's scenes," Anna Prinz reported after the financial officer presented the current budget and expenditures. Ella Fisher's main scenes are also nearly done, with only a few shots of the confrontation with the Witch King of Angmar and Minas Tirith remaining. The actress, recommended by Cate Blanchett, had not crossed paths with Duke after her audition. Most of her scenes were directed by Anna Prinz. Duke nodded, glanced at his schedule, and said, "Anna, for the next stage, you'll handle Faramir's scenes as well as those with Frodo, Sam, and Gollum. For motion capture, consult Andy Serkis extensively." As Anna Prinz took on more directing responsibilities, Duke gradually gained confidence in her, entrusting her with significant scenes. He then turned to the production manager. "Charles, when will the extras I requested be ready?" "They'll be there when we reach the valley near Nelson," Charles Roven replied. Having taken only 2 days off for Christmas, he had already arranged for a large group of extras. The male models playing the elven reinforcements have also arrived in Nelson. Richard Taylor added, "Weta Workshop is fully prepared and waiting for us to start filming." The next major scene Duke planned to film was the Battle of Helm's Deep. Like all other sets and props for The Lord of the Rings, Helm's Deep and Minas Tirith were built from scratch based on the novel's descriptions. The exterior effects for these locations were outsourced to Weta Workshop. The following day, the crew split into 2 units again. Elijah Wood, Andy Serkis, and other actors remained at the Wellington studio under Anna Prinz's direction, while Duke led the main unit to a mine near the small town of Nelson to shoot the exterior scenes for the Battle of Helm's Deep. The western side of the mine featured a valley shaped by mining activities, which served as the prototype for Helm's Deep. Meanwhile, the southern side was where the Minas Tirith set was being constructed. However, the White City model was still in its early stages, currently resembling a rough outline. In contrast, Helm's Deep was already fully modified by Weta Workshop. Upon entering the valley's entrance, one could see the ancient and rugged aesthetics of the Hornburg and Deeping Wall at the valley floor. Of course, Neither looked as grand and majestic as described in the novel. After all, this was a film production with a limited budget. Duke couldn't afford to build life-sized models like James Cameron. While the construction of Helm's Deep was simpler than that of Lothlorien, and the architectural style of the Hornburg leaned toward practicality with minimal Elven-style embellishments, Weta Workshop still spent over 6 months building the Helm's Deep set. Duke had personally inspected and surveyed the site more than 10 times. Weta Workshop created 2 scale models of the Hornburg. The first, at a 1:4 scale, was built on the valley site. It used steel and wood for structural support, with high-density polystyrene panels layered on top. The panels were pressure-carved with patterns, coated with plaster, and finally painted, giving the walls a weathered and ancient appearance. However, to save costs, much of the Hornburg, particularly its outer walls, was more appearance than substance. In fact, parts of the exterior could be easily damaged with just a fingernail. Similarly, most of the deeping wall was represented by a 1:4 scale model, with only one full-scale section constructed for scenes requiring proper scale. This wall section was high but notably thin, primarily built to include an internal staircase for Legolas's acrobatic stunts. The second model was a 1/35 scale version, used mainly for distant shots and as a background element. The crew set up camp outside the valley. Duke first inspected the extras and male models. The male models naturally played the elven reinforcements, while the extras, most of whom were tall and muscular, portrayed Saruman's Uruk-hai army. Stunt performers took on the roles of soldiers engaged in direct combat, while the extras primarily served as background actors. After inspecting the extras, Duke entered Helm's Deep. Due to time constraints, the day was dedicated to preparation rather than actual filming. Key personnel like John Schwartzman, Hannah Selina, Jimmy Carter, and Bill Morris accompanied Duke to discuss specifics. Walking through the gates of the Hornburg, Duke climbed the battlements to a command platform, overlooking the valley. Even at a 1:4 scale, the fortress appeared massive. A crew member followed closely, cautioning Duke and others not to touch any of the standing walls, as they were essentially jerry-built structures. Hannah, Duke pointed toward the left side of the main gate, set up the blue screen on the left side of the passage. He then addressed another member. Bill, placed the arrow launchers at the junction of the deeping wall and the Hornburg. The battle featured numerous scenes of arrows raining down. To enhance realism, the crew built multiple arrow launchers capable of firing hundreds of soft-headed arrows at once. John, he called out to the cinematographer, pointing again to the gate area, I'll need several wide-angle shots of the assault on the gate. Find the best spots to set up the cameras. As a director, Duke's primary role was to coordinate the various departments of the crew. As he often said, films are never the product of individual heroics, but rather the result of extensive collaboration among talented individuals. After circling the Hornburg and Deeping Wall, discussing many filming details, Duke and his team returned to the camp by mid-afternoon. Although this was their nth time surveying the site, neither Duke nor John Schwartzman showed any signs of relaxation. For Duke, the director, the next day marked the filming of one of the most critical scenes in the Lord of the Rings trilogy. He later met with Ian McKellen, Viggo Mortensen, and Orlando Bloom to discuss their respective roles, then checked on the props and costumes for a final review. The upcoming battle featured a mix of races, requiring a diverse array of weapons and armor. Everything from the leather and chainmail of Rohan soldiers to the full-plate armor of the Uruk-hai and the intricately designed elven armor. Every detail had to be flawless. The costume department, in particular, faced an early start. Together with the makeup team, they had to begin preparations at dawn. Transforming an ordinary stunt performer into a fearsome Uruk-hai took a minimum of 6 hours. After a full inspection of the production areas, night had already fallen. Returning to his trailer, Duke found Ivanka Trump waiting. "Weren't you going to spend New Year's in New York?" Seated opposite her in the trailer's main room, Duke asked, "Why are you back so soon?" "New York is boring, just endless parties," Ivanka replied, sounding exasperated. "When you were my age, you were already working hard for your future. But most people my age in New York," she sighed in frustration, "all they know is eating, drinking, and having fun. If I stay with them too long, I feel like I'll end up just like them. I'd rather come back to work." With Tina Fey still in Los Angeles managing matters for Duke's studio, Ivanka's return to New Zealand suited his needs perfectly. Soon, the crew began filming the Battle of Helm's Deep. The once quiet valley became a hub of noise, filled with shouts, roars, and the occasional agonized screams of dying warriors. During the shoot, Duke noticed that the valley's surrounding hillsides weren't particularly stable. He promptly arranged for a batch of hard hats from Wellington to ensure the safety of crew members working near the hills. Battle scenes were Duke's forte, and filming progressed smoothly until the Urukai reached the Hornburg's main gate, where the crew faced their biggest challenge. Chapter 367, The Unbreakable Door. Chapter 367. Chapter 367, The Unbreakable Door. The roars of the Urukai resounded endlessly. Duke stood atop Helm's Deep, gazing toward the ramp leading to the front gate on the left. A group of burly men disguised as Urukai emerged from the ranks, carrying a battering ram. They braved the falling foam debris from above as they advanced toward the gate, launching their attack. Though this battering ram was no match for the real siege tools of war, it was a solidly constructed prop created by the production team, specially transported to the location by truck just 2 days ago. Nearly 50 muscular Urukai hoisted the battering ram and slammed it into the wooden gate of Helm's Deep. A dull thud reverberated, yet the gate seemed unscathed. The Urukai struck again, once, twice, 3 times, but the gate stood firm. After a dozen or so attempts, the Urukai were visibly exhausted. These stunt performers, after all, were not Saruman's war machines. Duke called for a timely break. However, even after a 30-minute rest, when filming resumed, the Urukai were still unable to break through the gate of Helm's Deep. The thin wooden gate seemed genuinely impenetrable. Cut. Duke once again stopped the shoot. He descended from the walls of Helm's Deep, down the steps, and approached the gate. The gate was now open, and Bill from the props team had also rushed over to consult with the stunt performers. "It's too sturdy," exclaimed the lead Urukai actor. "We can't even budge it." Sean Davis, who played Gimli, leaned on his large axe and joked from the side. "Colin, it's not the gate that's too sturdy. It's you guys who are unprofessional. Your attempts at breaking down the door feel like an elf's tap." Sean, the stunt actor, clearly familiar with Sean Davis, flipped him the middle finger. "Why don't you come and give it a try?" Raising his hand to signal for silence, Duke approached the gate and knocked on it. It was indeed not thick. "Take a 10-minute break. We'll try again," he instructed. 10 minutes passed quickly. Duke didn't return to the walls, but instead stood behind the gate next to the camera. This expensive camera was surrounded by a dense metal frame for protection, in case debris from the broken gate flew in all directions. However, with the gate refusing to break, this precaution proved unnecessary. As the filming resumed, Duke, standing behind the gate, could hear the thunderous banging from the battering ram. The stunt performers were clearly giving it their all, yet the thin wooden gate remained unyielding under their fierce assault. "Stop. This wasn't working." Duke once again halted the shoot and turned to ask the head of Weta Workshop, "Richard, where was this gate manufactured?" Richard Taylor gave an awkward smile. The atmosphere on set was growing tense, so Duke cracked a light joke. "I just want to hire these guys to make doors for me. Their craftsmanship could definitely withstand paparazzi and journalists." Everyone laughed. Duke patted Richard Taylor on the shoulder. "Make a new gate. This time, it doesn't need to be so durable." Turning to the crew, Duke shouted, "This scene is on pause. Let's move on to filming the battle on the walls." A large number of Urukai and Rohan soldiers relocated to the walls of Helm's Deep for shooting. These shots were fragmented, mostly depicting Urukai slaughtering Rohan's militia. At this stage of the battle, without Gandalf and reinforcements, the humans and elves were doomed to defeat. These scenes weren't difficult to film, and they required far less time than the makeup and touch-ups for the Urukai. The entire shoot was a mix of short takes and frequent breaks. Duke's director's camera was set up on the highest command platform, offering a clear view of the entire scene. Besides Ivanka Trump, there was another assistant helping Duke with filming tasks. Unlike the busy assistant handling production-related matters, Ivanka primarily managed Duke's personal affairs, leaving her with a much lighter workload. She often sat quietly in a corner, flipping through the concept and storyboard sketches for the shoot. Though serving as Duke's assistant, Ivanka was not a genuine movie enthusiast. Take this series, for example. She hadn't read the original books and showed no interest in doing so. However, after repeatedly viewing the concept sketches and scenes, she found some aspects perplexing. Occasionally, she would take advantage of Duke's breaks to ask a few questions. She had been staring at several concept sketches of Edoras, the city of Rohan, for quite some time. When she saw Duke stop working, she brought over a cup of coffee. "Thanks," Duke said, taking the coffee and sipping it. Seeing Ivanka still standing behind him, he asked, "Something on your mind?" "Yes, there are some things I don't quite understand." Ivanka laid the concept sketches before Duke. Edoras is the capital of Rohan, yet it's designed to look so shabby, just a simple wooden city. Knowing she hadn't read the original books and had asked similar questions before, Duke explained briefly, Rohan is a nation primarily of nomadic people. Their lifestyle revolves around pastoralism. Edoras, though the capital, is essentially a winter settlement for the Rohirrim. Duke had seen countless debates online about this in the past. People often overlooked one key point. What use would a nomadic people have for grand cities? Take Helm's Deep, the most imposing structure in Rohan. It wasn't even built by the Rohirrim, but by Gondorians. Ivanka nodded but didn't leave. Glancing at the Uruk-hai and Rohan soldiers getting makeup touch-ups, she asked again. Also, as king of Rohan, Thodin has so few soldiers? When under attack, he could only muster peasants. Hearing this, Duke set down his coffee and patiently explained. This, too, tied back to the nomadic culture. Most of Rohan's military were pastoralists during peacetime, conscripted only in times of war. Each commander could muster a small, well-trained force of about 120 armed knights from their own lands. For instance, Omer's company, which slew the orcs, was his personal guard. In the Battle of Helm's Deep, Tolkien's narrative used a spring and autumn style, summarizing events rather than delving into detail. Before the battle, Rohan had already fought 2 major engagements with Saruman's forces. However, due to the limited runtime of the film, these couldn't all be depicted. Instead, the Battle of Helm's Deep, which Tolkien briefly mentioned, became the highlight of the 2 towers. While books can gloss over battles, films require climactic scenes to captivate audiences. Without them, what would draw viewers in? Slow, mellow storytelling? Thus, Duke intended to make the Battle of Helm's Deep as epic as possible. After explaining to Ivanka, Duke concluded, Ivanka, just read the original books. All your questions will be answered. While the movie wouldn't follow the books verbatim, and Hollywood rarely did, Duke adhered closely to the core themes and storyline of the original. By the afternoon, the crew moved to the Deeping Wall, and the elf army began to appear en masse. Since the crew's arrival, the elven models had been the center of attention. Like Hollywood at large, Duke's team included plenty of men and women attracted to the same sex, as well as women like Hannah Serena with a penchant for handsome men. Inevitably, these fit, attractive male actors became objects of admiration. That said, everyone knew Duke's boundaries and avoided causing trouble that would delay filming. Hollywood is what it is. Not even someone like Bill Gates could change the personal dynamics within this industry, let alone Duke, who had no intention of doing so. Trying to reform such a vast industry would be as futile as smashing an egg against a rock. Most of the issues in this circle weren't solvable simply by directing a good film. To be practical, movies are merely tools for directors to express their value. Dreaming of changing Hollywood, or the world, through cinema alone is nothing short of fantasy. The dawn of a new millennium passed quietly. There was no apocalypse. Other than watching the sunrise, Duke felt no particular emotions. Like a tightly wound clock, he continued his orderly work on the Lord of the Rings trilogy. The Battle of Helm's Deep gradually drew to a close after nearly half a month of shooting. Weta Workshop finally delivered a new gate for Helm's Deep, allowing the team to film the pivotal scene of the Uruk-hai breaching the fortress. This time, the gate was intentionally weak. When filming began, the stunt performers broke a hole in it after just 3 strikes. "This gate is too flimsy," Duke muttered after calling a stop. But it didn't matter. Since the old and new gates looked identical, earlier footage could be edited seamlessly into the final cut, a minor task during post-production. The Uruk-hai broke through, and Aragorn led the defenders in a desperate counterattack. On the big screen, this scene would undoubtedly be stirring and uplifting. This was the final scene at Helm's Deep, but Duke made several adjustments. He clarified that the horses were hidden inside Helm's Deep beforehand and increased the number of riders. Though this was a fantasy film, it would be too unrealistic for a dozen riders to charge out of Helm's Deep and easily cut down countless Uruk-hai. Duke expanded the interior of Helm's Deep, included elven survivors, and increased the cavalry to several dozen. Most of them would perish after charging out, with the protagonists surviving thanks to their sacrifices. Filming cavalry charges was tricky, but CGI would help augment the numbers. During filming, 20 riders were enough. By mid-January, the crew wrapped up the Battle of Helm's Deep and returned to Wellington. Duke had to leave New Zealand temporarily to visit Sydney, where he was overseeing the sequels to The Matrix as a producer. Chapter 368, Changes Must Be Made. Chapter 368, Chapter 368, Changes Must Be Made. On the first day of the new millennium in 2000, Warner Brothers and Duke Studios convened a grand press conference at the Hilton Hotel in Sydney to announce that the sequels to The Matrix were officially entering pre-production. Titled Reloaded and Revolutions, the two-part sequel would be produced through a simultaneous shoot. Although the director had been replaced, Zack Snyder's name was no stranger to Matrix fans. He was listed as an assistant director and executive producer in the previous installment. For those more familiar with Duke, they knew that Snyder was his most trusted deputy. In the eyes of regular fans, Duke continuing to direct would have been their ideal choice. If there had to be a change, then Zack Snyder was undoubtedly the best alternative. The media, however, didn't see it that way. In pursuit of sensational news, most outlets were pessimistic about the sequels, even predicting that Zack Snyder might ruin what was considered a landmark in the history of sci-fi films. The combined budget of $250 million for the two films added tremendous pressure on Snyder. "Now I truly understand why you suffer from insomnia," Zack Snyder said, looking visibly exhausted as he walked with Duke toward the soundstage at Fox Studios. "The pressure on a director during production is enormous. It's almost omnipresent, and I've been suffering from sleepless nights recently. You'll get used to it." Patting Snyder on the shoulder, Duke walked into the enormous soundstage and said, "If you can't adapt to working under immense pressure, it'll be difficult to achieve success in this industry." He gazed into the distance. "Zack, once you've achieved consistent success, you'll realize that intense pressure can also be a driving force." "I'm not as open-minded as you," Snyder replied with a smile. The two of them continued walking to the innermost part of the soundstage, stopping at the edge of a training area. Just like before the first movie's shoot, the entire cast had gathered in Sydney for a grueling, hellish training regimen. Inside the training area, the lead actors appeared more relaxed than they had a few years ago. Most of the original cast returned for the sequels. Keanu Reeves, Charlize Theron, Lawrence Fishburne, and Duke's longtime collaborator Hugo Weaving were all present, performing basic flexibility exercises with the assistance of their aides. Some changes had been made, however. For instance, the action coordinator was no longer Yuen Wu-ping. After the success of the first installment, Yuen Wu-ping became one of the most sought-after action choreographers in Hollywood. With the sequels in development, he was in a position to demand a sky-high fee, setting his price at $8 million for the two films and refusing to budge. He had the credentials to justify such a demand. The Matrix and Rush Hour were both smash hits, injecting new vitality into Hollywood's action scenes. Judging by the audience response to these films, Western viewers were thoroughly entertained by the dazzling fight choreography. Kung Fu became a buzzword in the North American film industry, a trend Hollywood was temporarily unable to address. Yuen Wu-ping was an exceptionally rare resource and had every reason to ask for a high price. However, Duke, Warner Brothers, and Zack Snyder were unwilling to pay such a steep price. The actors' salaries for the sequels were already exorbitant, and the crew had an alternative in mind. During the production of the first Matrix, Duke had been in contact with Tiger Chun and his colleagues through Jimmy Carter and Robin Grande. Tiger Chun was a young and ambitious talent with innovative ideas. His expertise extended beyond traditional kung fu, incorporating various close combat techniques that aligned more with Hollywood's evolving action style. For just one-third of Yuan Wu Ping's asking price, Warner Brothers secured Tiger Chun and some of his colleagues. Correspondingly, the fight scenes in Reloaded and Revolutions would undergo appropriate adjustments. While the choreography would retain a foundational element of kung fu, the more flamboyant and impractical aspects would be reduced. The action would aim for a cooler, sharper, and more direct approach. Duke's reasoning was simple. Kung Fu's lifespan in North America was inherently short. By the time the sequels, which required a lengthy production period, were ready for release, audiences might have grown tired of such styles. Thus, integrating different elements into the action sequences was essential to avoid aesthetic fatigue and align with Hollywood's future trends. As with technological advancements, stagnation in action choreography would only lead to obsolescence. These adjustments were relatively minor. In terms of the story, however, more significant changes were made. Much like the first installment, Duke decisively removed overly esoteric elements from the scripts. While Reloaded had been a box office success, the philosophical musings and cryptic storytelling had significantly constrained Revolution's market performance. Why did audiences embrace the series? Was it really, as critics suggested, because the films offered profound philosophical reflections? Duke and Zack Snyder knew the real reasons behind the series' popularity. "Hey, Duke." After the training session, Keanu Reeves approached, wiping sweat from his hands with a towel handed to him by an assistant. Shaking hands with Duke, he said, "It's great that we're working together again." "Yes, Keanu," Duke replied, patting his arm. "Looks like your training isn't too difficult." Reeves laughed. "The hardest part is already behind us." Pointing to his sweat-soaked training uniform, he added, "I'll go shower and change first. We'll talk later." Back in November, Zack Snyder had already arrived in Sydney. The project had been delayed until now, partly because of Keanu Reeves. Now a top-tier star, Reeves had gained considerable bargaining power in negotiations with Warner Brothers and Duke Studios. While the character Neo had earned him a Golden Raspberry nomination for Worst Actor, it had also elevated him into the ranks of Hollywood's elite actors. In Hollywood, actor salaries for sequels were often a significant headache. Studios rarely risked replacing lead actors due to the potential backlash from audiences. This dynamic gave actors considerable leverage, leading to escalating production costs. Reloaded and Revolutions were no exceptions. The average production cost for each film was $125 million, with a significant portion allocated to actor salaries. Keanu Reeves commanded a staggering $20 million per film, along with a 10% share of North American box office profits. Charlize Theron, the lead actress, earned an impressive $15 million, cementing her position as one of Hollywood's highest-paid female stars. This was an unavoidable reality. To mitigate these costs, Warner Brothers and Duke Studios sought to minimize profit-sharing agreements by increasing upfront payments. High salaries for top-tier actors were inevitable. Hollywood's A-list and super-A-list actors represented scarce resources within the film industry. Their appeal and influence were indispensable, akin to top directors like Duke and Spielberg or major studios. These individuals formed the apex of Hollywood's hierarchy. Without them, major studios wouldn't be willing to offer actors profit shares exceeding 25% in the future. In a highly commercialized society like Hollywood, those who reached the pinnacle of any industry were impossible to overlook. "Hello, Hugo. Didn't expect to see you again so soon." After greeting Hugo Weaving, Duke met Tiger Chun, who introduced a Hong Kong actor who would play the Oracle's guardian angel. Initially, Warner Brothers had considered Jet Li for this role. Known for his martial arts prowess, Jet Li was offered $3 million for the part, which involved limited screen time. Unexpectedly, he demanded a staggering $13 million. That figure rivaled the salaries of many A-list stars in commercial films. Warner Brothers and Duke Studios rejected the offer without hesitation, instead hiring a Hong Kong actor surnamed Zhou through Tiger Chun for just $200,000. The decision required no deliberation. After greeting the cast, Duke prepared to leave. Charlize Theron hurried over, looking flustered. "Duke," she called out, nearly running. "Do you have time? It's been so long since we had dinner together." "Sorry, Charlize." Duke sighed, glancing at Zack Snyder, who was waiting for him. "Zack and I need to meet with Warner's representatives and some sponsors." We'll have to postpone. What a pity. Charlize replied with visible disappointment. After a brief exchange, Duke headed for the exit. A dozen sponsors were waiting for him. Having contributed $30 million in advertising sponsorship for the films, Duke couldn't afford to miss the meeting. Once the sponsor meeting was over, Duke would fly to Los Angeles to attend a preparatory meeting for another project of great importance. That project was titled Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. The young wizard was about to embark on his journey. Chapter 369. Characters Make Actors. Chapter 369. Chapter 369. Characters Make Actors. Since the establishment of the Harry Potter studio, after long-term hype and publicity, the Harry Potter series has blossomed brilliantly in Europe and the United States. Just as many book critics have commented, the books may not possess significant literary value but are highly aligned with market demands. The dreamlike storyline not only captivates minors, but also profoundly influences young adults. All feedback from the market data indicates that the time has come to adapt this series into films. Although waiting a few more years for further fermentation might yield better results, the Harry Potter studio has invested significant funds and resources into the series. Capital, by nature, exists to seek profits. From Duke Studio to Warner Brothers, everyone is eager to see returns as soon as possible. Following the initiation of Reloaded and The Matrix Revolutions, the film adaptation of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone has also been put on the agenda. Duke flew back to Los Angeles from Sydney to finalize several critical matters regarding the film. As a future investor and producer, and a top director who has repeatedly proven his vision in filmmaking, Time Warner Group strongly insisted on Duke's involvement in the planning and production of this series. Another key figure in the series, Joanne Rowling, also traveled from London to Los Angeles. When Duke met the inspirational single-mother author again, he noticed a complete transformation in her temperament. The cautiousness of the past was entirely gone, replaced by visible confidence and shrewdness. Anyone with Rowling's current fame would undergo such a change. Rowling's transformation stemmed from her relentless efforts and, more importantly, opportunity. She could be seen as the publishing industry's new top star, created by Time Warner Group's massive media resources. "Joe, you look even more beautiful." Entering the Harry Potter studio in the Warner Building, Duke shook hands with Joanne Rowling and then greeted Doug Walter, Robin Grant, and others before sitting beside Tina Fey in adjacent seats. Those present would form the core decision-making team for Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, deciding matters from investment to directorial appointments. Among them, the person whose influence had grown the most was Joanne Rowling. This was entirely natural. Like Duke in the past, increasing status and influence naturally brought power. Even if Duke and Warner did not intend to follow her opinions, they still needed to offer appropriate respect. Rowling and Warner had an unspoken agreement on certain matters, such as their persistent hope that Duke would direct this series. Duke. Joanne Rowling made no effort to hide her thoughts. "I believe you are the most suitable choice for director." Doug Walter immediately echoed. "You know, Duke, this has always been my opinion." "Joe, Doug, you've both seen my schedule. I'm directing the Lord of the Rings trilogy and producing Reloaded and The Matrix Revolutions." Before Duke could finish, Doug Walter interjected, "And you must be the producer for Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone." If possible, Doug Walter would want Duke to produce every Warner Brothers film. Human energy is limited. Duke spread his hands helplessly. "I can't devote all my energy to Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. Besides, I'm not suited to family-friendly genres." Of all his arguments, the last one was the most convincing. Joanne Rowling and Doug Walter exchanged glances, temporarily falling silent. As the production manager responsible for the crew, Robin Grant timely interjected, "I think I have a say in this. I've worked with Duke since Speed, and his style indeed doesn't suit family-friendly films. You've all seen my films." Duke tacitly picked up. "If I were to make Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone a PG-13 film, it would inevitably cause many problems." Doug Walter frowned and sighed. "Duke, you're the director we have the most confidence in." The discussion had already indicated a clear direction. None of the participants were foolish. Duke had never made a G or PG-rated film, and even his PG-13 films were rare. Most of his released works were R-rated. For a work like Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, classification was critical. Rowling, what's your opinion? Doug Walter looked at Joanne Rowling. Jeff Robinoff, who had confirmed his transfer to Time Warner as an executive president at the end of his term, aimed to compete for the CEO position. Duke and Rowling were his most crucial supports. It's truly regrettable that Duke can't direct. Joanne Rowling thought for a moment before saying, I think Spielberg would be a great choice. Spielberg's two career-defining films were typical family-friendly movies. Looking across Hollywood, Spielberg was indeed highly suitable for Harry Potter, but Duke didn't want to see him in the director's chair. I oppose. Duke, not just a director but also a businessman, immediately provided a reason convincing enough for Warner to abandon Spielberg. DreamWorks is facing significant challenges, and Spielberg has been searching for suitable projects to save it. What if he demands a share in the film's investment? This wouldn't affect Rowling but could influence him and Warner Brothers. Without much consideration, Doug Walter sided with Duke. Joe, I think we need to be cautious. Joanne Rowling wasn't naive. Sitting beside her, her agent Timely offered a reminder. She quickly realized this involved Hollywood's internal power struggle and didn't insist on her opinion. The production budget is as high as $130 million. Such a figure was enough to make anyone cautious. Directors without sufficient credentials wouldn't even be considered. Robin Grant said, we need a director with enough successful experience to helm the project. Let me recommend someone. Duke naturally remembered the name of the director from before. Does everyone still remember the Home Alone series? Doug Walter immediately caught on. You mean Chris Columbus? Duke nodded. He's Hollywood's most successful family-friendly director of the 1990s. This was merely a suggestion. Without thorough evaluation and negotiation, neither Duke nor Warner would be foolish enough to finalize a director immediately. After all, proposing someone was one thing. Chris Columbus accepting was another. Finalizing the director for a production of such scale couldn't be settled with just a few words. Subsequently, Warner executives suggested Tim Robbins and Brad Silberling, director of Casper, who were also listed as candidates for evaluation. After determining the investment amount and identifying directors for consideration, the meeting moved to another critical yet contentious topic: filming locations. The primary dispute lay between Rowling and the Harry Potter studio. I insist that the film be shot in the UK. Joanne Rowling's stance was firm. And the main roles must be played by British actors. Duke glanced at the frowning Doug Walter and understood this wasn't the first disagreement on the matter. Doug Walter looked at Duke, clearly hoping he could persuade Joanne Rowling. To be honest, Duke didn't care much about Rowling's demands. With such a huge budget, filming in Australia, New Zealand, or Canada could save a significant amount through tax incentives. As for insisting on British actors for the main roles, it must be said that while literature and film have no boundaries, authors and directors certainly do. Duke didn't care whether the actors were British. Harry Potter is a typical series where the characters make the actors. Once the series concludes, the main actor's value would plummet, and they'd likely never escape the labels imposed by the series. The former child actors did leave a deep impression, but the series could do without any of them. Even without Daniel Radcliffe or Emma Watson, Harry Potter would still be Harry Potter. Moreover, the actors chosen by J.K. Rowling ultimately didn't age well. Including the three leads, most of them grew up to be examples of Hollywood child stars who became less appealing as adults. That wasn't the main issue, though. As their age increased, the acting skills of the three leads not only failed to improve but seemed to decline continuously. Leaving aside Daniel Radcliffe and Rupert Grint, even Emma Watson, who had been highly regarded by countless people, displayed hardly any acting talent. By the later stages, many were begging someone to teach them how to act properly. Recalling the three leads, Duke suddenly thought that Emma Watson was essentially the British version of Natalie Portman. Her reputation in the media had always been positive, but a careful observer couldn't miss how many boyfriends she'd had and how frequently they changed, a rate well above Hollywood's average standards. In this circle, the so-called noble and pure goddesses were often nothing more than fan-created fantasies. Duke believed that if he had stayed in Los Angeles for a few more years, he would undoubtedly witness more juicy scandals about Emma Watson. As for her acting career, it would either continue its downward spiral or she would resort to taking off her clothes to seek a career transformation. Hollywood's youth idols were all destined to take this path. Some succeeded, and some failed. However, given the deep Hermione imprint on Emma Watson and her atrociously bad acting, unless a miracle occurred, the highest point in her life would always remain as Hermione Granger. These thoughts quickly flashed through Duke's mind. Turning to J.K. Rowling, he considered her request for the film to be shot in the UK. He could agree, but empty words alone held no convincing power. Chapter 370, a major war film. Chapter 370, Chapter 370, a major war film. First, there's the issue of accents. In my setting, most of the main characters are British. As everyone, including Duke, turned to look at her, J.K. Rowling pondered for a moment before saying slowly, "Accents can be adjusted, but we will undoubtedly use a large number of underage actors, and that will be a huge undertaking." Neither Duke nor Doug Walter was moved. They continued looking at Rowling. Compared to the benefits brought by tax rebates, such tasks were negligible. J.K. Rowling gradually realized the crux of the issue. She turned to discuss briefly with her agent and then said, "If my demands can be met, I'm willing to lower my share of the film's profit by 1 percentage point." The conference room immediately fell silent. Duke frowned, seemingly unsure of the truth in her statement. When he looked at Doug Walter, the latter also glanced back at him, and the two exchanged a silent communication with their eyes. 1 percentage point of profit share didn't sound like much, but don't forget, this was the Harry Potter series. Although the novels had already become hugely popular, J.K. Rowling couldn't possibly realize what that 1 percentage point represented. Of course, Doug Walter didn't fully grasp it either, so by the end of the meeting, no agreement had been reached on the matter. Warner Brothers had already made a massive investment in the series, and every decision was approached cautiously. Like Duke, J.K. Rowling didn't have a halo of irrationality. This issue would undoubtedly require lengthy negotiations, and the film was still some time away from officially beginning pre-production. Duke instructed Tina Fey to monitor developments while he continued deliberating on Rowling's offer. Compared to the incentives offered by tax rebate locations, Rowling's concessions had already become much more enticing. Leaving the Warner Brothers building, Duke continued contemplating Rowling's words. After the car started, a memory suddenly struck him. He seemed to recall from his previous life that Rowling had made significant concessions to Warner Brothers to keep the Harry Potter production in the UK. While he couldn't remember the specifics, anything that could sway Warner Brothers must have been substantial. Afterward, Duke headed to his Duke studio. Since Warner Brothers had taken a stake in the studio, it had increasingly become more of an investment entity. Duke harbored no grand ambitions. He knew he lacked the operational capacity for such aspirations. While he now had some capital, it was exceedingly difficult to change the power dynamics of Hollywood giants in this era. Currently, Duke's studio had 3 major projects: The Lord of the Rings trilogy, Mission Impossible 2, and the 2 sequels to The Matrix. For a mid-sized film studio, this was nearly its operational limit. Modern big-budget commercial films required ever-increasing promotional expenditures, making it harder to turn a profit solely through box office revenue. One of Duke's studio's critical roles was to use a range of legal methods to maximize ancillary revenue and avoid the crippling tax burden. Even though the studio was registered in Delaware, the United States was still a tax-heavy country, and the tax rate was daunting. After conveying his thoughts to Tina Fey, Duke tasked her with negotiating further with J.K. Rowling and Warner Brothers. He himself traveled the next day to Cupertino in the San Francisco Bay Area, heading to Apple's headquarters. Duke was there to attend Apple's shareholder meeting. Rumor had it that, after years of restructuring, Steve Jobs would unveil an exciting new product at the meeting. Of course, Duke wasn't naive enough to think it would be the iPhone. During Apple's darkest years, Duke had acquired 6.5% of the company's shares through the stock market, shareholder transactions, and financing. Although Apple was far from its future glory, Steve Jobs' return had already brought about significant positive changes. The most notable was the concept prototype of a portable multifunctional digital multimedia player, the iPod, which Jobs unveiled at the shareholder meeting. Apple was gradually approaching a turning point, though countless challenges still lay ahead. Afterward, Duke had a brief meeting with Steve Jobs. The two merely exchanged a few words, as someone as obsessive as Jobs wouldn't easily be swayed by others. Likewise, Duke didn't flaunt his limited IT knowledge in front of him. This was merely a typical conversation between a CEO and a shareholder. Duke planned to hold on to Apple's stock for the long term while remaining cautious of Jobs, who disliked seeing any single shareholder gain too much influence and wanted Apple's voice to solely reflect his own. In the business world, intrigue was everywhere. Although Duke had invested in Apple, this was a realistic world, and things wouldn't always go as he wished. A successful person could be proud, but not so arrogant as to lose their way. While Duke was conversing with Steve Jobs, Michael Bay, in a villa in the San Francisco Bay Area, welcomed a heavyweight guest. "Hello, Mr. Ovitz." Michael Bay escorted Michael Ovitz into the living room, maintaining a respectful demeanor toward the renowned Hollywood figure. "I just received your call this morning. I didn't expect you to come over so quickly." The two had already communicated extensively in advance. Michael Ovitz asked directly, "Bay, have you made up your mind?" "Like many others, I'm eager for you to take charge of management," Michael Bay said. Then, with a sudden change in tone, he asked curiously, "Are you sure I'll get the director position?" Michael Ovitz smiled confidently. "Ben Affleck and Josh Hartnett are both signed with me. I've also secured the lead actress and key department heads under my talent management company. While I haven't signed a formal agreement with Touchstone Pictures yet, this project will undoubtedly be under my control." He stopped there, and Michael Bay appeared contemplative. In truth, Ovitz had essentially finalized the deal with Touchstone Pictures. Otherwise, he wouldn't have personally approached Bay to poach him. Ovitz's first package project since his return hadn't been a major success, but Godzilla had grossed $400 million worldwide and generated considerable revenue through DVD and video sales, making the project ultimately profitable. Although Sony Columbia Pictures decided not to proceed with a sequel due to Godzilla's poor reception in North America, its profitability added another feather to Ovitz's cap. Even though Ovitz had left Disney as a perceived failure, he could still strike deals with Touchstone Pictures under favorable conditions. He had already assembled a rough team for the project, waiting only for the director to be confirmed. Michael Bay and his team were Ovitz's top choice, but joining the project required Bay to leave William Morris and join Ovitz's talent management company. "I don't have much time, Michael," Ovitz reminded him. "The film's budget is $140 million, and Touchstone Pictures plans to release it during next year's Memorial Day weekend. Time is tight, and I need to finalize the director quickly." Bay had deliberated on this for a long time, but remained undecided. He coveted the director's position, knowing the film's subject matter suited his style perfectly. He also wanted to prove he was just as good as another director with a similar approach. Leaving William Morris to join Ovitz's company, was it worth it? Ovitz timely added, "My goal is to build a new CAA." A new CAA? Had anyone else said this, Bay wouldn't have believed it. But standing before him was the creator of CAA's golden era, the once mighty king of CAA. Not skilled in screenwriting, Bay recalled the grand bombing scenes in the script. His heart raced with excitement. The film's theme and scenes aligned perfectly with his preferences and style. The war epic Pearl Harbor, slated for Memorial Day release, might be Bay's best chance to surpass Duke Rosenberg in the war film genre. Touchstone Pictures had already set the massive war film in motion and was collaborating extensively with Ovitz's talent management agency. While Bay was still discussing and hesitating, another actor confirmed for the project in Los Angeles had already decided to leave ICM and her agent, Nancy Josephson, to join Ovitz's agency. "Sorry, Nancy." In a quiet CAF, Kate Beckinsale looked at Nancy Josephson, her soon-to-be former agent, and said, "This opportunity is too important for me to pass up." "It seems you've made up your mind," Nancy said calmly. In Hollywood, it wasn't unusual for A-list actors to change agents, let alone someone like Beckinsale, who was just beginning to gain recognition. Considering Ovitz's influence, Nancy wasn't surprised or upset. Standing up first, she said, "Best of luck becoming a leading star, Kate." "Thank you." Kate Beckinsale responded with a reserved yet confident smile. Chapter 371. The Competitor Among Imitators. Chapter 371. Chapter 371. The Competitor Among Imitators. It's Pearl Harbor. On a terrace of the Duke's Manor facing the sea, Duke sipped his afternoon tea and remarked to Nancy Josephson, who held a cup of coffee. So, even you can have people poach your clients? Michael Ovitz may no longer be with CAA, but his influence is still formidable, Nancy Josephson replied with a calm demeanor. Don't forget, this is a leading role in a major A-list production. Even if it were me, I would have made the same choice. So, you agreed to terminate the contract? Actor jumping between agents was commonplace, but dumped agents often resorted to some behind-the-scenes tactics. The most typical example in Duke's memory was Tom Cruise and Pat Kingsley. Just an insignificant actress. Nancy set down her coffee cup, and Tina Fey, seated on the other side, promptly refilled it for her. After expressing her thanks, Nancy continued to Duke. Initially, I thought she had a decent appearance and some potential, maybe enough to mold her into a secondary-tier vase actress, but she shook her head. Her performance in Critical Emergency was so poor. I believe the resources required to promote her wouldn't be worth the future returns. Nancy suddenly laughed. Though your acting skills are abysmal, I trust your judgment when it comes to evaluating actors. Since you think she's not worth investing in, I believe her future accomplishments will be extremely limited. Hey, darling. Duke lightly tapped the porcelain teacup, producing a crisp sound, and asked, is that a compliment or an insult? Take it however you like. Nancy opened a sugar jar, added 2 cubes to her coffee, and said, just like say, ICM also has evaluation standards. Our assessment of Kate Beckinsale was merely a C. Thinking about Kate Beckinsale's future, aside from starring in Pearl Harbor and then Van Helsing, barely squeezing into the second tier, most of her other time was spent struggling to be categorized as a second-tier star. If memory serves, she didn't play any significant roles in first-tier productions thereafter. Her most notable films were small-budget B-movies, with North American box office revenues hovering around $50 million. Agents might be furious when fired by megastars like Tom Cruise, but for a minor player like her, few would care enough to retaliate. For someone like this, it wasn't worth emulating Pat Kingsley's collaboration with Paramount to take down Tom Cruise. Nancy Josephson wasn't a particularly magnanimous person. Adding milk to her coffee, she stirred it and said, Touchstone Pictures has reached a package deal with Michael Ovitz. Robert Iger is working with him? Duke frowned slightly. Though no longer collaborating with Walt Disney, Duke maintained contact with Robert Iger. You've been in Australia too long. You're out of the loop, Nancy said as she lifted her coffee cup. Due to conflicts with Michael Eisner, Robert Iger lost his position as CEO of Touchstone Pictures. The current head is one of Eisner's confidants. After a moment's thought, Duke said, so Michael Eisner and Michael Ovitz are collaborating again? The two had been at odds at Disney, practically like fire and water, leading to Michael Ovitz's greatest career defeat. Ovitz is no longer a Disney executive, so his conflicts with Eisner have come to an end, Nancy explained briefly, knowing Duke would quickly piece it together. Duke, don't forget, Ovitz was the one who introduced package services to Hollywood and achieved repeated success. Even though Godzilla was crushed by You're the Matrix, it still generated enough profit. Michael Ovitz's abilities in this area are trusted by any film company, she added. Duke nodded. In the face of anticipated profits, personal grudges were trivial. Who's directing? Duke asked. Michael Bay, Nancy Josephson said after setting down her coffee cup. Reliable sources say Ovitz has reached an agreement with Bay, and the little explosion maniac is about to leave William Morris for Ovitz's camp. It seemed everything was aligning with Duke's memory. As Duke pondered this, Nancy reminded him, there's something you must pay attention to. The production budget for Pearl Harbor is as high as $140 million, and it's likely to be released during next year's Memorial Day weekend. Oh, Duke raised an eyebrow. For a film depicting the attack on Pearl Harbor, the best release date was undoubtedly the weekend before Memorial Day. Disney and Michael Ovitz were simply making the most logical choice. But Nancy emphasized it because Duke had planned for The Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring to release on the same date. Among summer release weekends, there were also ranks. The best slots included the first 2 weekends of May, Memorial Day weekend, Independence Day weekend, and a few others. After some thought, Duke said to Tina Fey, discuss this with Warner Brothers. Tina Fey nodded and asked, we'll avoid changing the date as much as possible. Duke replied. He never shied away from competition, especially against Pearl Harbor. If anyone should change dates, it should be Pearl Harbor. Michael Ovitz is ambitious and determined to build a new agency empire, Nancy said, then mentioned a name deliberately. Martin Bob joined him after leaving CAA. While history shows Martin Bob may not be a qualified decision-maker, he's an excellent supporting player. Hearing this almost forgotten name, Duke sipped his tea and said, would ICM, William Morris, and CAA allow a new company to share the pie? Of course not, Nancy Josephson said matter-of-factly. So, ICM and CAA teamed up to thwart Ovitz's collaboration with Paramount Pictures. Duke looked at her inquisitively, and Nancy confirmed, Michael Ovitz tried to package Paramount's latest Star Trek film, but I and Eno Martin intercepted it. Nancy sighed. Still, Ovitz's influence is formidable. After losing Star Trek, he persuaded Universal Pictures with a new racing project, which will soon enter formal pre-production. Racing? Universal Pictures? Duke racked his brain for related films and finally remembered something after a while. Do you know the project's name? He asked. Nancy shook her head. Universal has temporarily given it the code name Speed. Oh, and James Cameron is somewhat involved. Doesn't Cameron dislike Michael Ovitz? Duke asked in surprise. Cameron isn't directly involved in the project, Nancy quickly clarified, realizing her earlier statement was misleading. He only recommended a female lead from a TV series he produced. Although Anna Prince was temporarily overseeing matters in New Zealand, Duke couldn't stay in Los Angeles for long. Over the next 2 days, he frequently met with Warner Brothers executives and had 2 discussions with Jeff Robinoff, primarily concerning the Matrix sequels, The Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring marketing, and the filming locations for Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. The Harry Potter series was the first to be settled. With J.K. Rowling proactively making concessions and Duke mediating, Warner Brothers finally agreed after a few days that Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone would be filmed entirely in the UK. Duke's enthusiasm stemmed from Rowling's concession on one point. In Hollywood, profit always came first. Although Duke admired Rowling's sacrifice to keep the project in her homeland, he wouldn't let emotions dictate commercial decisions. Next were the 2 sequels to The Matrix. Zack Snyder wouldn't have the same level of directorial authority as Duke, but thanks to Duke, Snyder's voice in the project was much stronger than that of typical rookie directors. Finally, there was the release date for The Fellowship of the Ring. Duke's stance is clear, Tina Fey said, displaying her sharp and capable demeanor among Warner Brothers executives. We must avoid changing the Fellowship of the Ring release date unless absolutely necessary. I agree with Duke, Doug Walter firmly stated. We have no reason to fear competition from Pearl Harbor. Nancy Josephson slowly added, if Duke were to back down, it would harm his reputation. Although the Fellowship of the Ring release date hadn't been officially announced, related information leaking later wouldn't be unusual. Following her comment, Warner Brothers executives fell silent. They could disregard Nancy's opinion, but they couldn't overlook Duke's feelings. Duke had become deeply tied to Warner Brothers. The idea that the explosion master fears the little explosion man would be humiliating not only to Duke, but also to Warner Brothers leadership. More importantly, Duke was a guaranteed moneymaker for Warner Brothers. Did they really need to worry about competition from an imitator? We're staying put, Jeff Robinoff declared. Announce the Fellowship of the Ring release date and see how Disney and Michael Ovitz react. Doug Walter and others smiled knowingly. They had no reason to back down. Chapter 372, The Mountain Named Duke. Chapter 372, Chapter 372, The Mountain Named Duke. After staying in Los Angeles for 5 days, Duke returned to New Zealand, leaving Tina Fey in the City of Angels to continue discussions with Warner Brothers and promptly relay the latest updates to Wellington. Given the performance of his past works during the summer blockbuster season, if The Lord of the Rings were to clash directly with Pearl Harbor, it would not be him who would be truly worried. At Universal Studios headquarters in Universal City, Martin Bob and Michael Ovitz walked into a large conference room one after another. This was the preparation meeting for a package project they had already signed a formal contract for. As the CEO of Universal Pictures and one of the founders of CAA, Ron Meyer had performed exceptionally well in the film industry, far surpassing Michael Ovitz, even though his accomplishments as an agent were quite average. Although Universal Pictures decided to collaborate with the artist management company, Ron Meyer and Michael Ovitz's relationship had fractured years ago. Despite not letting personal feelings excessively interfere with work, Meyer only showed up briefly at the meeting and then left. On one hand, it was due to his relationship with Michael Ovitz. On the other, it was because the film's budget was only $38 million. Everything in Hollywood has become standardized. This preparatory meeting was no different from others. After a brief round of greetings, Martin Bob introduced the main cast of the film to Universal Pictures representatives. The first actor he introduced was a bald man. This is Mr. Vin Diesel. He will play Dominic Toretto. After briefly mentioning his resume, Martin Bob went on to introduce the rest of the main cast one by one. This is Paul Walker. This is Ms. Michelle Rodriguez. This is Ms. Jessica Alba. The representatives from Universal Pictures were, of course, already familiar with the cast. This was merely a standard procedure during the preparation meeting. After Martin Bob's introductions, another routine activity followed, the cast reading the script. As the four leads read through the condensed main storyline, Michael Ovitz kept frowning as if troubled by something significant. To Martin Bob, who knew him well, it seemed as though Ovitz's mind was elsewhere. With a production budget of just $38 million, this was merely a straightforward action-packed popcorn flick. Under normal circumstances, recovering the investment wouldn't be too difficult. Michael Ovitz himself had little to worry about. Instead, his focus was on a much more significant concern, a massive war epic with a budget of $140 million. The reason was simple. He had received news that Duke Rosenberg's new project had also secured next year's Memorial Day weekend release slot. Michael, a sudden voice interrupted Ovitz's thoughts. He looked up to see the film's producer, Clayton Bellinger, who said, "The film's title has been officially confirmed as The Fast and the Furious. What do you think?" "No problem. This was just a small project." Michael Ovitz nodded without hesitation. Throughout the entire meeting, Ovitz appeared distracted, leaving the work entirely to Martin Bob while he remained deep in thought. As soon as the meeting concluded, Ovitz called Martin Bob to leave Universal Studios and headed straight to the Disney headquarters in Burbank to discuss the more important project, Pearl Harbor. Instead of visiting Touchstone Pictures, they went directly to Michael Eisner's office. In the face of a $140 million investment, past personal conflicts seemed trivial. When they met, neither Michael Eisner nor Michael Ovitz brought up their past grievances. The discussion revolved solely around Pearl Harbor and its potential clash with The Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring. The Lord of the Rings series is considered one of the most difficult works to adapt. In the chairman's reception room, a young executive from Walt Disney Studios remarked, "All previous film adaptations related to it have failed, and this one may not succeed either." Before he could finish speaking, he noticed everyone in the room staring at him as if he were an idiot. Michael Ovitz shook his head slightly, clearly dismissive of the young executive's opinion. He recognized the man as John Disney, Roy Disney's most cherished youngest son. No wonder the Disney family had declined to this point. Ovitz could only sigh inwardly. Am I wrong? Relying on his status as a direct descendant of the Disney family, John Disney had entered management immediately after graduation, despite his lack of experience. Worse, he seemed unaware that Disney was no longer the Disney family's company. Raising his voice, he continued, "From what I've heard, a large number of Lord of the Rings fans have protested in Wellington several times. This film clearly lacks support. Why do you think it will outperform our Pearl Harbor?" "We shouldn't. Because its director is Duke Rosenberg." A cold voice interrupted John Disney. Michael Eisner's stern gaze swept over him. "That reason alone makes it worthy of Disney's attention." Ignoring the pampered scion, Eisner turned to his old friend Ovitz. "What's your opinion?" Michael Ovitz didn't answer immediately. Instead, he looked at Michael Bay, who had arrived earlier. When Eisner mentioned Duke Rosenberg's name, Bay's expression grew grim. Nobody wants to be labeled a copycat or second best. Michael Bay was no exception, and he longed to compete head-on. However, unlike John Disney, Bay knew his voice carried little weight in determining whether to change the release date. Remaining silent was the wisest choice. Michael Ovitz withdrew his gaze, still pondering. Over the years, even during the most competitive release windows, he had never feared any rival. Now, He had to carefully weigh the pros and cons. A competitor with such a strong market appeal could be counted on one hand, not just in Hollywood but worldwide. While The Lord of the Rings was notoriously hard to adapt, all previous attempts had failed. Yet when paired with Duke Rosenberg as its director, Ovitz felt everything could be different. Should the release date be changed or not? Ovitz found it hard to decide. If changed, could another date match the significance of Memorial Day weekend for Pearl Harbor? If not, could Pearl Harbor hold its ground against The Lord of the Rings, the Fellowship of the Ring? Unconsciously, Ovitz's thoughts centered solely on whether Pearl Harbor could withstand The Lord of the Rings. He never once considered it might triumph. He looked again at Michael Bay, whose long face bore traces of discontent. Seeing the frustration on Bay's face, Ovitz gradually made up his mind. If Michael Bay was destined to be seen as the second explosive maniac, so be it. Ovitz didn't believe Bay could surpass Duke Rosenberg anytime soon. Although Ovitz longed to redeem himself after the failure of Godzilla, he wouldn't let such desires cloud his judgment. "I believe changing the release date is the wise choice," he said slowly. The room fell silent. Michael Eisner remained expressionless, but Michael Bay's frustration deepened, and Martin Bob's eyes flashed with anger. "I agree," Eisner finally said. At this, Disney's other top executives visibly relaxed, clearly relieved to avoid pitting their big production against the summer blockbuster madman's work. For reasons he couldn't explain, Ovitz suddenly felt a weight lift from his chest. Days of anxiety vanished in an instant. After thinking for a moment, he couldn't help but smile wryly. The pressure from Duke Rosenberg's films was truly immense. Though Pearl Harbor would lose its Memorial Day weekend release, avoiding direct competition with Rosenberg's work might be a blessing in disguise. This thought surfaced unbidden in Ovitz's mind. "Since we're changing the release date," Eisner said, "let's quickly decide on a new one to align with Disney's promotional plans." He signaled to his assistant, who promptly distributed a document to everyone present. Looking at the summer release schedule for next year, Ovitz smirked slightly. His old friend Eisner appeared calm, as if unconcerned, but the document revealed otherwise. He was just as wary of clashing with Duke Rosenberg's film. Disney's distribution chief, Cook Dick, spoke up. "The first weekend in May is Universal's The Mummy Returns. The second weekend features Paramount's war epic Enemy at the Gates. The third weekend is DreamWorks' animated film Shrek. Then comes Memorial Day weekend. After that, Paramount's Tomb Raider releases, followed by your project, The Fast and the Furious." "I think Pearl Harbor should still open in May," Ovitz interrupted. "But May weekends are already crowded." Cook Dick hesitated. "While Shrek targets a different audience, wouldn't releasing Pearl Harbor the weekend before Duke's film be too close?" "No, you misunderstood me." Ovitz shook his head. "I mean the weekend of Enemy at the Gates." "Why?" This time, the question came from John Disney. "Both are World War II films with overlapping audiences. Because Pearl Harbor is an American film, and Enemy at the Gates is European," Ovitz replied. Chapter 373, Avoidance. Chapter 373, Chapter 373, Avoidance. $70 million. That's the production cost of Enemy at the Gates. The film also features rising stars Rachel Weisz and Jude Law, seemingly brimming with star power. However, after the clash of Godzilla and The Matrix, Michael Ovitz deeply realized one thing. The North American film market is far more xenophobic than he had imagined. A World War II film about Soviets versus one about the attack on Pearl Harbor. Which would American audiences choose? Although Disney still needs an evaluation before confirming whether Pearl Harbor will be released on that weekend, Michael Ovitz was certain that Disney would make the same decision he would. Leaving the meeting room, Michael Ovitz walked out of Disney's building alongside Michael Bay. It was evident that Michael Bay had some reservations about changing Pearl Harbor's release date. It wasn't hard to guess what was on the mind of this long-faced director. Michael Bay was a director he had just signed, incredibly important to the artist management company. While they had a top-tier director like Martin Scorsese, known for his reputation, Scorsese's films lacked strong commercial appeal, offering limited assistance to the company's integrated packaging services. Unlike Martin Scorsese, Michael Bay was not only hailed as a little explosion maniac, but also shared a commercial style similar to Duke Rosenberg's, heavily skewed towards the commercial spectrum. Even Ovitz couldn't deny that packaging commercial films yielded far greater profits than other genres. In any case, Ovitz held Michael Bay in high regard. "Don't worry, you'll face him head-on one day." As they stepped out of Disney's building and waited for the car, Ovitz said to Michael Bay, "Don't forget, he also has a film coming out next summer. If Pearl Harbor can outperform The Lord of the Rings in both box office and reviews, it'll be enough to prove your worth." Michael Bay nodded solemnly, filled with confidence. While Michael Bay envisioned shaking off his second-place label next summer, far away in New Zealand, Duke had once again returned to filming. Back in Wellington, after reviewing the footage shot by Anna Prince, Duke split tasks with her again. Anna went to film the scenes of Aragorn, Gimli, and Legolas summoning the army of the dead, while Duke arrived in the small town of Nelson. Near the completed set at a mining site, he began shooting scenes related to Minas Tirith. Much like Helm's Deep, the White City was constructed with various models, including a miniature one specifically used for wide-angle shots. The scorching summer had passed. Under the clear skies of New Zealand's autumn, fully armored Gondorian soldiers stood in neat rows atop temporary city walls, staring straight ahead, as if the Orc army was truly just beneath the walls. Of course, there was no Orc army. Opposite them stood about 20 crew members holding a rather jarring assortment of props, bloodied heads of Gondorian soldiers. Sitting under a large sunshade, Duke received confirmation from all departments that they were ready. He gestured to the clapperboard operator. The clapperboard was placed in front of the camera lens. Scene 413, shot 29. Action. The crew members had been prepared. Following a unified command and after several rehearsals, they threw the silicone-made, bloodied heads in sequence. The heads drew irregular arcs over the soldiers on the front walls, landing among the formations behind. Startled Gondorian soldiers raised their shields to block, but as they realized the heads belonged to their comrades, expressions of fear gradually appeared on their faces. Cut. Duke moved away from the monitor. "This one's good." The Gondorian soldiers needed to regroup before other scenes could be filmed. Duke patiently waited. This was a common occurrence during filming. Lengthy preparations often led to just a few brief shots. Nonetheless, the film's overall progress was much faster than planned. This was primarily due to the extensive and thorough pre-production planning, coupled with Duke's constant involvement in preparations. Without this groundwork, shooting such a complex, grand trilogy would have been impossible. Sitting under the sunshade, Duke watched the assistant directors instruct extras to realign. Most of these Gondorian soldiers were not actors or even extras. Apart from a few characters appearing in close-ups, the rest were borrowed from New Zealand's military. This was another significant factor contributing to the film's smooth production. From the military to tax policies to management of exterior locations, various entities provided tremendous support to the crew. Light footsteps came from behind. Casually dressed Ivanka Trump climbed the stairs and walked up to the platform where Duke was seated. "Tina's busy?" Duke glanced back at her. Ivanka had just stepped away to take a call from Tina Fey. She passed along a few messages. Disney has changed Pearl Harbor's release date, moving it 2 weekends earlier. Hearing this, Ivanka's eyes revealed genuine admiration. Having grown up in a business family and influenced by her father, she deeply respected successful people. She wasn't a movie enthusiast, but understood that Disney had already completed its initial transition into a media conglomerate. For such a giant to proactively adjust plans for a director highlighted how powerful and successful he was. During her 2 stints with the crew, Ivanka realized that Duke's achievements weren't due to luck. Not in the slightest. Even if one focuses solely on his success in films, his business acumen shattered any misconception of mediocrity. Initially, Ivanka thought of him as just a highly accomplished director. However, after frequently taking over as his assistant when Tina Fey returned to North America, she began handling some of his investment-related affairs. She discovered that Duke's achievements in business were astounding. She hadn't calculated everything precisely, but based on the documents she handled in December last year, his IT stock investments alone had earned him at least $200 million in profits after being flipped. Money, to someone of her background, often felt like just a game of numbers. However, this numerical game represented success and failure. Since deciding to enter the business world, Ivanka had never entertained the thought of failure. A director who could repeatedly succeed in film and achieve impressive results in business was exceedingly rare globally. Narrowing this criterion to individuals around 30 years old, he was likely the only one. Admiring someone like this was almost inevitable. To her, this young director appeared diligent, steadfast, confident, elegant, cheerful, talented, tall, handsome, brave. Unconsciously, Ivanka found herself attributing every praiseworthy quality to Duke. For a young woman like her, a mature, successful man was often the most worship-worthy figure. Unaware of his temporary assistant's thoughts, Duke remained focused on his work. I recall Doug mentioning that May is a crowded release window. More precisely, the entirety of May and the summer season were jam-packed. Finding a weekend with weak competition was nearly impossible. Which film is Pearl Harbor clashing with? Ivanka snapped back to her senses and answered earnestly. Originally, Paramount's Enemy at the Gates was scheduled for that weekend. However, after Disney announced its change, Paramount also adjusted its schedule, moving the film to March. They're smart, Duke remarked, exhaling lightly. His concern shifted to matters related to himself. For Memorial Day weekend next year, which major blockbusters are slated to release? After the release date of The Lord of the Rings' first installment was leaked, not just Pearl Harbor, but several other big-budget films also adjusted their schedules. Memorial Day weekend now has no first-tier or even second-tier competitors. Ivanka looked at Duke again. His success and strength had reached the point where competitors voluntarily avoided him. If nothing unexpected happens, the weekend before us has DreamWorks' animated Shrek, and the weekend after has Paramount's Tomb Raider. Both films were competitive, but Duke didn't mind much. This was the fiercely contested summer season. It was unrealistic for any film to release without competition. Entering the summer season meant more audiences, but also extremely fierce market competition. Could there even be commercial activities without competition in today's society? There's more. Taking advantage of the shooting break, Ivanka continued. Tom Cruise has officially sent an invitation for you to attend the premiere of Mission Impossible 2 in May. After a brief thought, Duke replied, "Tell him I'll attend." After all, it was a film he had invested in. Showing up was a necessary gesture. It seemed like today was particularly eventful. Ivanka showed no sign of stopping as she added. Nancy also sent a message. The Australian Open Committee has invited you to participate in several charity events. After a moment's thought, Duke recalled an Australian tennis official inviting him in person last year, which he had vaguely brushed off. Under normal circumstances, Duke wouldn't mind attending, but he had just given the crew a break and couldn't leave again. Tell Nancy to send someone to represent me. For donations or charity auctions, she can coordinate with Tina. For such occasions, a representative would suffice. Duke gave Ivanka a few more instructions before returning to filming. The Battle of Minas Tirith had just begun. Chapter 374, Ivanka's Worries. Chapter 374. Chapter 374, Ivanka's Worries. First, brighten up the initial background when arriving at Minas Tirith. Also, add various siege creatures and objects. Inside the spacious tent, Duke stood behind Mary Victoria, the head of Weta Workshop's animation team, while observing the initially designed models and explaining his requirements. The sky should be covered with dark clouds, with the ring wraiths moving through the mist, squeezing through narrow gaps like bats. After watching for a while, Duke added, have the ring wraiths flying and weaving between buildings, colliding with pedestrians, casting terror over all of Minas Tirith. Insert scenes of humans scattering in fear on the ground. Many scenes from the Battle of Minas Tirith needed to be created using CGI. Duke used the models as a basis to shoot raw material, which was then sent to Mary Victoria's team to integrate into the models. Although Weta Workshop's primary focus was the special effects for the Fellowship of the Ring, as required by Duke, the studio had expanded its capacity after receiving the first 2 payments from the Middle-earth studio, allowing them to better accommodate the production schedule. In reality, most of the additional $350 million budget, apart from Duke's higher directorial salary compared to Peter Jackson, was poured into special effects. If the Fellowship of the Ring performed well after its release, additional investments during post-production would be inevitable. After discussing with Mary Victoria, Duke left the temporary effects studio and returned to the set to continue filming panoramic material for Minas Tirith. In front of the crew stood a nearly 40-foot-high polystyrene model of the White City and the mountain behind it, created by Weta Workshop. Unlike the rugged, ancient Helm's Deep, the human capital was crafted with more intricate details. The cannon slots on the walls, the ridges on the roofs, the patterns on the windowsills, the weathered grooves on the street stones, and the chipped corners of rooftops were all exquisitely realistic. To shoot panoramic shots suitable for CGI integration, the settings had to align with the scene's requirements. Duke, along with John Schwartzman and Mary Victoria, had already laid out detailed plans and shooting methods. When Duke, as the director, called action, a miniature camera was fixed onto a hydraulic lift, ascending slowly. It first circled above the White City model, then moved along its perimeter. This kind of shooting demanded high technical precision. To avoid creating disproportionate effects with the miniature, the camera's focus was maximized. The shooting speed was slowed down to 15 seconds per frame instead of the usual 24 frames per second. This made the White City appear taller than the Eiffel Tower in the final footage. The scenes where the ring wraiths on fell beasts roamed between buildings were achieved by having the miniature camera weave through the less than 1-inch wide spaces between buildings in the White City model. After several hours of filming, Duke headed back to the temporary effects studio. Ian McKellen, who had no scenes to shoot that day, was strolling around the set. Seeing Duke, he walked over. "Weren't you fishing with Billy?" Duke asked as Ian joined him. Ian McKellen sighed helplessly. He's too energetic. He kept talking loudly by the lake, scaring the fish away. Duke knew he was joking. Ian McKellen and fellow Brit Billy Boyd had a close friendship. Outside of their Gandalf and Pippin scenes, they often fooled around together. How was the lake? Duke slowed his pace and stopped near the door of the effects studio, waiting for Ivanka Trump to enter ahead of them. "Very beautiful." Ian McKellen lowered his rich, resonant voice. "If you're interested, you should spend a weekend there." Duke nodded and stepped into the effects studio first, followed by Ian McKellen. Mary Victoria's entire effects team was busy. Duke exchanged a few words with Mary before returning to the entrance area, where Ian McKellen stood with his arms crossed, staring at a ring wraith near the door. The wraith held a sword in one hand and a flail in the other. "That's not real, right?" The model was so lifelike that Ian McKellen had to ask. Duke shrugged and joked. "I think it's real, Ian. We were lucky to find an actual ring wraith." "Impossible." Ian McKellen shook his head immediately. "Why not?" Duke crossed his arms too. "Honestly, New Zealand is the only country in the world with real ring wraiths." "Duke," Ian McKellen saw through the joke. "Just tell me, was this made of polystyrene or silicone? So, you figured out it's a model." Duke laughed and walked over to the Witch King of Almar, patting it lightly. "I'd love to take a ring wraith home." "Does it move?" "No, it doesn't. It's out of batteries." Duke turned and pointed to a nearby 2-foot-tall model of the White City. "This city doesn't have AA batteries. I've searched every convenience store owner in the city, but they're all out of stock." As soon as he finished speaking, Ivanka Trump's clear voice rang from a hidden corner of the effects studio. "Cut." She walked out holding a DV camcorder, gave Duke a thumbs up, and smiled playfully. "Your acting has improved." In fact, what seemed like a casual scene was staged for a promotional featurette designed to look like a candid recording. Scenes shot openly with professional cameras couldn't compete in audience appeal with footage that appeared to have been secretly recorded with a DV. That's why this sequence was planned in a morning meeting. Ivanka Trump, though a complete novice, turned out to be the ideal person for the job. Most films are like this. Many seemingly accidental moments are pre-planned to some extent. It's just like media street photography. How many stunning photos that make it to print are truly candid? Duke took the DV, walked to a table, and reviewed the footage. He nodded to Ivanka, saying, "Very well done. It really looks like a candid shot. Ivy, you should take some selfies in your daily life." "Selfies?" Ivanka Trump pulled out a chair and sat across from Duke. "What for?" Duke couldn't possibly mention anything controversial, so he made up an excuse. "To share with others online." "Share online." Duke's offhand comment was merely to brush her off, but Ivanka, always quick-minded and familiar with the internet, suddenly had a spark of inspiration, though it was still a vague idea. As work hours ended, Duke bid farewell to Mary Victoria and Ian McKellen before heading to his trailer. As usual, Ivanka Trump followed him. The crew was stationed in a wilderness area at the base of a mountain, and the road was uneven. Walking slightly behind Duke, Ivanka seemed lost in thought, accidentally stumbling over a protruding rock and tilting to one side. Duke quickly reached out to steady her. "What are you thinking about?" "Oh, nothing." Using Duke's hand for support, Ivanka regained her balance and smiled sheepishly. "I was just a little distracted." "Are your feet okay?" Duke glanced down at her legs, but had his view blocked, so he looked away. Ivanka instinctively straightened her posture, tossing her golden ponytail back over her shoulder. "I'm fine. Let's go." Giving her a curious look, Duke walked ahead. Ivanka seemed unharmed, walking without any issues. "Are you homesick?" Duke recalled Ivanka saying during their last holiday break that she hadn't gone home, but instead visited her school. "What's the point of going home?" Ivanka replied with a touch of frustration. "To see my dad's new model girlfriend?" Hearing her mention Donald Trump, Duke curiously asked, "Isn't he dating one of the Victoria's Secret angels?" "They've broken up," Ivanka said, kicking a small stone with her sneaker. "And now he's seeing another model. When I called him a few days ago, he even said he's thinking about marrying her." Although their relationship was primarily professional, after spending several months together, they were quite familiar with each other. At this moment, Ivanka seemed more like she was confiding in a friend about her troubles. "Can you imagine?" She turned to Duke, spreading her hands. "I might be getting a stepmother. It probably won't happen the way you think." Duke tried to comfort her. For wealthy men like Donald Trump, pursuing beautiful models was common, but getting married was another matter entirely. Ivanka looked down, kicking another small rock. "I just hope that if he does marry, his new wife will be at least a few years older than me." Duke gave her a reassuring pat on the arm. This was Ivanka's family matter. While he could listen to her vent, it was best not to give any advice. When they reached the living area, Duke stopped at his trailer. Ivanka paused as well and said, "Thanks for listening to me ramble. Feeling better?" Duke asked as he opened the door. Ivanka nodded. "I've been holding that in for days. It feels much better to let it out." She sighed. "When Tina was around, I could talk to her. If you run into any trouble, you can talk to me." Duke pointed to his ears. "I'm a good listener. I'll head back now." Ivanka started walking toward her trailer, then turned around to say, "I'm skipping dinner. Don't wait for me. I have some things to think about." Duke nodded and watched her leave. Noticing that she still seemed a bit down, he suggested, "Tomorrow's the weekend. Let's go fishing with Ian and the others. It'll be a nice break. They say the scenery there is lovely." "Okay," Ivanka said without turning back. Chapter 375, Instant Sharing. Chapter 375, Chapter 375, Instant Sharing. As the sky turned completely dark, Ivanka finished her bath, changed into loose-fitting loungewear, and sat at the small desk by her bed. She turned off the main light, adjusted the desk lamp to a slightly brighter setting, opened her laptop, and, as the system booted up, rested her chin on her hand and tilted her head, staring blankly at her desktop wallpaper. Her gaze became unfocused, as if lost in thought. For some reason, the first thing that came to her mind was the urge to change the wallpaper to another person's image, but she suppressed the thought. After all, though they could be considered friends, their relationship was more about a workplace hierarchy. Shaking her head vigorously as she had often done recently, she tried to throw off certain thoughts, though with little success. In his eyes, "You're just a fat girl," she muttered under her breath, gritting her teeth, as if swearing to herself. Then, Ivanka forced herself to think about the vague concept that had popped into her head earlier that afternoon when she'd heard Duke's words. Although she wasn't an IT professional, Ivanka, a Wharton Business School graduate, was well aware of the unstoppable rise of the internet. She also kept an eye on the stock market and knew that Cisco, a company specializing in network equipment, was creating miracles and legends, poised to become the most valuable company in the world. Even though she sensed there was a bubble in all of this and the legend would inevitably collapse, she believed the development of the internet was an unstoppable trend. While she wasn't entirely clear on all aspects, she understood the internet's unparalleled flow of information and timeliness compared to other media. If she had an opinion on something right now, she could log into forums or websites to share her thoughts with others. As Duke's only personal assistant after Tina Fey stayed in North America to handle more critical business, Ivanka had gained access to more of his operations and network connections. She discovered that Duke was ahead of not just Hollywood, but most of North America in leveraging the internet. The success of The Matrix was, in part, a triumph of internet marketing. The later imitator, The Blair Witch Project, had showcased the internet's power over public opinion even more vividly. The miracles created by the internet in everyday business marketing were endless. Ivanka's thoughts grew clearer, instant sharing. The internet's freedom and speed in information dissemination far surpassed traditional media. Anyone could express their opinions online, and if those opinions resonated, they could quickly be shared and spread to a larger audience, even influencing others. This was something traditional media could never achieve. Though the U.S. claimed freedom of speech, Ivanka, given her background, knew that mainstream media didn't truly serve the public. The internet, however, provided a freer platform for voices to be heard. Her mind wandered back to the Sony home video camera she used that afternoon. Since breaking into the North American market, this compact device had become immensely popular, allowing countless people to capture personal and family moments. She even knew a few classmates who had filmed intimate moments with their boyfriends. Here I am in New Zealand in autumn, and I'm thinking about spring. Ivanka, your spring hasn't arrived yet. She lightly patted her cheeks, trying to bring herself back to reality. Ivanka, who enjoyed recording snippets of life, understood the mindset of those who loved selfies. Such people didn't just shoot videos for private enjoyment. They wanted their creations to reach a wider audience. A soft knock on the door interrupted her thoughts. She walked to the door, looked through the peephole, and opened it. You've been busy all afternoon. How can you skip dinner? Duke stood outside, holding a paper bag containing bananas and apples. I got these from the catering truck. He followed Ivanka into the trailer, which had limited space, with the bed and bathroom occupying most of it. Duke sat by the small desk while Ivanka sat on the bed, casually placing the paper bag beside her. I'm dieting lately, she said. Dieting. Duke adjusted his chair to face her. If I remember correctly, you diet every single day of the year. Because I need to maintain my figure. Ivanka shrugged playfully. I want to lose weight. Duke stood up, ready to leave. Your figure is perfect. Really? Ivanka raised her left eyebrow. I recall someone calling me broad-shouldered and bulky. Hey, Ivanka. Duke raised his index finger as a reminder. I've already apologized, and we've made up. All right, you get some rest. Duke headed to the door. Tomorrow, we're going fishing with Ian and Billy. Ivanka stood to see Duke out. Late January in New Zealand brought a cool night breeze. She crossed her arms, watching Duke as he walked away. Suddenly, she asked, Am I thinner now? Duke turned back, puzzled. I've lost 10 pounds since last year. She said, Congratulations. Duke smiled. You're getting more beautiful. Still not your type, she muttered. Duke crossed his arms. Do you know my type? Don't forget, I'm your assistant. Ivanka thought for a moment before saying, blonde or brunette, tall and slim, long legs, narrow waist. See you tomorrow. Shaking his head, Duke walked off toward his trailer. Ivanka felt an urge to flip him off, then glanced at her ample chest before shutting the door with a loud bang. Turning off her laptop, she lay down, grabbed an apple from the paper bag, and took a bite. The mix of sweetness and tartness seemed to reach her heart, just like her current emotions. The night could not prevent the dawn, and soon the sun rose again. The crew enjoyed a rare weekend off, and many planned outings to appreciate New Zealand's pristine landscapes. 2 black SUVs left early, heading toward a small nearby lake. Ivanka, looking at her faint dark circles in a mirror, sighed. Didn't sleep well? Duke asked, gesturing for her to buckle her seatbelt. Ivanka put down the mirror and fastened the belt. I ate an apple and worried about gaining weight, so I couldn't sleep. Duke glanced at her. Truthfully, Ivanka wasn't fat at all. She was at the peak of a healthy physique. Her large frame, common among white women, made her appear taller and larger no matter how much she slimmed down. I'll take a nap, Ivanka said, adjusting to a comfortable position. Wake me when we arrive. Of course. The lake was about 20 miles away, with no proper roads leading to it. Fortunately, a herder's trail offered a relatively smooth path. Duke's off-road vehicle handled the journey well. After roughly 20 minutes of driving along a stream, they reached the lake. Here already? Ivanka opened her drowsy eyes. Duke nodded, stepped onto the soft grass, and retrieved the fishing gear from the back. He waved for Ivanka, who carried snacks and drinks, to follow Billy Boyd and Ian McKellen toward a small dock. The dock was old, with a wooden cabin on it. Several freshly painted boats were moored nearby. "We'll rent 2 boats," Billy Boyd said to Duke. "The lake has delicious trout, but they're hard to catch near the shore. We need to head into deeper waters." Duke turned to Ivanka for her opinion, and she nodded lightly. "I'll go with you." Hearing this, Billy Boyd, out of her sight, winked at Duke, who ignored his antics. They rented the boats quickly, and after loading the fishing gear and supplies, Duke rowed one boat, while Ivanka sat nearby. "Hey, Duke, we'll leave you 2 alone," Billy Boyd called from his boat, rowing past them with a grin. Duke was capable of rowing but wasn't skilled, so his movements were cautious, keeping the boat at a slow pace. Ivanka tidied the small cabin before suggesting, "Let me try." "You know how?" Duke asked. "I used to row in Central Park during high school." With that, the 2 carefully switched positions, keeping the boat balanced. Ivanka, indeed more practiced, soon sped up their pace, taking them farther from the shore. After reaching a spot about 100 feet from the shore, Ivanka adjusted the boat's position while Duke prepared the fishing gear. He baited a hook and cast his line, ready to see if he could catch anything worthwhile. Chapter 376. Plans begin on campus. Chapter 376. Chapter 376. Plans begin on campus. A fishing rod arced gracefully, and the hook splashed into the calm lake, creating ripples. Duke placed the rod handle into a slot on the boat's side, specially designed to hold it in place, and patiently waited for a fish to bite. Nearby, Ivanka Trump also baited her hook and did the same. After securing her fishing rod, Ivanka put on a pair of sunglasses and reached for a paper bag. Like performing a magic trick, she pulled out the DV camcorder she had used yesterday, adjusted it briefly, and began filming the scenery on both sides of the lake. Clearly, Ivanka was more interested in the picturesque surroundings than the quiet patience required for fishing. "You're well prepared." Duke shifted his gaze from the fishing rod to her. Ivanka gestured with the DV camcorder in her hand. "Want me to include you in the footage?" Duke shook his head. Ivanka, mindful of his preference, avoided pointing the camera in his direction as she filmed. Seeing her enthusiasm, Duke couldn't help but ask, "You're not that into movies, are you? Why the sudden interest in photography?" Turning off the DV camcorder, Ivanka looked toward the mountains by the lake. "I'm captivated by the beauty of New Zealand." Her gaze slowly returned, finally landing on Duke. "I'm about to start school. In a week, I'll leave New Zealand. I need to keep some memories. Chances are, I won't have many opportunities to visit again." Duke nodded gently, not knowing what to say. Compared to Tina Fey, Ivanka Trump had far less experience, but she had left a strong impression on him in the workplace. Not only was she intelligent and perceptive, but she was also diligent. Though proud, she wasn't arrogant. She clearly understood her capabilities and had a rare quality for someone her age. She knew what she wanted and worked tirelessly toward it. Among her peers, Ivanka wasn't the most capable person Duke had met, but her determination and willpower were unmatched. The world is unfair. For example, Ivanka was born with advantages most people can only dream of. But in some ways, the world is fair. No matter how privileged someone is, without effort, they will never achieve true success. Duke knew very well that Ivanka, like Sofia Coppola before her, wasn't content with being someone's assistant. Her time with him was purely to hone herself. Someone like her was bound to have grand ambitions. God truly favors New Zealand. Seemingly enchanted by the scenery, Ivanka sighed softly. Glaciers and snow-capped mountains, grasslands and forests, lakes and seas, sunrises and sunsets, and starry skies. Experiencing all of this once in a lifetime is enough. But here in New Zealand, I've seen it countless times. Hearing her words, Duke also turned his eyes toward the horizon. The small lake was so still it looked like a mirror, lush and vibrant. To the east stood towering snow-covered mountains, while to the west stretched verdant grasslands like a green carpet. The oil paint-like colors combined to create an exquisite and priceless masterpiece. As a director, Duke had traversed New Zealand's North and South Islands while scouting locations. In this nation, where heavy industry was nearly non-existent, it seemed as if God had truly shown favoritism. Here, one could look up to see deep blue skies and cotton candy clouds. Crystal-clear streams wound quietly through villages, and mist-shrouded glaciers and emerald-clear lakes were as plentiful as Hollywood stars on the streets of Los Angeles. No matter how breathtaking the scenery, it only captivated Duke for a moment. He shifted the topic to something more practical. What's your next plan? I remember Wharton puts a lot of emphasis on hands-on experience. Ivanka put away the DV camcorder and suddenly smiled. I do have an idea, and it was inspired by you. Inspired by me? Duke was taken aback. He didn't recall offering any advice. Are you thinking of venturing into the film industry? Not at all. Ivanka shook her head and got straight to the point. Yesterday, I asked you why you took selfies, and you said it was to share them online with others. Duke frowned, unable to recall, but Ivanka's serious expression confirmed it. He had probably made a casual remark, not expecting her sharp mind to pick up on it. Feigning composure, he asked, "What's your idea?" "It's not fully formed yet, just some vague concepts." Facing someone as accomplished as Duke, Ivanka, though confident, wasn't overbearing. After a brief pause to organize her thoughts, she began, "It's about the internet. I believe the internet has significantly shortened distances between people and made information flow freer and faster." While Ivanka spoke about various internet-related concepts, Duke, despite not being an expert, had enough experience to understand. My idea. Ivanka transitioned to her main point. What if we create a platform for instant sharing? Not just forums or blogs, but a more dynamic and free platform where people can share photos and videos. It didn't surprise Duke that Ivanka was interested in the internet. Anyone with a keen business sense could see its vast potential. But her leap from his casual comment to envisioning a video-sharing website. Looking at Ivanka Trump, Duke thought to himself, no wonder this girl achieved such immense success later in life. It wasn't just her family background. What do you think? Ivanka now resembled a student eager for her teacher's approval. Your idea is quite good. Fishing was entirely forgotten as. The two delved into the topic. After some thought, Duke said, in my opinion, video sharing platforms might become as significant as portal websites in the future. But I specialize in filmmaking, so I might not be entirely correct. I think it's worth a try, Ivanka said, her resolve seeming to strengthen. Her quick-thinking mind presented new ideas. What if I start small, like at Wharton? Build a campus network, maybe focus on photos first, since video sharing might be too challenging right now. Once it gains traction, expand it to the University of Pennsylvania, and if it succeeds, move on to the Ivy League schools. Although it was the roughest of plans, it was a cautious and practical approach. After all, jumping into a large-scale operation without preparation would involve significant risks. Duke nodded silently. Ivanka's thoughts grew more refined. Students are one of the main drivers of the internet. When they graduate, they can influence many others. Using schools as a starting point might increase the chances of success. And the technical aspect? Duke reminded her. The University of Pennsylvania has no shortage of tech talent. Ivanka thought for a moment and added, if necessary, we could hire talent from Silicon Valley with high salaries. Her passionate tone suddenly softened. But this is just an idea for now. After all, I'm only 18. Age isn't a barrier to success, Duke said, offering rare encouragement. Thank you, Ivanka replied. With a smile. Thank you, Duke. You've always encouraged me. You're welcome, Duke said, steering the conversation back. Ivanka, don't you want to turn this idea into reality? Of course I do. But I lack resources, Ivanka admitted candidly. I don't have the technical skills or the capital. Duke was aware of the potential of video sharing platforms, but knew it wasn't guaranteed success. However, it was a chance worth exploring. I think your idea is excellent, Duke said directly. When you return to school, draft a detailed plan. If it passes my investment team's evaluation, I'm willing to invest in your project. Ivanka was momentarily stunned. She had considered using her own limited funds, but hadn't expected Duke's implicit support. Prepare a thorough plan, Duke added. If the plan didn't meet his team's criteria, he wouldn't invest. After all, even with foreknowledge, turning potential into reality wasn't a guarantee. For the rest of the outing, Ivanka was visibly distracted. She eventually set her fishing rod aside and stared into the distance. In contrast, Duke remained relaxed, as the outcome wasn't crucial to him. He immersed himself in fishing, reeling in a sizable haul, including over 10 New Zealand trout recommended by Billy Boyd. Time flew by. After packing up the gear, Ivanka rowed the boat back to the dock, where Billy Boyd and Ian McKellen were waiting. They compared catches and, as before, split into 2 SUVs to return to the production base. In the following week, Duke wrapped up filming the Minas Tirith battle scenes. The crew returned to Wellington to shoot studio scenes. By mid-February, it was time for Ivanka Trump to leave New Zealand and return to the University of Pennsylvania. "I'll come up with a comprehensive plan." Standing on a private airstrip, Ivanka, after much reflection, seemed more confident. "Duke, I won't let you down." Chapter 377, Full of Bromance. Chapter 377, Chapter 377, Full of Bromance. Starting from mid-February, Duke and Anna Prinz concluded their respective outdoor shooting and began working in the Wellington studio, collaborating with the technical team from Weta Workshop to shoot a large number of CGI composite shots. Duke even temporarily handed over the shooting to Anna Prinz while he focused on participating in purely CGI scenes for The Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring. Of course, this situation lasted only a few days, and Duke would not be away from the set for too long. As time went by and shooting deepened, the actual operation of the entire crew far outpaced Duke's plan. By now, Duke had thoroughly understood himself. He could easily capture and utilize the commercial elements of film, the fast-paced and grand-scale filmmaking. Though more complicated than independent films, he found it easy to control the entire process. On the other hand, slow-paced films driven purely by emotions, which always depict characters completely opposite mental states, were much more difficult for him to grasp. In other words, Duke's inner character leans toward realism, while the films he excels at producing lean toward naivety. This situation brought more benefits than drawbacks. His understanding of the real world was more grounded, preventing unrealistic fantasies. If he naively viewed Hollywood as a pure, unblemished place, he would not even know how he might be played. As for films with a theme leaning toward naivety, it meant a broader audience. Even a small indie film with explosive audience and media reception couldn't match the commercial success of a successful blockbuster. The Lord of the Rings novel was widely accepted by Western audiences, so as long as the film didn't inject too much inexplicable artistic air, it would inevitably be a mass-market film. Though the movie touched on the darker side of human nature, it still resembled a fairy tale in many ways. Turning a fairy tale into a purely artistic film would surely flop. Therefore, Duke repeatedly requested Weta Workshop to strengthen the special effects and battle scenes. Though the post-production for The Fellowship of the Ring wouldn't begin until later in the year, Duke's plan was for the film to break world records with around 1,600 CGI shots. As for whether some professionals would come forward to criticize him for turning such a grand production into a CGI animation movie, Duke didn't care. According to the development of the film industry, purely CGI, live-action films would eventually emerge. Technological advancement couldn't be stopped by someone shouting against it. The conservatives would ultimately be eliminated. For the rest of February, the crew remained in the studio. Like Cate Blanchett, some actors with fewer but significant roles were finishing their scenes and preparing to leave the set. After more than a year of working together, inevitable farewells were in order. In front of the blue screen in the studio, Gerard Butler's Boromir lay in a pile of leaves, pierced by 3 black orc arrows, seemingly on the verge of death. Duke stood behind the director's monitor, unconsciously nodding. He was clearly satisfied with the state of the 2 actors. Viggo Mortensen's acting wasn't top tier, but it was very good. He captured Aragorn perfectly, and in the scenes already filmed, he had almost fully transformed into King Elisar. In comparison, Gerard Butler was undeniably a little weaker. The muscular actor wasn't particularly known for his acting skills, but his efforts were evident, and he was performing above his usual level. Every movie has its climax, and even the Lord of the Rings trilogy wasn't an exception. The Battle of Amon Hen in the Fellowship of the Ring was the film's climax, and Boromir's death was the finishing touch. After being invited to Rivendell, Boromir had served as the backbone of the Fellowship, saving several hobbits from orcs multiple times. However, Gondor stood at the forefront of the war against Mordor, and protecting his country and White City was Boromir's obsession. Influenced by the human nature Tolkien wrote, he couldn't resist the temptation of the One Ring and tried to claim it for himself to fight against Mordor's power. His greed was despised, yet his dreams and regret were moving. He had once told Aragorn that he wanted to return to Gondor, hear the horn of Gondor's calls, and see the white trees' banners fly above Minas Tirith. Boromir's wish was never realized, but unlike the original novel, the film would give him a heroic acknowledgement. Gerard Butler, holding his sword at his chest as if summoning his remaining strength and belief, said to Viggo Mortensen, "I would follow you, my brother, my leader, my king. Rest in peace, son of Gondor." Aragorn's line was undoubtedly the best praise for Boromir. Viggo Mortensen closed Gerard Butler's eyes and kissed his forehead like a king. Behind them, Orlando Bloom, carrying a short bow, glanced sideways at the two of them. To an outsider, it might seem full of bromance. "Cut," Duke shouted, then said, "Viggo, Jerry, great job, but you need to do it again." This was one of the most emotional scenes in the Fellowship of the Ring. While the performances of both actors were excellent, Duke's demand for perfection meant they would shoot again. After 3 more takes, Duke finally called it a wrap. This scene's conclusion marked Boromir's end in Middle-earth, and Gerard Butler would soon be saying farewell to the crew. On camera, Viggo Mortensen helped Gerard Butler up from the leaves, and Gerard nodded to him before walking briskly toward Duke. A camera assistant from John Schwartzman's team immediately set up a Steadicam, following Butler's tall, strong figure. Since there would be no more shooting, Gerard Butler pulled out the 3 arrows stuck in his costume and tossed them aside before walking up to Duke and giving him a big hug. "Thank you, Duke." From being an unknown actor, he had become a more prominent newcomer, and Duke had played a crucial role. Gerard Butler was deeply grateful. "Thank you for giving me the opportunity to be part of this amazing journey. You've improved a lot, Jerry." Slapping him on the back, Duke parted ways with Gerard Butler. "Keep working hard. We'll have more chances to collaborate in the future." The copyright for that illustrated novel was with Warner Brothers, and the director was Duke's longtime assistant, so he wouldn't miss the chance. Taking another step back, Duke gestured for someone to bring a silver horn from Gondor. It was a ritual when a major actor left the set. A prop used by the character would be given as a keepsake. The horn of Boromir was given to Gerard Butler. Gerard Butler took it, briefly handed it to his assistant, and began hugging the rest of the crew, bidding farewell. It was a heartfelt moment, but the camera following Gerard Butler reminded everyone it was just another comet. Hollywood farewell. These recorded moments would be useful for the film's early promotions and DVD releases. The parting was brief. Gerard Butler left the set, but that didn't bring any real sorrow. The crew kept working, though with the main scenes mostly done, the remaining shots were more scattered. After entering March, one scene might still be shooting the strong orcs of Isengard, and the next would be at Mount Doom, showing Andy Serkis biting Elijah Wood's finger. Correspondingly, the crew's shooting pace also slowed down. Duke had originally planned a 15-month shooting schedule, but even though the pace had slowed, he was confident he could wrap up all shots in around 14 months. This was thanks to the experience he had learned from others and the crew's thorough pre-production work. During the breaks in shooting, Duke also went to Australia twice as the Matrix sequels were in intense preparation. After all, it was 2 films being shot together. While the workload wasn't as massive as The Lord of the Rings, it was still plenty complicated, and production wouldn't start until the second half of the year. Zack Snyder had been by Duke's side for nearly 10 years, serving as his first assistant director. He had been trained enough, and now, during pre-production, he didn't face many problems. He also knew that he was no longer a senior assistant director, but a rookie director. Some powers would not be his, and he understood when to step back. Like most directors and producers, Zack Snyder had conflicts with the Warner Brothers producers, but they remained within a controllable range. At the same time, Duke received a rough cut of Mission Impossible 2 from Tom Cruise, who even came to Wellington to watch the cut with Duke. Clearly, during their evolving relationship, Tom Cruise had developed great trust in Duke's judgment on films. Tom Cruise even said, "If you're not satisfied, I can veto the cut made by John Woo and hand it to you or Mike Dawson to recut." Duke didn't do that. While the reception for Mission Impossible 2 might be slightly worse than Mission Impossible 1, John Woo had done a good job. As long as the promotion went well, the film's box office should surpass the first. Of course, this was a sequel to a hugely successful film. If the box office didn't surpass the first one, John Woo would probably be out of work soon after. After seeing Tom Cruise off, Tina Fey brought the latest stock market updates from North America. Chapter 378, Toy Adaptation Rights. Chapter 378, Chapter 378, Toy Adaptation Rights. Luckily we got out early, otherwise, we would have lost a lot this time. As usual, Duke and Tina Fey were having lunch together, with no one else around to disturb them. The assistant casually mentioned the news she had received earlier that morning. Last week, the market fluctuated once, but many people reassured themselves that it was just a market adjustment and that it would rise again. However, since the day before yesterday, the Nasdaq index has plummeted, and even after 2 days, there's no sign of stopping. Should have seen signs earlier, right? Excluding his Apple stock, Duke had spent almost a year, until the end of last year, before selling off the rest of his stocks. This market crash had minimal impact on him now. Tina Fey swallowed the lettuce in her mouth and said, "There were signs, but most people believed that the index would hold until the second half of the year." Putting down his fork and knife, Duke wiped his mouth with a napkin. "I thought it would crash at the beginning of the year, but it's lasted until now." In his blurry memory, the IT stock crash happened around the turn of the millennium. He had no idea when exactly, but it unexpectedly dragged on until March 2000. If the market continues to fall, it will still affect us. Tina Fey finished her lunch and reminded Duke, "Apple stock has also been hit. Its market value has dropped below $8 billion. Also, your investment in Google has been affected by the widespread decline of IT stocks, and 2 investment firms are considering withdrawing their funds. Tell David to keep an eye on them." Duke instructed, "If anyone really wants to pull out of Google, we'll take over. But be mindful of the shareholding ratio. Don't disturb Google's internal balance." The 2 Google founders were definitely no fools. After thinking for a moment, Duke added, "Tell David to watch the sell orders." For Apple, with the IT stocks crashing, Apple will surely be affected, and there may be people selling off Apple shares. My principle is simple. He should buy up all the sell orders he can see. Although he wasn't sure if there would be a large sell-off of Apple stocks, it seemed like a good opportunity to buy Apple shares according to general market trends. There's one more thing. Tina Fey picked up her cup and drank her usual water. After Ivanka returned to the University of Pennsylvania, she made a business plan and sent one to both you and David. I put it on your desk. I'll take a look when I have time. After filming that evening, Duke saw Ivanka's plan. However, he wasn't well versed in business, so he waited a few days and received feedback from his investment team. The plan had some feasibility. However, due to the current IT stock crash, David did not recommend that Duke invest. Companies that purely focused on websites, including Yahoo, were in a troubling situation financially. But after a phone call with Ivanka Trump, Duke decided to take a risk. After all, the initial investment of $300,000 wasn't much for him. If successful, the potential return was unimaginable. During their phone conversation, Duke also learned that Ivanka Trump was likely to contribute a similar amount, some of which came from her long-saved pocket money and the rest from her family. As Ivanka had said, the website would initially be based at the Wharton School of Business and the University of Pennsylvania. Whether it could expand to the Ivy League schools was still uncertain. The stock market was gloomy, and not only had the situation not improved as most people had hoped, it had become even more volatile. This had also affected Hollywood. The stock market and real estate were traditionally the most important investment areas for Hollywood stars and directors. In recent years, many had invested in IT stocks. For example, Ian McKellen, part of the Lord of the Rings crew, had lost a lot and had to take time off to return to North America. From March to April, the North American stock market caused global economic turbulence. The Lord of the Rings crew encountered some issues. Many people who had invested in the stock market couldn't hide their disappointment and panic, and even normal filming was somewhat affected. Duke had to get angry twice before things improved. It wasn't just the stock market's fault. After months of shooting, the crew inevitably became fatigued. Most of the staff and actors came from the UK and the US, and being stuck in New Zealand for a long time inevitably caused emotional fluctuations. As Duke had said before, many things, like continuous work, he could endure, but the actors and crew members couldn't necessarily handle it. Moreover, most of the remaining scenes required traveling around New Zealand. Aside from scenes shot in the studio, they often had to rush from place to place. Sometimes, they spent an entire morning just to shoot a few minutes of footage. As May approached, the crew was exhausted after continuous travel. Duke finally gave them a long break. He also had things to attend to outside New Zealand. The premiere of Mission Impossible 2 was approaching, and before attending, he had to visit the UK. The Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone crew, led by Robin Grande, was preparing to hold an actor casting after 2 months of intense promotion. As an important long-term project producer, Duke also needed to go to London. The director for Harry Potter had been confirmed as Chris Columbus. He, along with Robin Grande and J.K. Rowling, formed the project's power structure. Although Duke was listed as a producer, the crew was primarily led by these 3 people, except for major affairs. Of course, among them, the person with the most power would never be the original author, but Duke and Warner Brothers agent Robin Grande. This 10-day break meant most of the crew would leave New Zealand, with only the duty staff remaining. Before leaving, Duke gathered the main actors and crew in the set's dining hall to give them some final reminders and warnings. I know that the recent economic turmoil has caused your attention to drift, and you haven't been able to fully focus on the filming. As a director who rarely got angry, Duke's tone was serious now. I understand, so I'm giving you 10 days to handle your personal affairs. When the crew reconvenes in Wellington Inn, 10 days, I expect you to be back to your pre-March state. What I need are dedicated people. He concluded, if after 10 days, you're still in the same state as these past few days, I'll have to say sorry. The once busy set quickly emptied, returning to silence. Entertainment journalists gathered at the entrance, chasing after their own targets. The protest activities of Lord of the Rings book fans, which had been ongoing since filming began, temporarily came to a halt. A large number of hardcore fans retreated like a tide, preparing for the next outbreak. Duke was one of the last people to leave the set. From the private runway at Wellington International Airport, he took his private jet directly to London. Before the plane took off, Tina Fey received a phone call. After the plane stabilized in flight, she said to Duke, Nancy sent word that Marvel Comics has invited you to attend the premiere of X-Men hosted by 20th Century Fox in mid-July. X-Men. Duke unbuckled his seatbelt and thought for a moment before saying, tell Nancy not to respond just yet. It was still early, and Duke wasn't sure if he would have time. Aside from the relatively limited influence of the B-grade film blade, X-Men marked Marvel Comics' true cinematic breakthrough. After this film's release, Marvel Comics' situation wouldn't dramatically improve, but it would make the higher-ups realize the value of its superheroes. To be honest, his chance to invest in Marvel Comics came at the last possible moment. Otherwise, after X-Men's release, it would have been nearly impossible to get such an opportunity. And then there was the little Spider-Man, who would make everyone in America realize Marvel Comics' cinematic value. A coffee, a water, thank you. Duke asked the flight attendants for his drinks. Tina Fey pushed the coffee in front of him. Duke placed the cup in the holder and asked, Tina, do you know what's going on with Sony Columbia Pictures recently? Tina Fey wasn't sure where to start, given how many things involved large movie companies. Their investments and productions. Duke reminded her, big productions. Sony Entertainment's $140 million Spider-Man movie is already in the preparation stage, Tina Fey recalled. The director is Sam Raimi, who is said to be writing the script and looking for actors for Peter Parker and Mary Jane. Indeed, Spider-Man had entered Sony Columbia Pictures' schedule. Duke sighed quietly. He had been too late to focus on Marvel Comics. Sony Columbia had acquired Spider-Man in the late 1980s, and unless something drastic happened to the Japanese company or the film failed spectacularly, getting it back was nearly impossible. It wasn't that he couldn't try to influence things. The world was vast, and not all good things could fall into one person's hands. Sometimes, even knowing in advance, there was little one could do. He took a sip of his coffee. The bitter taste cleared his mind of any unrealistic Thoughts. The rights to Spider-Man, which even Marvel Comics and Walt Disney couldn't reclaim, would not be returned to him simply because he was a director. There's one more thing that Sony Entertainment is leading. More related information kept coming from Tina Fey. I've heard that Sony Entertainment is negotiating with Hasbro to buy the movie adaptation rights for one of their toys. Duke looked up at Tina Fey. Which toy? Chapter 379, Duke's ATM. Chapter 379, Chapter 379, Duke's ATM. Which toy movie adaptation rights does Sony Entertainment want to buy from Hasbro? Compared to novels or games, toy movie adaptations have been almost non-existent, and even the few that do exist, such as Mattel's Barbie, aren't true films, but more like promotional tools for selling toys. Duke knew that a Toy Series movie could dominate the world in the future. He definitely remembered the series, but due to the lack of popularity for toy movies and the focus on series like The Lord of the Rings and Harry Potter, he hadn't rushed into it. To his surprise, someone had already made a move. What was even more surprising was that the person making the move wasn't DreamWorks or Paramount. However, Tina Fey's words made Duke feel at ease. It's the G.I. Joe series, Tina Fey recalled, saying, I've heard that Sony Entertainment has already reached a preliminary agreement with Hasbro. Duke nodded, thinking for a moment, and wasn't too surprised by this development. Just like Hollywood's strict project approval process, the major companies weren't foolish. While consolidating their current positions, they were also expanding their reach. Sony Entertainment's focus on the G.I. Joe series wasn't unexpected. First of all, it was a true American toy, not like Godzilla, which was imported. Secondly, G.I. Joe was once Hasbro's best-selling toy and had a huge influence in North America. Lastly, Hasbro's other flagship toy, Transformers, was too difficult to adapt, requiring astronomical sums for a live-action film, whereas G.I. Joe could be made with a relatively low budget. Duke's fingers curled as he gently tapped on the table in front of him. He pondered for about 5 minutes before speaking slowly. Tina, have Nancy contact Hasbro, he said. You want us to join the race for the G.I. Joe rights? Tina Fey clearly misunderstood. Duke shook his head. We don't want G.I. Joe. Have Nancy talk to Hasbro about the rights to adapt Transformers. Though still somewhat confused, Tina Fey quickly pulled out her work log and jotted it down. Then she asked, You want to make a live-action film? Not right now. Duke picked up his coffee cup and, before drinking, said, This is a future plan. With current filmmaking technology, it was not impossible to make a Transformers movie, but the cost would be astronomical. Even in a few years, creating CGI robots would still be an incredibly expensive endeavor. There was also the issue of the director, who seemed to be at the peak of his career. It would be better to wait a few more years. Of course, in Duke's mind, even if the film changed, it would still be a story about humans and Transformers. Without human involvement, the movie's immersion would be a huge problem. Moreover, if most of the scenes involved only the Transformers, the production costs would skyrocket into the billions of dollars. This film wasn't just about letting Optimus Prime and Megatron appear whenever they wanted. Every special effects scene would burn through huge amounts of money. Just like Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone, its special effects relied more on sets and props. Many of the scenes in Hogwarts were filmed using models, and the sole purpose was to save costs. Duke didn't go to the Hilton after his flight, but directly headed to the studio in Northampton, where the set for Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone was just beginning. The various buildings at the studio were only in their preliminary stages. If they wanted to make the Harry Potter series a truly profitable industry chain, the movie project was the key. To make the film popular and widely noticed, they had to ensure the quality. The script was being written by Joanne Rowling and a professional screenwriter together, ensuring that it adhered as much as possible to the main storyline of the book, while also adding appeal and marketing value. Rowling's on the other side, working on designing the house crests and the school uniforms. In the office at the studio, after meeting Robin Grand, Duke didn't waste any time with small talk. Grand immediately started discussing the current work of the production team. The casting call has already begun. The application and selection process are happening simultaneously. Especially for the child actors, there are so many applicants. Even after eliminating 90% in the first round, we still have over 100 people in the running. He handed over a list, and Duke glanced through it. The choice of child actors didn't matter much. Even if he didn't see Emma Watson's name while flipping through, he didn't comment. After all, this was a movie where the character would make the actor, not the other way around. Some actors recommended by agents or familiar names in the UK entertainment circle didn't make the list, Robin Grant added. Chris and I are more inclined to go with the recommended candidates rather than those with less experience. Duke handed the list back to him. You make the decision. Then, Robin Grant discussed the crucial funding issue for the early preparations. The first $30 million for the initial funding is almost gone, he said, sounding anxious. Duke, I've spoken to the Harry Potter studio. The second round of funding from Duke's studio and Warner Brothers hasn't come through yet. If the money doesn't come. He paused. Having been involved in the preparation of many films, Duke knew how important funding was. Don't worry, Robin. The funds will be in place soon. He turned to Tina Fey. Remember to remind me to communicate with Jeff Robinoff. After discussing some of the difficulties in preparation, Duke was taken on a brief tour of the studio. The set was still in its early stages, with not much to see yet, but the staff was moving in and out, busy and orderly, clearly preparing everything. As they passed the entrance to the studio, Duke noticed even more reporters and paparazzi outside than when he had arrived, kept at bay by security. This was typical British literature, something that would attract so much attention from Hollywood and large investments for adaptation, definitely meant more concern and hype for the British people who had always been proud of their cultural superiority. Of course, the increase in journalists was also due to Duke. Ever since he left Heathrow, he'd been followed by paparazzi. In this gossip-hungry, paparazzi-filled country, trying to avoid the media's gaze was as difficult as hell. It wasn't just the photographers stationed at key traffic points and important venues, but also the citizens who actively cooperated. Many Londoners, upon encountering a celebrity, didn't think of asking for an autograph, but rather calling the paparazzi to make some money before rushing up like crazy fans. Ever since Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone was announced, this place has become the main battlefield for Fleet Street, Robin Grant sighed. It's even busier than Downing Street and Buckingham Palace. Duke nodded. That's for the best. As long as we occasionally throw them some tidbits, the film will maintain a certain level of buzz. Robin Grant agreed. That's the only benefit I can think of. As they continued through the busy set, they entered the costume design room, where Joanne Rowling was. As the original author, she was excited to turn the world she'd imagined in her head into a real one on the big screen. The fact that the filming was taking place in her hometown only added to her enthusiasm. During their earlier conversation, Robin Grant had mentioned how involved Joanne Rowling was in every aspect of the film's preparation, especially in designing the costumes, wands, and various house crests. Hi, Duke. Joanne, now a star author, had honed her social skills. It's great to see you. I've been looking forward to your visit and your feedback. I'm glad to see you too, Joe. They shook hands, and Duke's gaze swept across the various costumes and crests hanging in the design room. You all are doing great work. I have every reason to believe this will be a great movie. Thank you. Joanne smiled. Currently, only the first 3 books had been published, and the Harry Potter studio only held the rights to those. Although the studio had the right of first refusal for future adaptations, once the film became a huge success and the surrounding products started selling, Joanne Rowling would easily regain control. This was an inevitable outcome. There was no way she would agree to sign the rights for the sequels under the same conditions. Even if Joanne Rowling was foolish enough to agree, her agent certainly wouldn't. Business was always complex, full of deception, and although Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone was just in the early stages, Duke had already considered the future. After all, once the series succeeded, the potential profits were staggering. He vaguely remembered that after Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone was a hit, Warner Brothers made $1.2 billion just by selling licensing rights at a comic convention. The Harry Potter phenomenon later became a case study not only in the film industry, but also in economics, with numerous financial media predicting that in 20 years, the Harry Potter franchise would generate a value of over $100 billion. Such a vast industry chain, no one, not even Duke, could resist it. To say that Rowling would later become a cash cow for him and Warner Brothers wasn't an exaggeration. After chatting with Rowling for a while, Duke then met with Chris Columbus in the adjacent set room. The childlike director was indeed an expert in making family-friendly films. Before leaving, Duke reminded Robin Grant, "If Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone succeeds, you'll need to find a suitable director. Chris won't stay in London for long, and he's not the right fit for our future needs." Chapter 380, Collapsing Foundation of Cooperation. Chapter 380, Collapsing Foundation of Cooperation. Starting from the already published Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban, J.K. Rowling began shifting slightly toward a more adult-oriented direction, which did not align with Chris Columbus's directorial style. Moreover, this famous family-friendly director had a typical trait. The sequels he made always had a huge gap in quality compared to the first movie. Duke's suggestion to hire Chris Columbus was precisely to get the first movie off to a successful start. If the film succeeded, the director would, at most, be known for the first two films. Since he was leaving the next day, Duke didn't see the need to adjust to the time zone in London. That night, he met with Robin Grant and the head of Warner Brothers' UK branch to meet the film's sponsors. As the film was set in a magical world, it couldn't feature too many modern-day products, and they had to respect J.K. Rowling's opinions. Currently, the main sponsors were Coca-Cola and Burger King. However, after more than 2 years of development, the Harry Potter book series had become one of the most popular children's literary works in both Europe and the US, and the film adaptation had garnered much attention. Coca-Cola offered a huge sponsorship deal, paying $120 million for a 5-year beverage category licensing deal, and would partner with the Harry Potter studio to promote the series. After meeting with the advertising sponsors, Duke spent another day on set, exchanging more opinions with Robin Grant, before boarding a plane back to Los Angeles. In recent years, Duke's Duke Manor in the Malibu Beach Villa area had almost become a temporary hotel. He spent less than a month in total at the manor, while his villa in Wellington, at the foot of Victoria Mountain, had become his main residence. For a director who was always in the middle of filming, feeling dizzy from the busy schedule was normal. After so many years in Hollywood, Duke had grown accustomed to it. Since his mother came to Los Angeles, she had stayed at the manor. But since the preparation of The Matrix, the person who spent the longest time there was actually the housekeeper, Emma. This time when Duke returned to Los Angeles, he didn't plan to stay long. He had originally intended to attend the premiere of Mission Impossible 2 before flying to Wellington. However, the news brought by Nancy Josephson forced him to stay in North America a few more days. The reason was simple. Nancy's important female client, Naomi Watts, had a new film releasing the next weekend after King Kong. Duke had always been very satisfied with his manager, and under appropriate conditions, he would help her. After all, this was a money-driven society, but human relationships still mattered. If you wanted others to work for you, you needed to show proper respect. "I've got some good news," Nancy said, sitting on the sofa next to Duke. "We've reached an agreement with the copyright holders. They've agreed to sell the film adaptation rights for The Hobbit." Duke nodded. "Let's get the written agreement as soon as possible." He was also aware that the negotiations had dragged on, mainly due to competition from other companies. Without Warner's support, it would have been hard for Duke's studio to secure the rights. Although other companies might not see potential in this prequel work, the offer was simply a phone call away, and it wasn't a complicated matter. "And Transformers," Nancy continued. "I've contacted the president's office at Hasbro, and they want me to meet with them." Duke thought for a moment, and then spoke to the other person. "Tina, you stay in North America with Nancy and go to Rhode Island to negotiate with Hasbro." "I understand." Tina Fey wrote it down in her work log. Duke still needed to adjust to the time zone. Nancy Josephson didn't stay long and left Duke Manor soon after. After she left, Duke headed to the fitting room, with Tina Fey habitually following him. Duke turned around and said, "You should rest for now." Tina Fey, who was also constantly flying around handling various chores, was clearly more exhausted, and fatigue was almost written all over her face. She didn't hesitate, quietly speaking to Duke before turning and heading upstairs to her room on the second floor. Duke entered the fitting room and tried on his old tuxedo, but it seemed a bit loose. He took off the jacket and stood in front of the mirror, noticing that he had indeed lost quite a bit of weight. Because of his previous experience with seeing white people easily gain weight, Duke was very careful about controlling his diet. He almost never ate greasy foods, and with the high-intensity work recently, there was no need for him to deliberately lose weight. If it weren't for the muscles he had built before, he might have turned into a tall, thin pole. Although the tuxedo was a bit big and was last year's stock, the premiere of Mission Impossible 2 was the next day. Duke wasn't one to show off like other stars, so he was too lazy to order a new one. He called Emma to help tidy up the tuxedo, then went upstairs to the master bedroom on the 3rd floor to rest and adjust his time zone. This was a rare, relaxing day. Duke didn't think about work matters at all. By 3 p.m., he changed into a black tuxedo and, along with Tina Fey, who wore a short dress, they got into a Bentley. The driver drove them to the Hollywood area. The premiere of Mission Impossible 2 was held at the Chinese Theater in Hollywood. The success of the first film, combined with Tom Cruise's superstar appeal, attracted a large crowd of media and fans. Before they reached the red carpet, Tina Fey got out of the car. She almost never appeared in front of the media, and she entered the theater through the side door to avoid them. Duke walked the red carpet just to support the film he invested in. He usually walked the red carpet quickly, barely acknowledging the reporters and fans. After a routine wave and smile, he made his way into the theater's interview area. In front of the reporters' microphones, Duke praised Tom Cruise. Tom is one of the most hard-working actors I've seen. I've visited the set, and for the action scenes, including rock climbing, he did them all himself. He's truly charismatic, and I believe Mission Impossible 2 will be a successful summer blockbuster. When reporters asked about his new project, Duke remained silent. Discussing his own new work at someone else's premiere? He wasn't that foolish. After leaving the interview area, Duke joined Tina Fey at the entrance of the theater, and with the help of a staff member, they entered the VIP lounge next door. As soon as he stepped inside, many people approached to greet him. "Hi, Duke. Long time no see, Pat." After handling a few people, Duke saw Pat Kingsley. Then Eno Martin also came over and shook hands with him. "I hear Harry Potter is in preparation?" Eno Martin said directly. "You'll need child actors, right? I can introduce a few." "No need. Thank you." Duke replied politely with a smile. "Joanne Rowling insists on using British actors, and we can only agree with Warner's decision." Eno Martin suddenly changed the topic. "Duke, are you interested in collaborating with CAA?" Now that he controlled CAA, he had to consider the company's interests. "Nancy and I have secured the Star Trek business from Paramount. You know, Eno." Duke rejected him once again. "I'm making the Lord of the Rings trilogy. I won't have time for the next 3 years." "We can wait," Eno Martin insisted. "If we can't collaborate on this one, we can work together on the next one. Without packaging, you can use anyone you want," he added. Duke was more diplomatic. "Let's talk after I finish the Lord of the Rings trilogy." Eno Martin was different now. After saying a few more words, he prepared to leave. Before he went, he intentionally said, "Duke, even though Martin Bob left CA, I still want to stand with you." "I feel the same way," Duke smiled at him. Of course, Duke didn't take these words seriously. The basis for their cooperation had already disappeared. After Eno Martin left, Pat Kingsley didn't intend to leave immediately. She chatted with Duke for a while, before walking over to the other side of the lounge when someone else came over to greet her. Duke could sense that not only had the foundation for cooperation with Eno Martin disappeared, but the same had happened between Pat Kingsley and Eno Martin. The relationship between the two major agency moguls was clearly no longer as harmonious as before. The reason they had collaborated in the past was simply because they shared a common enemy in Martin Bob. After Pat Kingsley left, she brought over a big-nosed actor and introduced him to Duke. The guy was named Jack Chun and was currently the hottest Chinese-American actor in Hollywood. Kingsley seemed to want to poach him, so she was especially enthusiastic. However, Duke treated him as he did with other stars, just politely shaking his hand and exchanging pleasantries. Though Kingsley hinted at collaboration, Duke didn't hesitate to reject her. After all, their film styles were simply too different. Finally, Tom Cruise led the crew into the lounge. Duke greeted Tom and his wife before following the others into the theater. Chapter 381. Chapter 381. Chapter 381. Just like being cool and handsome, the opening scene of Tom Cruise climbing the rock face is very shocking. But the subsequent scenes inevitably fall into the formulaic Hollywood style, or perhaps we should say the formulaic style of John Woo. Although John Woo, like Yuan Wu Ping, deeply influenced Hollywood's action and gunfight scenes, even bringing about a revolution. Those with discerning eyes can see that this director, known for his violent aesthetics, actually only has those few tricks up his sleeve. It's not an exaggeration to say that Mission Impossible 2 is more like a Hollywood-assembled Hong Kong action film tech show, except that Tom Cruise's name and box office appeal are much stronger than the actor usually used by John Woo. The whole movie's selling points are the overly used spy and action tropes, and John Woo simply reworked and collaged some of those elements. Among these elements, there are both his own and others' contributions. The essence of Mission Impossible 2 is in two words: disguise. It is the charm of disguise that makes the plot twist and turns, creating suspense, and it is also through disguise that challenges are solved. The hero turns danger into safety, and through the movie's disguise, character identities are quickly swapped, enriching the film's narrative language. But Mission Impossible 2 is still a dazzling and extravagant popcorn blockbuster, with Tom Cruise's idol appeal and John Woo's violent aesthetics not yet causing aesthetic fatigue, and the audience still gladly buys into it. This is evident from the enthusiastic applause at the end of the premiere. Now, as popcorn films dominate the summer blockbusters, these simple, explosive films are the most popular, especially since the film also features Tom Cruise's handsome face, which makes countless people scream. Even Duke has to admit that when it comes to getting male actors to look cool and handsome, John Woo ranks among the top, even in Hollywood. He truly maximizes Tom Cruise's strengths. When the applause died down, Duke walked to the front row to congratulate Tom Cruise and John Woo. After all, he was one of the film's investors. He would certainly value those who create value for him, and he had also noticed Jackie Chan, whose Rush Hour 2 seemed to be releasing this year. Plus, several actors from the already released Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, Hong Kong filmmakers were entering a glorious period in Hollywood. Duke didn't stay long at the Hollywood Chinese Theater. Soon after, he continued his negotiations with Warner on the Harry Potter series and kept an eye on Mission Impossible 2's box office, as he held a third of the investment and profits. The success or failure of Mission Impossible 2 was also closely tied to his interests. Due to fierce competition in the summer blockbusters, Mission Impossible 2 being a sequel to a hit movie, the media once again stirred up controversy around Tom Cruise before its release. For example, tabloids continued with the tradition of Duke's legacy, constantly discussing Cruise's faith, and gossip media focused on his marriage, claiming that they were on the brink of divorce. In fact, even the rumors that Duke had initially fabricated about the Cruise couple being controlled by Scientology were brought up again by some people. These were all normal occurrences. How could any major production be released quietly during the summer? However, rumors were just rumors. The Cruises frequently appeared in the media, and on the surface, there seemed to be no issue with their marriage. Celebrity marriage problems tend to spread in the industry before they are exposed to the media. Perhaps it was because they had stayed in New Zealand for too long, or maybe no one had tipped him off, but Tom Cruise's marriage seemed fine, even though it was rumored that their relationship had been in turmoil a while ago. It seemed that this couple's fate was quietly changing. While some media attacked Mission Impossible 2 and the Cruises, others heavily promoted them. After the premiere, Mission Impossible 2 received collective scorn from critics, and professional reviews plummeted below passing marks. But none of this affected Tom Cruise's pulling power. On the first day of release, Mission Impossible 2 earned a stunning $21.02 million in North America, creating the best single-day box office performance of 2000, firmly placing the film ahead of its competitors. In North America, there's a strange phenomenon. Whenever there's an economic crisis, box office earnings often soar. Now, as the stock market fluctuates, with reports of people jumping from buildings and a bleak investment market, America's golden decade seems to be over. But this didn't stop large numbers of people from flocking to cinemas, perhaps because the films offered a brief escape from the harsh reality of life. The single-day box office of Mission Impossible 2 was clearly on the path to big success. After an explosive Friday box office, Saturday continued in high spirits, earning $23.07 million, almost guaranteeing the top spot on the weekend box office chart. In fact, this top spot was virtually locked. Even though Mission Impossible 2 couldn't avoid the normal box office trends, with Sunday's ticket sales dropping to $19.21 million, the total weekend box office of $63.3 million ensured it held the #1 spot in North America. While Duke was busy with his work, he received a call from Tom Cruise. Perhaps prompted by Nicole Kidman or Pat Kingsley, Cruise personally thanked him. If it weren't for the publicity, he might have even considered visiting in person. "Duke, I really appreciate your full support. If possible, I'd love to collaborate with you long-term." The voice on the other end was full of sincerity. "Thank you for recommending that director. He was perfect for this series." Unfortunately, upon hearing the sigh, Duke asked, "What happened?" "John Woo declined me." Tom Cruise sounded regretful. "He plans to take on a new World War II project." "That's fine, Tom," Duke said, pleased with the news. John Woo's personal style is too distinctive, and it could easily lead to aesthetic fatigue. "We can find a new director." "Duke, there's something I need to give you a heads up about." After his continuous success working with Duke, Tom Cruise placed great importance on their collaboration. The Mission Impossible series may be taking a break. "I think it's a good idea to pause for a while." Temporarily shelving the series for 2 to 3 years was actually more in line with the market's future needs, and Duke had no objections. Unlike other major franchise films, Mission Impossible keeps changing its style with each film. The first was a tribute to the Cold War style of the original TV show. The second was a Hong Kong action film showcase by John Woo. The third followed the action movie style of The Bourne Identity, and the fourth featured a thrilling, high-stakes plot where the hero risks everything. As the first blockbuster of the summer season, Mission Impossible 2's box office performance was stunning. Numerous research agencies predicted the film would surpass $200 million in North America. Of course, the premise was that the weekday and next weekend's box office wouldn't experience a sharp drop. Looking at North American film history, films like Batman and Robin, which earned over $50 million on opening weekend, but then saw a dramatic drop, are not uncommon. However, Mission Impossible 2 was clearly not in that category. On Monday, the first weekday after release, the box office did drop significantly, but within a normal range, with $11.27 million, which was enough to satisfy Duke. In the following 3 weekdays, Mission Impossible 2 maintained steady performance, earning $12.57 million, $11.04 million, and $10.98 million, respectively. The total for the 4 weekdays was $45.86 million. In total, after 1 full week of release, Mission Impossible 2 had earned $101.9 million in North America. This was Tom Cruise's best-ever box office performance with the same release time. If all goes well, he'll likely be the first to break the $200 million barrier in North America. However, to reach that milestone, Mission Impossible 2 would need to withstand the competition from major films releasing in the next 2 weekends. Not only would it face the mammoth King Kong from Peter Jackson and Universal Pictures in the second weekend, but also DreamWorks' epic Gladiator in the third weekend. King Kong, which took 3 years to produce, had a staggering budget of $180 million, while Gladiator, a collaboration between DreamWorks and Ridley Scott, was aimed at the Oscars next year. The summer blockbuster competition was about to heat up. After finishing his work, Duke stayed in Los Angeles at the invitation of Naomi Watts and Nancy Josephson, attending the premiere of King Kong, where he reunited with old friends, including Michael Ovitz and Martin Bobb, who had begun official collaborations with Universal Pictures. Chapter 382, The Problematic Man. Chapter 382, The Problematic Man. I heard that the fans of The Lord of the Rings have been gathering outside the Wellington set, protesting against you. In the director's VIP room, Duke had just walked in and immediately met Michael Ovitz, the entertainment mogul who shook his hand. Despite his bright smile, his words carried an almost veiled attack. The Lord of the Rings fans are a stubborn group. If they don't like the film adaptation, it's quite a headache, don't you think, Duke? Duke didn't respond directly to his comment. Instead, he looked at Michael's face and said in a reminder-like tone, "Michael, it's only been a short time since we last met, yet you seem to have aged a bit. Have you thought about when to retire?" It was well known in Hollywood that Duke and Michael Ovitz, along with Martin Bob, were not on good terms, and others in the room noticeably avoided getting involved. Only Naomi Watts, who had her arm linked with Duke, stayed by his side. Michael Ovitz didn't change his expression and said lightly, "Experience is the most valuable asset." It was almost like an elder lecturing a junior. Humility is the most basic quality young people should possess. "I agree with you," Duke replied with a faint smile. "Humility is a virtue everyone should have." Although not particularly skilled at it, Duke wasn't afraid of verbal clashes when necessary. "Duke, do you really believe you will always succeed?" Despite last year's critical emergency, setting several new lows in Duke's career, Michael Ovitz, not being a layman, knew that with the film's theme and investment, earning over $200 million in box office was still a massive success. However, no one walks smoothly on the road to success, and Michael stared at Duke. Even Spielberg has his missteps. "I never believed that anyone could be successful forever." Duke finally said a rare, truthful statement, but his tone quickly shifted. "But I have confidence in the Lord of the Rings trilogy." "Humph," Michael Ovitz sneered. "Unfortunately, even the fans aren't buying it." "Michael," Duke interrupted him. "If you think the Lord of the Rings trilogy will fail, why change Pearl Harbor's release date?" He stared at Michael Ovitz as if giving him a chance to explain. "Because..." But Duke didn't let him finish and cut him off again. "There's still plenty of time. You could easily convince Touchstone Pictures to change Pearl Harbor's release date back to Memorial Day. I'd really like to see both blockbuster films releasing on the same day." Michael Ovitz's face darkened, but he didn't impulsively make a decision. A man who could rise to such a high position wouldn't make foolish decisions just from a few sharp words. Yes, he did want to change Pearl Harbor's release date back, but reason prevented him from doing so. Michael Bay was strong, and the Lord of the Rings films were indeed being protested by a large group of fans. But once he thought about facing Duke Rosenberg, Michael Ovitz remained calm. Those so-called problems were nothing to Duke. Unless he was stupid enough to think that Michael Bay, the little explosion enthusiast, could compete head-on with Duke Rosenberg. Strictly speaking, Duke rarely engaged in direct verbal disputes. He always believed his mother's words were wise. Language was the least effective way to retaliate. However, if Michael Ovitz came with a smile but hidden daggers, Duke wouldn't back down. Their conversation naturally ended on a sour note. Michael Ovitz left with a cold expression, and Duke watched him with indifference. With Martin Bob transferring to Ovitz's side, the relationship between them, which had already been strained since Godzilla, had only worsened. The release dates of Pearl Harbor and the Fellowship of the Ring were obviously set up to embarrass him, and this was still a well-calculated plot. Michael Ovitz had nowhere to vent his frustration. After all, the choice of a suitable release date was the distributor's prerogative. "Last year, he came to me." As Michael Ovitz's figure disappeared into the crowd, Naomi Watts, who was linked with Duke's arm, slowly spoke up. "He tried to poach me." "With what offer?" Duke asked. Naomi shrugged. "He offered me the lead role in Pearl Harbor, but I turned it down." "My dear," Duke said as he guided her away, "you made the right choice." Looking ahead at where Nancy Josephson and Tina Fey were located, Naomi added, "I haven't considered changing agents yet." If Naomi Watts left, Nancy would never ignore her like she did with Kate Beckinsale. The difference in their fame and position in Hollywood was just too large. "I'll take you to meet the crew members." When Duke nodded, Naomi led him toward the area where Peter Jackson and the others were, introducing the rest of the King Kong crew members to Duke, aside from those he already knew. Except for Naomi Watts and Andy Serkis, the actors in this crew were quite different from what Duke expected. This wasn't surprising, since actors like Adrian Brody might still be active in the independent film circles. However, right next to the King Kong crew was another one, filled with familiar faces. From the news he got from Nancy, Duke easily guessed that they appeared at King Kong's premiere to take the opportunity to promote, since they were all Universal Pictures productions. Although Naomi Watts wasn't very familiar with them, she recognized them and introduced these people to Duke. "This is Vin Diesel. This is Paul Walker. This is Michelle Rodriguez." Finally, she led Duke to a sweet-looking girl. The girl had smooth, chocolate-like skin, deep brown hair flowing over her shoulders, and a charming, dimpled smile. From her appearance alone, she looked like the perfect vase-type actress. This is Miss Jessica Alba. After introducing the Latin actress to Duke, Naomi turned to a stranger beside her and, without waiting for Jessica Alba to introduce him, the man extended his hand to Duke. Hello, Director Rosenberg. I'm Christopher Roquencourt from France, and I'm Miss Alba's boyfriend. Hello, Mr. Roquencourt. Duke shook his hand. Just as someone else approached to greet them, Jessica Alba and Christopher Roquencourt moved off to chat with others. Naomi took the opportunity to whisper to Duke. This girl was introduced to the crew by James Cameron. Naomi's message was clear. If Jessica wasn't backed by James Cameron, Naomi wouldn't have been so polite. After their brief conversation, the two returned to Duke's side. However, their attitudes were noticeably different. Despite being introduced by James Cameron, Jessica Alba, appearing in a production overseen by Michael Ovitz, had certainly signed an acting contract. She wasn't a newcomer in Hollywood and maintained a smart, polite distance. But her boyfriend was a different story. He was overly friendly with Duke. If Jessica wasn't standing next to him, Duke might have mistaken him for being gay. Christopher is a descendant of European nobility, and he inherited a noble title. Talking about her boyfriend, Jessica Alba looked genuinely happy. He's a producer, and after Fast and Furious, he's going to create a movie just for me. Congratulations, Naomi Watts casually said. Christopher Roquencourt slightly raised his chin. His neatly combed black hair and sharp, well-dressed appearance, combined with his good looks and refined manners, made him resemble a European aristocrat. Duke quickly scanned his face, secretly sighing. Miss Alba was too naive. This French count had rather mediocre taste. What kind of credibility did a producer have when promising to make a film for a relatively unknown actress with looks but little fame? If Christopher Roquencourt truly planned to do so, his judgment was poor. Elevating this girl to a top-tier position, with her acting skills and complexion, would surely pose significant challenges. That thought was fleeting, and Duke quickly brushed it aside. What happened with these two wasn't his concern. Perhaps, with the help of this sugar daddy, Jessica Alba would change her path and become a top-tier star? Christopher Roquencourt seemed quite adept at building rapport. In just a few minutes, he made Naomi Watts laugh several times. Even Jessica Alba backed him up, speaking of his past glorious experiences. I once won the European Lightweight Boxing Championship. When I arrived in Hollywood, I met Mickey Rourke, and now we're good friends. Jessica Alba added, Christopher is planning to invest $12 million to help Mickey Rourke out of his slump. Upon hearing this, Duke felt something was off but couldn't pinpoint it. Still, he wasn't interested in either of them and didn't care to listen further. He gave Naomi a look, and she promptly led them away from the pair, back to a quieter area. What's wrong? She asked. Naomi, Duke said seriously. That man has some issues. Stay away from him. Naomi Watts nodded immediately. I also feel something's off. Having worked in Japan, Australia, and Hollywood, Naomi had rich experience and was definitely not a naive girl. As the lead actress of the crew, Naomi had some social obligations and left Duke's side. Just as he was considering whether to go find Nancy, he suddenly noticed Christopher Roquencourt walking toward him. Chapter 383, The Strange Couple. Chapter 383, Chapter 383, The Strange Couple. Universal Pictures is interested in accepting my investment in the Fast and the Furious. Standing opposite Duke, the French nobleman, Count Christopher Roquencourt, wore a confident and proud expression. The amount is as high as $5 million. As long as the film begins production, my funds will be in place. Are you planning to invest in the film industry? Duke pretended to ask curiously. I wonder what industry your family is involved in France. Although there were certainly some hidden rich families in the world, and even though European nobility had fallen from their former heights, it didn't mean there weren't some wealthy families still intact. But since the Roquencourt family was from Europe, Duke had never heard his mother mention the surname Roquencourt. My family currently only has me, Christopher Roquencourt explained. I inherited some money from my father. He went on to tell a lengthy story about his family history and added, I have great faith in the profitability of Hollywood's film industry. With the currencies of various countries devaluing, investment is the wisest choice. Seeing that Duke remained calm, he added, I've been in Hollywood for several years. Jean-Claude Van Damme, Mickey Rourke, and others are my friends. Last year, ABC's entertainment channel even interviewed me. The credentials Christopher Rocancourt presented were certainly impressive. His network of contacts was quite broad, and his words carried an implied tone that being around him was a great honor. If one only listened to what he said, this would seem like a capable, wealthy man. Duke was certain that the mention of Jean-Claude Van Damme and Mickey Rourke in front of him wasn't something he feared verification of. But what exactly did this suave French count want from him? Duke was well aware of his own situation. He certainly wasn't more attractive than Jessica Alba to a rich man like Christopher Rocancourt. Christopher Rocancourt's words had a lot of persuasion. Coupled with his good manners and outstanding looks, he made it easy to believe him. But Duke, being the person he was, never hesitated to look at the world through a harsh lens. He was naturally cautious around strangers, always maintaining a healthy amount of skepticism. He knew Christopher Rocancourt wasn't here just to flaunt his European noble status. "Are you interested in working with me, Duke?" Suddenly, Christopher Rocancourt asked enthusiastically. "I used to invest in smaller productions that relied on the video market to make a profit. I think it's time to invest in a big production." Hollywood produces hundreds of films every year. Most of them go straight to the video market, and unless you're with the production company, it's hard to get data on some of these low-budget projects. A very clever man, isn't he? "What do you mean?" Duke asked, feigning confusion. "I think we can cooperate and produce a big-budget movie like King Kong." Christopher Rocancourt looked at Duke seriously, his face full of desire and sincerity. "I've had the idea of bringing the grand French Revolution to the big screen and creating a war epic, but I've never found the right director. Until I met you." Duke also looked at him, seemingly listening attentively. "I have the financial power, and you have the talent. We would make the best partners." He was full of energy, as if the project had already succeeded. "We can co-invest and produce an epic blockbuster." Duke lightly nodded and suddenly smiled. After all that Christopher Rocancourt had said, this final sentence was clearly the whole point of his pitch. "Sorry, Christopher," Duke said after a brief moment of consideration. "I still have projects that aren't finished, and I don't have the time to work with you." What a shame. Although he said that, he didn't give up. "Duke, will you have time after the premiere? We can discuss it further." Not wanting to say more, Duke simply shook his head. "I'll be heading back to New Zealand soon." Christopher Rocancourt was a very clever man, so he didn't continue to press. He left a simple yet elegant business card and quickly took his leave. Watching him walk back to Jessica Alba, Duke wasn't entirely sure, but he had a feeling that Christopher Rocancourt was probably not as simple as he seemed. The man was either from an exceptionally hidden family, or he was playing the trick of getting something for nothing. Duke leaned more toward the latter. He had lived in North America for 30 years and had come from a respectable background. Over these years, he had interacted with people from Morgan and Rockefeller families, but he had never encountered a family with enormous wealth yet completely unknown to the public. After all, this was an era of highly developed information. As for the cooperation that Christopher Rocancourt suggested, Duke had no interest at all. Let's not even mention that it was all just talk. Didn't he reject even Ivo Martin when the conditions were much better? After gathering with Tina Fey and Nancy Prince, Duke walked with them toward the screening hall. Jessica Alba and Christopher Rocancourt walked ahead of them. The girl, who was so eager to become famous, may have already become quite foolish and naive. However, considering the trick she had played, it was clear that she wasn't the brightest either. Hollywood was filled with actresses who liked to have fun, but playing dirty was a rare specialty. If Duke's guess about Christopher Rocancourt was right, then this pair was really something special and quite a match. Shaking off his thoughts about this unrelated couple, Duke entered the theater and sat in the third row with Nancy and Tina Fey, ready to relax and watch this remake. King Kong had once caused a sensation in North America. Even before Peter Jackson's version, there had been several remakes, but none reached the same height. Now, with advanced special effects technology, the King Kong remake, using motion capture, had already whetted the audience's appetite with its trailers. However, they soon realized that the film's lengthy pace made it almost unbearable. At around 2.5 hours, it was technically the mainstream length for commercial films today. But the problem was, the build-up took too long. 40 minutes into the screening, the audience still hadn't seen King Kong yet. Let's not talk about building suspense or character development. The audience came to the cinema to see the monster. Unfortunately, the monster appeared too late, causing many viewers to grow impatient. Luckily, Peter Jackson salvaged the movie in the second half. While there were scenes that many couldn't accept, like the strange human-animal romance, the special effects were beautifully crafted, representing Hollywood's best standards of the time. Peter Jackson was a typical technical director. To exaggerate a bit, if you removed the special effects, his filmmaking would be significantly less impressive. The main selling points of King Kong were its special effects and nostalgia. However, today's movie-going audience is primarily made up of people born in the late 70s and 80s, so relying on nostalgia was clearly not going to work. As a result, the film's box office didn't meet Universal's expectations. As it concerned the investment in Mission Impossible 2, Duke kept an eye on the North American box office trends. Over the three-day weekend, King Kong unsurprisingly topped the North American box office, but its earnings didn't meet the expected $60 million. King Kong's opening weekend brought in $50.11 million. In previous years, this would have been a bright number, but with the booming North American movie market, increasing screen counts, and rising ticket prices, films making over $50 million in their first week were becoming more common. Given the production cost of $180 million, the opening box office of $50.11 million barely passed. In the background, Mission Impossible 2 was still performing well. Tom Cruise's latest film dropped only about 50% in its second week, with a box office of $32.28 million, securing the second spot and bringing its North American total to $141.44 million. It was almost certain that the film would surpass $200 million in total. Of course, as a fast-paced popcorn movie, Mission Impossible 2 had already seen its peak, and after the first 10 days, its box office would begin to decline rapidly. This was a normal trend for movies, especially with more films entering the market, giving audiences more choices. After receiving the second-week box office data from Mission Impossible 2, Duke took a private jet back to Wellington, where he resumed shooting the Lord of the Rings trilogy's final scenes. The remaining shots weren't many, but they were very fragmented. He and Anna Prince split into two groups, planning to complete their respective filming tasks before reconvening in the Wellington studio for a final scene. The North American stock market continued to fluctuate. Perhaps the 10-day holiday gave some people a chance to adjust, or perhaps Duke's warning had played a role. When the crew reconvened, although it wasn't quite back to the pre-March state, the mental condition of the cast and crew was much better than before the break. Duke led the main crew to shoot on the North Island of New Zealand, while Anna Prince led a smaller group on the South Island. The filming locations were mostly unpredictable, and staying in one place for 3 to 4 days was considered a long duration for exterior shooting. For this round of filming, all the actors with unfinished scenes were called to New Zealand, and apart from limited weekends, Duke wouldn't give the crew long breaks. The busy work would continue until all the shots were completed. Some scenes were adjusted accordingly. For example, after returning to the set in July, Alexandra Ambrosio, who played Arwen, had Duke veto the original location for a shot in which she sniped a ringwraith by a river. The river was currently in a dry season, making it too narrow. Chapter 384, the final scene. Chapter 384, Chapter 384, the final scene. In the first part of The Lord of the Rings, the scene where the 9 ringwraiths chase Arwen is thrilling and can be considered one of the highlights of the film. However, after Arwen crosses the ford of Brennan and calls upon the river to wash away the ringwraiths, the scene seems somewhat unrealistic when viewed in the film. According to the original novel's setting, the ringwraiths indeed fear fire and water. That's why Aragorn, fighting alone, can use fire to drive off some of the ringwraiths. Yet when Arwen stands by the ford and summons water to wash the ringwraiths, they are closer to the far bank, but instead of fleeing toward the opposite shore, they run along the river and are all swept away in the end. The 9 ringwraiths were once called the 9 greatest kings of men. Even if they weren't enhanced by Sauron's magic, as depicted in The Return of the King, they shouldn't be foolish to this degree. Therefore, when Duke saw the exterior location had turned into a dry creek bed, he immediately decided to abandon it. After traveling nearly 100 miles, he chose to film in another river, which was only 4 feet deep but wide enough for the scene. The upstream section of the river was equipped with a blue screen for post-production CGI to create the water flow. The stunt actors playing the ring wraiths, along with Alessandra Ambrosio and her stunt double, were ready. The horseback chase across the plain had already been filmed the first time Ambrosio came to the set. Now only the scenes related to the ford of Brunnen needed filming. In fact, it wasn't difficult. Ambrosio's stunt double rode a horse across the river and faced the 9 ring wraiths from across the river. After just 2 takes, Duke called for a cut, and it was time for Alessandra Ambrosio to perform the scene herself. Although she wasn't adept at riding at full speed, standing by the river was no problem. The Frodo on the horse was a silicone dummy, so controlling it was relatively easy. Duke had instructed John Schwartzman to focus on the water splashing up from the horse's hooves when the ring wraiths charged. Then he approached Ambrosio, who stood beside her white horse. "How's the practice going, Colleen?" Duke asked. "Didn't you already hear last night?" She blinked innocently. "Is it standard?" The two had spent most of their evenings together these past days, and Duke was the type to not mind discussing things after they were done. Before leaving, he had reminded her, "Make sure to use the British accent. Arwen calls the river with the Quenya language here, and Duke intended to record the sound on site, so he went over the instructions again." Returning to his position behind the director's camera, Duke checked in with the assistant director to see how everything was progressing and nodded to the script supervisor. Scene 942, Act 11. Begin. Alessandra Ambrosio, dressed in moss-colored armor, rode her white horse, one arm holding Frodo's silicone dummy and the other drawing her curved sword as she faced the 9 ring wraiths across the ford of Brunnen. "If you want it, come and take it." Alessandra Ambrosio's face radiated with fierce intent. The 9 ring wraiths drew their swords and charged into the ford. Due to their fear of water, their movement was slow. As the ring wraiths entered the water, the boom crane quickly descended, positioning the microphone above Ambrosio's head. Alessandra Ambrosio then recited in British-accented Quenya, "The waters of the Misty Mountains, hear my command, rush forth and carry the ring wraiths away. The waters of the Misty Mountains, hear my command." John Schwartzman's camera lowered to capture the changes in the water's surface. Just as the 9 ring wraiths reached the center of the river, they seemed to sense the impending danger, turned their heads to look at the blue screen upstream, and then began to flee. "Cut!" Duke shouted forcefully. That take is good. At the end of July in New Zealand, the temperature had dropped to the lowest of the year. While the North Island wasn't frozen, it was still far from warm. After filming, both the actors and the horses quickly had caretakers attend to them, drying off water droplets and wrapping them in blankets and rugs to keep warm. Then, a protest from animal rights activists could be heard from outside the set. Duke ignored them, focusing instead on reviewing the footage from the day. There were security personnel following the protesters, so he wasn't concerned about any disturbances. If they were serious about their claims, canceling this scene and replacing it with a human stunt double or postponing until the weather warmed in October. Duke had no time to deal with them. The filming of the film was almost finished. After instructing the assistant director to take care of the footage from that day, Duke walked over to the horse trainer to check on the horses. The time the horses spent in the water was extremely limited, but the horse actors seemed fine. Back by the river, Duke stood on a large rock, gazing at the wide but shallow ford of Brunnen. The props and set crew were dismantling the blue screen, and a cold breeze blew across the river. "This is the wind tunnel." Tina Fey's voice called from behind, and Duke turned to accept the gloves and hat she handed him. Without much concern, he said, "This kind of environment helps clear my mind." Tina Fey pulled up her coat collar to shield her ears. "You'll catch a cold. You always have trouble getting over a sickness." "The filming is almost finished," Duke responded slowly. "I need to make sure the shooting plan is complete. Otherwise, once the crew disbands, it will be troublesome to call everyone back for reshoots." Tina Fey took a step forward, standing beside him on the rock. Duke, somewhat puzzled, noticed that the wind had lessened a bit and then shook his head. Tina Fey had stood upwind of him, using her body to shield him from some of the cold wind. "Let's go back," Duke said as he stepped off the rock and began walking toward the parked vehicles. The sun slowly moved overhead, and although it was nearly noon, the late July sunlight had a weak quality. Duke returned to the car and waited for about half an hour. Once the crew finished preparing, he gave the command, and the long convoy slowly started moving toward Wellington. As usual, during the journey, Tina Fey updated Duke on the latest affairs concerning North America. First, some good news, Tina Fey said, pressing the divider to separate the front and back seats of the car. Nancy has finished negotiations with Hasbro and reached the final agreement. It's just waiting for your signature when you return to North America. This news was expected. When Tina Fey returned to New Zealand, both sides had already reached a preliminary agreement. Then, Tina Fey outlined the key terms of the agreement, notably the price for the adaptation rights and the profit sharing from the film's earnings. Hasbro had previously released an animated movie based on Transformers, but it was a massive flop, making the movie rights not worth much. In the end, Hasbro only asked for $6 million, but they would take 70% of the profits from toy sales related to the film. As for film revenue from box office, DVDs, and TV releases, Hasbro would also receive a 10% share. Transformers was one of Hasbro's flagship toy series, just like G.I. Joe. Unless the company's executives were completely out of touch, they wouldn't miss this opportunity to demand a large share. Although the terms were harsh, Duke didn't mind too much. In business, you couldn't expect rewards without making investments. Besides, Transformers was no unknown product. The formal contract would be signed when Duke finished filming the Lord of the Rings trilogy and went to Hasbro's headquarters in Rhode Island. Also, there's a notice from David. Tina Fey flipped through her work log and continued. Marvel Comics wants you to attend their board meeting before the new year. It seems to be related to superhero movie adaptations. X-Men's success. Duke lightly tapped the armrest. It showed them the film potential of their superhero characters. Though Marvel had invited him, Duke hadn't attended the premiere of X-Men due to his busy filming schedule. The film, as expected, grossed nearly $55 million on its opening weekend and surpassed $100 million in North America within just 10 days. Even if the Fox studio played a big role, the impact of the superheroes themselves couldn't be ignored. If Marvel's higher-ups still didn't see the value in their characters, they might as well jump off the Empire State Building. Marvel hadn't been involved in film production before. Their first thought was that they had a major shareholder who was an expert in filmmaking, one of Hollywood's top directors. That's why they urgently invited Duke to discuss future plans. Duke told Tina Fey to respond to Marvel, then remembered another film that was also related to him and asked, "How's the box office for Mission Impossible 2?" What he knew was outdated. Since May, with King Kong and Gladiator premiering, Mission Impossible 2's box office had been on the decline. Mission Impossible 2 passed its 13th weekend in North America 2 days ago. Tina Fey flipped through her work log and quickly said, it made $144,562 in 219 theaters. Its total North American box office is $228.98 million, currently the highest-grossing film of the year. Before Duke could ask further, she continued, the film opened in 79 overseas countries and regions starting at the end of May, and as of the day before yesterday, it had earned $235.66 million overseas. Not bad. The box office should cover the investment, Duke said. After a long journey, the crew arrived in Wellington. After 2 days of waiting, Anna Prinz's team returned from the South Island. In early August 2000, the crew prepared for the final scene of the film. Chapter 385, The Day of Marrying the White, Wealthy Beauty. Chapter 385, Chapter 385, The Day of Marrying the White, Wealthy Beauty. In Wellington's outdoor filming location, the Minas Tirith rooftop square, which had taken 3 months to build, looked exceptionally noble and sacred under the surrounding blue backdrop. Hundreds of actors, made up and ready, walked onto the set in coordinated lines under the direction of several assistant directors, preparing to welcome the king's return. Duke stood on an elevator platform, holding a loudspeaker and methodically directing the entire crew's operations. Amanda, adjust the crane and recording equipment again. The filming used live sound recording, with a crane that would constantly follow Viggo Mortensen, who played Aragorn. Duke then turned to John Schwartzman. John, you control the main camera. Your target is Aragorn. Ben, your second camera on the crane will capture panoramic shots, as per our plan. Terry, your third camera, focus on the front row actors. GWYL, Your fourth camera will focus on the hobbits. The director's monitor was also set up on the elevator platform. Duke checked the test shots from each camera, made a few minor adjustments, and gave John Schwartzman an okay gesture before aiming the loudspeaker at the props department. Bill, how's the preparation of the pedals? Bill, who was checking the white tree props, shouted back, everything is ready. The bloodline of Isildur returns to Gondor, and the king enters the White City. The withered white tree will bloom again, and petals will fall to the ground. While this scene was massive and required a large number of actors, it was the least of Duke's worries. Except for the people in the front rows, CGI would be used to fill in the background, and the cast had already rehearsed without makeup multiple times before today's shoot. Props department ready. Lighting ready. Set ready. Cameras ready. Actors ready. Each department reported in, and Duke waved his arm toward the bottom. The script supervisor brought the clapboard to the main camera. The Lord of the Rings, final shot, now starting filming. The long crane quickly moved, and the first camera, hanging below, captured each scene from a distance and gradually zoomed in on Aragorn in front of the palace. Viggo Mortensen finally removed his ragged costume and donned the ancient, splendid armor, standing with his back to the camera. Due to the close combat nature of his fighting style, Aragorn's costume had rarely been washed during filming. Mortensen endured much discomfort compared to Orlando Bloom, who always played the suave, cool character. However, the king's return would finally bring Aragorn a departure from his rough life, transforming into a high, rich, and handsome man, marrying the beautiful, wealthy princess. Bright lights illuminated Mortensen and Ian McKellen, and Middle-earth dispelled the gloom and darkness, ushering in light and peace. The tall Ian McKellen placed a crown on Mortensen's head, following yesterday's rehearsal. The king had returned. Mortensen climbed to the top of the stairs, holding Andril, the sword reforged from the shards of Narsil. He spoke briefly and sang the praises of his ancestors in Quenya. Across the seas, I have come to Middle-earth. As Mortensen hummed, countless white petals fell from the crane above, seemingly welcoming the return of the king. And my descendants will dwell here forever. This scene would be re-recorded with music and sound effects in post-production. Duke filmed this way to help Mortensen fully embody Aragorn's character. He descended the stairs, walking through the line of actors, while Terry's third camera captured important roles. The main characters who participated in the War of the Ring and survived appeared, one by one on Duke's monitor. Gandalf, Gimli, Faramir, Owen, Eomer, Elrond, and Arwen. The countless rehearsals without makeup clearly paid off, and this long shot was nearly perfect. It wasn't until Aragorn reached the four hobbits that Duke called. Stop. Reset the set, he shouted into the loudspeaker. In the earlier filming, the hobbits had only been background figures, with dwarf stand-ins used. Now that they were shooting close-ups of the actual actors, Elijah Wood and Billy Boyd needed to be swapped in. However, their height differences posed a challenge, so platforms had to be added around the other actors to emphasize the hobbits' roughly 4-foot stature. The platforms, which had been prepared in advance, were quickly brought in and installed, and the filming resumed. Viggo Mortensen, holding hands with Alessandra Ambrosio, walked up to Elijah Wood and the others. The four hobbits bent to salute, but were stopped by Aragorn. My friends, you do not need to bow to anyone. Saying this, Viggo Mortensen knelt, followed closely by Alessandra Ambrosio, and then all the actors did the same. Duke, glancing from the monitor, let out a soft breath. 14 months of shooting had finally reached a significant milestone. The end. Post-production was far from complete, and the road to box office success hadn't even begun. This was just the end of filming. Cut. While his mind raced with thoughts, Duke didn't hesitate to stop the entire crew. People slowly stood up from the set. Some were relaxed, others confused, some sighed, and some reflected on the long journey of filming. Although Titanic took 4 years to make, the actual filming time wasn't long. But a movie like the Lord of the Rings trilogy, which spent 14 months filming, was rare not only in Hollywood but also worldwide. Duke sighed deeply, raised his loudspeaker. No matter how magical the journey, it has an end. I announce that the Lord of the Rings has officially wrapped. As the elevator platform slowly descended, Duke was immediately surrounded by over 10 key actors. Billy Boyd, always the lively one, was the first to hug Duke, joking, "Although I'm not sure if the film will succeed, this will always be my fondest memory. Duke, I really don't want to say goodbye. We'll meet again, Billy." Duke patted him firmly on the shoulder. "Don't forget, you need to record a theme song for me." After several revisions by Billy Boyd, Duke had decided to use his song, "The Last Goodbye," as the promotional and theme song for the conclusion of the trilogy. If the series sparked strong reactions, when The Return of the King was promoted, this song would undoubtedly stir many people's emotions. Even in this emotionally charged farewell, Duke thought of these commercial elements. God would forgive him, for as a director bearing a $350 million production cost, and with the final trilogy's total investment exceeding $500 million, if he didn't consider such things, he wouldn't be a qualified commercial film director. For instance, when the actors hugged him one by one, the camera controlled by Ben Watts continued faithfully recording each moment. These would also make great promotional materials. Regardless of the internal dynamics, a crew full of friendship and love was what the public wanted to imagine and expect. Soon, more people came to hug Duke, and he said goodbye to each one. "Viggo, you are the most dedicated actor I've ever seen." After a heartfelt hug with Viggo Mortensen, Duke had a commemorative item sent: the King's Sword, Andril. "Orlando, you'll be the world's most handsome archer." To Orlando Bloom, he gifted the short bow used by Legolas, whose bowstring was blessed by Galadriel's hair. Elijah Wood received a golden chain with the One Ring attached, different from the one he had worn. It was inscribed with the black speech of Mordor, "The One Ring, ruler of the rings." "Elijah, you can wear it to bed every night. You'll have sweet dreams." Duke rarely cracked a joke, but the commemorative items, especially the One Ring given to Elijah Wood, would be important movie memorabilia in the future. "I can't believe my elven journey is ending so soon." With grace and elegance, Alessandra Ambrosio approached Duke, looking at her beautiful elven gown. "I really don't want to take it off. You can keep them." Duke pointed to her attire and accessories. "They're yours now." As they spoke, someone handed over Arwen's velvet gown to Alessandra Ambrosio's assistant. "Colleen, kiss him." A voice shouted from behind, and Ambrosio hung her arms around Duke's neck, kissing him on the lips. This was probably the most amusing moment of the farewell ceremony. The audience erupted into applause, which was just as loud as when Aragorn held hands with Arwen in the big reunion scene. I see the light fading as dusk sets in. I hear the wind rise with sighs. When snow feathers fall and cover my old friend's body, I softly say this final farewell. Once the applause died down, Billy Boyd's voice began to sing. "I've traveled the world, tasted all the pain. No regrets, though never forgotten. Who will walk with me through hardship? Though we've walked together, the time for parting has come." After the simple farewell ceremony, the members of the Fellowship of the Ring went to a tattoo shop to get the number 9 inked on their wrists to commemorate this unique journey. But the crew had reached the point of disbanding. Including Duke, most people would take a break before returning to their normal Hollywood lives. Duke planned to vacation with Alessandra Ambrosio in Fiji before heading back to Los Angeles with the Weta Workshop's visual effects team to officially begin post-production on the Lord of the Rings trilogy. Chapter 386. Chapter 386. Chapter 386. Under the bright and glaring sunlight, the streets of Burbank were so blinding that it almost gave people a headache. Perhaps it was due to the unusual weather this year, as the greater Los Angeles area, already deep into autumn, was much drier and hotter than usual. Since August, the air had barely seen any rain, and breathing it felt as if it could catch fire, spreading a scorching heat through the body that made people feel irritable. Brad Miller, holding a sign protesting against the Lord of the Rings movie adaptation, shielded himself from the intense sunlight, hoping that the journalists across from him would take a few more pictures of their protest group to amplify their message to all the Lord of the Rings fans in America. As a staunch supporter of the novel, Brad Miller had organized large groups of like-minded book fans to protest at the New Zealand film set as soon as the film began production. However, the film's director, Duke Rosenberg, had only mentioned a few words during interviews that might please the Lord of the Rings fans, but had never directly addressed their protests. What irritated Brad Miller more than the fear that the film might ruin the near-perfect masterpiece in his mind was the fact that they had been ignored. Duke Rosenberg clearly didn't care about the opinions of this group of diehard book fans. He had made a few successful films, but just because he had succeeded in other movies didn't mean he could successfully adapt The Lord of the Rings. Especially considering that the filming of The Lord of the Rings had been ongoing for over 2 months. And how many scandals had the production team caused? The Angel Elf show? The actor farewell ceremony? The gifts they handed out? What did they think The Lord of the Rings was? A casual promotional stunt? The Lord of the Rings should be profound, introverted, and understated, not so flashy. Come on, raise up our protest signs. Under the bright sunlight, the surrounding protesters appeared lethargic. Seeing some journalists glancing their way, Brad Miller hurriedly reminded his companions. Compared to the fans standing at the door of the Warner lot under the direct sunlight, the journalists were hiding in the shade. Although the protest signs were quite eye-catching, their cameras hadn't budged. After so many protests, it wasn't fresh to them, and even less so to their audience. Kevin, a reporter for World News Weekly, had been covering this story since August, and the protesters had appeared at the lot every few days. It had become mundane. There was no real news to cover. Kevin thought idly that if they truly wanted to protest, they should burn down the Warner lot, along with the director and the films. Now that would be real protest. Speaking of news, Kevin looked toward the lot, hoping that maybe the PR department for The Lord of the Rings or someone related would leak a piece of information. Even a tabloid piece about Duke Rosenberg would be something. Since August, when paparazzi had caught him vacationing with a Victoria's Secret angel, the famous director had reverted to his old workaholic ways. He spent almost every day traveling between Duke Manor and Warner Studios. No new news had surfaced since. A black Bentley turned the corner, and Kevin picked up his camera, quickly snapping pictures along with the other reporters. Although they could only shoot the car's front and rear in a chaotic mess, they couldn't afford to fall behind. After all, Duke Rosenberg's value far outweighed the protesting book fans. Through the tinted windows of the car, Kevin could barely make out the flashes of light. Duke didn't stop, driving straight into the parking lot. He switched to an electric cart and quickly entered the Lord of the Rings studio in the office area. Since mid-August, post-production for The Lord of the Rings had been underway for more than 2 months, but the film's special effects were so numerous and intricate that post-production had become quite tedious. For the Fellowship of the Ring, Duke had created a work schedule lasting 6 months. He also couldn't wait until the first movie's box office results were in before beginning work on the second. Though the post-production of the trilogy had an order, with the Fellowship of the Ring needing to finish first, special effects for the other 2 films had already begun. For example, modeling for the Ents and the Nazgul's flying beasts had long been completed at Weta Workshop, with one team specifically dedicated to rendering. "Hey Mike, how's it going?" Duke walked into the editing room and saw Mike Dawson reviewing a shot. "Has the scene where Aragorn leads the hobbits to Weathertop been cut?" "Yep, it's done." Mike Dawson pressed the replay button to show the scene. "Though, it's a bit long," he added. Watching the scene on screen, Duke frowned slightly. The sequence wasn't using parallel montage yet. It just showed Aragorn and 4 hobbits leaving Bree and heading into the wilderness, which seemed a bit drawn out. "Mike, cut this part." Duke pressed pause on the video. "We already spent enough time in the Shire. We can't afford to make the journey too long, or else the film's pace will slow down too much." Even with some scenes cut, Duke still felt the pacing was slightly off. Fortunately, the suspense from the chase between the Fellowship and the Ringwraiths would keep the audience hooked, and even the dullest scenes in the Shire had picturesque landscapes to enjoy, which would likely hold the audience's attention. Duke had also planned a big scene at the film's start, and any time saved from trimming would be used to enhance the opening battle. After a busy day, having completed the main editing tasks, Duke passed the remaining footage to his assistants. He and Mike Dawson left the editing room and walked into the CGI room dedicated to The Lord of the Rings. Richard Taylor, the head of Weta Workshop, nodded at them as they entered but continued working. Not wanting to disturb him, Duke headed straight for Mary Victoria, who was overseeing a team focused on rendering the opening battle between the human and elven armies and the forces of Mordor. Since this portion of the film had been shot entirely on blue screens, the special effects team needed to key out every frame's background and replace it with scenes from Mordor, as well as enhance the visual effects for the battle. Apart from the live-action footage of actors, CGI would be used for the distant battlefield. "Mary," Duke asked, walking over to the head of the team. "How much longer until the opening battle scene is done?" 3 to 4 weeks. Mary Victoria gave a conservative estimate. Duke thought for a moment about Warner Brothers' promotional schedule and said, "I want to see the finished opening scene by early December." "No problem," Mary Victoria responded confidently. "I'll make sure it's done." According to Warner Brothers' marketing plan, the Fellowship of the Ring would appear during the Super Bowl halftime commercials. At just 30 seconds, this would be a very brief advertisement. But for a movie like The Lord of the Rings, that time had to leave a lasting impression on the audience. As usual, Duke had a simple plan: use the most eye-catching material to grab viewers' attention. The trailer would feature mostly the opening battle, with only a few moments of the ring and Frodo, making sure the ad left a profound impact on the audience in those precious seconds. After working on the Fellowship of the Ring, post-production for most of November, Duke would head to New York in December to attend a board meeting with Marvel Comics and witness Ivanka's new instant-sharing website launch. This was also crucial for his future investments. Chapter 387, The Ultimate Universe. Chapter 387. Chapter 387, The Ultimate Universe. The silver Rolls-Royce drove onto Fifth Avenue, inevitably slowing down. Although it wasn't rush hour, the traffic in Manhattan was still a problem. Sitting comfortably in the back seat, Duke checked his watch. It was still early. Even if he got stuck in traffic for an hour here, he wouldn't be late. As the largest shareholder and a board member of Marvel Comics, the name Marvel was modified in 2009 to avoid confusion, so from now on, it would be called Marvel. Duke had specifically come to New York to discuss future plans with Marvel's top executives. Perhaps Marvel had indeed been confused in recent years, unclear about its future direction, but the first X-Men movie had grossed over $150 million at the North American box office, enough to wake them up. Top executives at a nationally recognized company, including those who made poor decisions that led to losses, were all sharp people. At this moment, the typical daily task in Manhattan occurred. The car came to a complete stop. Duke leaned back in his seat, closed his eyes, and thought about the topics for today's meeting. As a major shareholder in Marvel, Duke had done his homework before flying to New York. There was no doubt that Marvel had reached a turning point in history. Since 1995, the North American comic book industry had entered a freeze period. Not only Marvel but also DC and Dark Horse Comics were struggling, and comic book sales kept dropping. In the worst year, the total sales in the U.S. were less than $300 million. Things had improved slightly since last year, but the cold winter for print comics was far from over. The comic industry couldn't recover from the slump relying solely on comics. The way out for comic companies lay in the broader entertainment industry, where DC had far outpaced Marvel. Superman and Batman were successful examples of comics crossing over into other forms of entertainment. However, even though Superman and Batman movies had once been major box office hits, and the first X-Men movie opened strongly, comic book films were still not the mainstream. For comic book movies to truly become part of the mainstream film industry, they needed to go through a long process of research, analysis, integration, preparation, and scripting. Now that X-Men was doing well, Duke could offer some advice to Marvel. He could push to accelerate this process, but Marvel wouldn't return to its former glory in just 2 or 3 years. Although his experience was unique, he only had a very normal human brain. He couldn't be like a computer, instantly recalling everything and tolerating everything. Over time, even Marvel's issues had been neglected. It was Ian McKellen's portrayal of Magneto that had stirred up relevant memories. Perhaps there were geniuses in this world who could do anything, but Duke was very clear that he wasn't one of them. He could propose some ideas based on the memories stirred up, but those ideas would need to be summarized and executed by Marvel's professionals. Moreover, after years of decline, Marvel's internal structure needed to be reorganized and adjusted, which wasn't something that could be solved by just one person speaking eloquently for a while. This country worshipped individual heroism, but even people as powerful as Bill Gates, Steve Jobs, and Warren Buffett needed an equally capable team to execute their ideas. Anyone who had some knowledge of the comic industry could see that Marvel's problems couldn't be solved by just one successful movie. Half an hour later, The silver Rolls-Royce stopped in front of 417 Fifth Avenue. As soon as Duke got out of the car, Marvel staff greeted him and led him to the elevator, taking him up to Marvel's office floor. Although he wasn't late, it wasn't early either. Duke walked directly into the meeting room, greeting Marvel's board members and other executives present. Of course, among the people sitting in the meeting room, the only one Duke truly recognized was Stan Lee, the man wearing sunglasses and covered in age spots. Although he greatly admired Stan Lee for creating so many iconic comic book heroes, Duke maintained the appropriate attitude, treating him the same as everyone else. This was a business event, and being too friendly would not only be inappropriate for his status, but also somewhat disrespectful. Just 5 minutes later, when everyone had arrived, the board meeting officially began, with the meeting being chaired by Marvel's CEO, Kevin Feige. After a few brief agenda items, the meeting quickly moved to the topic of comic book heroes. I believe everyone has seen the charm of our heroes, who have succeeded not only on the big screen with DC's Superman and Batman, but also with our superheroes. Sitting at the head of the long meeting table, Kevin Feige spoke with a firm tone. Everyone, we can no longer casually sell the rights to our superheroes. This CEO, who had risen to power during a crisis, was far from the typical, well-dressed corporate executive. He was a large man, casually wearing a Marvel-themed hoodie, paired with worn-out jeans and gray sneakers. He didn't look like a company decision-maker at all. His proposal was undoubtedly supported by all the attendees, including Duke. After receiving Duke's investment, Marvel's financial pressures had eased significantly, and now they certainly didn't want to recklessly sell the rights to any more superheroes. Clearly, Kevin Feige had gained the support of the majority of the board members. As long as his decisions aligned with Marvel's interests, Duke would support him. With enough backing, Kevin Feige presented a series of reform plans to optimize Marvel's internal structure, gradually resolving the long-standing conflicts and issues. What impressed Duke the most was his proposal for Marvel's broader entertainment concept, aiming to reorganize Marvel, particularly by establishing Marvel Studios to produce superhero movies exclusively for Marvel. The plan was certainly inspiring, but Duke knew it would be a long-term strategy. As he had thought in the car on the way here, Marvel's current problems couldn't be solved purely by movies. Given Marvel's current situation and capabilities, making a successful film was still a distant dream. However, some people were always blinded by immediate benefits, and two executive directors immediately suggested that Marvel quickly enter the film industry to rake in money. But Kevin Feige and his deputy, Avi Arad, were both clear-headed. The entire Marvel team is a newcomer to the movie industry. Kevin Feige's gaze fell on Duke. We have one of Hollywood's most successful directors here. Why don't we listen to Duke's advice? Everyone's eyes turned to Duke. Anyone who was present at this meeting was not a fool, and they knew that Duke had more authority in this area than all of them combined. Moreover, he was Marvel's largest shareholder, so he was unlikely to say anything unreliable. Kevin, have someone distribute the materials I brought. This was also a long-term investment, just like understanding the anime industry. Before coming here, Duke had prepared a detailed plan based on vague memories and the future development of the movie industry. Two assistants opened the two large file bags that Duke's driver had brought in, walking around the long meeting table and placing copies of the documents in front of the executives. Many people eagerly flipped open the files. The two impatient executive directors only skimmed through them, then unconsciously frowned. One of them said, "A 5-year preparation period is a bit too long, isn't it?" Everyone else looked at Duke. He slowly placed his arms on the table. Quite the opposite. In order for all conditions to progress as we expect, 5 years is the minimum. Otherwise, it might take even longer. Since the meeting had begun, Duke had mostly been silent, almost like a mascot, but when it came to his area of expertise, his voice was as firm as Kevin Feige's. "Everyone, keep flipping through the materials in your hands." His voice wasn't loud, but it was remarkably clear. This is not just a movie plan. This is to connect our superheroes in a shared universe through movies. Marvel's internal reorganization takes time, the establishment of Marvel Studios takes time, and finding partners and distributors takes time. He directly addressed the issue of time. Marvel is a newcomer in the movie industry, and even with me around, we still need time to become familiar with this industry. Everyone, The intricacies of Hollywood are never few, and this industry is no less competitive than any other. And most importantly, Duke's gaze turned to Stan Lee. The Marvel Universe is extremely chaotic, and the relationships between the characters are incredibly complex. Many of the heroes' rights are not fully under our control. If we want to maximize profits in the future, we must negotiate to regain all the superhero rights I've listed in the plan. This will also take time. Stan Lee, who had been flipping through the plan, trembled slightly as he reached the last few pages. His voice carried a suppressed excitement. Duke, your plan, your ultimate plan. Yes, that's right, Duke said seriously. We place Marvel's popular characters in the same universe, connect them through a series of films, and then use new comics, animated shows, and TV series as supplementary pieces to build this universe. Finally, our superheroes will come together to face the greatest challenges and form the Avengers. And that's not the end. Duke continued. If everything goes smoothly, we can even venture beyond Earth and set our sights on the Marvel Ultimate Universe. His words and the proposal were not too complex. This was just a suggestion. The best candidates to implement the plan were, without a doubt, the creators of the Avengers, those who understood the Marvel Universe the best. And the most important part of this movie plan is the first film. If the first film fails, the entire plan will suffer a major setback, so we must be cautious. Ample preparation time is the key to success. The plan Duke presented immediately grabbed the Marvel management's attention. The board meeting, which was initially scheduled for 1 day, was extended to 3 days, with the following 2 days spent discussing the feasibility of his plan. Chapter 388, Ivanka's website. Chapter 388, Chapter 388, Ivanka's website. Marvel's Ultimate Universe movie plan sounds simple, but it's far from easy to execute. Without even considering issues like funding and talent, the abilities of Marvel's heroes themselves pose a significant challenge. To perfectly represent them on the big screen, CGI effects are heavily relied upon. Today's special effects can achieve it, but the cost is extremely high. Additionally, it's not easy for Marvel's writers to come up with a suitable overarching storyline. If they don't want to end up like DC and Warner Brothers in the past, hastily piecing things together, they must do considerable groundwork in this area. After 3 days of board meetings, Duke stayed with Stan Lee and Kevin Feige at Marvel to exchange more ideas. When it comes to movies, Duke is an absolute expert, but he doesn't know much about the comics industry, so he could only communicate with them from the perspective of film. Originally, Duke had planned to finish his trip to the East Coast in 1 week, but he ended up staying at Marvel for 10 days. It wasn't until the first snow of the winter started to fall in New York that he left Manhattan and headed to Philadelphia's Wharton Business School to check on another investment of $300,000. You finally made it. Ivanka Trump's voice greeted Duke as he got out of the car at the entrance to Wharton. I thought you'd forgotten about our appointment. Sorry, darling. Duke smiled, brushing off the snowflakes on his head. Something came up unexpectedly. With that, he opened his arms and gave Ivanka Trump a light hug. Together, they walked into Wharton Business School amidst the falling snow. You're dressed too lightly. Ivanka removed her scarf and wrapped it tightly around Duke's neck to protect him from the cold wind. The weather was indeed cold, and the east coast of North America is frequently hit by snowstorms. It seemed that one was unfolding at this very moment. Duke tightened his woolen coat and buttoned it all the way up. The snow is getting heavier, Duke remarked, looking up at the thick snowflakes. Ivanka looked back at him, her curly blonde hair peeking out from under her hat. She smiled and said, "What did you say?" The wind and snow mixed as Duke leaned closer to Ivanka's ear and repeated, "Where are we going?" "Library," Ivanka answered. "They have public computer rooms and even offer hot coffee. We can drink coffee while checking out our new website." After about 5 minutes of walking against the snowstorm, Duke and Ivanka finally arrived at the library. As they approached the glass doors, the warmth from inside felt like a return to Los Angeles after the cold of Philadelphia. They shook off the snow from their clothes, pushed open the doors, and entered the library. Following Ivanka, they quickly found a public computer room. After getting 2 cups of hot coffee, Duke and Ivanka sat in front of a computer in a cubicle and waited for the Microsoft Windows system to load. Ivanka held the coffee cup and briefly explained some details to Duke. Since they had been in frequent phone contact over the past 6 months, she kept it simple. The website is temporarily hosted on a campus server. It officially launched on the 22nd of last month, and there's a dedicated link on the school's BBS. Once the computer was ready, Duke opened the browser and, following Ivanka's instructions, entered the website address. The page quickly loaded, revealing a simple and straightforward website. At the top right corner, there were prompts for registered users, and above them, visitor counts and registered users, though the numbers were quite low. The website had 856 visits and only 293 registered users. Duke glanced at the top left corner, where the website's name was simple and direct, instant share. This is just a temporary name. Ivanka pointed to the address bar and explained, right now, it's just a campus network, but once we expand and get a primary domain name, I'll think of a catchier name. She turned to Duke. You're a shareholder, so you can come up with one too. Really? Duke seemed thoughtful. Ivanka winked playfully. If you come up with a name I don't like, I have veto power. Duke shrugged. Such a tough task is better left to you. He then changed the subject. It seems the promotion of the website will be a difficult task. It's only been less than a month since the launch, so it's normal for the numbers to be low. Ivanka wasn't discouraged. I'll promote it through various events at the university and the University of Pennsylvania. After thinking for a moment, she moved one hand and pointed to the registration section of the website, saying, You're the major shareholder, so register an account. It would be great if you could upload a picture of your daily life. If a big director like you joins the site, it will definitely attract a lot of people. Duke followed her suggestion, registering with his real name. While this website wasn't like the social platforms he had used before, it surprisingly supported instant photo uploads. Uploading videos is still just a plan. If we can't even upload pictures, then there's no need for us to have this website, Ivanka added. Hearing this, Duke glanced at her. She looked extremely serious, almost as if she treated it as an important startup venture. Social networking sites are a crucial part of the future internet, and nearly everyone online will depend on them and related apps. What will become of this website in the future? Right now, it was hard to tell. Duke had worked with Ivanka for quite a while, and he knew she was a highly capable young woman, lacking only practical experience. Perhaps under his influence, she would walk a completely different business path than she had originally planned. Due to the extended trip on the East Coast, Duke had work waiting for him in both New York and Los Angeles. After the snowstorm subsided, he planned to leave Philadelphia and head back to New York. Darling, I'll wait for you to make the website bigger, take it public, and see our stocks soar. We'll become super rich together, Duke joked as they left Wharton Business School. Ivanka was confident. Wait and see, Duke. You're ahead now, but I'll catch up with you eventually. Back in New York, Duke went straight to the headquarters of Victoria's Secret, where he met with Vice President Rebecca Fine. She led him to the design studio, where preparations for next year's big show were underway, specifically related to their agreement regarding The Lord of the Rings. Next year's Victoria's Secret Angel show would have a theme closely related to elves. The angels had already been sent to a training camp in Florida for intense training to ensure their bodies matched the elegance and slenderness of elves. Soon after, Duke's art director, Hannah Selina, arrived from out of town in New York, and she would assist with the related work at Victoria's Secret. Before returning to Los Angeles, Duke met with Irene Lauder, who had just returned from Europe. Since she launched her personalized makeup brand, her schedule had been incredibly busy. She was now a prominent figure, flying back and forth across North America for commercial promotions and even traveling to Europe to expand her brand there. This East Coast trip took Duke half a month to complete, but once he returned to Los Angeles, he went straight to the Lord of the Rings studio to continue post-production on the Fellowship of the Ring. After finishing the special effects for the opening battle at Weta Workshop, he edited the first trailer and sent it to Warner Brothers. This 30-second trailer would be shown during the upcoming Super Bowl. Chapter 389, The Epic Scene That Stirred Waves. Chapter 389, Chapter 389, The Epic Scene That Stirred Waves. This is the most explosive day in America since 2001. NBC Television is broadcasting live from the Raymond James Stadium in Tampa, Florida. The second quarter has just ended, but this Super Bowl is already destined to be recorded in history. In the Duke Manor's living room, Duke sat in front of the TV, patiently waiting. Tina Fey approached, holding a pot of red tea. Is the halftime show about to begin? It's about to start. Duke took the tea she handed him. Thank you. Tina Fey sat down on the single sofa next to him. She wasn't interested in the game itself. I heard Britney Spears will perform at halftime. Do you like her? Duke asked, a little surprised, having seen the behind-the-scenes side of countless big stars while being by his side. Tina Fey couldn't possibly like a pop idol. Don't you know? Tina Fey thought for a moment, confirming that she hadn't told Duke yet, and then said, Britney is considered the next Madonna. She's the hottest young singer right now, and both Nancy and CAA's Eno Martin are trying to recruit her. Duke nodded. There was no doubt about Britney's value. She was at her peak now and was undoubtedly a hot property for talent agencies. However, with Britney's poor emotional intelligence, who knows which agency she would ultimately choose? On the TV screen, the halftime commercials hadn't started yet, and the sports commentator continued talking. In the first half, the Ravens' defense completely dominated. The Giants only managed to advance a pitiful 71 yards, with 5 turnovers and 4 sacks. What's unbelievable is that both teams' offenses had moments of brilliance, completing 3 touchdowns in just 36 seconds, breaking the record for the most touchdowns completed in the shortest time. Also sitting in front of a TV, Norman Schiller, however, was gulping down beer, quietly waiting for the Hollywood movie preview ads during the Super Bowl. While waiting, Schiller furrowed his brow. He liked Duke Rosenberg's films, especially the Matrix series. In recent years, he had been eagerly awaiting the sequel, but could only wait, as the director who created the sci-fi classics was off making the Lord of the Rings trilogy in New Zealand. The Lord of the Rings was something many directors wouldn't dare touch. As Schiller pondered, the ad break finally arrived. First came a series of product commercials, then it was Hollywood time. Movies such as Pearl Harbor, Shrek, Tomb Raider, and Fast and Furious appeared, even including short teasers for the Christmas releases Monsters Incorporated and A Beautiful Mind. Was the Lord of the Rings not planning to advertise during the Super Bowl? Schiller furrowed his brow even tighter. The release date for the Fellowship of the Ring had already been announced, set for Memorial Day weekend, and Duke's movies were not only pioneers in creating Super Bowl commercial spots, but also never missed this prime-time slot during the following years. His fans had grown accustomed to waiting for the first teaser during the halftime break. After waiting until the end of the Hollywood ad block, Schiller finally saw the scene he was waiting for. Amid raging flames, a massive, ominously evil metallic glove wore a golden ring, inscribed with symbols he couldn't understand. A captivating female voice echoed, "The One Ring, master of all the rings." After several shots showcasing the ring, the screen grew darker, with countless armies advancing toward a volcano. These were 2 well-equipped armies, and even without having read the original work, Schiller could easily recognize them as humans and elves. Then, the camera moved forward, showing a larger army charging across the mountainside, getting closer and closer. Close-ups appeared, ugly, evil, and dirty. They were orcs, their mouths wide open, showing sharp teeth, rushing toward the Alliance's formation, seemingly intent on devouring everyone. However, what awaited them was a torrent of arrows. My God, their armor and weapons are amazing. The camera zoomed in on the elven army, and Schiller's eyes went wide. A large group of elven warriors bent their bows and fired long arrows, causing orcs to fall to the ground, shot through. The camera slowly zoomed out again, turning into a panoramic shot. The battlefield stretched endlessly, with countless soldiers fighting fiercely in every corner. Oh my. Schiller didn't know what to say anymore. A film enthusiast for over 10 years, he had watched countless films, many involving wars, and epic films like Gladiator from last summer. After watching the opening battle scene of that movie, he thought it was already intense and grand. But compared to the orcs fighting the human and elven alliance in this trailer, Gladiator seemed weak. In terms of battlefield scenes, intensity, and grand panoramic displays, the Fellowship of the Ring's teaser easily outshone Gladiator by miles. What an epic, monumental scene. But this was only a 30-second teaser. Just as Schiller's emotions had been stirred, the teaser was already coming to an end. It was the same golden ring, which seemed to have a life of its own, diving into the riverbed. The magnetic female voice echoed again. Some things that should not be forgotten turned to dust. History became legend. Legend turned to myth. and the One Ring has been waiting quietly. Then, the film's release date appeared. The One Ring has been waiting quietly, Schiller murmured. Yes, the Ring has been waiting for the right director to transform it into an excellent film. He sat still for a while before turning off the TV. I will start waiting too. At that moment, Norman Schiller, like so many others who had seen the trailer, temporarily set aside his obsession with the Matrix and decided to wait for a fantasy epic called The Fellowship of the Ring to be released. Duke's supporters were waiting for the teaser, and so were his detractors. As an avid fan of the books, Brad Miller, who had been protesting since the Lord of the Rings trilogy began filming, was sitting in front of the TV early. He didn't even care that his New York Giants were being crushed by the Ravens. All he wanted was to see what the director, famous for explosions and earth-destroying films, would make of his beloved Lord of the Rings. The Lord of the Rings, war, humans, elves, orcs, appeared one after another on the TV screen. In just 30 seconds, Brad Miller went from disdain to wide-eyed astonishment. He had imagined the final battle between the humans and elves countless times in his mind, but the visual presentation on the screen was 1,000 times more real, magnificent, and grand than he had ever dreamed. Brad Miller's eyes became red. Only hardcore Lord of the Rings fans could understand the emotion he felt at that moment. The excitement, the exhilaration of seeing a dream come true. With his rich experience, he quickly regained his composure. After the teaser ended, he calmly thought of all the literary works Hollywood had ruined. But deep inside, he longed for Memorial Day weekend to arrive quickly. He wanted to see what the Lord of the Rings movie would be like. Would it be as spectacular, magical, and epic as the teaser, or would it end up a disastrous mess? At the artist's management company office building on Wilshire Boulevard in Beverly Hills, Michael Ovitz didn't take the day off for the Super Bowl. Though he had successfully recruited several clients from CAA, ICM, and William Morris, compared to these large agencies, his company was still new, and every moment was extremely valuable. Of course, as a company specializing in Hollywood business, Michael Ovitz also watched the Super Bowl halftime ads. His company had 2 films slated for release during the summer block, and while there was no direct competition that weekend, every large production during the summer season would be in competition. To win the summer block, not only did you have to be good yourself, but knowing your competitors was just as crucial. As far as the summer block was concerned, Fast and Furious was a small production, and Michael Ovitz didn't plan to invest much in it. His company's focus was on Michael Bay's Pearl Harbor. The post-production of this war epic hadn't been completed yet, but after seeing the trailer made by Michael Bay himself, Ovitz was very satisfied, noting that the trailer was definitely explosive and suited the summer viewing atmosphere. Especially the bomb spiral shot imitating from Armageddon, which seemed poised to surpass Duke Rosenberg's momentum. After watching the Pearl Harbor trailer, Ovitz felt much better. However, when he saw the Lord of the Rings trailer, his mood dropped to rock bottom. What an incredible war scene. Michael Ovitz had read the original, and the battle between the human and elven alliance beneath the fiery volcano was only lightly described by Tolkien. But the teaser's visuals nearly made his soul tremble. As a senior industry insider, Ovitz clearly remembered that never in Hollywood history had there been such a grand and complex cold weapon battle. Duke Rosenberg was truly Duke Rosenberg. He could only sigh in awe. Chapter 390, Jessica's Ambition. Chapter 390, Chapter 390, Jessica's Ambition. Although the preview clip was only 30 seconds long, Michael Ovitz had already dispelled any unrealistic fantasies. His fantasy wasn't complex. If the Fellowship of the Ring didn't turn out as expected, Pearl Harbor could still return to its original release slot. After all, there was no better time to release a World War II epic than Memorial Day. At the same time, he couldn't completely dismiss the thought of seeking revenge on Godzilla. However, things never go as planned. Duke Rosenberg clearly didn't make any mistakes, at least not in the preview. He had also read the Lord of the Rings books, and while the world building and cultural descriptions were excellent, the story was mostly told on a macro level, and the famous battles were barely mentioned. If the film were made strictly according to the book structure, with most of the battles barely covered, the adaptation might not fail, but its chances of big box office success would be significantly lower. In fact, he had been hoping that Duke Rosenberg was a hardcore fan of the books, loyal to the original material, focusing on character relationships and cultural details, while ignoring the war scenes. But Duke Rosenberg was, after all, Duke Rosenberg. Michael Ovitz shook his head. The 30-second preview of the Fellowship of the Ring already showcased a grand magical war scene, easily shattering all his fantasies. Come to think of it, a director who had achieved continuous success during the summer blockbusters surely knew what the audience liked to see, right? Dispelling these wild thoughts, Michael Ovitz made a call to Touchstone Pictures, emphasizing that the release date for Pearl Harbor should not be changed. With a weekend gap between the two films, there should be enough time to reduce the competition's intensity. Although he didn't want to admit it, Michael Ovitz had to acknowledge that he didn't have the courage to face Duke Rosenberg directly this time. Wait a few years. He was certain he could find the right opportunity. It was rumored that Steven Spielberg was still haunted by the failure of Armageddon and was constantly on the lookout for a powerful subject. On Super Bowl Sunday, the halftime advertisement, like every other year, caused a strong reaction. The internet, as the fastest reflecting media, saw many active users by the third quarter, with a lot of activity on websites and forums. Turning off the TV, Norman Schiller sat down at the computer. However, unlike before, he didn't enter the explosive maniac chatroom, but directly logged into Duke's personal website. Since The Matrix, this site, where fans could leave messages and share thoughts, had become the most concentrated place for Duke's admirers. Schiller went straight to the message board, where it was already bustling. The hot topic was the recently released 30-second preview of the Fellowship of the Ring. I never doubted Duke would create a magical classic, but I didn't expect that just a 30-second preview would be so shocking. Yes, shocking. That's a magical war scene I never dared to imagine. A lot of replies followed. It's just a preview, and yet I can't look away. I swear, on my family's honor, I didn't blink once during those 30 seconds. Blinking? Don't joke. Missing even a fraction of a second is a regret. When the film comes out, I'm definitely going to watch it. Does anyone know when the pre-sale tickets will start? I can't wait. Reading these posts, Norman Schiller pressed his hands on the keyboard and, using his Duke of Destruction account, posted his own message. I'm not a Lord of the Rings fan, but after 30 seconds, I decided to become one. It's not because the original is so great, but because the Fellowship of the Ring trailer has fascinated and driven me crazy. I've decided to temporarily set aside my complaints about Duke regarding The Matrix and enjoy a Middle-earth journey this summer. While enjoying the magical journey, not just ordinary fans were involved, but many actors as well. Why can't I be part of such a grand production? In an apartment on the outskirts of Beverly Hills, Jessica Alba had just changed the channel and complained to Christopher, who sat beside her. Only by working with top directors and being in top productions can I become a big star. Thinking about the grand preview just now, and comparing it to Fast and Furious, Jessica Alba felt the two were incomparable. The former was like a Michelin 3-star meal, while the latter was nothing but cheap popcorn. Though she was the lead actress in Fast and Furious, Jessica Alba didn't like the film at all. The director wasn't famous, the actors weren't well known, and the investment wasn't impressive. It would be hard to become famous with such a film. To become famous, she needed to work with top directors like Duke Rosenberg. Don't worry, darling, you'll have a chance soon. Christopher, being a master of sweet-talking, seized the opportunity when he heard Jessica Alba's complaints and threw out a new bait. When we met last time, I talked to Duke about his interest in the French Revolution and his desire to make a film about it. His words were filled with confidence and sincerity. Jessica, you know I'm French, and I have some connections in France. I can help Duke realize his vision. I'm planning to find a suitable historical epic subject related to French history and start a collaboration. Is this true? Jessica Alba asked, her voice filled with suppressed excitement. Christopher nodded solemnly. If the project succeeds, I'll definitely recommend you for the lead role. Jessica Alba's face lit up with joy, but then she pouted slightly. It won't turn out like Fast and Furious, right? Of course not. Christopher replied patiently. It's precisely because I might have a collaboration with Duke that I canceled my investment in Fast and Furious. That new project needs too much money. Seeing that Jessica Alba was about to ask more, Christopher quickly added, Don't ask about the specifics of the time or the amount, darling. I made an agreement with Duke to keep everything confidential before the project is officially announced. Jessica Alba nodded happily. I'll keep it a secret. As she dreamed about her future as a big star, the man beside her was dreaming about his own future as well. Some methods could only be used once or twice, but never too many times. From entering Hollywood in 1991 to becoming a millionaire, he had always been searching for the right targets, people who were both rich and had dreams. Dreams often blind people's eyes, and that's when he saw his opportunity. Duke Rosenberg was undoubtedly such a person. In recent years, his investments in film had been in the tens of millions of dollars. If he succeeded with Duke, he could retire comfortably. Opportunities were rare. In Hollywood, every opportunity was hard to come by. Since he had acquired the rights to adapt the Lord of the Rings trilogy and spent a huge sum on production, Duke certainly wanted to make the most of this rare opportunity and ensure its success. After Super Bowl Sunday, while continuing to work on the Fellowship of the Rings post-production, he also actively cooperated with Warner Brothers on their promotional plans. From time to time, he would appear in the media, mentioning topics related to the Lord of the Rings, and even attended this year's Golden Globe Awards to present the award for Best Drama Film. Thus, the promotional campaign for the Fellowship of the Ring was in full swing. With only a few months left before the summer release, Warner Brothers rolled out various promotional strategies, from the internet to radio, magazines to newspapers, outdoor ads to TV commercials. Yahoo, IMDb, and Duke's personal website became the main focus of online promotions, particularly Duke's personal website, which became a central place for the Fellowship of the Ring updates, regularly posting behind-the-scenes images and videos, attracting significant attention from netizens. Even traditional entertainment media frequently reshared these. Warner Brothers. TMZ website also took advantage of its gossip strengths, regularly publishing stories about Elijah Wood and two models' conflicts on set in New Zealand. Duke made his first appearance as a character in his own film, further sparking fan interest. The movie posters, too, became key elements in the intensive promotional bombardment. This was an ensemble film with many characters, and with the popularity of The Lord of the Rings, many characters already had some degree of fame. These character posters and their designs also had great promotional value. Warner Brothers used a strategy of releasing the character posters in batches, with Gandalf, Frodo, Aragorn, Saruman. Their posters began to dominate cinemas and outdoor advertising in February. Among these, a poster released on Duke's personal website stole all the attention. It depicted the leader of the Uruk-hai with a little red flower in his hair, standing before the human king portrayed Viggo Mortensen, as though trying to kiss him. This parody poster completely exceeded what most people could tolerate, and even those who didn't understand the characters couldn't help but laugh, thus paying attention to the film's title and release date. Many behind-the-scenes photos from New Zealand, directed by Duke, also became valuable promotional tools. However, when it came to an event that could impact the entire Western world, the next big show was still the Supermodel Show. Based on an agreement between Time Warner and Victoria's Secret, the upcoming fashion show would feature the theme of angel elves. This show would take place in the birthplace of the Lord of the Rings, the UK. Chapter 391, The Evening Star Nightgown. Chapter 391, Chapter 391, The Evening Star Nightgown. In front of Merced Palace, the crowd was overwhelming, far more lively than during London Fashion Week. However, fashion enthusiasts made up only a small fraction of the audience. The majority consisted of movie fans, book lovers, and celebrity followers because countless stars had already graced the red carpet. This year's Victoria's Secret annual show was far more extravagant and bustling than ever. Celebrities and socialites from both Britain and America seemed to treat it as a queen's banquet, eagerly flocking to attend. Leonardo DiCaprio, Brad Pitt and Jennifer Aniston, Liam Neeson and his family, Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman, David Beckham and his wife. As one of the most prestigious guests, Duke arrived relatively late but walked quickly, almost trailing behind Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman as they entered the interview area. Prompted by Nicole Kidman's glance, Tom Cruise generously ceded the interview spot to Duke and waited for him at the entrance of Merced Palace. The official announcement by Victoria's Secret states that the designs for this show were inspired by Tolkien's works. What is your view on this? Fleet Street reporters surrounded Duke so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. Sorry, I'm not very knowledgeable about fashion, Duke replied. even though he wasn't fond of these Fleet Street journalists. However, he knew how to answer tactfully. Tolkien was a great writer, and his works are absolutely extraordinary. His detailed descriptions of the costumes of various unique races in Middle-earth can indeed inspire a lot of creativity. A globally renowned American director praising a British author so highly was music to Fleet Street's ears. Someone immediately followed up, asking, "Director Rosenberg, what do you think of Mr. Tolkien? He was a great writer, the father of modern fantasy literature. He didn't just revolutionize literature. He also influenced the development of the film industry. Many of Hollywood's greatest epic films bear the marks of his literary works. Now, having the opportunity to produce the Lord of the Rings trilogy myself feels like a tremendous honor." Duke seamlessly shifted the topic to his films, unabashedly promoting himself. At the same time, he made sure to leverage Tolkien's stature for maximum effect. After finishing the interview, Duke left the interview area and walked to the entrance of Merced Palace, finding Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman still waiting for him. "Congratulations, Tom. It should be congratulations to us." Tom Cruise, holding Nicole Kidman's arm, walked alongside Duke. "Our collaboration has once again been a huge success." Indeed. Duke continued walking without pausing. They were referring to Mission Impossible 2. The film had essentially completed its global theatrical run, grossing a cumulative worldwide box office of $558.9 million. Not only did it set the highest box office record of Tom Cruise's career, but it also elevated him to the pinnacle of Hollywood's top commercial stars. The film's massive success naturally delighted Duke. After all, he enjoyed 1/3 of the film's profit share. Given his current status and position, he had the power to oversee the entire production process and no longer had to fear distribution companies playing tricks. He was no longer a novice director or an outsider investor clueless about the industry's rules. As they continued discussing topics ranging from The Lord of the Rings to Mission Impossible 2, they entered the grand hall of Merced Palace. Their seats were all in the front row. Perhaps to emphasize their close relationship, Tom Cruise had deliberately swapped seats with Elijah Wood and others to sit next to Duke. During the conversation, Nicole Kidman seemed somewhat melancholy compared to the exuberant Tom Cruise. "Nicole, though I'm not skilled in creating artistic films." After chatting with her for a few moments, Duke roughly understood the reason for her mood. Given his current amicable relations with the Cruise-Kidman couple, he offered a few comforting words. "I believe The Others is an outstanding film, and your performance deserves recognition." Unfortunately, Nicole Kidman shook her head. Tom Cruise immediately consoled her by gently holding her hand. "Honey, don't lose heart. Opportunities will always come." "Nicole, Tom is absolutely right. Your acting has improved tremendously." For some reason, Duke felt this couple was moving in a direction opposite to what he had known in his past life. If you encounter the right role, you'll surely shine. If Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman didn't divorce, and without the sympathy factor, could Nicole Kidman still win the Oscar for Best Actress? No one could say for sure. However, the negative impact on box office performance was already evident. The Others was arguably Nicole Kidman's most commercially successful work in the past. Duke vaguely recalled that it grossed over $100 million at the North American box office. Yet the same film, released last year, earned less than $50 million domestically, highlighting her lack of appeal in the North American market. Although the film would likely turn a profit due to its extremely low budget and decent overseas box office performance, her investment return rate was abysmally low compared to her massive reputation and exorbitant. "Hey, hi Tom. Hi David." Before the show began, another famous couple came over to greet them. Subsequently, Tom Cruise introduced them to Duke. "David, this is Director Rosenberg. Duke, this is David Beckham, the famous soccer star, and his wife, Victoria Beckham, the renowned singer." Duke shook hands with the globally famous couple. He had no interest in soccer, merely getting acquainted. He and Victoria Beckham tacitly acted as though they were meeting for the first time. As Duke had said before, he wasn't a saint and had his own principles. He had never intended to wreck someone else's family. His relationship with Victoria Beckham was just one of many fleeting encounters in their respective colorful pasts. However, Duke hadn't expected Victoria Beckham to quietly slip a small note into his hand while shaking it. Without even looking at it, Duke handed it directly to his assistant, Tina Fey, who then tossed it into the trash. What was written on the note? Duke neither knew nor wanted to know. To him, Victoria Beckham was nothing more than a brief dalliance. Besides, he had already arranged to spend 2 days touring London with Alessandra Ambrosio after the show. This show was broadcast by Sky Television in Europe and NBC in North America and other regions. Both Magic Ring Studios and Victoria's Secret poured immense resources into the event, especially in the design of the clothing and stage, which exuded an otherworldly magical elegance, so exquisite and refined that it seemed like a masterpiece from another realm. In ordinary runway shows, a stage designed with Lotharian-inspired elven aesthetics might appear out of place. However, in a Victoria's Secret angel show, the angel models never stick to rigid expressions, and the runway itself always exudes a dreamlike quality. The theme of this show was the Angel Elf Parade. While it had no direct connections to The Lord of the Rings, the grandeur of the 1999 show immediately came to mind. As the models appeared on the runway wearing lingerie in soft green, mossy tones, and crimson hues, adorned with leaf and plant patterns, the imagery effortlessly evoked thoughts of elves. Particularly, to emphasize the sacredness of the elves, every angel model wore a layer of semi-transparent gauze over their lingerie. This style echoed the costumes of elves depicted in the film. Anyone familiar with Victoria's Secret shows knew that while it was a lingerie show, the angels rarely appeared in just plain underwear. Instead, various elf-related accessories and exquisitely crafted props became decorations on their bodies or in their hands. For instance, Adriana Lima transformed into an elf handmaiden. As she stepped onto the runway, she carried an elven-crafted wooden bottle. Such elements appeared continuously. While these features might seem out of balance in regular fashion shows, they were captivating when paired with the runway's ethereal ambience and the angels' expressive performances, all carefully designed by Magic Ring Studios and Victoria's Secret's designers. As for guest performers, Victoria's Secret heeded Duke's suggestion and invited the renowned Irish singer Enya. She performed a song in both English and Quenya, based on a poem praising the elves from Tolkien's works. The music, of course, was composed by Howard Shore, the film's score composer. Rebecca, I don't understand. Backstage at the runway's exit, Victoria's Secret store president Lori Greeley watched the company's models step onto the stage one by one. She asked, puzzled, I don't understand why we're cooperating with Duke. Even though he's the company's largest individual shareholder, he doesn't have the authority to demand this. He certainly doesn't have that authority, Rebecca Finn initially echoed, then explained. But don't forget his work's influence. If the Fellowship of the Ring achieves success similar to the Matrix, its impact will be tremendous. Our elven-themed clothing and accessories. At this point, she glanced at Lori Greeley, who immediately understood. In that instant, Lori seemed to see even further. And this is just one trilogy. If all 3 films succeed, our product sales will undoubtedly soar over the next few years. As the two women said, Victoria's Secret was willing to collaborate with Duke because of the potential future profits. To this end, they even made certain adjustments, accepting Duke's suggestion to have Alessandra Ambrosio, the model with the heaviest role in The Lord of the Rings, close the show. Wearing a translucent nightgown inspired by Arwen's attire, Alessandra Ambrosio closed the runway. The delicate fabric, adorned with tiny gemstones, reflected starlight under the lights, perfectly embodying the meaning of Arwen's name, Evening Star. This nightgown, crafted from Indian silk interwoven with diamonds, emeralds, and Ceylon sapphires, was aptly named Evening Star. Victoria's Secret priced it at a staggering $8 million. Chapter 392, Want a Kiss? Chapter 392, Chapter 392, Want a Kiss? As the finale angel, Alessandra Ambrosio walked back to the end of the runway. Golden leaves floated down from above the hall, and a white spotlight shone on her. Complemented by her outfit and the runway set design, she seemed like an angel descending to the mortal world or a fairy arriving in the mundane realm. To become an angel, one must have their own style and be able to master several others. Fresh styles always bring fresh excitement, and excitement can be said to be a major reason why Victoria's Secret angels are so popular. To maintain that fresh excitement, Victoria's Secret updates its angels periodically. Just like in Duke's other life, many angels who failed to bring new excitement were often dropped after their contracts expired. Victoria's Secret would then look for new angels to bring fresh appeal. The cycle of renewal is an eternal theme in this world. For instance, previous Victoria's Secret finale models were mostly Heidi Klum. However, due to age and other reasons, Victoria's Secret would not renew her contract after this show, and she would officially retire as an angel. That said, Victoria's Secret has a more humane approach in such situations, rarely announcing contract non-renewals publicly. For example, Miranda Kerr and Rosie Huntington-Whiteley, former angels discarded by Victoria's Secret, claimed to have left voluntarily, and Victoria's Secret rarely issued public rebuttals. Of course, these former angels are also smart and only speak ambiguously, stopping short of challenging Victoria's Secret. Alessandra Ambrosio's appearance as the finale angel signaled the end of the show. According to tradition, Victoria's Secret would auction the finale outfit on the spot. As for whether there were shill bidders, only Victoria's Secret management knew. The Evening Star robe was priced at a staggering $8 million. This price was partly for the publicity and partly due to the significant value of the gemstones used. Before attending this show, Duke had already arranged with Leonardo DiCaprio to act as a shill if no one else bid. Leo would bid for the robe at the listed price on Duke's behalf. This move would not only create additional buzz, but also avoid suspicion. After all, everyone in Hollywood and the US-UK media knew Leo was a notorious spender, beloved by auction houses, the art world, and the fashion industry. Duke had advised him to exercise restraint, but Leo seemed immersed in his indulgences. Luckily, he showed some moderation, and this involved personal freedom, so Duke could only give a friendly reminder. However, Leo wasn't needed this time. A Brazilian tycoon threw out $10 million and took the Evening Star robe home. The final extravagant act added a perfect touch to the show. Subsequent media reports focused heavily on this event, particularly on Alessandra Ambrosio and the sky-high price of the Evening Star robe. The show achieved its goal of stealing headlines and generating publicity. 3 days after the Victoria's Secret show, Warner Brothers rode the wave of buzz by holding a press conference to release a new series of posters. These posters, themed around angelic elves, featured Victoria's Secret angels playing female elves in the film, led by Arwen. Victoria's Secret angels differ from ordinary models. While standard runway models don't prioritize facial beauty, Victoria's Secret has strict standards for appearance. Even if some angels don't align with Eastern aesthetics, they are undeniably beautiful and often epitomize beauty in the eyes of most people. Faces that perfectly suit Western aesthetics, slender and graceful figures, combined with 40 pairs of mesmerizing long legs. These elf posters' popularity was a given. As the summer blockbuster season approached, the promotional campaign for the Fellowship of the Ring grew more intense. After staying in London for 2 days, where he also checked on the post-production progress of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, Duke returned to Los Angeles to oversee the final stages of the Fellowship of the Ring's post-production. Before that, he edited the film's first theatrical trailer and handed it over to the Middle-earth studio. The promotional effort was in full swing. Duke's personal website was continually updated with images from the Fellowship of the Ring, snippets of so-called insider information, and behind-the-scenes videos. The most popular content, however, was a parody poster of Aragorn and the Uruk-hai leader kissing. The quirky poster not only didn't harm the film's reputation, but went viral online. It appeared on numerous forums and portals, inspiring countless memes. Want a kiss? The Uruk-hai's face was replaced with Bill Clinton's, pouting towards his election opponent George W. Bush. Want a kiss? This time, the faces were those of Abraham Lincoln and the Statue of Liberty. Want a kiss? Karl Malone and Dennis Rodman. Want a kiss? Mike Tyson and Evander Holyfield. Want a kiss? James Cameron and Arnold Schwarzenegger, rumored to be collaborating on Terminator 3. Some even swapped in Duke and Tom Cruise's faces. To many fans, these two were undeniably best buddies at the moment. While it didn't reach the level of future internet memes, "Want a kiss" became a catchphrase of the era within just over a month. This exceeded both Duke's and Warner Brothers' expectations, but it was a good thing. Soon after, The website uploaded a full video of Aragorn and the Uruk-hai leader's kiss. The highlight of the video, however, was a female makeup artist stealing the scene. Rejected by Viggo Mortensen, the caring makeup artist gave the Uruk-hai a comforting kiss. How could she kiss that thing? That lady has some seriously bold taste. Comments flooded the video below, and despite Duke selling his Yahoo shares, his personal website's link remained off Yahoo's homepage. Still, the site's traffic remained high and kept climbing. If I were Aragorn, I'd rather give up being king of men than kiss that Uruk-hai. Why not kiss? Maybe after the kiss, the king of men and the Uruk-hai could live happily ever after, creating a unique bloodline in Isildur's lineage. Seeing this, Ivanka Trump nearly spat out her drink. She refreshed the webpage but found Duke's site unreachable. Thinking it over, she picked up her phone and called a number in Los Angeles. "This is Tina Fey." As expected, the person answering wasn't Duke. Ivanka quickly explained her issue and waited. After a while, Duke's voice came through. "What's up, Ivanka? Still busy?" she asked with concern. "Next month is the screening," came the tired response. "I need to finalize the cuts for the sample reel." Ivanka, highly intelligent and once Duke's personal assistant, knew when to speak and when to refrain. She quickly said, "Your personal website seems to have an issue." While speaking, she refreshed the page again, still unable to load it. Mentioning this, she added some technical jargon. The website just released the Aragorn and Uruk-hai viral video. Her concern was evident. This might impact the film's promotional campaign. "I'll have someone look into it." After a few minutes, Duke returned to the phone. Ivanka asked, "What's the issue?" "Too many viewers flooded the site at once," came his slightly helpless reply. "The server crashed. It's time to upgrade the server." "Indeed it is." Ivanka agreed. She'd handled tasks related to that website. Since The Matrix, its traffic had surged. Even without Yahoo's link, the buzz around the Fellowship of the Ring only increased. The site had become a major gathering place for Duke's fans online. "Oh, by the way, Duke," she remembered something else. "Our own website now has dedicated servers." "Great news. The number of registered users has surpassed 5,000, and its influence is spreading to other universities in Pennsylvania. Keep up the good work, Ivanka." Hearing this, Ivanka knew what to do next. "All right, I won't bother you anymore. If I have time, I'll come to Los Angeles to see you." After hanging up, Ivanka refreshed Duke's site again, still unable to access it. She sighed. The server wasn't bad, just how many people flooded in simultaneously to crash it? How many were eagerly anticipating the Lord of the Rings trilogy? Not much of a movie buff herself. Ivanka couldn't help feeling curious. After all, she had participated in this project and was eager to see its outcome, whether it would succeed or... Ivanka shook her head. How could Duke possibly fail? Thinking of Duke, her thoughts drifted to their shared venture. If the website developed well and became a company, moving its base to the greater Los Angeles area upon graduation made sense. There, the industry cluster was massive. Talent was easier to recruit. It was the second largest city in the U.S. In moments, Ivanka found countless reasons to support her idea, the strongest being proximity to the largest shareholder. Shaking off these scattered thoughts, she opened her social media site, gazing at it as if envisioning her future. This was her career and her future. Class was about to start. Ivanka shut down her computer and stepped out of her apartment building. The sunlight outside had grown intense. The summer blockbuster season was quietly approaching. By then, I'll be on vacation too. Perhaps I should head to Los Angeles for the premiere? Chapter 393, The Importance of Promotion. Chapter 393. Chapter 393, The Importance of Promotion. After the 2001 Oscars ceremony, Duke completed the editing of the Fellowship of the Ring footage, but post-production was not yet finished. Howard Shore's music score still needed to be added, followed by sound editing. Overall, Howard Shore's music met Duke's expectations, but he did not immediately proceed with the final two tasks. In the score, Howard Shore blended symphonic and operatic techniques, drawing extensively from African, Indian, and Celtic world music to create a New Age epic fantasy melody. The result was a grand, majestic composition that stirred wave after wave of emotional resonance. While the composition itself was flawless, Duke was dissatisfied with the performance. Howard, I have no issues with your music, Duke said. In the conference room of the Middle-earth studios, Duke sat at the head of the table. His opinion was paramount for the project, but the performer's skill level is slightly subpar. This was an evident problem, even to an amateur like Duke. It also stemmed from his deep impressions of the original Lord of the Rings score and performance as a fan of the franchise. Duke, our timeline, Doug Walter reminded him. The test screening is less than a month away. Frowning, Duke thought for a moment and said, "We'll use a version without the music for the test screening." This was a common practice in Hollywood. Doug Walter considered it and slowly nodded. Charles, Duke turned to his production manager. You'll handle contacting the Los Angeles Philharmonic and ensure it's finalized quickly. After Charles Roven nodded, Duke continued. Howard, once Charles secures the deal with the Philharmonic, I need you to coordinate with them promptly. No problem, Howard Shore replied with a nod. Finally, Duke looked at Doug Walter, who was likely Warner Brothers' next CEO. Building a strong relationship was crucial. Doug, Howard's composition is outstanding. I believe it has the potential to become a classic. Having a superior orchestra perform it would greatly benefit the soundtrack album in the future. Slowing his speech, Duke added, if the film succeeds as I anticipate, we could even collaborate with the Philharmonic for Lord of the Rings concerts in the future. Doug Walter's eyes lit up. This would undoubtedly add another revenue stream for the film. Meanwhile, the production team was developing and manufacturing various merchandise. The One Ring necklaces, elven short bows, elven headpieces, even star pendants, character figurines, and more, all preparing to hit the shelves. The revenue sources for this series wouldn't be limited to box office, DVDs, and television rights. Merchandise was equally crucial. After the meeting, while the music edition and sound editing were temporarily paused, Charles Roven and Doug Walter each focused on their respective negotiations and promotional tasks. Charles Roven's negotiations with the Philharmonic concluded first. The Los Angeles Philharmonic, with its prestigious name and massive scale, also came with substantial costs. However, having scored films before, they quickly reached an agreement with sufficient compensation. Howard Shore then worked with the orchestra to help them familiarize themselves with the score and performance. Additionally, at Shore's and the Philharmonic's suggestion, the studio brought in renowned soprano Renee Fleming, legendary singer Annie Lennox, and flutist James Galway to enhance the score. This directly pushed the final cost of the Fellowship of the Ring beyond Duke's initial estimate of $115 million. During this time, Duke also worked tirelessly alongside Weta Workshop to refine the film's special effects. With the budget already exceeded, he raised the total production cost to $120 million. Simultaneously, the film's promotional campaign progressed methodically. By mid-April, just before the test screenings, every property owned by Donald Trump across the United States displayed giant posters for the Fellowship of the Ring in their most prominent locations, drawing the attention of passers-by. Undeniably, Trump's flamboyant marketing style often sparked annoyance, but his business acumen was evident. His properties were located in prime locations in major cities across the U.S. Whether due to his increased fame following his grand show or his role in the film, Trump showed no intention of violating the contract. After a single phone call from Duke, he actively participated in the promotion. He even mentioned The Lord of the Rings in his latest episode of The Billionaire's Apprentice for NBC, inviting Elijah Wood, Sean Astin, and other cast members to appear on the show after the film's release. This show had excellent ratings, and Trump's proactive attitude wasn't without reason. He believed the film would be a hit, and having The Lord of the Rings cast on his show would boost its influence. Moreover, since the invitation was post-release, he could always cancel it if the film flopped. Overall, Warner Brothers used every promotional tool at their disposal. The difference this time was the increased emphasis on online marketing. The success of The Matrix and the Blair Witch Project highlighted the critical role of online promotion, particularly for the latter. Hollywood studios weren't blind to the internet's value in the industry. Compared to other studios starting late, Duke's control over online influencers gave him a significant edge. On Rotten Tomatoes, The Fellowship of the Ring received a 99% anticipation score and a 9.9 rating from over 100,000 participants. While audience anticipation for the film was high, the impact of online campaigns couldn't be ignored. Duke was fully aware that platforms like Rotten Tomatoes and IMDb could be influenced by bots and manipulated reviews. After all, the infamous incidents of fanatical supporters artificially inflating scores for certain directors were well documented. It was unreservedly true that Duke and Warner Brothers were employing various methods to build momentum and promote the film. No blockbuster becomes a massive hit solely because of its quality. Looking back at the history of Hollywood, numerous films, despite being excellent or even classics, ended up flopping due to inadequate marketing and promotion. Yes, Duke had memories of the past, but making films wasn't as simple as copying and pasting. Without the experience he had accumulated and over a decade of hard work before arriving in this world, what use would it be if he had merely seen or studied those films? Directing is a highly specialized profession. Then there's promotion. Without solid promotional efforts, can a film truly become a blockbuster? The only exception in this world might be Titanic. Even with that, the famous ship initially had relatively modest marketing. However, when the film started showing signs of becoming a major hit, the subsequent promotional campaign was nothing short of overwhelming. Let's not forget distribution, which is even more crucial. Without support from distributors, a film won't secure enough theater screens. Without theaters, where would the box office revenue come from? And without sufficient viewers, how could there be substantial merchandising income? Duke knew some films had been blockbusters in the past, but would others recognize this? With so many films produced in Hollywood each year, why would distributors and theater owners invest heavily in promoting his films, especially in earlier years when he lacked the credibility he now had? And then there's the matter of release timing. Most directors have no say in this. What if The Matrix had been released head-to-head with Titanic? What kind of consequences would that have had? Whether a film achieves box office and merchandising success depends on far more than just its inherent quality. A multitude of factors come into play. Take the example of Spider-Man. If the scenes of Peter Parker climbing the World Trade Center hadn't been cut before release, what kind of backlash could that have caused? The success of any film depends on much more than the film itself. Duke never imagined that the Fellowship of the Ring could forego promotional and distribution efforts and still dominate the North American box office, especially when facing competition from major productions with extensive promotional campaigns like Pearl Harbor, Shrek, and Lara Croft, Tomb Raider. The idea of casually tossing out the film and expecting it to obliterate all rivals was nothing short of daydreaming. Success never falls into one's lap. It always demands effort and dedication. To this end, Duke allocated an $80 million promotional budget for the Fellowship of the Ring, bringing the total investment for the first installment to $200 million. The success or failure of the first film is critical for any series. If the Fellowship of the Ring became a blockbuster, the promotional costs for the subsequent two films could be significantly reduced. Taking into account the fees payable to the Tolkien estate and the original rights holders, the Fellowship of the Ring would need to achieve a global box office of at least $600 to $650 million to recoup its production and marketing costs. This was undeniably an enormous pressure. However, Duke had always carried the weight of mountainous pressure with every major production. No matter how heavy the burden, it would not crush his rock-solid resolve. As May approached, even though the score was still being recorded, the test screenings could no longer be postponed. On the last weekend of April, Warner Brothers organized 3 consecutive screenings for theater representatives, media journalists, and regular viewers. The data gathered from these screenings would directly influence the film's distribution strategy. If the Fellowship of the Ring received poor feedback from theater owners and general audiences, not even Duke's reputation could secure an extensive initial release. Chapter 394, A Dramatic Love Triangle Test Screening. Chapter 394, Chapter 394, A Dramatic Love Triangle Test Screening. Test screenings are extremely important for films about to be released. Some producers even use feedback from these screenings to make necessary edits or recut the film entirely. However, Duke and the Fellowship Expedition were not part of this category. The reason was simple. Both Duke and Warner Brothers were very satisfied with the feedback from the test screenings. In one of the meeting rooms on Warner Brothers' office floors, numerous executives gathered. Duke and Charles Roven were also invited to attend. The meeting focused on the Fellowship Expedition. The meeting was chaired by Doug Walter, who looked so excited it was as if the project he was overseeing was already a massive success. Reflecting his mood, his voice was loud and clear. Over the past week, we held 3 test screenings. Detailed data has already been compiled. Although everyone had a copy of the related documents, Doug Walter went on anyway. Among the general audience, a total of 1,345 people watched the Fellowship Expedition. Of these, 1,215 rated it A+. Pausing briefly, Doug Walter seemed to be trying to draw everyone's attention. Excluding A-, the A+ rating accounts for 98% of the positive reviews. Despite having the data in front of them, many Warner Brothers executives widened their eyes in disbelief. Jamie Johnson, however, was one of the calmest. Having been fully involved in the marketing and distribution of The Matrix and the Fellowship Expedition, he was no longer surprised. He had seen various edits and samples of the film during its post-production phase. The quality left him amazed and full of admiration. Now, hearing the audience's overwhelming praise, Jamie Johnson couldn't help but recall the promotional tagline he devised. If anyone in the world can successfully adapt the Lord of the Rings trilogy, it would be none other than Duke Rosenberg. He considered himself incredibly insightful and visionary for predicting Duke Rosenberg's success so early. The film's exceptional quality and stellar promotional campaign, combined with glowing test screening reviews, clearly showcased its potential as a summer blockbuster. Unlike the varying reactions of Warner Brothers executives, Charles Roven felt relieved and unsurprised by the positive reviews. Since The Rock, he had worked closely with Duke and knew the extent of his filmmaking talent. What stood out even more than Duke's talent was his diligence. Despite his continuous success, Duke never allowed arrogance to creep in, maintaining his commitment to each film. Only Charles Roven understood the monumental effort behind this trilogy. Starting in 1997, the team, including Duke, had practically lived in New Zealand, preparing for 2 years. If Duke's time spent drafting the script was included, the pre-production phase extended to 4 years. The dedication of hundreds of people resulted in the finished film and its current achievements, none of which were by chance. Compared to others in the meeting room, Duke was among the calmest. Based on the test screenings, he had made some cuts to scenic shots of New Zealand, sped up the pacing slightly, and enhanced the special effects. The initial feedback was satisfying. Doug Walter continued. As for theaters, 159 representatives from major North American chains attended the screenings. Out of these, 143 rated the film as market potential A+, 11 rated it A, with 2A and 3B ratings. He raised his head slowly, letting his gaze sweep across the room. Theater evaluations resulted in an overall market rating of A+, which means we can secure the maximum number of theaters for the opening weekend. The number of theaters directly affects a film's opening weekend box office, which is especially critical for summer releases. While the distribution company works to negotiate with theaters, cinema chains also pick films to prioritize. Despite relying increasingly on concessions for profits, ticket sales remain vital. Without ticket sales, there's no audience, and without an audience, there's no concession revenue. A film capable of dominating the summer box office is precisely what theater chains look forward to. By late April, Duke had received feedback from theaters. If no surprises arose, the Fellowship Expedition, with its stellar test screening performance, was set to break box office opening records. The film was scheduled to officially open across approximately 3,600 theaters in North America during the Memorial Day weekend. Meanwhile, sitting at his desk, Michael Ovitz looked at Michael Bay opposite him. I've called AMG and Empress Entertainment executives more than once. Based on the current situation, Pearl Harbor will only open in around 3,200 theaters. Michael Bay's long face grew darker. Since last year, he had been determined to compete with Duke Rosenberg in the summer box office to prove he was no mere imitator. To avoid comparisons, he even increased the emphasis on romance scenes amidst the intense battlefield sequences. But even before the film's release, he was already losing ground. The 400 theater gap would likely translate into an even larger box office deficit. Forcing a smile, Michael Bay understood this gap was a direct result of test screening feedback and Duke Rosenberg's reputation. Surpassing him was clearly a longer-term goal. Michael Ovitz didn't say much more. He had done everything possible, but Pearl Harbor's A ratings from both audiences and theaters couldn't match the Fellowship Expedition's A+ ratings. This gap couldn't be bridged by words or relationships. While Ovitz had connections within the Theater Alliance and Disney, Warner Brothers had no shortage of influence either. For example, within the MPAA, Warner Brothers had many allies. Ovitz had tried to have the Fellowship Expedition rated R, but the effort failed, leaving it with the same PG-13 rating as Pearl Harbor. In such battles, no company wanted to go too far. After all, both films contained sensitive scenes. If either studio escalated the conflict, other companies would only benefit. For now, Ovitz's biggest hope was for Pearl Harbor to perform well at the box office. After all, Hollywood has seen films with poor test screening reviews succeed financially. What's more, Pearl Harbor's audience rating wasn't terrible. In Hollywood, summer blockbusters ultimately depend on market results, and Ovitz had done everything he could. Now, it was a waiting game. May marked the beginning of North America's summer box office season, typically opened by a major production. This year, the first weekend in May belonged to Universal Studios. Directed by Stephen Sommers, The Mummy Returns, with a $98 million production budget, debuted to both audience praise and a stellar $68.13 million opening weekend box office. However, the second weekend brought competition from Pearl Harbor, a $140 million World War II epic. Disney and AMG orchestrated a grand premiere for the film, with numerous Hollywood stars and even dozens of Pearl Harbor veterans in attendance. Yet these veterans were unimpressed after watching the film. Having experienced the horrors of war firsthand, they were unfazed by Disney's PR efforts. If the film had even half the realism and emotional depth of Saving Private Ryan, they would have sung its praises. But what was this? A war with no realism, like a romantic fireworks show? To make matters worse, much of the plot revolved around a melodramatic love triangle instead of the war itself. In an interview, one veteran said bluntly, "Is this a war film? Because it sure doesn't feel like one. This is clearly about a love triangle, with the war as a mere backdrop. Filming it this way is disrespectful to the battlefield." Although the veterans expressed their dissatisfaction, Disney's PR machine prevented their voices from reaching mainstream media. Still, the film opened in 3,214 theaters across North America, grossing $59.07 million in its first weekend. It claimed the top spot, narrowly beating The Mummy Returns, which earned $33.74 million in its second weekend. However, Pearl Harbor's poor audience reception overshadowed its impressive box office performance. Chapter 395. The situation is not looking good. Chapter 395. Chapter 395. The situation is not looking good. The first week box office results for Pearl Harbor had just been released, and Duke, along with Warner Brothers, received detailed data. To address the situation, Magic Ring Studio held a special meeting to discuss countermeasures. Although Pearl Harbor opens a weekend apart from our film, competition still exists. In the conference room, Duke paced back and forth in front of his seat before stopping. The Shrek movie that premiered the weekend before is a DreamWorks animation production. Typically, theater counts for major films don't significantly drop in their second weekend. That's right, Charles Roven nodded. As long as the film isn't too bad, the theater count for major releases won't decline sharply in the first 2 weekends. It's an animated film, clearly catering to a different audience than ours. With one arm crossed and the other propping up his chin, Duke frowned slightly. The North American Theater Alliance has guaranteed no less than 3,600 screens for our film, but I want more. Duke, that's going to be difficult, Doug Walter reminded while rubbing his temple. Don't forget, it's the summer blockbuster season. With so many big productions competing for the juicy slice of theater availability, even Warner Brothers cannot claim a significant portion. The Fellowship of the Ring runs 165 minutes long. Duke pulled out a chair and sat down. Given the same number of theaters and showtime slots, our total screenings will inevitably be fewer. A 2-hour movie and a 2.5-hour movie will have different numbers of screenings in the same theater in a day, which directly impacts box office revenue. Doug Walter understood this well. The success of the Fellowship of the Ring and Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone during the Thanksgiving season directly determined whether he could compete for Warner Brothers' CEO position next year. Duke, what's your plan? He asked. Have you noticed the audience feedback for Pearl Harbor? Duke shifted his gaze toward Doug Walter. Its opening weekend audience approval rate is only 69%, with an IMDb score of 6.7. As for the media, utterly critical. In reality, given the staggered release schedules of several films, neither Warner Brothers nor Walt Disney had taken many aggressive actions. But competition is unavoidable in the summer season, and they hardly needed to do much. Charles Roven picked up where Duke left off. If Pearl Harbor sees a sharp box office drop in its second week, theaters will definitely reduce its screenings. Those freed up screens. Doug Walter's eyes glimmered with excitement. We can fight to claim a large portion. Duke stood up again, resting both hands on the conference table, emphasizing, Doug, let's keep our promotions focused on the Fellowship of the Ring. Pearl Harbor's audience feedback is terrible. We don't need to do much. Just give it a push online. I understand. Doug Walter nodded, then turned his gaze to Penny Callis. Looks like we'll be working together again. Online trolling isn't some advanced or mysterious tactic. Hollywood's major studios are not run by fools. The sensational successes of the Blair Witch Project and The Matrix were clear enough to reveal the traits of online marketing. Duke had never intended for his trolling strategy to remain a secret. Underestimating the intelligence of Hollywood and corporate America would be naive. Most major Hollywood studios had established dedicated online marketing departments. As the birthplace of the Internet, North America had an advanced network deeply embedded in work and daily life. This brought tremendous influence along with it. Neither Penny Callis nor Warner Brothers would put much energy into attacking Pearl Harbor. Instead, they would leverage the current wave of criticism and stir the pot a little online. The opening weekend box office for Pearl Harbor gave Michael Ovitz a brief sigh of relief. Nearly $60 million in ticket sales marked the best debut for his integrated services strategy. Though the weekday box office showed a downward trend, Monday and Tuesday grossed $10.56 million and $9.10 million, respectively, putting Pearl Harbor close to the $100 million mark. If all went well, it could surpass $100 million within its first week. What kind of achievement is this? The Matrix did no better. And with a favorable rating advantage, Pearl Harbor's subsequent box office performance could be even stronger. Suddenly, the office door swung open. Martin Bob barged in without waiting for Ovitz to speak. He said anxiously, Michael, the situation is not looking good. Online negativity about Pearl Harbor is increasing rapidly. Currently, is it Rotten Tomatoes? Michael Ovitz waved dismissively. That so-called freshness score reflects critics' reviews. Don't pay attention to them. He wasn't foolish. Decades in the business had shown him that critics' opinions on summer blockbusters had minimal influence, especially with Gen X audiences. These viewers didn't care about critics' voices. It's not that. Martin Bob looked visibly agitated. You'd better see for yourself. Prompted by him, Michael Ovitz opened several influential film-related websites. The IMDb score had dropped from 6.7 to a failing 5.9. CinemaScore ratings were only 5.8. More alarming than these scores were the scathing comments flooding online. The overwhelming negativity painted a stark picture of how bad Pearl Harbor was. They turned a war movie into a love story. Enough with the pointless love triangles. Michael Bay directing romance. It's a joke. The movie is doomed. Make sure you sit near the aisle because you'll definitely need to hit the restroom at least 3 times. Flipping through the comment sections of major film websites, Ovitz found a few positive reviews, but they were drowned out by a tsunami of harsh criticism. The movie is so dull you'll keep muttering, boring, boring, boring while watching. The 3 leads lack appeal. Ben Affleck looks cocky as always, which suits his personality. Josh Hartnett resembles a young Richard Gere, but doesn't showcase much acting talent. Kate Beckinsale seems like she's imitating Nicole Kidman. At best, this movie might get her noticed. It's a bloated 3-hour film about the events of December 7th, 1941, but it mainly serves as a backdrop for an American love triangle. What a disappointment. Michael Bay will never be Duke Rosenberg. I'd rather look forward to the Fellowship of the Ring. Ovitz's lips twitched as he read comments about Pearl Harbor veering toward promoting the Fellowship of the Ring. I'll wait for the Fellowship of the Ring to heal the damage caused by Pearl Harbor. Why waste time on Pearl Harbor when you can save for the Fellowship of the Ring? Ovitz closed his computer, took a deep breath, and controlled his emotions. He turned to Martin Bob and said sternly, "Have our PR team contact Disney immediately and launch a crisis response." His tone reflected the seriousness of the situation. From the massive success of the Blair Witch Project, Ovitz understood the internet's power. It could elevate a film or crush it. But he was already at a disadvantage. Pearl Harbor's mediocrity made it easy for trolls to amplify negative perceptions, accelerating its downfall. On Wednesday, Pearl Harbor's daily box office fell to $4.63 million, and by Thursday, it dropped further to $4.05 million. Although the week wasn't over, Ovitz's dream of crossing $100 million in the first 7 days had become unattainable. And this was just the beginning. In its second weekend, DreamWorks Animation's Shrek debuted, drawing audiences away from Pearl Harbor. Coupled with relentless online criticism and poor word of mouth, Pearl Harbor's weekend box office plummeted by 60%, grossing only $23.62 million. With $42.34 million, Shrek easily claimed the weekend box office crown. While Pearl Harbor crossed the $100 million mark domestically, its severe downward trend led most forecasting agencies to slash their box office predictions. Many doubted it could reach the $250 million goal set by Ovitz and Touchstone Pictures, with some even skeptical of surpassing $200 million. $200 million. In his office, Eno Martin played with a formal invitation as he remarked to Tom Hanks, "If Pearl Harbor reaches $150 million domestically, Michael Ovitz should count that as a win." His tone grew heavier. Next up, they'll be facing not just an animated film, but Duke Rosenberg's movie. Chapter 396, a premiere amid protests. Chapter 396, Chapter 396, a premiere amid protests. In his office building on Wilshire Boulevard, Michael Ovitz stood by the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing into the distance toward the Hollywood area, as if trying to see the Chinese theater, the premiere happening there, and the crowd of protesters nearby. Behind him, Michael Bay sat quietly on the sofa, his long face furrowed into a deep frown. That expression was the perfect embodiment of the downward trajectory of Pearl Harbor. "Does it really have to do with them?" Michael Bay suddenly asked. Without turning around, Ovitz kept his gaze fixed on the horizon. "Who's to say for sure about the opinions online? I don't know if Duke and Warner Brothers are involved, but what I do know is that they are the beneficiaries of the wave of criticism against Pearl Harbor." It didn't matter who was behind the wave of negative comments sweeping the internet. What mattered was who was benefiting from them. After its second weekend, Pearl Harbor's box office suffered a significant blow. Even with Disney and the Artists Management Group launching crisis PR efforts, the wave of criticism, which had spread from the internet to real life, was unstoppable. With deliberate orchestration, it couldn't be completely suppressed. Although there was no concrete evidence, Michael Ovitz didn't need proof to deduce that Warner Brothers and Duke Rosenberg were behind it. Additionally, the distributors of The Mummy Returns and Shrek, Universal Pictures and DreamWorks, likely didn't sit idly by. Despite differences in their target audiences, the films were still competitors. Given the chance to suppress Pearl Harbor, no one would pass it up. It was, after all, a mutually beneficial move. Over the last 3 weekdays, the daily box office for the film, often derided as a love triangle framed by the attack on Pearl Harbor, had dropped below $2.4 million. The rapid decline wasn't just painful for Ovitz because the film was falling short of expectations. Theaters had also significantly reduced its screenings. Initially shown on approximately 3,200 screens, Pearl Harbor lost 300 screens before the next weekend. Of those, 100 were split between The Mummy Returns and Shrek, while the remaining 200 went to The Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring. The epic project by Duke Rosenberg and Warner Brothers would debut on an unprecedented 3,802 screens across North America. Just thinking about this number made Ovitz's chest burn with frustration. However, Ovitz was never one to only play defense. Since someone was profiting at his expense, they'd have to face his retaliation. With such limited time, Ovitz and Disney couldn't resort to underhanded tactics, but they had certainly nudged some events behind the scenes as well. The premiere on Hollywood Boulevard was unique, to say the least. The area in front of the Chinese theater was packed with people. One by one, stars walked the red carpet. Inside her car, Ivanka Trump opened the mirror on the back of the front seat, checking her makeup and dress. After confirming everything was in place, she sat carefully to avoid creasing her pale yellow evening gown, awaiting her turn to step onto the red carpet. Unlike Tina Fey, Ivanka had a highly publicized father and had appeared in the media several times. Though she had no interest in a Hollywood career, she didn't mind the occasional spotlight. What North American business leader wasn't a media focus? Through the car window, Ivanka saw the flashbulbs popping along the red carpet. Even the setting sun seemed dim in comparison to the lights. Clearly, the promotional efforts for the Fellowship of the Ring had drawn significant attention. But when Ivanka rolled down the car window slightly, a loud protest roared into her ears like a gale. The noise of the protesters nearly drowned out the cheers of fans in front of the red carpet. A premiere amid protests? Hadn't those protesters in New Zealand caused enough trouble? Now they were here too? Ivanka's face darkened slightly. When her car stopped, she stepped onto the red carpet, her expression tense. She couldn't help but glance to her left, where she vaguely saw hundreds of the Lord of the Rings book fans holding banners and placards, shouting their dissatisfaction with the movie adaptation. In front of them, reporters were taking photos and filming. Among them, Ivanka noticed someone from Disney's ABC network. Tina Fey had once mentioned that major summer blockbusters often faced inexplicable trouble, often linked to competing films released around the same time. Ivanka was aware that many in Hollywood were waiting for Duke to stumble. Too bad. You won't get to see it happen, she thought confidently as she ignored the reporters' calls for photos and headed straight into the Chinese theater. Inside the VIP lounge, Ivanka barely recognized anyone. Though many were major celebrities often seen in the media, she had become immune to their presence after being around a top director like Duke. Scanning the spacious lounge, she spotted Tina Fey with a middle-aged woman. Ivanka walked over. "Hi, Tina." She greeted Tina Fey briefly before addressing the woman politely. "Hello, Leah. It's a pleasure to see you." "Hello, Ivanka," Leah responded warmly. "You seem to have grown taller again." "Yes, just a little," Ivanka said with a troubled expression. "I feel like I'm too tall." At 6 feet 11 inches, she often thought of the comments about her height and broad frame, which only added to her frustration. Just then, a commotion came from the lounge entrance. The entire production team began entering. While chatting casually with Leah and Tina about fashion and other topics, Ivanka noticed Duke finishing his greetings and heading toward them. She also noticed a woman walking beside him. The woman greeted Tina Fey and even hugged Leah, showing clear familiarity with them. "Hi, Ivanka." "Hi, Irene." Ivanka briefly shook the hand offered to her. This was her friend's sister. Turning to Duke, she saw he didn't greet her directly, which wasn't necessary given their familiarity. Instead, he started discussing work with Tina Fey. Leah also focused her attention on Duke. "I didn't expect you to come," Ivanka said deliberately to Irene Lauder with a bright smile. Irene frowned slightly, but didn't mind. "I've been friends with Duke for years. I rarely miss his premieres." "What about Jane?" Ivanka switched topics. "Didn't she come with you?" "Jane stayed behind for an internship," Irene replied before excusing herself to greet others. Watching Irene walk away, Ivanka appeared deep in thought, then shook her head lightly. Seeing Duke finish his conversation with Tina, she approached him. "There are protesters outside," she said with concern. "Will it affect us?" "It'll have some impact," Duke admitted, escorting Leah toward the screening hall. "But it's fine. We've done plenty of promotion. As long as the audience enjoys the film, good word of mouth will offset any negativity from hardcore book fans." During the original The Lord of the Rings trilogy, protests from fans accompanied all 3 films. However, with strong promotion and the film's quality, the trilogy ultimately overcame all obstacles. Duke was confident in himself. Seated in the front row, Ivanka spoke encouragingly. "We'll definitely succeed." She wasn't alone in her confidence. Fans who had seen the trailers shared her faith. Norman Schiller, an avid Matrix fan, had arrived early. To avoid any interruptions, he had stopped drinking. water an hour before leaving and visited the restroom immediately upon entering the theater. Having seen the trailers, he was transitioning from a Matrix fan to a Lord of the Rings fan. Watching the full movie would finalize his transformation. He trusted Duke wouldn't disappoint them. Well, except for abandoning Matrix to make the Lord of the Rings, which did disappoint us, Schiller thought. But if this movie is good enough, we'll forgive him and support him loudly. Brad, why are we watching this movie? The voice of a middle-aged man beside Schiller broke his thoughts. The man was speaking to someone who looked about 50. We should be outside protesting. Schiller's eyebrows shot up. Was this man a protester? Chapter 397, Stunning Beauty. Chapter 397, Chapter 397, Stunning Beauty. Brad Miller had pulled a lot of strings to attend the premiere. As the leader of the protests against the adaptation of the Lord of the Rings trilogy into films, he certainly couldn't appear outside the theater among the protesters. Hearing his companion's words, he thought for a moment before saying, "Pete, have you seen the trailer?" "I have." The man named Pete nodded. Brad Miller asked, "What do you think of the trailer?" Pete opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "Brad, are you planning to change your stance?" Brad Miller shook his head slightly and replied slowly, "These days, I've been thinking about our protest actions. If it were just simple protests, I would persist. But the nature of the protests outside has changed. Someone like him, driven purely by conviction, couldn't be swayed by minor benefits. I still believe adapting the original work into films is not the right choice, but we must see the film with our own eyes for our protests to be more reasoned and justified." Reasoned and justified? Schiller couldn't help but interject. "You're protesting against Hollywood's best director, and you still talk about being reasonable. Hey, what are you saying?" Pete raised his voice slightly. Brad Miller quickly stopped him and said, "The Lord of the Rings is universally recognized as the most difficult literary work to adapt into film. Duke is the most suitable director for the adaptation." Schiller interrupted him. "If there's anyone in this world who can successfully adapt the Lord of the Rings trilogy, it's Duke Rosenberg." Before the conversation could continue, the lights above began to dim. Schiller pointed at the big screen and said, "No matter how much I say, it won't be as convincing as the film itself. Let's watch it. After the movie, your opinion might change. I hope the movie is excellent enough to change my stance." Muttering softly, Brad Miller turned his gaze to the big screen. The logos of Warner Brothers and Duke Studio flashed one after the other. The screen turned dark greenish-black, and a low chant began. A female voice speaking in unfamiliar language recited an introduction with a rhythmic cadence. "This is..." Brad Miller raised his eyebrows immediately. "This is Quenya." Tolkien's masterpiece included the Quenya language he created, complete with marked tones and English comparisons. Even before the visuals appeared, Brad Miller was pleasantly surprised. Someone was actually reciting Quenya on the big screen. Next to him, Pete was also excited. He, too, was a loyal fan of The Lord of the Rings. Schiller glanced at the two men beside him and let out a soft snort. What was a little Quenya? With Duke's production style, there were bound to be countless surprises later. Would these book fans protesting for the sake of protesting be moved to tears when their dreams unfolded on the screen? He waited eagerly to witness this moment. The world has changed. I feel it in the water. I feel it in the earth. I smell it in the air. The story begins with the forging of the Rings of Power. As Galadriel's monologue progressed, the opening visuals slowly unfolded. Before the Lord of the Rings trilogy, there were the Silmarillion and the Hobbit. However, the film couldn't depict everything. Through Galadriel's narration, the film provided a brief description of the story's background. And this was more than mere description. After explaining the origins of the Rings of Power, the grand opening battle began, a scene prominently featured in the trailer. Now, on the big screen, its impact was even more shocking. The alliance of elves and men clashed with Mordor's monstrous armies. Isildur fell, and Elendil cut off Sauron's finger, only to falter under the One Ring's temptation, missing the best opportunity to destroy evil. Human hearts ultimately succumbed to corruption. The ring seemed almost alive as it led Isildur to his doom during an ambush. Using the simplest and clearest approach, Duke briefly showed how Bilbo acquired the ring, including a fleeting glimpse of Gollum. Despite Gollum's brief appearance, this tormented creature elicited many gasps of amazement. The narrative transitioned to Bilbo Baggins' perspective, showcasing the idyllic Shire. Accompanied by Howard Shore's composition, Old Friends, performed by the Los Angeles Philharmonic, the scenery appeared vividly on screen. Lush greenery, dense shrubs, neat crops, clear rivers, rustic bridges, and the leisurely lives of hobbits. "This place is like heaven," Schiller exclaimed in admiration. Brad Miller tightly pursed his lips, unsure of what to say. From the very beginning, it was clear that the film took liberties with the original story, even glossing over Bilbo's acquisition of the ring. Yet, the soul-stirring opening battle far exceeded his imagination of the final alliance of elves and men. When the Shire and Hobbiton appeared, Brad Miller had to press his lips together to suppress his excitement. This was the Shire in the book. This was the Shire of his dreams. This was the Shire he had envisioned countless times. This was the best and most beautiful Shire. He couldn't imagine a pastoral landscape more beautiful than the Shire. "My God, it's so beautiful." As someone involved in the production, Ivanka hadn't expected the unimpressive scenery she saw during filming to look this stunning in the finished movie. This beauty wasn't refined, it was leisurely. She turned to Duke and asked, "How did you achieve this?" Duke responded with a smile, but said nothing further. There was no way to explain it clearly to a film novice. The initial part of the movie had an inevitably slow pace, but thanks to the opening battle whetting the audience's appetite and the picturesque scenery of the Shire, it didn't feel boring at all. Looking around the entire screening hall, whether they were guests or regular viewers, book fans or non-book fans, everyone was watching intently. Especially for book enthusiasts, as Gandalf, Frodo, Bilbo, Merry, Pippin, and Sam each made their debut, all received their approval. It seemed as if Tolkien's original descriptions were brought to life perfectly on the big screen. From costumes to language, from landscapes to living habits, none of these elements belonged to the real world. Just one corner of Middle-earth was enough to captivate everyone's attention. The idyllic pastoral life came to an end with the appearance of the One Ring. Bilbo left Hobbiton, deciding to go traveling and live with the elves. Frodo, who inherited all his possessions, became the ring's new bearer. After Gandalf discovered the ring, he instructed Frodo to hide it well and hurried to Gondor to confirm its authenticity. When Gandalf galloped toward Gondor, Minas Tirith made its first appearance. Though the panoramic shot was brief, the majestic and magnificent White City still elicited countless gasps of admiration from the audience. No imagination could surpass the reality on screen. Brad Miller, seeing the long yearned for White City, thought about hearing the silver horn blow, the white tree banners fluttering above the city, and witnessing much more. Gradually, he began to realize that the movie might not be as bad as he had feared. The narrative pace quickened. After finding the description of the ring in the White City, Gandalf rushed back to Hobbiton without stopping. Using fire to test it, he confirmed it was indeed the One Ring. Frodo, inevitably, stepped onto the path of his destiny. Fortunately, he had a companion, Sam, by his side. Gandalf arranged to meet Frodo at the Prancing Pony Inn in Bree before heading to Isengard to seek the help of Saruman, the head of the White Council. However, what he received was bad news. The 9 ringwraiths, disguised as Black Riders, have already crossed the gap of Rohan. The gates of Minas Morgul opened. Amidst the black sky and eerie green glow, 9 faceless Black Riders charged forward, heading straight for the Shire. "Oh my God!" The Black Riders stormed into the Shire, decapitating someone. Ivanka grabbed Duke's arm in fright. Dad's character died so horribly. While the ringwraiths searched for Frodo, Gandalf faced immense challenges of his own. As a key figure of the righteous side, Saruman, the head of the White Council, was one of the main forces against Sauron. However, he decided to side with Sauron and engaged in a wizard's duel with Gandalf. Brad Miller widened his eyes in astonishment. He had heard a rumor claiming that this scene would be turned into a magical fireworks display akin to a video game. But the scene unfolding before him gave him relief. Unconsciously, he grew even more appreciative of the movie. In The Lord of the Rings, wizards possess formidable close combat abilities. Although the books don't describe this in detail, based on the two mayors' background, Brad Miller found it easy to deduce that in such a confined space, wouldn't they rely on their close combat prowess rather than cumbersome spells? If the movie had chosen the latter, both Gandalf and Saruman would have been portrayed as fools. Fortunately, the film didn't disappoint. The hand-to-hand combat style between Gandalf and Saruman was highly consistent with the image of wizards. At the Prancing Pony Inn, Frodo didn't meet Gandalf, who was imprisoned by Saruman, but instead encountered Aragorn, entrusted by Gandalf. The King of Men made his entrance. Then came the Nazgul's night attack. Aragorn led the hobbits toward Rivendell. On Weathertop, Frodo was stabbed by the Witch King of Angmar, starting his descent toward the boundary between life and death, the realm of the Ringwraiths. Aragorn drove the Ringwraiths away with fire, carrying the hobbits urgently toward Rivendell, as only Elrond could heal Frodo. Wow, such a beautiful elf. Amid a flash of white light, Arwen made her grand entrance. Her close-up shots were abundant. Her slender, graceful figure and her meticulously refined face instantly captivated every man in the audience. She was so beautiful, so dreamlike, so ethereal and enchanting. Such beauty shouldn't exist in the mortal world. She belonged solely to the elves of Middle-earth. Seeing Evenstar, even someone Brad Miller's age felt a string in his heart suddenly tighten. Even though this scene didn't feature Arwen in the original work, in the face of such a stunning elf, he harbored no resentment whatsoever. Chapter 398. Becoming a Lord of the Rings fan. Chapter 398. Chapter 398. Becoming a Lord of the Rings fan. In a rather inconspicuous corner of the cinema, a man with a long face and wearing a hat sat quietly in his seat. The people around him were all engrossed in the film, and since he was just a director, no one recognized him as the famous Michael Bay. He had quietly arrived at the Hollywood Chinese Theater to watch this movie, wondering why, as a director with a commercial style as prominent as his own, he was still not as popular as Duke Rosenberg. He too was skilled in showcasing beautiful landscapes with wide-angle shots. He was also adept at using quick cuts to create intense action scenes. He excelled at using chase sequences, such as ringwraiths chasing the hobbits, to create tension. He knew how to use beautiful women as eye candy to attract attention. He did it just as much as anyone else. He was also on the cutting edge of special effects, enhancing the aesthetic and realism of the shots. He was a technically savvy director too. Both of them were typical commercial filmmakers, their styles so similar. But why did the audience reactions to their films differ so drastically? Duke Rosenberg's action and science fiction films were all nominated among the top 10 classics of the 1990s. Even The Matrix stood at the top of science fiction classics in rankings conducted by authoritative media outlets such as the New York Times and the Los Angeles Times. As the film reached the visually stunning, dreamlike Rivendell, Michael Bay began to understand something. Yes, both directors were equally skilled in what they did, and their abilities were comparable. But when it came to combining those elements, the difference immediately became clear. In other words, while both were making commercial films, Duke Rosenberg's control over the overall storyline, the pacing of the film, and the adjustments to the narrative structure were far superior to his own. This was something Michael Bay had to admit. After all, the Fellowship of the Ring was right in front of him. He had never read the original novel, nor did he know the specifics of the story. He only knew that the Lord of the Rings series was an immense work, and adapting it was extremely difficult. As the film progressed, it was clear that Duke Rosenberg had made significant cuts and alterations to many parts of the story. But even without knowing the original, Michael Bay could easily grasp what the film was about. Clearly, the director had not catered to the book fans. As for whether the book fans were satisfied, Michael Bay knew there must be some in the theater, but none of them seemed to protest. Instead, everyone was fully immersed in the film. This was the power of a true director. Was this the difference between him and Duke Rosenberg? A successful director can be proud, but never arrogant. Michael Bay slowly came to a realization. Rivendell lay hidden amidst dangerous valleys, forests, swamps, and streams. It was subtle yet captivating, with a moss-covered white gravel path leading into the valley. Once inside, the air smelled of fresh wood. Warm lights shone from within the valley. Reflecting on the descriptions of Rivendell in the original novel, and then seeing the unbelievable scenery on screen, Brad Miller couldn't help but smile bitterly. Yes, The film had made significant changes to the original, but he had to admit that those changes had not altered the essence of the story. If anything, the film had made the narrative more compact, especially in how it portrayed Tolkien's various locations. The Shire, Hobbiton, Weathertop, Rivendell, and more, all were far beyond what the original depicted. The director had crafted a scene with visuals beyond imagination. No, the Fellowship of the Ring had already assembled, preparing to depart. It had already become an epic on a grand scale. All the beautiful sceneries of the world seemed to pale in comparison to the Middle-earth of the film. I've decided. At that moment, Brad Miller heard a sound from next to him as Schiller muttered absent-mindedly. From now on, I'm not just going to be a Matrix fan. I'm going to be a Lord of the Rings fan. The Fellowship of the Ring was marching on screen, clearly filmed with an aerial shot, once again drawing awe from the surrounding crowd. How could such a beautiful place exist in Earth? Where was this filmed? The scenery is amazing. I need to see it in person. It's in New Zealand. I have to go there. Schiller seemed almost obsessed. Oh my God, with such a beautiful place, how can I live in Los Angeles anymore? I'm moving to Middle-earth, he said loudly, causing nearby people to glare at him, and he quickly covered his mouth. The theme of the film was very simple: destroy the One Ring, and all kinds of incidents followed. The narrative structure of the first film wasn't too complicated, focusing mainly on the Fellowship. Locations like Isengard, Minas Morgul, and Mordor only had a few brief appearances. For a blockbuster to earn decent box office numbers isn't too hard, but to become a recognized classic while earning those numbers, that's much harder to achieve. And for special effects films, this is especially true. However, Duke didn't cut back on the special effects. If anything, he increased their presence. The Lord of the Rings trilogy was unlike any other special effects movie, and to bring Tolkien's world to life, how could they have done it without special effects? The Moria mines were undoubtedly one of the most heavily affected scenes in the film. When the Grand King's Hall appeared, the audience couldn't help but drop their jaws. Such monumental architecture could only exist on film. You look a little terrifying, Ivanka said, which obviously referred to the character played by Duke, who appeared on screen. This had been one of the hot topics during the film's promotion, sparking a lot of buzz. The explosive action director playing a cave troll, just imagining it was amusing. However, another character completely stole Duke's thunder. Legolas, with his first bow shot, only drew a few mild reactions from female viewers. But as the film progressed, with each shot he made, and every motion he performed, the cheers grew louder and louder. The right kind of female eye candy could certainly enhance the appeal of a film, but male eye candy did the same. Regardless of the film's success, it was easy to conclude from the audience's reactions. The role of Legolas and Orlando Bloom had elevated male eye candy to the next level. Not until the scene on the bridge of Khazad-dûm, with Gandalf facing the Balrog, did the attention of the audience finally shift away from Legolas. Archers are definitely going to be a popular character in future films, someone muttered. To become a classic, a film has to have a few iconic moments, scenes that people will remember and discuss, scenes that can be watched over and over again without tiring of them. The Fellowship of the Ring had many such moments, but the one involving Gandalf facing the Balrog stood out. In the original, he is the servant of the secret fire, the wielder of the flame of Arnor, and as he faces the Balrog, he uses the power of the Ring of Fire. The flame of darkness cannot defeat me. After a long chant, a white magical circle appeared around him, blocking the fiery sword of the Balrog. You shall not pass. Gandalf broke the bridge of Khazad-dûm, sending the Balrog plummeting into the abyss. Brad Miller closed his eyes briefly. As a devoted fan of the book, he knew that Gandalf would die, but he immediately reopened his eyes as he remembered that Eru Ilúvatar would send him back to Middle-earth to complete his mission. Run, you fool. The Balrog used its whip to entangle Gandalf, and both fell into the depths of the world. The Fellowship lost their spiritual leader. The mournful chanting began, and the characters in the film were filled with sorrow. The heartbreak and grief were so powerful, it felt like it could be transmitted from the screen, affecting everyone. Duke watched as Ivanka subtly wiped her eyes. Pete noticed that Brad Miller had a crystalline tear rolling down his face. He felt his own face was damp and warm. Schiller sniffed loudly, and it was clear, Gandalf's heroic demise could only be described as magnificent. Michael Bay saw, and the audience around him wiped away their tears, deep in thought. This was a classic emotional moment. First, through Gandalf's heroic struggle with the Balrog, he was portrayed as the hero who saved the team. Then, with a tragic ending, he perished with his foe. Simple, yet incredibly moving. As a commercial director, emotional manipulation was an essential skill, and Michael Bay was great at stirring emotion through action. But compared to this scene, he suddenly felt his own emotional manipulation was still in its infancy, and his efforts seemed like mere melodrama in comparison to Duke Rosenberg's expertly woven emotion. And Duke Rosenberg? He had perfected emotional manipulation, seamlessly blending it into the entire film's framework. At this point, Michael Bay, with his professional insight, could tell that the film had emotional cues at every turn. Grand battles pulled the audience in. Breathtaking scenery kept their interest. The ringwraith's chase created tension, and the beautiful elves stimulated their hormones. These were all simple emotional techniques, ones directors commonly used. For instance, Michael Bay loved using wide-angle sunset shots to evoke emotion. However, to weave so many emotional techniques together and make them work as one cohesive whole, to the point where even professionals like him, who knew it was emotional manipulation, couldn't resist being moved. That was truly impressive. I still have a long way to go. Michael Bay sighed softly. Based on the timeline, The Fellowship of the Ring had passed at least two-thirds of its runtime. The pacing, cinematography, narrative, action, special effects, and even the breathtaking scenery were all exceptional. As long as the film didn't crash and burn at the end, it was bound to be a masterpiece. Although Michael Bay didn't like Duke, he was well aware that Duke's films were always at their most brilliant at the end. A disastrous ending? That was unthinkable. As he watched the sorrowful Fellowship enter Lothlorien, Michael Bay couldn't deny it. The gap between Pearl Harbor and this film was incredibly vast. Chapter 399. He is a hero. Chapter 399. Chapter 399. He is a hero. When Michael Bay saw The Fellowship of the Ring, he realized that his use of a love triangle to add emotional tension and make the movie more attractive was a huge mistake. There were many better ways to do it, but he chose the most boring one. Michael Bay decided to watch The Fellowship of the Ring a few more times. As a typical commercial director, he could feel that the movie would likely be a huge hit. Perhaps some techniques used by Duke Rosenberg in this film could be adapted for use in his own future productions. At this moment, Michael Bay was only thinking about the movie, completely forgetting everything else. This indirectly confirmed that a successful director must be someone who is focused and continuously willing to learn and improve. A soft female voice chanting echoed throughout the Golden Forest, and the moment Queen Galadriel appeared, it captivated the audience's attention. When an actor appears on the big screen, it often feels completely different from normal, and Cate Blanchett perfectly portrayed the merciful, understanding, yet slightly arrogant and willful elf queen. The casting is very fitting. Peter had long forgotten the reason he was watching the film, fully immersed in it. Everyone in the film seems like real characters from Middle-earth. Brad Miller couldn't take his eyes off the screen and simply nodded slightly. The film had already captured his attention. When facing the One Ring, Queen Galadriel resisted its temptation and the allure of power, gifting the Fellowship a series of supplies to strengthen their readiness. The Fellowship did not stay too long in the Golden Wood and continued forward by boat. Similar to the focus on Gandalf before entering the mines of Moria, the camera now shifted its focus to Boromir. Those who hadn't read the original text and understood cinematic language could easily guess that this warrior from Gondor was unlikely to make it to the end of the journey. Moreover, the previous scenes in the snowy mountains in Golden Wood had already set up the temptation of the One Ring on Boromir. Compared to the original, Legolas had more screen time. In Brad Miller's view, Boromir's character change seemed a bit significant. From earlier lines and scenes, it was clear that he wanted to protect Gondor, and his desire for the One Ring wasn't solely because of temptation, but because he wanted to use its power to protect his country. It seemed as though Boromir was headed down the tragic hero path. However, Brad Miller didn't have time to think much more, as another scene, purely a setting, had already shocked him into silence. This was the Doors of Argonath, with the massive statues of Isildur and Anrian appearing so grand. As Aragorn and the others sailed past, they looked so tiny. Just like the wooden ship in Titanic, the technique used here was contrast. The models used for filming were not very large, but with the addition of CGI and live-action footage, the gates of Argonath looked extraordinarily grand. The camera slowly zoomed in on the statues. The carvings and weathering were very noticeable, and the special effects were meticulously done, showcasing some of the top-tier film effects of the time. As the magnificent scene flashed by, Brad Miller couldn't help but clap his hands. Peter and Schiller beside him also clapped, and soon, more people joined in, with applause erupting like thunder. In that moment, Brad Miller felt a level of excitement he'd never experienced before. After reading the literary masterpiece, everyone would form their own mental images and fantasies. In his dreams, he had entered Middle-earth countless times to experience the fantasy world Tolkien created, unleashing all his imagination. But today, all those imaginations had become reality, and reality was even more grand and sweeping than anything his mind could have imagined. This was a Middle-earth beyond his wildest dreams. Forget about the notion that adaptations can't alter the original text. Forget about the belief that directors can ruin epic novels. Forget about the assumption that an action-driven director like him couldn't handle a fantasy epic. It was in this emotional moment that Brad Miller finally admitted that the film was far more exciting than the novel. Forget all the protests. He just wanted to enjoy the movie, enjoy this epic that surpassed even the limits of his imagination. I will never protest again. Never again. Peter seemed to be saying this to himself, though it was almost as if he was saying it to Miller. Kill me, but I'll never protest against a movie like this again. Brad Miller nodded in agreement. From now on, I'm not just a book fan. I'll also be a fan of the Lord of the Rings movies. Before the final climax, the film had already conquered the two protesters. In Norman Schiller's eyes, this was nothing unusual. From the moment he fell in love with Duke's films, he had seen countless people overwhelmed by his work. This was Duke's charm, wasn't it? Schiller turned his head to glance at the two beside him, then refocused, his attention fully locked on the screen. The film was now entering the final climactic stage. The Fellowship entered a forest near the shore, and the greatest internal conflict erupted. Boromir took the opportunity when Frodo was separated to attempt to seize the One Ring, but Frodo escaped. The ring-bearer then met Aragorn, who, in the face of the One Ring's temptation, did not repeat his ancestors' mistakes and made up his mind to let Frodo go alone. Orcs from Isengard pursued the Fellowship, and the final battle began. Like all the previous fights, this one followed the typical medieval European style. However, Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli all had distinct fighting styles, especially Legolas, whose actions were the focal point of the camera, with many close-ups. Legolas was elegant and nimble, every shot with his bow causing women in the audience to gasp in admiration. He really is handsome, Ivanka suddenly whispered in Duke's ear. Duke shrugged. I remember when we were in New Zealand, Orlando invited you out for dinner. But I refused. Ivanka said firmly. I don't like these flower boy types. Merry and Pippin, in an attempt to protect Frodo, were surrounded by orcs. At the moment of crisis, Boromir rushed in from the flank, rescuing the two hobbits, but was trapped in a battle of numbers, blowing the horn of Gondor for help. Before Aragorn and the others could arrive, another figure had already reached the scene. That's the orc playing kissy face with Aragorn. Norman Schiller immediately recognized him, though the orc on screen was nothing like the cute, playful version seen in posters and videos. Instead, he was vicious, with murderous intent, holding a deadly bow. This was a bow that could kill. By now, the audience knew that Boromir's life was about to end. They had complex feelings for the character, unsure whether he was meeting a self-inflicted death or dying heroically. It was hard to say. The orc drew his bow, and an arrow flew like a shooting star, striking Boromir in the chest. Despite being struck in a vital area, Boromir kept fighting, determined to protect the hobbits behind him. Another arrow left the bow, striking Boromir again. But he did not give up, continuing to fight off the orcs with his sword, even as his strength waned, his life slipping away. He was honoring his oath at the Council of Elrond to protect every member of the Fellowship with the Sword of Gondor. At the same time, he was using his sword to maintain his honor. In slow motion, another arrow hit Boromir, and Merry and Pippin, with tears in their eyes, tried to reach him, but they were taken by the orcs. 3 arrows struck vital points, and even a man of Gondor couldn't survive. Boromir knelt on the ground, his strength spent, waiting for the orc chief to deliver the final blow. He's a hero, Schiller couldn't help but say. He's not a coward, not a traitor. He's a hero. Yes, that's exactly right. Though deeply influenced by Tolkien's views in the original, the film's emotional scenes were deeply moving. Brad Miller agreed with Schiller's words. Boromir is a hero. Without the horn of Gondor sounding or flags raised in the White City, without the white tree blooming, and without the horn being split in two, the second member of the Fellowship, Boromir, reached the end of his life. But heroes shouldn't die so helplessly. Even though he earned the audience's approval, he didn't receive the recognition in the film. At the crucial moment, Aragorn arrived, and with his excellent swordsmanship, he killed the orc chief. The most emotional moment of the first part arrived, the death of Boromir, which rekindled the resolve to return the king. I don't know how much power I have, but I swear to you, I will never let the White City fall, and I will never let our people perish. This was the oath of a king. Every person's transformation requires a process. For Aragorn, moving from the ranger who avoided his fate to finally accepting his return to Gondor, the death of Boromir had more impact than the Council of Arwen or Galadriel. The death of one hero stirred another hero's determination to return, and Aragorn no longer avoided his fate. I will follow you, my brother, my leader, my king. Boromir's dying oath was undoubtedly an emotional tool, and the film used Aragorn's words to acknowledge him. Rest in peace, son of Gondor. Tears slowly flowed down Brad Miller's cheeks. Perhaps only the most die-hard fans of The Lord of the Rings could understand the feelings he had at this moment. Although Boromir was the character most changed in the film, he didn't protest at all. Instead, he felt that the changes made the entire Lord of the Rings story even more compelling. He fully accepted Boromir's changes, and it was undoubtedly the highlight of the first part. The film reached its end. The Fellowship suffered significant setbacks. Gandalf and Boromir died. Sam and Frodo went off alone, and Merry and Pippin were captured by orcs. The Fellowship of the Ring had reached its conclusion, but the journey through Middle-earth had just begun. Aragorn, wearing Boromir's Gondor gauntlet, set off with Gimli and Legolas to hunt the orcs and rescue Merry and Pippin. Chapter 400, A Group of Fools. Chapter 400, A Group of Fools. May the stars that shine in the night sky guide you on your journey. May the endless starlight lead your path, and may the curtain of darkness fall, keeping evil far from your pure soul. The subtitles slowly descended as the ethereal, lively, and serene song echoed. Norman Schiller's eyes left the big screen for the first time since the film began. He glanced at his watch. Over 2.5 hours had passed. This film was that long. Schiller suddenly realized. In his mind, it felt as though the movie had just started and already finished. He had been so immersed in this dreamlike story that he hadn't noticed the passage of time. Now, reflecting on it, he realized the pacing was slower and more relaxed compared to The Matrix, which was relentlessly fast-paced. What amazed him was that the more relaxed pace didn't make him feel bored or drag on. On the contrary, it was incredibly captivating. His emotions were completely drawn into the film, and he almost wished it would go on longer. Why couldn't it be longer? Why did this magical journey have to end? Not just Norman Schiller, but most of the audience in the theater shared this thought. This was truly a magical movie, and no one wanted it to end. The journey should not have an end. The song continued, and a strange emotion seemed to brew in the theater. Though it couldn't be seen or heard, Michael Bay could feel it. The film had ended, and although the first part concluded tragically, he realized that the #1 box office hit of this summer had already emerged. Looking around, most of the audience were either sad or excited, but there was no one with a calm or bored expression. Michael Bay briefly fell into thought. Why, with another epic film of similar length, did Pearl Harbor end up being criticized as slow and boring, while The Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of The ring made the audience completely entranced. There was so much he could still learn from Duke Rosenberg. After all, Duke wasn't Peter Jackson. He didn't have any particular sentimental attachment to New Zealand. While The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring featured Middle-earth scenery, there were no unnecessary shots just for the sake of showcasing, which saved time. Besides using a small amount for combat and special effects, most of the saved time was cut. That was how the 165-minute runtime was achieved. Pacing was extremely important in any commercial film. The pace of The Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring was a bit slow, but it never reached the point of feeling boring. Moreover, even the slower-paced sequences either showcased the exotic beauty of Middle-earth or featured angels and elves to captivate the audience's attention. As for the effects, the subtitles finished and applause erupted as expected. The sound began chaotic but quickly organized, turning from thunderous applause into a continuous sea of waves. Every individual in the audience stood, clapping with all their might, offering respect to this incredible film and honoring the director and cast who created this magical journey. The applause was deafening, like thunder, then like waves crashing on the shore, lasting for 5 minutes without any signs of stopping. Congratulations, Duke. The crew had already stood up. Ivanka was the first to embrace him, followed by everyone nearby. Oh my. Oh my. It seemed like the atmosphere was contagious. Elijah Wood, the youngest member of the crew, was overwhelmed with emotion. What did we do? Oh my God, what did we do? His eyes were red with excitement as he looked around at Duke and the others. Did we really do this? I can't believe it. This amazing work was shot in New Zealand by us. Sean Astin, Elijah's good friend in the film, tightly hugged him. We did it. My God, we did it. Let those damned criticisms go to hell. Gerard Butler, whose heartstrings were pulled by the ending's tear-jerking scenes, raised his fist, shouting, F*** the protests. The entire crew was euphoric amidst the applause. After 2 years of preparation and shooting, they had endured hardships, faced challenges, and accumulated scars. At this moment, they had the capital, confidence, and need to enjoy the applause. This applause filled with respect. Even Duke, normally calm, felt his fist clenched tightly, though he had never shown it. The weight of the more than $500 million investment, including promotion, rested heavily on his shoulders. How could he not feel the pressure? Few knew how many sleepless nights he endured during filming due to stress, busyness, and excitement. A hand suddenly stretched out and held his clenched fist. Duke turned to look at Ivanka, nodding to her, and his turbulent emotions gradually calmed. But the applause still didn't die down. Ivanka held his hand tightly, her eyes slowly turning to the back. The theater lights were on, and a sea of people was standing and clapping, honoring the film, the crew, the director, and the individual success of Duke. Everyone was clapping for Duke's success. Even though Ivanka wasn't the one being honored, she was still overjoyed, incredibly overjoyed. Duke took a deep breath and said to Charles Rowan, "Tell everyone to come to the stage for the curtain call." Brad Miller's hands were sore from clapping, but he showed no signs of stopping. Only this way could he release the excitement and joy in his heart. As he saw the crew heading to the stage in front of the screen, he clapped even harder. The crew, led by the director and producer, made their curtain call. The applause in the theater didn't stop, it grew even louder. After nearly 10 minutes of continuous applause and 5 curtain calls, the applause finally began to fade. According to the premiere schedule, after the screening, the crew would interact with the audience. The first question inevitably came from a journalist who had prepared ahead of time. The journalist took the microphone, Director Rosenberg. Then, he realized he couldn't continue. Brad Miller didn't want to wait. He was eager to see the next 2 films. As the applause began to fade, he couldn't help but shout, "The Two Towers." Both Schiller and Pete immediately reacted, shouting, "The Two Towers." Anyone familiar with The Lord of the Rings knew what The Two Towers represented. Countless fans who weren't willing to let the journey end spontaneously joined in. The Two Towers. The Two Towers. The Two Towers. The Two Towers. In front of the passionate fans, forget about the interaction. Nothing could proceed. Duke stood there, holding the microphone, saying nothing, doing nothing. The Two Towers. The shouting filled the theater like a wave crashing down on the crew. The journalists were no longer concerned with interviewing. They raised their cameras, not aimed at the crew on stage, but at the frenzied fans in the audience, taking pictures without a care for the consequences. Watching all this, Duke stopped Charles Rowan, who was about to speak, and let the journalists capture the moment. The screening had ended over 50 minutes ago, yet the theater had not dispersed. Chris, leading a group of protesters, was blocking the exit near the theater, ready to protest again as the crew and audience left. He knew the rules. When you accept benefits from others, you must do what they ask. But this was strange. It had been nearly an hour since the screening ended, yet none of the crew or journalists had come out. What was going on? Boss, a young black man came up to him. Could it be that the audience is so dissatisfied with the film that they refuse to leave and even vandalize the theater? Is your brain full of water? Chris smacked the back of his head and pointed to the police nearby, saying, if that were the case, the police would have already come in. The young man rubbed his head and suddenly noticed a group of audience members emerging from the theater, reminding Chris, they're coming out. They're coming out. Get ready, everyone. Chris shouted to his group of over 100 people, raised the banners and slogans. When the reporters come out, follow me and shout. Before he could finish his sentence, a loud commotion erupted from the crowd of exiting viewers. Their voices were high and excited. Even from a distance, it was clear enough to reach the ears of the protesters. Such an amazing film, and you're protesting? Are you crazy? F********, you. Protesting my favorite movie. F*******, you. Have you even seen the film? You're protesting without even watching, a bunch of idiots. I protest against these protesters. The voices from the crowd grew louder. Chris froze, confused. The people who were supposed to protest were now being ridiculed by the audience. As he stood dazed, many young audience members stopped, and more gathered around, forming a crowd of hundreds. They mockingly looked at the protesters, as if watching the world's biggest fools. Just like in the theater, once a crowd formed, emotions spread rapidly. Someone in the crowd shouted a strong insult, and the insults began pouring down on the protesters like a torrential rain. The reporters also emerged, and Sarah from Los Angeles Times quickly rushed over with her cameraman, capturing this rare scene. In an instant, she had already thought of the headline for the news story. The Lord of the Rings, the Fellowship of the Ring conquers the audience at its premiere. Fans battle protesters to defend the film. Of course, no real war broke out. The police quickly intervened, and both sides dispersed. It was then that Miller and Pete left the Chinese Grand Theater and joined the group of protesters. Chapter 401. He is too terrifying. Chapter 401. Chapter 401. He is too terrifying. What? You want to quit our protest? At the intersection of Hollywood Boulevard and Highland Avenue, Chris looked at Brad Miller with an incredulous gaze and reminded him, don't forget, Brad, you were the one who initiated this protest. I'm worried the movie will ruin the original story, Brad Miller replied calmly, clearly not acting out of impulse. I've seen the film, and while the Fellowship of the Ring has some changes, every scene in the movie is even more exciting than the original. He emphasized, it turned the visuals of my imagination into reality. Yeah, Pete agreed loudly. The movie is unexpectedly good. Everyone should stop protesting. Watch the movie first. No, I won't give up the protest. Thinking of the benefits he had received, Chris insisted, as a true fan of the book, we should protest any adaptation of The Lord of the Rings. The dispute among the leading figures soon reached the ears of others, many of whom were hardcore book fans, and many had been called to join by Brad Miller. Now that the leaders were wavering, they began to stir uneasily. Is the movie really that good? Brad is a staunch anti-adaptation advocate, and he says it's outstanding. We should probably go see it. Yeah, there's a midnight screening tonight. After we're done here, we can just buy tickets. Brad Miller vaguely knew some of Krish's intentions. Seeing that the disagreement wasn't being resolved, he simply said loudly, I am officially withdrawing from the protest against the Lord of the Rings movie. Me too, Pete added. The two exchanged a glance, and Miller continued. I'm really sorry for causing everyone to waste so much time and energy with some stubborn old-fashioned ideas, but I must say, the movie is even more amazing than you can imagine. After speaking, he stopped lingering, and with Pete, returned to the Chinese theater to watch the midnight show. The crowd began to slowly disperse, with many people now curious, even following Brad Miller. The large-scale protest organization was inevitably heading towards a split. Some chose to leave, some chose to continue protesting, and others chose to head to the nearby cinema, eager to see just how amazing the film could be to change Brad Miller's stance, who had always been a hardliner. At midnight Pacific time, movie theaters from San Diego to Los Angeles and San Francisco were anything but quiet. On the contrary, they became particularly lively with the influx of fans. At the Santa Clara Cinema near San Francisco Bay, Zhou Xian was busy in the shop, constantly offering suggestions to the owner. The midnight show is about to start, Boss Ku. Based on my experience selling the Matrix merchandise, we should place the Duke-related products on the most prominent shelves. George, you're right. The young owner, Ku Peng, who was also of Chinese descent, looked through the shop window. There are several large chain cinemas on this street, and our shop is conveniently located in the middle. If the Lord of the Rings merchandise can sell like the Matrix did, this time. Boss, I've been in the movie industry for years, Zhou Xian replied, directing the staff to arrange products while saying, Duke's films bring not just box office revenue, but also huge sales for merchandise. Last year, he had moved from the Santa Clara Cinema to this new gift shop in the San Francisco Bay Area, where he was now the manager. Although it was a gift shop, it sold a lot of movie-related merchandise. For example, during the summer movie season, the owner Ku Peng managed to secure a large portion of the Lord of the Rings merchandise from tight supplies, thanks to his connection with a high-ranking official from Duke Studio. Watching Zhou Xian direct the staff, the calm and confident Ku Peng had no worries about profits, despite this being the first time opening a store in San Francisco Bay. This area was known for being a gathering place for movie fans, and he had prepared far more the Lord of the Rings products than anyone else. He believed that as long as the Fellowship of the Ring could have the same impact as the Matrix, the store would undoubtedly make a huge profit. As midnight approached, Ku Peng could see through the glass window that more and more people were entering the nearby cinemas, clearly heading to see the newly released The Fellowship of the Ring. The roar of a powerful engine suddenly echoed as a black Maybach supercar stopped in front of the shop, and a man who looked somewhat similar to Ku Peng entered the store. This was San Francisco, the largest Chinese community in the U.S., and from the man's attire and vehicle, it was clear he was wealthy. He glanced at the busy shop and asked, still not closing this late? Hey, Yanggu. Zhou Xian greeted him actively. Hello, George. Yanggu waved at Zhou Xian, then turned to look at the shop owner. Ku Peng helplessly said, Don't you know there's a new movie from Duke being released tonight? Yanggu shook his head. Pointing to the shelves filled with the Lord of the Rings merchandise, Ku Peng said, They're about to see a sales boom. Tonight, Yanggu clearly didn't believe it. It's almost midnight, and this isn't a nightclub. How can there be a sales boom? Aren't you going to chase after a movie star tonight? Ku Peng asked. Seeing Yanggu shake his head, he patted his shoulder. I'm worried about not having enough hands, so stay and help out. Also, you can witness the Duke Rosenberg effect. Duke Rosenberg? Isn't he a film director? Yanggu started. Meanwhile, on the West Coast, the midnight showings were just beginning. In some theaters in the Midwest, screenings were about to end. At a chain cinema in downtown Chicago, Kirsten from the research company finished his work and was chatting with an NBC local reporter. If other cinemas had the same attendance rate as ours, he said to the reporter, the Fellowship of the Ring will break the North American midnight box office record. Who held the original midnight box office record? The reporter asked curiously. Duke Rosenberg. Kirsten shrugged and smiled. Is the Matrix? The reporter immediately showed a surprised expression. Oh my God, he's terrifying. Kirsten shrugged, unfazed. He worked with movie statistics, so this kind of situation was no surprise. Duke Rosenberg's films set records, and then his next film breaks those records. Wasn't that normal? The midnight screening had a high attendance rate. The reporter asked again. Kirsten nodded slowly. Very high. Though there was only one theater showing The Fellowship of the Ring, it has 422 seats, and 395 of them were sold. The reporter, who had only recently joined the station, couldn't help but widen her eyes. Such a high attendance rate for a midnight showing was truly extraordinary. Of course, She knew that this was a famous theater in a bustling area, and it wasn't common across the board. Still, it said a lot. Suddenly, footsteps were heard. The reporter immediately stood up, signaling for her cameraman to follow her toward the exit. Kirsten grabbed a stack of questionnaires and followed them. As they passed some incoming moviegoers, the reporter's face lit up with surprise, as if she had just won a prize. She quickly approached. "Hello, Mr. Roger Ebert. I'm." After introducing herself, she immediately asked, "You just watched The Fellowship of the Ring, right? Can you give us your review?" Roger Ebert, who had been somewhat ignored in recent years, took on the air of a top expert as he thought for a moment before saying, "The Fellowship of the Ring presents a Middle-earth that doesn't exist in reality, but it's rather dull. The Fellowship of the Ring is a wonderful, fantastical journey." The high-pitched, excited voice nearby interrupted Roger Ebert's words. It was a young fan, probably around 20, who had just been surveyed by Kirsten. He clearly hadn't recovered from the movie's emotional impact. "I was completely immersed in the Middle-earth created by the film. If possible, I'd love to experience that magical world in person." Roger Ebert furrowed his brows and looked over at the fan. In the past, his face had symbolized authority at film-related events in Chicago. The young fan noticed his gaze, turned, and glared at him before taking the gift from Kirsten and leaving. Ignoring, sometimes, was the worst harm. But facing the camera, Roger Ebert had to maintain his composure and continue with his statement. "This is a mechanical work, filled with unnecessary special effects, and its narrative is rather mediocre, especially those tedious battle scenes." Before he could finish, another voice from a regular moviegoer interrupted, full of excitement. "This film is amazing. The special effects and scenes were dreamlike. I was completely lost in it. It's magical to the point that even Star Wars can't compare. Oh, and the fighting, every battle between good and evil was so intense, it made my blood boil. I've read the original, and the movie is far more exciting than the book." No matter how good Roger Ebert's demeanor was, his face began to darken. The young reporter, seemingly oblivious, asked again, "Mr. Ebert, so you think this film is just average? A very mediocre work?" Thinking of the earlier disregard and the director of the film, even Roger Ebert, despite his authority, couldn't avoid feeling a change in his mood. "This film is at best a C. What? Our rating?" Around Kirsten, a dozen young fans had gathered. They had obviously come together, and now they all spoke in unison. "We'd give it an A+. The young fans handed in their questionnaires, then saw the reporter's microphone and the camera behind her, and immediately crowded around, eager to be interviewed. Their eyes were fixed on the reporter, seemingly oblivious to Roger Ebert, who was just a regular person. Roger Ebert left the cinema with a very low rating, his face grim. It was an unsettling night, with some in despair and others in delight. Chapter 402. Another record broken. Chapter 402. Chapter 402. Another record broken. The subtitles dropped, and the music began to play. Wallace Lee leaned back in his seat, clapping his hands involuntarily, just like everyone else in the theater. This was undoubtedly a masterpiece. Even in his eyes, as a graduate of the California Institute of the Arts, The Fellowship of the Ring would surely become a classic, leaving an indelible mark in film history. Why, though, could he not make such a masterpiece, despite graduating in the same class from the film and video department of the California Institute of the Arts? Why was he stuck in the independent film circle with no future prospects? Sitting towards the middle of the theater, Wallace didn't immediately stand up. Instead, he reflected on some past events. He and Duke Rosenberg were both graduates of the same year in the film and video department. Though they couldn't be said to be close friends, they were definitely familiar with each other. Back in their college days, Duke was the quarterback of the college football team, and Wallace was the running back with whom he had a great partnership. However, after graduation, they had taken completely different paths. Duke had thrown himself into the commercial film industry and quickly found success. Wallace, on the other hand, pursued his dream of artistic films by entering the independent film scene. But the dream was beautiful, and reality was cruel. Although independent filmmakers had more opportunities, the circle was much more chaotic than mainstream commercial films. If it weren't for his strong self-control, he might have already become an addict and possibly entered rehab. Since last year, He had left the independent film scene and returned to his hometown, San Francisco, to reconsider his future path. Maybe he should make some changes, just like the Fellowship of the Ring, which was clearly a commercial blockbuster. Yet who could deny its artistic value? Wallace Lee was one of the last to leave the theater. At the exit facing the hallway, he saw various Lord of the Rings merchandise on display. Even-star necklaces, the One Ring pendants, figurines of the main characters, models of Sting, and orc plush toys. He rarely cared about merchandise due to the film's brilliance, but found that the crowd gathered at the product section was so large that he couldn't get in. He decided to leave the theater and head home. As he walked down the street, he noticed the huge neon lights across the street. The 9 ring wraiths were riding horses and wielding swords. He couldn't help but walk over. It was a shop selling movie-related products, and through the thick glass walls, Wallace could see a variety of Lord of the Rings items. Entering the store, Wallace found that it was crowded with dozens of people. However, the size of the self-service shop made it feel spacious. He picked up just 2 items, the deluxe edition Even-Star necklace and the One Ring pendant. The total came to $199. Although not in the commercial film industry, Wallace knew that the Fellowship of the Ring would probably make a fortune from its merchandise. The sound from the cash register confirmed his thoughts. 1 Even-Star necklace, 1 One Ring pendant, 1 orc plush, 1 Legolas figurine, 1 Sting model sword, totaling $325. Thank you. This is the limited edition Gandalf wizard hat, $366. You have great taste, miss. This is Galadriel's gown, made from materials from ancient, distant eastern lands. Only $299. Listening to this, Wallace took out a newspaper from his pocket and slowly flipped through it. It was a job ad in the Los Angeles Times for an experienced assistant director at Duke Studios. As Wallace left, he didn't draw the attention of the staff. With more midnight showgoers leaving nearby theaters, more people entered the shop, eager to buy their favorite movie merchandise. Manager. A Latin staff member approached Joe Exine, who was standing behind the cashier counter. A few shelves need restocking. We need to replenish the stock. So soon. Joe Exine was a bit surprised and turned to the person next to him. Yongu, I can't chat with you anymore. I need to get busy. Yongu stood there, his eyes slightly dazed. The scene inside the store exceeded his imagination. These meticulously crafted, highly priced, yet ordinary cost items were so popular. The people who had just finished watching the movie didn't care at all about the actual value or their wallets. These people were even more extravagant than him. He even heard some people on credit cards saying they'd rather eat dry bread for 2 months than not buy their desired necklace, hats, or toys. These people, driven by the excitement from the movie, couldn't be measured with normal business thinking. He stood behind the cash register and noticed that the 2 open registers were so overwhelmed that cashiers could only repeat scanning, swiping cards, receiving money, and giving change mechanically. The line of customers grew longer. At that moment, the boss, Kupung, walked out of his office and stood behind the 3rd register. Yongu quickly moved to assist him. An hour later, the last customer left, and Yongu felt like he was about to collapse from exhaustion. This truly was a sales frenzy. Boss. When the staff closed the store doors, Joe Exine spoke loudly. The sales figures are in. Looking at the empty shelves, Kupung smiled faintly. Even without Joe Exine saying it, he knew it was impressive. Sure enough, the numbers Joe Exine read out made everyone's tired spirits lift. Since the movie ended, a total of 932 customers entered the store, with a sales total of $113,899. What? Yongu couldn't believe his ears. Indeed, for someone from a wealthy family like him, that number might not seem huge, but it was just the sales of 1 hour, in the middle of the night. Kupang's smile grew broader, and he said loudly, "Tonight, everyone's wages are doubled." Though they hadn't seen the film, the explosive sales confirmed how great it was. This sales surge was just the beginning. After the store closed, Yongu followed Kupang to the parking lot, frequently casting curious glances at him. Yongu, who was a bit older than him, finally asked, "How did your chain of stores rise so quickly? Is there a secret?" "Of course there is." Kupang answered without hesitation. "The secret to my success is that I always focus on products related to Duke Rosenberg's films, and that's how I succeeded." His chain of stores needed funds to expand. Yanggu, would you be interested in investing? As the night deepened, even Los Angeles, known for its hustle and bustle, began to quiet down. In a luxury suite at the Beverly Hills Hilton Hotel, Ivanka Trump opened the window, and the cool night breeze dissipated the heaviness, bringing in a refreshing air. She looked down at the Los Angeles nightscape and returned to her computer, refreshing Duke's personal website. Probably because the midnight show had ended, more people had left comments on the site about their viewing experience. Duke's work is truly great. The Fellowship of the Ring's shock, magnificent sound, exquisite visuals, and unbeatable imagination moved everyone. Actually, no need to praise too much. Anything made by Duke Rosenberg is bound to be a great work. Ivanka curled her lips. Fanboys are so annoying. But despite saying that, she found these fanboys very endearing. The film offers grand visuals without losing its magical elements. The psychological depiction in the epic plot is captivating. Sacrifice and death create an extraordinary journey, and many details set up the future perfectly. The ending, with the Fellowship splitting into two groups, promises more excitement. The music score is epic, majestic. Duke Rosenberg not only brought us a great story, but he also took us into a magical Middle-earth world with sweeping views and shots passing through towering cities and castles, showcasing unparalleled imagination. Also, Ian McKellen's portrayal of Gandalf is stunning, and Elijah Wood's Frodo was the most surprising, proving Duke's exceptional eye for casting. No doubt, this film is unique, charismatic, and undeniably the first chapter of an epic trilogy. I'm sure the future will be even more exciting. Can't wait for The Two Towers and Return of the King. There are so many handsome men and beautiful women, plus gorgeous scenery. Just watching the handsome guys and angels and the scenic shots already makes the ticket worth it. Alessandra Ambrosio's look is so beautiful. Looking down at a few lines, Ivanka simply closed the webpage, staring at the computer screen for a while, then looked at the time and dialed Tina Fey's number. So late, you're still awake, Ivanka? On the other end of the line, Tina Fey was obviously still working. Ivanka, knowing how busy Tina was on the night of the film release, didn't waste time with pleasantries and directly asked the most important question: did the midnight ticket sales figures come out? She had heard Tina mention before that the North American Cinema Alliance had already updated its computerized ticket sales system, and while precise statistics would take some time, rough estimates could be obtained quickly. Guess what? Tina Fey's mood seemed great. Having worked with Duke for so long, Ivanka knew a bit about the situation and quickly asked, did it break the record? Dear, correct answer. Tina Fey's voice came through the phone, announcing a number. The preliminary estimate for ticket sales is $9.5 million, with the actual number likely between $9 million and $9.5 million. Duke has broken the record again. Has he gone to bed yet? Ivanka's lips involuntarily curved into a pretty smile. Congratulate him for me. Chapter 403, Terrifying. Chapter 403, Chapter 403, Terrifying. As the sun rose, the new summer weekend box office season began. Whether mainstream media or professional entertainment newspapers, none would let any attention-grabbing news slip by. The Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring, which opened in North America with an unprecedented number of theaters, was undoubtedly the focus of their intensive coverage. However, as is often the case, the media holds different stances. The Fellowship of the Ring faces widespread protests from fans of the original novel, who believe the film's adaptation strays too far from the spirit of the source material. While the San Francisco Chronicle was busy sensationalizing negative news, the Los Angeles Times was highly praising the film. The Fellowship of the Ring conquers fans with its premiere. Fans fight protesters to defend the film. It's quite normal for media to both praise and criticize a major film release, since a big hit typically involves many different interests, and media outlets naturally hold their own positions. However, from the moment The Fellowship of the Ring was released, Duke's online team stopped focusing on Pearl Harbor and started promoting their own film. Even though sites like IMDb have been improving their rating systems, they will never be able to completely eliminate the influence of online armies, especially when facing such a massive one. There was no suspense. The IMDb score for The Fellowship of the Ring on Friday reached 9.7, with 1,566 participants, many of whom rated the film a perfect 10. On Rotten Tomatoes, despite its low freshness rating of 76%, the audience score, which is closely related to regular viewers' ratings, hit an astonishing 98%. While some of these numbers may be artificially inflated by online armies, another statistic showed the film's true popularity. Cinema audience statistics show 17,805 people participated in the cinema audience rating. Doug Walter, sitting across from Duke in the Duke Studios office, couldn't hide his excitement. The approval rating is 95%, with an overall grade of A+. Before Duke could speak, Doug added, "The accurate midnight show box office stats have also come in." Duke raised an eyebrow, clearly interested in this aspect. Given the huge investment, even the biggest optimist would be concerned about the film's box office numbers. Doug wasted no time. The exact midnight show box office is $9.47 million. "Duke, you've broken your own record." He looked at Duke with an almost adoring gaze, as if Duke was his future. Duke nodded slightly, feeling a bit relieved. With such a massive investment, it was impossible not to feel anxious, but the midnight box office results proved that no disaster had struck, and at least the film wouldn't flop. "Warner will increase the film's promotional efforts." Doug swore. "We'll invest most of our summer resources into the Fellowship of the Ring." Duke nodded. "Duke Studios will fully cooperate with you." Doug stayed for just a few minutes before rushing off, but his excitement was evident to anyone who saw him. When Duke Studios staff heard about the midnight box office numbers and other statistics, they, too, were thrilled. A successful film meant bigger bonuses for everyone. As the sun moved to its peak, more and more fans poured into the theaters. At a theater on Long Island in New York, operator Tetru's phone kept ringing with bookings for 3 films he was responsible for. "Hello, this is Long Island AMG SAS Cinema," he answered as he jotted down on his notebook. "You want tickets for tomorrow's noon show? The Fellowship of the Ring is at 12:15. 2 tickets? Sure, please come by 20 minutes before showtime to pick them up." Just after hanging up, he picked up another call. "Hello, this is..." "Sorry, sir, the tickets for the Fellowship of the Ring tomorrow night are sold out, but there are still afternoon tickets. 3 p.m.? I'll reserve 3 for you. No problem." And then, one after another, more reservation calls came in. 1 ticket for the Fellowship of the Ring at 9 a.m. 3 tickets for Shrek at 10:30 a.m. 2 tickets for the Fellowship of the Ring at 3:15 p.m. After nearly 20 reservation calls, Tetru took a quick breath and scanned his notes. Over 60% of the reservations were for the Fellowship of the Ring, while Shrek took up about 25%. Previous hits like The Mummy Returns and Pearl Harbor barely had any inquiries. When his shift ended, he didn't leave immediately. He decided to take advantage of the less crowded Friday afternoon to watch the Fellowship of the Ring in the theater. He had already heard so many good reviews from the audience. As a theater worker, Tetru's standard for judging a film's quality was simple: the feedback from the audience in the theater. If most of them thought a film was bad, even if critics were praising it, he wouldn't bother watching, even for free. Before entering the theater, he first went to the ticket office to check the sales, and the information matched his reservations. Nearly 60% of the customer flow was for the Fellowship of the Ring. It was really sad to have a film from Duke Rosenberg's production released at the same time. With that thought, Tetru walked into the theater, ready to experience that magical journey for himself. While various statistics were showing that the Fellowship of the Ring was met with strong market response, Warner Brothers didn't slow down its aggressive promotional efforts. More and more methods of promotion flooded the public. CNN's live interview vans rolled up to famous cinemas in several cities, and the news regularly aired interviews with ordinary viewers. Of course, those who appeared on TV were all praising the film. At the same time, they ran into several celebrities who had watched the Fellowship of the Ring and also sang its praises. For example, George Lucas was interviewed in front of the Santa Clara Theater in San Francisco. This famous director, often praised by Duke, certainly had no hesitation in praising the film, especially since it was indeed an outstanding work that wouldn't damage his reputation. The Fellowship of the Ring was produced by Duke to near perfection, a truly jaw-dropping, tense, and intense movie epic that remains faithful to the character portrayal. As one of the members of Weta Workshop, Peter Jackson was also interviewed, saying, "Duke's film stays true to every detail of Tolkien's work, but it also has its own vitality, grand, magnificent, with strong moral concepts and deep emotions. This is a rare masterpiece. As a fan of The Lord of the Rings, I believe no one can do it better than him." At a cinema in Beverly Hills, Tom Cruise had just exited when he was blocked by reporters who asked for his thoughts on the film. "The movie was gorgeous from start to finish and kept me excited throughout. It's definitely the best film of the year, and I strongly recommend everyone go see it. You'll be hugely surprised. Duke did an outstanding job." Duke and Warner have utilized every possible means to arouse the audience's curiosity and drive them into theaters, encouraging repeat viewings. On his personal website, Duke released many behind-the-scenes images from his motion capture sessions. The motion capture technique, still very new at the time, looked intriguing and even funny. This also marked Duke's first official film role, a fact already announced by Warner Brothers. The internet age has begun, and everything is changing. While directors are still partly behind the scenes, top-tier directors like Cameron, Spielberg, and Duke now have large followings. Their influence, though not on the level of top stars like Tom Cruise, has created a strong fan base, some of whom could be called hardcore fans. Duke never minds being a promotional tool himself. He clearly remembers a certain director who had so many hardcore fans that even James Cameron would be jealous. Some films, which were clearly bad, avoided flopping because of the support from these diehard fans. The role of the director in a film's promotion has silently been changing with the information revolution brought on by the internet. As someone who understands the future of the internet, Duke has never rejected such changes. As long as it benefits the film, he is willing to step up as the frontman for promotion. Soon after the release of these motion capture images on the website, they sparked many discussions. After all, this technology was not often seen publicly. So that's how the orcs were made. I thought Duke wore a helmet and special outfit. Look at Duke's facial expressions during motion capture, then think about the orcs in the film. It's hilarious. I haven't seen the movie yet. Then hurry up and watch it. Just seeing Duke play an orc is worth the price of admission. The power of hardcore fans is immense, some of whom become active promoters online, recommending the film to everyone and eagerly sharing their enthusiasm. Through various channels, they recommend the films they like, a common mentality among movie fans. In short, word of mouth, overwhelming promotion, celebrity endorsements, and the fame and influence Duke has built up over 10 years all led large crowds to the theater to buy tickets for The Fellowship of the Ring. And the quality of the film will make most people feel it was worth their time. In this situation, even though the film's length reduced the number of screenings, the first day's box office on Saturday was still terrifying. Chapter 404, The Record Maker. Chapter 404, Chapter 404, The Record Maker. The bright sunshine poured into a luxurious villa in the suburbs of Chicago, lighting up the delicate garden. Roger Ebert sat alone at a small table in the garden, enjoying his morning tea. Several servants had already retreated from the garden, as if the person sitting there was not the most famous film critic in America, but a monster waiting to devour anyone in its path. Everyone had hidden. Only the butler, Stucker, occasionally walked by the garden to check, but never entered, disturbing the master there. Since 1995, they had become accustomed to this situation. The man sitting in the garden, when facing the media, appeared generous and cheerful, as if he was just a refined critic. But Stucker, who had served him for many years, knew very well that this film critic's heart was barely larger than a needle's eye. When did this situation start to evolve? Stucker thought for a long time before finally remembering. Duke Rosenberg's Independence Day. He still remembered. Back then, Roger had launched the most vicious attack, and the target of that attack went on to achieve its greatest box office success up to that point. From then on, a deep enmity had formed between the two, and for most of the time, Roger's fierce criticisms were powerless against that director's summer blockbuster films. No matter how harsh his attacks were, the audience still bought tickets, basically ignoring his reviews. This also made Stucker realize that the influence of the person he served was not as terrifying as imagined. Once, it was an exception. Saving Private Ryan became a hot contender for the Best Director Oscar due to Mel Gibson's scandal, and Duke Rosenberg's chance seemed certain. But in the end, Tim Robbins shocked everyone by winning, and Roger was likely behind a lot of behind-the-scenes maneuvering. It seemed this was Roger's only victory. In recent years, Duke Rosenberg had almost released a film every year. Roger, without exception, gave them bad reviews and low scores, but the audience ignored his critiques and flocked to the theaters, leading to a continuous series of successes for Duke Rosenberg. Roger, with his narrow-mindedness, was already quite arrogant. He always liked to collect various data on Duke Rosenberg's films as soon as they were released. The kind of reactions those eye-popping statistics would provoke in him could be easily imagined. Gradually, the servants figured out the pattern. To avoid becoming punching bags, they simply stayed as far away as possible during that particular period of time. Why bother? Why? Indeed, thinking of this, Stucker couldn't help but shake his head. Even he could see clearly that film critics were already in decline, especially in terms of influence during the summer blockbusters, where their impact had reached its lowest point ever. Could a film critic, focused on the arts, compete with a director, focused on commercial films, in the summer blockbusters? Was there even a chance? Why bother? If it were another director, maybe, after being relentlessly attacked by Roger and fellow critics, they might have been finished. But Duke Rosenberg's strength was not something that critics could shake. After serving Roger Ebert for so many years, Stucker understood some things very clearly. The power of public opinion was indeed in the hands of a few, but it was never in the hands of film critics. Even if Roger managed to unite all the critics in North America, what difference would it make? There were no more than 400 of them, and in reality, they had no influence over the major media conglomerates. How could they possibly challenge a director with tens of millions of fans across the country, who was also a major shareholder of Warner Brothers? Stucker had advised him before, but sadly, ever since Roger won the Pulitzer Prize, he had stopped listening to any opposing views. But was it all worth it? Last year, Roger Ebert had just undergone thyroid cancer surgery. Stucker suspected this was related to the time every year when his anger simmered inside him. Without an outlet, each set of statistics on Duke Rosenberg's films that was sent to Roger felt like a death sentence from Satan. Something Stucker could advise once or twice, but he couldn't continue urging forever. After all, he was just a butler. After another glance at Roger Ebert in the garden, Stucker shook his head and decided to leave for now. On the small dining table in the garden, breakfast and tea sat quietly, untouched. A copy of yesterday's Chicago Sun-Times and today's statistics report were placed in front of Roger Ebert. The page of the Chicago Sun-Times was open to his column from yesterday, which mainly criticized The Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring. The film certainly shows us some beautiful scenery, but it cannot hide the lengthy and boring plot. You could sit in the theater for an hour and feel drowsy. This adaptation falls far short of expectations, and the protests from book fans are not without reason. Seeing his own review, and then glancing at the 6.2 score, Roger Ebert felt this was nothing but mockery aimed at him. He had just criticized The Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring in his column, and without Duke Rosenberg even having to intervene, the fresh statistics from the production team today slapped him hard in the face. 94% positive audience reviews on opening day, overall rating A+. Perhaps, to the proud critics, this didn't mean much. In their conventional views, the masses were inherently vulgar. But for a commercial film, the data that he outwardly despised but secretly longed to influence was dazzling and glaring. $27.11 million. This was the opening day box office for The Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring. Seeing this number, even Roger Ebert, no matter how arrogant, knew that his so-called status as North America's most authoritative film critic had virtually no influence on regular moviegoers anymore. Apart from stirring things up during the award season for the Academy-style awards, what could they do in the summer blockbusters? Roger Ebert suddenly felt a tightness in his chest and immediately remembered his health condition. He quickly adjusted his breathing to calm himself. Even though it was cancer, he didn't want to die. At least, not before Duke Rosenberg was finished. The decline of film critics today was due entirely to him. It was this young, rule-breaking director who had stepped on critics' cake, showing Hollywood that critics were actually weak. Since their interests had been affected, they would have to pay the price. He couldn't fall before they did. His breathing gradually settled, and Roger Ebert's eyes grew brighter. Perhaps he couldn't strike at Duke in the summer blockbusters or commercially, but as long as he was alive, that guy would never get his hands on the Best Director Oscar. He swore. No matter how much Roger Ebert swore, it couldn't stop Duke from firmly moving forward toward greater success. The director's success comes from the accumulation of one successful work after another. What was needed now was undoubtedly The Lord of the Rings, the Fellowship of the Ring. On Sunday afternoon, Duke led the entire Fellowship cast to Santa Monica Commercial Square, kicking off the promotional tour across North America. Characters such as Gandalf, Aragorn, Frodo, Legolas, and Elrond also made appearances, especially when Orlando Bloom, who played Legolas, appeared before the fans. The girls who had already seen the film almost went wild and rushed towards him. When security finally rescued Bloom from a mob of fanatical girls, his hair had turned into a bird's nest, his casual jacket was torn in several places, and the zipper of his jeans was completely broken. "Orlando, you're a big star now." Hiding in the lounge of the Santa Monica Commercial Square, Billy Boyd was still cracking jokes. "Look at those girls. If you want to find a girlfriend, I think everyone would rush at you. Don't talk about me. You're a star now, too." Orlando Bloom shot back. "If you stand outside and wave your hand, I bet a whole bunch of girl fans would be willing to hang out with you tonight." "Do you think so, Duke?" He turned to ask Duke. Duke nodded and said to everyone, "Guys, enjoy this journey." "Yeah, it's a dream journey." Elijah Wood, the youngest among them, had the most to say. "When I fired Martin Bob and insisted on auditioning, it was the right decision. I got my first and second single-day box office champion." It wasn't a secret that Elijah Wood had fired his agent to audition for Frodo, and hearing him say this made everyone laugh. "I'm not joking. I'm being serious." Elijah Wood stood up from his chair and said earnestly, "On Friday, our single-day box office was $27.11 million. And yesterday, Saturday, Gerard Butler, who usually didn't joke around, took over $32.24 million. Elijah Wood looked around the lounge at everyone. "Do you know what this means? For me, it's my second single-day box office champion, but for everyone else." Everyone knew what this meant. Ian McKellen, the oldest in the lounge, voiced the answer. "We, all of us, together, we created the highest single-day box office in North American film history since the birth of cinema. We created a brand new record. Yes, we are the record makers." Except for Duke, who was always smiling, the rest erupted into cheers. This was a number worth commemorating, and a record that would be remembered. Those of them who made this record would be written into the history of North American and even world cinema. They truly had the right to be proud and excited. The North American promotional tour of The Lord of the Rings, the Fellowship of the Ring, started from Santa Monica Commercial Square. Duke would lead the entire cast from west to east, pushing through major cities across the U.S., aiming to gather the highest box office numbers possible. Chapter 405. A new weekend box office record. Chapter 405. Chapter 405. A new weekend box office record. The Monday sun had just risen over Los Angeles when Tyro Wood left his apartment. Walking through this middle-class neighborhood in North Hollywood, his mood was exceptionally good. Occasionally, he would lift his head and look into the distance. Through the faint morning mist, he could glimpse the silhouette of the affluent neighborhood next door. That area was home to countless wealthy elites. It was said that Duke Rosenberg also lived there in his early days. "Before long, I'll be moving there too," Tyro Wood thought confidently. His confidence came from the fact that his son had just starred in a new film by Duke Rosenberg, one of Hollywood's top directors. The film was receiving extraordinary acclaim and showed every sign of becoming a massive box office hit. Tyro was about to become the proud father of a future superstar. "Hey, Tyro." As he reached the main street of the community, a BMW pulled up beside him. The normally aloof dentist inside rolled down the window and greeted him warmly. "Out so early? Didn't Elijah come to visit you?" "Morning, Gonzalez." Tyro nodded reservedly, deliberately emphasizing his words as he replied. "Elijah is traveling across the U.S. with Duke for promotions." He deliberately stressed the name Duke. The dentist's grin grew even wider. "When Elijah returns, can you get me a few signed posters? My kid absolutely loves the Fellowship of the Ring." preferably posters signed by the entire fellowship cast. Sure, Tyro casually agreed. That's just a small favor. After bidding farewell to the dentist, Tyro continued walking down the main avenue of the neighborhood. Everyone who recognized him greeted him politely, always mentioning Frodo Baggins or the Fellowship of the Ring. Even though Tyro wasn't particularly vain by nature, he couldn't help feeling a little lightheaded. Every father would be proud of his child, especially one like Elijah Wood, who had given him so many reasons to boast. Thinking back to the decision to part ways with Elijah's former agent, Martin Bob, for Duke Rosenberg's audition, Tyro felt he had made the perfect move. Only a fool would turn down an opportunity to work with Duke Rosenberg in favor of sticking with a washed-up agent like Martin Bob. Come to think of it, didn't Martin Bob live in that affluent neighborhood too? Tyro glanced again toward the upscale area, his gaze calm. It wouldn't be long before the Wood family joined them there. Hey, Tyro. At a newspaper stand, the vendor smiled at him. The usual today? Over the past 2 days, Tyro had bought a copy of every newspaper there. No, I'm heading out for breakfast. Tyro shook his head. Just give me today's Los Angeles Times. With a copy of the Los Angeles Times in hand, Tyro left the community. He walked in the direction of the affluent area but soon turned left. There was a restaurant nearby that served excellent food and was popular among local residents. Tyro had been there a few times before. Entering the restaurant, Tyro ordered a simple breakfast. As he carried his tray to find a seat, he spotted someone of great interest. The man had just sat down and was preparing to eat. Dressed in a formal black suit with a perfectly tied tie, he looked like one of 2 types of people common in Los Angeles: a stockbroker or an insurance agent, or someone from the entertainment industry. This man was definitely the latter, and Tyro recognized him. Tyro walked straight over and sat down across from him without hesitation. The man looked up, slightly startled, as Tyro extended a hand with feigned politeness. Hello, Martin. Long time no see. Martin Bob frowned slightly, trying to place the somewhat unfamiliar middle-aged man in front of him. Realizing Martin might not remember him, Tyro introduced himself. I'm Tyro Wood, Elijah Wood's father. Remember Elijah? He used to be one of your clients. Elijah Wood? Martin Bob's frown deepened. Of course, he knew that name. Following the success of the Fellowship of the Ring, it was a name no one in Hollywood could ignore. Tyro continued. Thanks for looking after Elijah back then. If it weren't for your obstruction, he might not have decided to break his contract with you. Wouldn't have had the chance to work with Duke Rosenberg, and certainly wouldn't be where he is now. Martin's expression darkened. Elijah Wood had severed ties with him over Duke Rosenberg's audition, and his subsequent success had turned Martin Bob into a laughingstock in Hollywood. Shut up, Martin snapped, using the same commanding tone he used with junior actors. But Tyro was no pushover. A former mechanic from the lower middle class, he wasn't easily intimidated. He raised his eyebrows. Oh, Bob, I heard you got kicked out of CAA. Elijah was so right to choose Duke over you. He gestured around the restaurant. Ask anyone here. If they had to choose between Duke Rosenberg and Martin Bob, who do you think they'd pick? Bang! Crack! Martin slammed a stainless steel knife onto his plate with such force that the porcelain shattered. The sudden noise made it clear just how frustrated and angry he was. Tyro blinked in surprise before glaring. If Martin dared escalate things, Tyro wouldn't hesitate to slap his breakfast tray in his face. However, before Tyro could act, a waiter approached. With professional politeness, they said to Martin, "Excuse me, sir. You've damaged the tableware and will need to pay for it." Martin's face turned green. Pulling out his wallet, he threw a large bill onto the table and stormed off without a word. Watching Martin's retreating figure, Tyro chuckled, holding up his copy of the Los Angeles Times. Hey, Martin, the latest box office numbers are here. Don't you want to hear how your Pearl Harbor compares to Elijah's The Fellowship of the Ring? No need. Martin Bob squeezed the words through his teeth and left without looking back. Watching his retreating figure, Tyro Wood shook his head, turned to the entertainment section of the newspaper, and continued to enjoy his delicious breakfast while reading the cheerful article. Due to the rapid decline in popularity of The Mummy Returns and Pearl Harbor, and despite Shrek achieving an unexpectedly strong opening weekend, an animated film alone is not enough to support the North American summer box office. In the 4th week of May, the overall box office remained in a slump. After 4 consecutive days of low box office numbers, the North American market finally saw a rebound last weekend. Produced by Duke Studios and distributed by Warner Brothers, The Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring officially premiered last weekend. This fantasy epic directed by Duke Rosenberg made a phenomenal debut, setting a new North American midnight screening box office record with $9.47 million. This is just the beginning of a magical journey, much like The Fellowship of the Ring is for the trilogy itself. On Saturday, the second day of its release, The Fellowship of the Ring broke the North American single-day box office record with $32.24 million. After 3 days in its opening weekend, the film unsurprisingly shattered the previous weekend box office record held by Spielberg's The Lost World, Jurassic Park, raising the number from $78.55 million to $84.57 million. With an opening weekend box office of $84.57 million, The Fellowship of the Ring took the top spot on the box office chart by an overwhelming margin. What delighted the producers and distributors even more was the film's stellar audience reception. CinemaScore ratings gave it an A+, and the Popcorn Index audience approval rate reached 95%. Online media reactions were equally enthusiastic, with IMDb users scoring it an impressive 9.4 based on 38,678 votes. On Metacritic, the film achieved an average score of 91 from 47 mainstream media outlets. Undoubtedly, Duke Rosenberg's 5-year effort on the fantasy trilogy has started with a bang. This Monday is Memorial Day in the United States, and the North American box office for The Fellowship of the Ring will undoubtedly surpass $100 million, setting a new record for the fastest film to reach that milestone in just 4 days. This film stands out in terms of plot, special effects, audience feedback, and box office success, making it one of the most remarkable productions in recent years. We have every reason to look forward to the upcoming The Two Towers and The Return of the King over the next 2 years. The second spot on the box office chart belongs to DreamWorks Animation's Shrek. Due to their different audiences, the massive popularity of The Fellowship of the Ring has not significantly impacted it. The animated film displayed a strong trend, with its second weekend box office dropping less than 5% compared to its opening weekend. With $40.11 million, its cumulative North American box office has now exceeded $90 million. The films most affected by The Fellowship of the Ring are Pearl Harbor and The Mummy Returns. Michael Bay's explosion-filled movie is no match for the Explosion Master's fantasy epic. Pearl Harbor saw another significant decline in its third weekend, earning only $11.21 million and dropping to 4th place on the box office chart. In 3rd place was The Mummy Returns, which also suffered heavy losses. However, its weekend earnings of $13.11 million pushed its cumulative North American box office past $150 million. Next weekend, the only major release in North America will be Lara Croft, Tomb Raider, adapted from the popular video game. This film is unlikely to pose any threat to The Fellowship of the Ring, which is expected to claim its second box office crown. The Fellowship of the Ring has already set several records. Whether it can surpass Independence Day and become Duke Rosenberg's highest-grossing film remains to be seen. Chapter 406, Merchandising. Merchandising. Chapter 406. Chapter 406. Merchandising. Merchandising. Legolas. 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 No matter how passionate a fan is, nothing compares to the fervor of devoted female fans. The cruise convoy was completely surrounded, unable to move even an inch in front of Temple Square. At this moment, getting out of the car or even rolling down the windows was out of the question, as it would make the situation uncontrollable. Duke turned his head to look behind him. The car Orlando Bloom was riding in was tightly surrounded, with no chance of breaking through the crowd. Fortunately, the police were on site maintaining order, preventing the situation from taking a turn for the worse. However, the cars carrying the other members of the Fellowship of the Ring were also blocked one by one. There's no way we're getting out of here anytime soon. Through the windshield, Duke glanced at the road ahead, completely clogged with fans. The only silver lining was that the car he and Tina Fey were in wasn't attracting as much attention. Unlike the bodyguard in the passenger seat, who was frowning deeply, Duke remained calm. Since there was nothing else to do, he casually discussed work with Tina Fey. He had already received the box office data. The record-breaking number of theaters for the opening translated into a record-breaking first weekend box office. The impressive numbers for the Fellowship of the Ring also validated the power of strong marketing in shaping a film's commercial prospects, proving that all the hype Duke had orchestrated was worthwhile. For the sake of sustaining the box office momentum, he intended to continue leading the cast and crew in promotional activities. After a few words about the box office, Duke asked, "Tina, do we have the sales figures for the merchandise from the opening weekend? I just received a rough report from Warner Brothers while you were giving interviews." Tina Fey reached for her briefcase, flipped through it briefly, and pulled out a document. "Do you want to look at it now?" The road outside was jam-packed with no sign of clearing. Duke turned his gaze back. "Just summarize it for me." "This is just a preliminary report from Warner Brothers," Tina Fey said, ignoring the crowd outside. "Over the past 3 days, excluding our licensing revenue from McDonald's and Pepsi, the Fellowship of the Ring merchandise sales in North America totaled about $31 million. Duke's eyes lit up immediately. He asked, which items sold the most? The pendant of the One Ring brought in about $5.4 million, making it the top-selling product. The second was the Even Star necklace, with approximately $3.8 million in revenue. Then came Legoless action figures and dolls, which earned around $3.5 million. Following that were Arwen dolls and plushies, which accounted for about $2.6 million. At this point, she glanced at Duke. "The troll you played also made it into the top 10 in sales. Seems like I'm quite popular too." Duke was in a good mood. The products Tina Fey mentioned were just a small fraction of the vast array of merchandise tied to the film. This epic fantasy had so many possible product tie-ins that even excluding the licensing deals being negotiated by Weta Workshop, there were over 500 directly film-related items. "There's another situation," Tina Fey continued. "The most popular items are in short supply. Warner Brothers is doing its best to ramp up production and distribution. Just like predicting box office success, no one can guarantee whether a film's merchandise will sell well. Hollywood studios never commit substantial resources to merchandising unless there's clear profit potential, and predicting which products will be most popular is equally challenging. Thus, when any movie releases, the production and distribution companies always prepare a limited amount of merchandise. With Warner Brothers' capabilities, any supply issues should be resolved quickly once they see profit opportunities. After being stuck for nearly 40 minutes, the convoy finally started moving slowly, leaving the sea of fans at Temple Square and returning to the hotel. But there was no rest for the Fellowship of the Ring cast and crew. After a brief respite, they headed to an NBC studio in Salt Lake City to participate in a nationally broadcast program. Fortunately, Duke didn't need to attend, but he kept an eye on another matter. That evening, Fox's Family Channel was airing a Lord of the Rings special. According to their prior arrangement, they would reveal more behind-the-scenes details to the public. After dinner, Duke called Ivanka Trump, who had returned to New York. She seemed especially interested in the movie's progress. Duke gave her a brief update before hanging up. Shortly after, the special on Fox Family Channel began. The program didn't feature much new content. Nothing groundbreaking would air on one of the 4 major networks. Most of it consisted of behind-the-scenes footage and interviews with audiences. The goal was simple: to show people across North America, and in any region where the program could be viewed, just how great and popular the Fellowship of the Ring was. A great film may not have dashing idol-like protagonists, mind-blowing budgets, or overwhelming media campaigns, but it always has a dedicated, innovative, and hard-working crew. The success of the Fellowship of the Ring is the collective victory of an entire team. Accompanied by behind-the-scenes footage of various departments, the program narrated a series of statistics to further pique the audience's interest. Numbers speak for themselves. Let's take a look at some figures. During production, the film consumed a total of 2.45 million feet of film, used 1,600 pairs of Hobbit feet, involved over 750 specially trained horses, created more than 2,900 handcrafted suits of armor, made over 30,000 handcrafted everyday props, produced 4,800 swords, axes, shields, and other weapons, designed 15,000 costumes, employed 26,600 extras, engaged over 2,400 behind-the-scenes staff, utilized 380 CGI artists, featured 125 speaking roles, relied on 82 tailors and leather workers, shot at over 400 locations in New Zealand, and had 10,000 rugby fans record the voices of orcs. The first installment alone used a record-breaking 1,600 special effects shots. This covered all three films. Even so, it was the largest-scale production in cinematic history. The complexity of filming such a project was unimaginable. Without a long-established, cohesive team and Duke's wholehearted dedication, it would have been impossible to complete a monumental trilogy like The Lord of the Rings. Success is never accidental. To achieve this, Duke and his team spent nearly 5 years of their lives. So when the Fellowship of the Ring crossed $100 million at the North American box office over the Memorial Day weekend, it came as no surprise. Even Michael Bay found it perfectly reasonable. Standing in the office of Artist Management Company, he looked down at Los Angeles through the glass window. His long face remained unusually calm, as if the numbers Michael Ovitz had just recited meant nothing to him. $24.26 million. This was the Fellowship of the Ring's box office earnings on Memorial Day. $3.12 million. This was the North American box office for his Pearl Harbor on the same day. Although factors like release dates and theater counts played a role, the gap between these two numbers was so large that it rendered external factors negligible. The situation isn't that bad. Martin Bob's voice came from the couch. Pearl Harbor has already grossed $120 million in North America. It should surpass its $140 million break-even point. As for overseas markets, predictions from several authoritative institutions suggest it will gross around $300 million internationally. Even if the total $200 million investment isn't fully recovered through box office earnings, it will significantly ease the financial pressure. The movie can achieve profitability through merchandising. Michael Ovitz sat silently, his face darkened. The reality was clear. Pearl Harbor was merely another Godzilla, profitable for Touchstone Pictures, but far from meeting expectations. It provided little help to Ovitz's ambitious goal of creating another CAA. Perhaps the only benefit was signing the long-faced director standing at the window. In today's Hollywood, where commerce increasingly dominates, only large-scale blockbusters capable of generating massive profits could help artist management rise above fierce competition. While Michael Bay's grasp of commercial elements was impressive, it paled compared to Duke Rosenberg's. The difference in their film's reception and box office performance was equally stark. Watching Michael Bay's Silhouette, Ovitz recalled a comment someone once made. The junior explosion maniac will never surpass the true explosion master. Ovitz closed his eyes briefly. In reality, recruiting Duke Rosenberg would instantly pull artist management out of its slump, elevating it alongside agencies like ICM, CAA, and William Morris. The problem was, he could recruit the junior explosion maniac, but what could he offer Duke Rosenberg? Even if he succeeded, what use would a Duke Rosenberg unwilling to adopt a one-stop package service be to artist management? And what would it take to convince him? Beautiful actresses? Not to mention the aspiring second- and third-tier starlets. Even Hollywood's top actresses probably wouldn't turn him down. Money? Everyone knew Duke Rosenberg had a net worth in the billions, possibly exceeding that of the entire artist management company. Power? He was already one of the most influential figures in Hollywood. Would he bow to a hardliner like Ovitz? Michael Ovitz felt a headache coming on. Duke Rosenberg seemed like an unsolvable puzzle. Martin. He turned to his deputy. For our new projects, don't release them during the same period as his films. If his movie is slated for the summer, push ours to Christmas. If he aims for Christmas, delay ours to the following summer. Martin Bob nodded mechanically. Until the right opportunity presented itself, Ovitz had no plans to clash directly with the summer blockbuster maniac. Michael Bay turned around. That's all for today. I'm heading out. He didn't go home. After leaving Artist Management Company, he went straight to the nearest cinema to watch The Fellowship of the Ring again. He wasn't as good as Duke Rosenberg now, but he was determined to keep striving. One day he would surpass him. Chapter 407, An Unusual Weekend. Chapter 407. Chapter 407, An Unusual Weekend. Starting today, people around the world will be divided into two groups. those who have watched The Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring, and those who are about to watch it. This praise from the latest issue of the New York Times serves as the best footnote to the viewing craze sparked by The Fellowship of the Ring in North America. The Fellowship of the Ring emerges as an unprecedented epic fantasy, transcending racial, linguistic, and age boundaries, captivating every American with an imagination. Even the Washington Post, usually at odds with Duke, had nothing but praise for the film. There is a film creating miracles called The Fellowship of the Ring, and a group of people who turn heads wherever they go, called The Fellowship. Since its release, the Los Angeles Times has not hesitated to lavish praise. These accolades served as promotional fuel for the film. Over the following days, Duke led the entire crew on a promotional tour across North America. From the moment The Fellowship of the Ring secured an additional 200 theaters for its premiere, Duke's online PR team ceased their attacks on Pearl Harbor and redirected all their efforts toward hyping their own film. Similarly, some protest activities against the film gradually came to an end. At Nokia Plaza in Los Angeles, Chris listlessly looked at the sparse crowd behind him. He couldn't even be bothered to lift the protest sign in his hand. With so few people, how much attention could they attract even if they held up their banners? Since Brad Miller's withdrawal, the number of participants in the protest group Chris led had been dwindling. Many members, out of curiosity, went to watch the film, and over 99% of those who did left the protest after seeing it. In less than a week, the crowd behind Chris had shrunk from over 500 people to fewer than 40. "Boss, are we still protesting?" The young black man walked over, glanced at the demoralized group behind him, and grimaced. The morale's completely gone. Chris didn't respond. This wasn't a spontaneous protest he was leading. Although it wasn't yet the height of summer, the Los Angeles sun was scorching enough. The young man shaded his head with a newspaper, but sweat still poured down in large drops. Thinking of the breathtaking film he secretly watched the night before, he couldn't help but marvel. It was so spectacular that all he wanted to do was shout, F********. Looking at his current situation, baking under the sun, he couldn't help but wonder, was this worth it? Protesting against such a brilliant film, was it really necessary? Though he wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, he wasn't incapable of reflection. "Boss." He lowered the newspaper he was using as a shade and said to Chris, "I'm done." Chris looked at him in disbelief. "What? Why are we protesting?" The young man spoke bluntly. "Because we love The Lord of the Rings, and we're worried the movie would mess it up. But Duke Rosenberg's film is amazing, better than the book even. Why are we still protesting?" His voice grew louder, attracting the attention of the remaining protesters. "You actually watched the movie?" Chris felt deeply betrayed. "Yes, I did," the young man admitted without hesitation. "I even watched it twice in a row. And tonight, I'm going for the third time." He turned to address the group. "Sorry, everyone, but I'm out." With that, he walked away from Nokia Plaza without looking back. Watching the young man's retreating figure, the few remaining protesters began murmuring amongst themselves. "Our numbers keep dropping. He makes a valid point. There's no reason for us to continue protesting. You watch the movie too? I recommend everyone give it a look. If the film really is bad, we can resume protesting." As discussions continued, many dropped their signs and banners, casually bidding Chris farewell before leaving the group. By sunset, only 3 people remained with Chris. After sending those 3 away, Chris took out a bottle of mineral water from his backpack, chugged half of it, cautiously looked around, and then headed toward the AMC theater to the left. Once inside, he collected his ticket at the reservation desk. Seeing that he was early, he put on a pre-prepared baseball cap and hid in a corner of the lobby. Sitting idly on a lounge chair, Chris took out his ticket and glanced at it. Written on it in bold letters was The Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring. Pulling his cap lower, he muttered, "Not even God can stop me from watching The Fellowship of the Ring for the 4th time." Strictly speaking, The Fellowship of the Ring's audience wasn't as broad as Titanic at its peak. However, there were many like Chris, secret fans who couldn't get enough of it and repeatedly watched it. This contributed to the film's relatively small weekday ticket sales drop despite the workweek. As May approached its end, The Fellowship of the Ring faced its first weekday after its release. Compared to the $24.26 million earned on Memorial Day, Tuesday brought in $14.55 million, a drop of only 40%. This was an incredibly stable performance for a summer blockbuster. None of the other films in the same time frame, even the similarly stable Shrek, could compare. On that day, Shrek grossed $3.93 million. The Mummy Returns made $2.05 million, and Pearl Harbor brought in $2.15 million. The Fellowship of the Ring stood unchallenged. By Wednesday, the film saw a slight drop, earning $13.52 million. However, Thursday saw a small rebound, with single-day revenue surpassing $14 million again at $14.09 million. By the end of its first week in North America, the film grossed a cumulative $150.99 million. This set another record, becoming the highest seven-day gross in North American film history. The Fellowship of the Ring has broken every record imaginable. Duke Rosenberg's new film once again proves he's the undisputed king of the summer box office. Warner Brothers naturally seized this opportunity to ramp up the hype. Through its media channels, the studio continued promoting the film aggressively. Fans are overwhelmingly praising The Fellowship of the Ring. On the renowned review site IMDb, the film maintains a score of 9.4, showcasing its incredible word-of-mouth reception. On Thursday, Warner Brothers intensified its marketing for another reason. The Fellowship of the Ring was about to face a major competitor in its second weekend. Paramount Pictures was releasing the highly anticipated Lara Croft, Tomb Raider, directed by Simon West, and starring Angelina Jolie. With a production budget of $115 million, it was the most expensive video game adaptation to date. I saw Paramount's preview with Nancy. Seated in a Chicago hotel suite, Duke was watching a talk show featuring his cast and chatting idly with Tina Fey, who was flipping through her emails. It left quite an impression. Tina Fey turned to look at him curiously. Having worked with him for so many years, she knew how rare it was for him to speak positively about a film. "Is it impressive?" she asked. Duke shook his head. The story and action combined aren't nearly as compelling as Angelina Jolie herself. Opening her browser, Tina Fey searched for Lara Croft and hit enter. A curvaceous woman in a tight t-shirt immediately appeared on her screen. As a woman, Tina Fey couldn't help but be intrigued by some of the gossip surrounding Jolie. She asked, "Is it true she had an affair with her brother?" This rumor was widespread in the industry, though Duke didn't know if it was true. "Tina," he suggested with a smirk, "why don't you ask Angelina Jolie yourself if you get the chance?" Although Duke couldn't recall Tomb Raider's exact box office trajectory, he knew that even as the most successful video game adaptation, it wouldn't dominate the market. After all, video game films were never mainstream. By Friday morning, as Duke led the crew from Illinois to Pittsburgh, he received surprising figures in the Thursday box office report. Thanks to a substantial fan base and its female Indiana Jones marketing, Tomb Raider surpassed media estimates of $12 million, grossing $18.06 million on its first day across 3,308 North American theaters. Still, it paled in comparison to The Fellowship of the Ring, which rebounded strongly as the weekend arrived. On Friday, the fantasy epic returned to the $20 million range, raking in $20.97 million. This weekend was shaping up to be an extraordinary one, with a rare summer box office surge. While The Mummy Returns and Pearl Harbor continued their decline, Shrek, in its third week, maintained a strong weekend trajectory. On Friday alone, DreamWorks Animation's hit earned $12.65 million. These three films clashed fiercely over the weekend. For The Fellowship of the Ring, Tomb Raider posed a unique challenge. Unlike Shrek, which catered to a different demographic, Tomb Raider's magical adventure theme partially overlapped with its audience. The competition between The Fellowship of the Ring and Tomb Raider was inevitable in the crowded summer box office. When competition arises in the summer market, targeted marketing campaigns naturally follow without anyone needing to stir the pot. Chapter 408. The Way to Become an Ageless Goddess. Chapter 408. Chapter 408. The Way to Become an Ageless Goddess. The media industries in both the US and the UK share two bad habits. The first is their penchant for hyping and packaging nobodies, turning them into overnight sensations. The second is their relentless smearing of celebrities until their reputations are utterly destroyed. Michael Jackson and Britney Spears were both victims of the second habit. So, who is the next unlucky star? While other media outlets are still searching for the perfect target, Time Warner's media arm has already set its sights on Angelina Jolie without hesitation. There was no need for Duke to provide any input. When the Fellowship of the Ring and Lara Croft Tomb Raider clashed, Warner's PR department didn't hesitate to expose a laundry list of Jolie's scandals. Of course, Warner has nothing against Jolie personally. It's just like Viacom's media forcefully stirring up rumors about a grandfather-grandson romance between Ian McKellen and Billy Boyd. The target is always the competing film. Using an actor's scandals to generate public resentment and thereby impact a competitor's box office revenue is a common tactic in Hollywood. The only difference here is that Angelina Jolie has far too many scandals. Warner's gossip website, TMZ, was the first to capitalize on the speed of online media. They promptly released a series of photos of Jolie attending the 2000 Oscars. The images showed Jolie and her brother, James Haven, engaging in what appeared to be an infamous sibling kiss. This reignited incestuous rumors, with Jolie once again admitting that her brother was her greatest love. Shortly afterward, Warner's gossip magazines released photos of Jolie's youth experimenting with drugs, complete with the source of the pictures and a seller's testimony. One time, Jolie asked me to deliver drugs to her home. When she opened the door, her face was pale, and her arms were covered in needle marks. I asked to take photos, and she didn't seem to care. Additionally, the same source claimed that Jolie talked about Billy Bob Thornton's size with him, describing how Thornton had jokingly said he was as small as a mosquito, but turned out to be as big as a horse during their intimacy. The two had been married in 2000. Furthermore, the website also exposed photos of Jolie wearing only a thong, a cowboy hat, and posing in S&M scenarios. Some images showed her wearing a dog collar and being whipped. If these revelations seemed minor, a small tabloid dropped an even more explosive bombshell. During her teenage years, Angelina Jolie had an affair with her mother Mark Hellen's boyfriend. Mark Hellen argued fiercely with her boyfriend at the time, which Jolie saw as an opportunity to seduce him. Afterward, Jolie cried and begged her mother for forgiveness, which Mark Hellen ultimately granted. This piece of news caused a sensation, influencing many people's decisions about which films to watch. Despite Jolie and Paramount's crisis PR efforts, including allegations about casting corruption and animal mistreatment in the Fellowship of the Ring to deflect attention, the reality is that most Hollywood celebrities have questionable pasts, but few are as extreme as Jolie. Jolie's scandals were so abundant that Warner simply lit the fuse, leaving other media outlets to follow suit for profit. What started as a spark turned into a massive explosion. No one could deny that this country leans toward conservatism. Most of the public holds others to double standards, so Jolie's actions inevitably alienated some potential moviegoers. Moreover, Lara Croft Tomb Raider felt more like a fan service film, which didn't help its reception among broader audiences. Lara Croft Tomb Raider is as tiresome as most video game movies. This movie feels like watching someone else play a video game. Boring. Negative reviews flooded the internet, tarnishing the film's reputation. Since the inception of video game adaptations, none have received widespread acclaim. These factors impacted Lara Croft Tomb Raider's box office performance. After a strong $18.06 million opening on Friday, the film quickly plummeted to $17.13 million on Saturday and $12.53 million on Sunday, demonstrating its rapid decline amid scandal. In contrast, The Fellowship of the Ring maintained steady momentum. After earning $20.97 million on Friday, it secured $21.08 million on Saturday and $17.89 million on Sunday, continuing its strong performance in the North American market. By the end of the first weekend in June, The Fellowship of the Ring predictably topped the box office for a second consecutive week, grossing $59.94 million over the weekend. Despite being affected by scandals, Lara Croft Tomb Raider managed $47.2 million, but lagged far behind in second place. Shrek ranked third with $28.17 million. while Pearl Harbor and The Mummy Returns came in fourth and fifth with $5.46 million and $3.88 million, respectively. The total box office for the weekend's top 5 films exceeded $144 million. Including other films released during the same period, this marked the first time the North American box office exceeded $150 million in a single weekend, a historic milestone. This is a moment worth celebrating. The North American film market is turning a new page. But we must not overlook that since Duke Rosenberg's name became synonymous with Hollywood, the market has been continuously transformed by him. Records have been repeatedly shattered. The Fellowship of the Ring has reached $210.93 million in just 10 days, the fastest film to cross the $200 million mark in North American history. Placing the newspaper down, Ivanka Trump looked at Duke. Is your North American promotional tour over? More accurately, my part is over, Duke replied, sipping his coffee while gazing at the dim yellow sunlight outside the window. The crew will split into 2 groups. Ian McKellen and some actors will head to Europe since the film opens there next weekend. Meanwhile, Viggo Mortensen and others will continue promoting in North America before moving on to Australia and Asia, where release dates are slightly later. And you? Ivanka asked with concern while holding a glass of water. Will you stay in New York for a few more days? Not too long. Turning his gaze from the window back to Ivanka, Duke added, post-production for The Two Towers has already started. Anna is currently overseeing it, but I can't stay away for long. Besides, Zach has gone independent, and I'm searching for a suitable assistant director. There's a promising candidate I need to meet. You always keep yourself so busy, Ivanka remarked with a hint of complaint. You're just like Aunt Leah, always working hard for your career. Filmmaking is both my job and my greatest passion. Duke rested his chin on one hand, feeling relaxed in front of Ivanka. Unlike his formal demeanor with Sofia Coppola or Irene Lauder, he didn't need to maintain strict etiquette with her. Don't move. Ivanka leaned forward slightly, reaching out to pluck a strand of hair from Duke's forehead. A sharp pain on his scalp made Duke blink. When he refocused, Ivanka held a half-brown, half-silver hair between her fingers and showed it to him. Her eyes filled with concern as she handed the hair to Duke and said firmly, if you keep up this hectic pace, you'll age prematurely. Premature aging? Repeating her words, Duke tossed the white hair aside and pointed to his chest. Honestly, I already feel quite old here. With an older psychological age, he saw things more clearly. As his vision sharpened, he cared about fewer things, save for a select few. Duke momentarily lost himself in thought. It suddenly dawned on him that he had crossed the age of 30 again. You really are aging, Ivanka muttered quickly. But it's your body aging, not your heart. Duke understood the meaning behind her words, but chose not to respond. I'm serious, you're aging. Ivanka pointed at Duke's forehead and eyes. Your crow's feet and forehead wrinkles are starting to show. Darling, isn't that normal? Duke wasn't too bothered. I'm already 31. Although he paid attention to his diet and fitness, he was just an ordinary person. It was impossible to escape the natural course of aging. No man could remain ageless, nor could any woman retain eternal youth. If such people existed, they would likely fall into 2 categories: makeup enthusiasts or injection addicts. Ivanka, however, refused to let the topic drop. If you're not careful, you'll end up looking like my dad. Maturing isn't so bad, Duke replied, his eyes returning to the window. The setting sun cast a golden glow over his face. They say mature men are more attractive, don't they? Wrong, Ivanka countered. It's mature and successful men who are truly attractive. Like Donald. Duke quipped lightly. Ivanka shrugged without denying it. The two sat quietly, both gazing out the window. The sun sank lower, eventually disappearing below the horizon. The golden light turned into the orange-red hues of twilight. Had the CAF not been in Trump Tower, they wouldn't have been able to enjoy the sunset amid New York's concrete jungle. After nearly 10 minutes of silence, Ivanka suddenly asked, "Do you have time to go out for a walk with me?" Chapter 409, Speed and Passion. Chapter 409. Chapter 409, Speed and Passion. Walking out of Trump Tower, Ivanka naturally placed her hand through Duke's arm, holding on to him as they strolled down Fifth Avenue. Duke turned to glance at her. Before coming downstairs, Ivanka had deliberately changed her clothes. She was now wearing comfortable sneakers, above which was a pair of cropped denim jeans that clung tightly to her straight legs. Even without the aid of high heels, her legs looked incredibly long. Above that, she wore a simple white t-shirt. The shirt was slightly short, and whenever she tossed her silky hair back, her flat abdomen would be exposed. Retracting his gaze, Duke looked ahead toward Fifth Avenue. "Are you going shopping? I've invested all my money into the website." "I'm broke now," Ivanka said, as she clung more tightly to Duke's arm. She pointed to an entrance not far ahead with her other hand. "Why don't you accompany me for a walk in Central Park?" "Of course, no problem." New York was far less hot than Los Angeles. After sunset, walking into the tree-lined Central Park and strolling alongside the river brought a natural cool breeze, far more pleasant than air conditioning. The park was full of people enjoying themselves, and occasionally tourists from around the world could be spotted. Walking along the riverbank and looking at the crystal-clear water, Ivanka said, "When I was in high school, I used to come here often to row boats." "No wonder your rowing skills are so good," Duke said, recalling the fishing incident on the lake. Ivanka smiled and tugged him toward a square. "Hurry up. It looks like there's a music performance over there." Ahead was a small square where a crowd had gathered. Faint drum and guitar sounds could be heard, and through the gaps in the crowd, a few performers in eccentric costumes were visible. Dragged along by Ivanka, Duke quickened his pace. But by the time they reached the square, more people had gathered, and they could only stand on the outskirts. Fortunately, their heights gave them an advantage, so their views weren't completely blocked. When there are crowds, there's a risk of being recognized. Thoughtful as ever, Ivanka quickly took Duke's sunglasses hanging from his t-shirt and placed them on his face. Inside the square, a black band was performing blues. While their skill was average, their songs and animated body language successfully roused the audience's enthusiasm. "So cool." Ivanka cheered along with the crowd, her youthful energy infectious even to Duke. Gradually, he too began cheering for the band. After staying there for about 10 minutes, the two moved on to another area. "Let's go check out the skating rink." "Even though there's no ice now," Ivanka said, leading the way beside Duke. She spoke animatedly about the distance. "That was my favorite winter pastime when I was young. We used to come here to skate all the time." For now, Duke was content to listen. Ivanka continued, "Except for Jane, I don't keep in touch with most of the people I used to play with." "Jane Landay?" Duke asked at the right moment. "Yes, Eileen's younger sister." Duke nodded at her response. "Are there others I might know?" "There's one you definitely know. She's a somewhat famous model now," Ivanka said with a playful smile. "I remember you met her at a party. The Hilton family's daughter, Paris Hilton." "I remember." Indeed, they'd met once. Even if they hadn't, Duke was well aware of Paris Hilton's reputation. When they reached the skating rink, it was noticeably less crowded than in winter. Ivanka found a bench and invited Duke to sit with her. Looking at the empty rink, she said, "Paris is a party animal now. I hardly hang out with her anymore." Duke nodded without comment. Paris Hilton represented the typical lifestyle of the younger generation in affluent circles, while Eileen Landay and Ivanka Trump were more of exceptions. Ivanka turned to Duke and suddenly asked, "I remember you used to enjoy parties too. It's just a way to relax in life." In recent years, Duke had rarely attended parties unrelated to work. Directing is a high-pressure job that requires tremendous energy and time. "I have to find ways to relieve that stress." Glancing at his watch, Duke reminded her, "It's getting late. Let's head back. I need to contact Anna soon to check on progress in Los Angeles." Although he had felt a bit weary of his current lifestyle while in New Zealand, after more than a decade, it had become second nature. Changing habits suddenly was something anyone would hesitate to do. Yes, the idea of change had crossed his mind more than once, but Duke's primary focus remained his work. His passion was entirely devoted to filmmaking, leaving little room to ponder how his life might be different. Duke could sense Ivanka's feelings. If she were someone within the industry, he might have pursued her without hesitation. However, she had left a great impression on him. Although she wasn't his type, she was an ambitious and hardworking young woman, someone he could consider a friend. Everyone needs boundaries. Ivanka clearly wasn't someone seeking thrill or pleasure. A formal girlfriend? Driving back to his home in the Upper East Side, Duke pondered the possibility, and instinctively wanted to shake his head. A serious relationship would mean mutual responsibility, which felt like a heavy burden. Of course, Duke acknowledged that if he ever wanted to start a formal relationship, Ivanka Trump would be a very suitable choice. However, with the Fellowship of the Ring currently in theaters and post-production on The Two Towers underway, Duke didn't have the time or energy for such considerations. Just as he had over the past few years, he quickly immersed himself back into work. After its second weekend, the Fellowship of the Ring maintained a stable and strong performance. Although its weekday daily earnings fell below $10 million, it still held its own. Monday through Thursday, it earned $9.52 million, $9.95 million, $9.62 million, and $9.33 million respectively, bringing its four-day total to $38.42 million and its North American box office gross to $249.35 million. The upcoming weekend was relatively quiet for the North American market, with the only major release being Universal Pictures' The Fast and the Furious. The Fellowship of the Ring is set to win its third consecutive weekend at the box office. Having witnessed the Fellowship of the Ring sweep the competition like a hurricane, Michael Lovitz's mood had gradually stabilized. After all, he was a seasoned agent. This was the premiere of The Fast and the Furious. In the waiting room before entering the venue, Vin Diesel wore a defiant expression. "Hey, Michael, don't jump to conclusions." Still bearing traces of arrogance, he added, "The Fellowship of the Ring is entering its third weekend. This is The Fast and the Furious debut. We might beat them. Use your thick skull to think this through." When dealing with lesser-known actors, Michael Ovitz rarely showed any patience. "Do you really think The Fast and the Furious can challenge the Fellowship of the Ring?" Vin Diesel opened his mouth, but didn't dare to retort. Paul Walker and others glanced at Vin Diesel with mocking eyes. Though their expressions didn't reveal it, they were undoubtedly gloating inside. They belonged to the same agency, and resources were always limited. Even top agencies like CAA and ICM had to prioritize when promoting newcomers, let alone smaller firms like Artist Management Company. No one wanted to be the second choice. In fact, outside of professional exchanges, Paul Walker never spoke to Vin Diesel. This was partly because they were rivals for both roles and agency resources, and partly because Paul Walker disapproved of Vin Diesel's background. In this crew filled with Black and Latino actors, Paul Walker found few people to his liking. Of course, he understood that others viewed him as a competitor and disliked him just as much. This was a common dynamic in Hollywood crews, a group of semi-famous actors vying for attention while enacting the industry's decades-long soap opera of superficial harmony and hidden rivalries. Some were overt in their behavior, while others used subtler tactics. As the female lead of The Fast and the Furious, Jessica Alba was the film's most prominent actress. Supported by her sweet yet sultry looks, she drew the most attention on the red carpet and was a focus of the media's cameras. This situation didn't escape Michelle Rodriguez's notice. The agency was grooming two young actresses, Kate Beckinsale, the lead in Pearl Harbor, and Jessica Alba, who stood beside her. But Michelle Rodriguez had her own ambitions. She wasn't content to remain a supporting role forever. Thus, during filming, she cultivated a close relationship with Jessica Alba, often going clubbing together and seeing the other side of this seemingly innocent actress. Jessica, though already dating a producer with a French aristocratic title, had no qualms about mingling with other men. Like many in the industry, she often hit it off with someone and disappeared for the night. Early in the year, when her boyfriend was away from Los Angeles, she even had a 2-week fling with a visiting Yankees player. As Jessica's so-called close friend, Michelle Rodriguez had carefully kept these secrets. At this moment, Jessica suddenly appeared uneasy, her legs visibly fidgeting as if something unbearable was happening. Her face also looked uncomfortable, and one hand instinctively moved toward her waist. "What's wrong, Jess?" Michelle Rodriguez immediately asked with apparent concern. Chapter 410. A script tailored for Duke. Chapter 410. Chapter 410. A script tailored for Duke. Jessica Alba seemed to have something on her mind. Her lips moved slightly, but she didn't say anything. The crew was about to enter the screening room, a perfect moment to display sisterly affection. Michelle Rodriguez pulled her aside and asked with unusual concern, "Jess, you can't go in like this." Shielded by Michelle Rodriguez's strong physique, Jessica Alba finally couldn't hold it in anymore. She slipped a hand inside the high slit of her dress and scratched vigorously. A look of relief spread across her sweet face, as if the issue troubling her had eased significantly. Michelle Rodriguez's eyes lit up. Even if she wasn't particularly bright, she knew Jessica Alba wouldn't be foolish enough to self-soothe in public. Besides, Jessica, known for her wild ways, was never short of male companions. Could it be? Growing up in a chaotic Latin community, Michelle Rodriguez had seen similar situations in other women and quickly formed a guess. Soon, another thought struck her. If her suspicion was true, wouldn't this be a great chance to edge Jessica Alba out of the spotlight? However, Michelle Rodriguez wasn't willing to take too big a risk. After all, Jessica was introduced by James Cameron. After a moment's thought, she asked with concern, "Jess, is something wrong down there?" Jessica Alba initially shook her head, but thinking of Michelle Rodriguez's care for her, she hesitated. Before nodding slightly, "I'm not sure what's going on." "Jess, you can't ignore these kinds of issues," Michelle Rodriguez urged. "You should see a gynecologist." "Well," Jessica Alba hesitated. Michelle Rodriguez offered a reassuring smile. "I've had similar problems before. I went to the Dazzling Medical Center, and it was resolved quickly." Their voices lowered as they continued to talk, with Jessica Alba nodding repeatedly in response to Michelle Rodriguez's words. Finally, the two entered the screening room like close sisters, and Fast and Furious began its premiere. During the screening, Michelle Rodriguez found an excuse to step out. She went up to a lounge on the second floor, took a phone out of her bag, and dialed a number. "Amir, want some hot gossip?" Spend the next few days watching Dazzling Medical Center. After hanging up, a faint smile appeared on Michelle Rodriguez's lips. At the end of the premiere, Jessica Alba became the media's focus thanks to her eye-catching vase performance in the film. During the subsequent press conference, she faced a barrage of questions from reporters, far surpassing the attention she had received for her TV dramas. She began to taste the sweetness of fame and even saw the hope of becoming a huge star. Although there was a party afterward, Jessica returned home obediently. Despite her love for fun, she knew her producer boyfriend was more important. "Hi, honey, I'm back." As soon as she walked into the apartment, she saw Christophe Rocancourt on the phone. She leaned over and gave him a kiss. "Did you miss me?" Christophe Rocancourt responded with action. Despite the itchiness returning, Jessica Alba didn't refuse Christophe Rocancourt's advances. As the sun rose, another weekend began. Duke also returned to Los Angeles. Initially, he planned to stay in New York longer to meet his mother, who had returned from Europe. However, her plans changed, and she flew directly from Paris to Dubai, with no immediate return. So, Duke left New York early. By the time he arrived at Los Angeles International Airport, it was already Friday afternoon. After taking a short break at Duke Manor, Nancy Josephson came by. "I have an offer here," Nancy said. Her urgency suggested the matter was significant. "You should take a look at it yourself." She handed Duke a detailed project plan, which even included a script. Napoleon the Great? Though unfamiliar with the project, Duke didn't find it strange. After all, there were countless Hollywood films he didn't know about. However, the production budget raised his eyebrows. The initial production cost was estimated at $160 million. Was there ever such a movie? Duke frowned in thought, but couldn't recall anything. Still, Duke knew he couldn't possibly remember every detail of Hollywood. So, he patiently reviewed the project plan and script. The plan was incredibly detailed, clearly crafted by a top-tier industry producer. It even accounted for the challenges of filming on location in France and proposed preliminary solutions. Even someone like Duke, who had overseen multiple large-scale projects, could find little fault. It was practically a flawless project plan. The script, over 200 pages long, focused not on Napoleon's entire illustrious life, but on the final phase of his reign as emperor, centering on the Battle of Waterloo. It was filled with intrigue, scheming, and large-scale war scenes, perfectly aligning with Duke's preferences and style. In simple terms, this wasn't a biographical script, but a typical commercial blockbuster. In Hollywood, the script itself wasn't particularly valuable. What elevated its worth was the accompanying plan. Moreover, this script and plan seemed tailored for him. It felt as if the people behind this had designed everything with him in mind, targeting his style and preferences before even starting. Every director has a distinct style. James Cameron and Steven Spielberg have theirs, and so does Duke. The creators of this project had clearly studied him in depth. Plans made by Charles Roven and Robin Grandet were no more precise than this one. The more Duke read, the more tempted he felt. If Napoleon weren't French, he would have immediately asked Nancy to contact the other party. But Napoleon was indeed French, which made Duke pause. Closing the script, he took a moment to calm himself. Once his emotions were steady and no longer influencing his judgment, he finally spoke. "Who sent this?" he asked. "A French producer," Nancy Josephson explained, knowing Duke wasn't fond of European cinema or filmmakers. Though he's French, he spent 10 years in Hollywood. He's well connected with big stars and producers and has even invested in some smaller productions. He's essentially part of Hollywood. "If I want this script, what are his conditions?" Duke knew there was no such thing as a free lunch. First, he wants a co-production arrangement, with at least 40% of the investment and profit share going to his side. Hearing this, Duke nodded. It was a standard condition. If the other party offered the entire project at a bargain price, he'd suspect ulterior motives. Second, he must be a producer, at least one of the most influential figures in the crew. Anything else? These were standard Hollywood practices, well within Duke's comfort zone. Yes. Nancy took the coffee Emma, the housekeeper, had refilled, thanked her, and continued. As a Frenchman, he insists the film be shot on location in France and Belgium. He also knows your Lord of the Rings trilogy isn't finished, so he's willing to wait until after the Return of the King to start shooting. But he wants to adopt a Lord of the Rings or Matrix-style production model, beginning pre-production as early as possible. That's not unreasonable. Shooting a historical war epic is complex, especially one involving a real historical figure. Taking over a year for preparation is the safest approach. That's it for now. Details will be discussed during negotiations. The initial step was gauging Duke's interest. If he showed interest, the rest would be hashed out in detail during negotiations. Placing the plan and script outline on the coffee table, Duke folded his arms and rubbed his chin, carefully weighing the project's feasibility. The first condition was bold, yet fell just short of crossing his limits. The other two were standard practices. Overall, the plan seemed highly executable. Napoleon being French was Duke's primary concern. A film with a French protagonist would not be received the same way in North America as one with an American lead. While international markets were becoming increasingly profitable, the North American market remained Hollywood's foundation, and he couldn't ignore it. Still, Napoleon was so famous that few Americans wouldn't recognize him. "Nancy, what's your take?" Uncertain about a project he had no recollection of, Duke hesitated and sought his agent's opinion. ICM had a dedicated review department to help its actors and directors choose scripts, ensuring they found suitable works. Clearly well prepared, Nancy replied. ICM conducted 2 weeks of preliminary review and research. This script, in another director's hands, would at most rate in A, but with you, its market potential is A+. Nancy's assessment was similar. The project was practically made for Duke. After speaking, Nancy remained silent. She knew how to deal with her top-tier client. Over the years, aside from offering occasional suggestions, she never made decisions for Duke. Tapping his right hand lightly on the armrest, Duke's eyes returned to the plan and script. Suddenly, he realized he had overlooked something. Drawn in by the project, he hadn't asked Nancy who the producer was. Duke turned and asked, "Nancy, who's the producer?" Chapter 411, Doing Something Big. Chapter 411, Chapter 411, Doing Something Big. Congratulations, Vin. Walking into the restaurant arm in arm with Jessica Alba, Christopher Rocancourt approached the table where Vin Diesel was seated and bumped fists with him. The opening day of Fast and Furious almost surpassed Duke Rosenberg's The Fellowship of the Ring. Just missed it by a bit. The muscular, bald man grumbled, his deep voice filled with frustration. "It's really frustrating. It's already impressive. Don't forget, your investment was only $38 million compared to The Fellowship of the Ring." Christopher Rocancourt spoke skillfully, deliberately ignoring the fact that The Fellowship of the Ring was in its 3rd weekend, while Fast and Furious was in its 1st. Thinking about Fast and Furious $15.21 million opening Friday, which was less than $500,000 short of the Fellowship of the Ring's $15.65 million, Vin Diesel couldn't help but reveal a slight smile of satisfaction. "Excuse me." Jessica Alba, who had just sat down, immediately stood up again. "I need to use the restroom." She hurriedly walked toward the restroom as if she couldn't wait. Christopher Rocancourt glanced at Jessica Alba's departing figure. Over the past couple of days, she seemed to be visiting the restroom more frequently, but his mind was preoccupied with calculations, so he didn't pay much attention. Today, his target was Vin Diesel. When Jessica Alba returned, the three of them ordered some food and began chatting casually. Christopher Rocancourt subtly steered the conversation toward films and investments. "Vin, are you interested in collaborating on something big?" Setting down his knife and fork, Christopher Rocancourt said at just the right moment. "A major investment in production." "What do you mean?" Vin Diesel didn't quite understand. Christopher Rocancourt picked up his napkin, wiped his mouth, and motioned to Jessica Alba, who immediately retrieved a project proposal from his briefcase and handed it to Vin Diesel. After taking it and opening it, Vin Diesel began to read, while Christopher Rocancourt added, "This is a script and project plan I've meticulously prepared. The estimated investment is $160 million. It will be an epic war masterpiece. Vin, I've heard from Jessica that you're well-versed in films, so you should know that after Gladiator and the Fellowship of the Ring, the golden age of epics has arrived." Vin Diesel nodded. This was an industry consensus. Many companies were preparing large-scale war epics set in both modern and historical times, which is why this is an opportunity. Christopher Rocancourt's voice was soft but firm. "A great investment opportunity. I believe a film centered around the Battle of Waterloo and Napoleon's final glory will have immense appeal." After briefly flipping through the proposal, Vin Diesel seriously read the script at the back. After a while, he looked up and asked, "Chris, you're suggesting that we invest together?" Christopher Rocancourt spoke with sincerity, seemingly without any reservations. "We've known each other for a long time. As you know, although I hold a count's title and inherited a fortune, I've spent the past few years investing in small productions. While I've made quite a bit, my net worth is only a few tens of millions of dollars. Such a massive investment is beyond my means alone." This heartfelt admission made Vin Diesel warm up to him even more. According to Hollywood insiders, Rocancourt indeed had some wealth, but wasn't a mega-rich figure like Duke Rosenberg. Actually, Chris has secured quite a bit of investment. Jessica Alba looked at her boyfriend with a sweet expression and enthusiastically said, "I plan to invest $1.5 million. Mickey Rourke is putting in $3 million. Demi Moore is investing $5 million. Joaquin Phoenix $2 million. And Kate Beckinsale and Ben Affleck are planning to use their Pearl Harbor earnings." In under a minute, Jessica Alba listed a string of names, with the total investment nearing $20 million. Christopher Rocancourt's face remained confident. Since he let Jessica Alba disclose this, he obviously wasn't afraid of Vin Diesel verifying the information. Hearing these numbers and names, Vin Diesel was tempted. There were plenty of rumors in the industry about Christopher Rocancourt's extensive connections and ability to navigate the circles of stars and celebrities. Now it seemed he indeed had some skills. However, investing required caution. Epics involved significant costs and, while popular, they weren't immune to failures like Enemy at the Gates. Especially for epics, without a suitable director, investment was best avoided. He tested the waters by asking, "Chris, who do you plan to invite as the director?" "Duke Rosenberg." Christopher Rocancourt responded without hesitation. "He's the perfect choice." Vin Diesel frowned slightly. Sensing his hesitation, Christopher Rocancourt reassured him, "Michael Ovitz indeed has issues with Duke, but you wouldn't be starring in his film, just investing." "Has Duke agreed to direct?" Despite his competitive streak with the Fellowship of the Ring, Vin Diesel wasn't arrogant enough to overlook Duke Rosenberg's prowess with large-scale productions. He knew Duke was a guarantee of success for major productions. "My proposal and script have already been sent to Duke through Nancy Josephson," Christopher Rocancourt said confidently. ICM rated the project's market potential as A+, and Duke Rosenberg spoke highly of it. Vin Diesel was intrigued. Passing up the chance to invest in a Duke Rosenberg project would indeed be foolish. Such opportunities were rare, but he remained cautious. After all, investing meant committing a seven-figure sum. "Chris, I need to think about it," Vin Diesel said, not agreeing immediately. "I'll get back to you soon." Christopher Rocancourt didn't press him and instead shifted the topic to Hollywood gossip. A tabloid published photos of Duke Rosenberg and Ivanka Trump sitting together in Central Park. They seemed to be on a date. Is he finally settling down and considering a serious relationship? As evening approached, Jessica Alba and Christopher Rocancourt left the proposal behind and departed first. Vin Diesel, however, stayed behind and pulled out his phone. He called a well-connected friend in the industry and waited for some time at the restaurant. When the friend called back, he provided a clear response. Nancy Josephson did receive a Napoleon project. ICM rated it highly, and supposedly Duke just returned from New York. Nancy met with him right after, and while no one knows what they discussed, the feedback from ICM suggests Nancy was in a very good mood. Also, those people you mentioned, upon hearing that Duke might direct, are indeed planning to invest. Some have even transferred funds to avoid missing the opportunity. This person seemed very interested. "Vin, Duke's films have incredibly high ROI. This is a rare chance. Can you include me?" After ending the call, Vin Diesel began to consider. Opportunities to invest in Duke Rosenberg's projects were truly rare. Not far from the restaurant, Duke and Tina Fey sat in the Duke Studios office, waiting to interview candidates and discussing the same project. During their last meeting, Christopher Rocancourt hadn't left a great impression on Duke. While his warm and straightforward demeanor might win over many people, it triggered Duke's natural wariness, prompting him to warn Naomi Watts to be cautious of him. But this proposal puzzled Duke. Nancy Josephson told him the plan was crafted by Christopher Rocancourt. Anyone capable of producing such an excellent project plan, even if not as skilled as Charles Roven or Robin Grande, wouldn't be far behind. Moreover, given Rocancourt's networking skills and widespread connections, he wasn't a Hollywood newcomer. Unlike Duke's early days, he wouldn't face constant rejection. A light knock interrupted Duke's thoughts as a secretary entered. "Mr. Wallace Lee is here." Tina Fey nodded. "Show him in." This was an interview for an assistant director position. The candidate had a decent resume. Although he hadn't worked on large commercial productions, he had climbed from assistant roles to assistant director in the independent film scene. The man entered and answered Tina Fey's detailed questions about various aspects of filmmaking, from crew management to production planning. Duke also asked a few questions about his filmmaking philosophy, as he wouldn't work with an assistant director whose vision clashed with his own. At the end, Tina Fey said, "Mr. Lee, we'll notify you soon." After the interview, Duke exchanged a few words of polite conversation with Wallace Lee and returned to his work. He still needed to meet with Warner Brothers representatives to discuss strategies for countering the pressure the Fellowship of the Ring was facing from Fast and Furious' strong opening. Chapter 412. Anyone who's been with Jessica is a fool. Chapter 412. Chapter 412. Anyone who's been with Jessica is a fool. Starting last week, negative news about the Fellowship expedition has been constant. The most sensational rumor involves Billy Boyd and Ian McKellen, whose age gap friendship has been twisted by some opportunistic media into a grandfather-grandson romance. Given Ian McKellen's well-known homosexuality, this gossip does carry some plausibility. While homosexuality alone might not provoke significant backlash, a same-sex relationship with such a significant age gap could face widespread rejection. Although mainstream newspapers have avoided publishing these rumors, many tabloids have been amplifying them. On the internet, edited images of Gandalf and Pippin gazing at each other affectionately have gone viral. The online sphere isn't Duke's exclusive playground, after all. It's hard to say how much damage these rumors have caused, but the Fellowship Expedition's box office is undoubtedly taking a hit. Traces of involvement from Paramount Pictures and Universal Pictures can be seen behind these smear campaigns. Meanwhile, due to various scandals surrounding Angelina Jolie and the poor audience reception of Tomb Raider, its box office performance plummeted after the first weekend. After exhausting the gamer demographic, its daily earnings have fallen below $3 million. Other media outlets are piling on the negativity, and Warner Brothers has quietly withdrawn from the main promotional battle. Initially, Neither Duke nor Warner Brothers paid much attention to The Fast and the Furious. For Warner, it was just a small-budget production. As for Duke, although he knew the franchise would later explode in popularity, he had no particular recollection of its early stages, which he assumed were mediocre. However, they were caught off guard when The Fast and the Furious grossed over $15 million on its opening day, nearly dethroning the Fellowship Expedition from its top spot. "We made a mistake," Duke admitted bluntly. Among those present, including Jamie Johnson, Doug Walter, and Penny Callis, none of them had considered this film a serious competitor. But on Friday, The Fast and the Furious nearly broke the Fellowship Expedition's daily box office lead since its release. Jamie Johnson frowned deeply. "According to my information, the film's box office results have far exceeded Universal Pictures and Artists' management's expectations by more than double their original projections. Universal Pictures plans to increase its promotional efforts," Doug Walters said. His earlier confidence noticeably diminished. "They've added $10 million to their marketing budget. From tomorrow through next weekend, The Fast and the Furious will be our fiercest competitor." Films like Pearl Harbor and The Mummy Returns, released at the start of the summer, now earn only a little over $1 million per day, posing no threat to the Fellowship Expedition. Warner Brothers has shifted its focus away from these titles. Doug Walter thought for a moment before asking, "Is there anything about this film we can use to our advantage? They're just a bunch of directors and actors who've only recently risen from obscurity. Nobody paid attention to them before." Jamie Johnson shook his head. Duke struggled to recall relevant details, but his memories were sparse. Paul Walker had passed away in the end. Vin Diesel became the franchise's leading figure, and Jessica Alba, a small-time actress, hadn't left much of an impression on him. "I do have some information," said Penny Callis, who had remained silent until now. She opened her briefcase, pulled out a tabloid, and said directly, "Yesterday, Jessica Alba, the female lead of The Fast and the Furious, visited Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles to see a gynecologist. Paparazzi bribed a janitor at the hospital and obtained a copy of her lab results." With disdain, Penny added, "Ladies and gentlemen, the results are shocking. The lab report shows that Jessica Alba has herpes, a sexually transmitted disease. Is this information reliable?" Jamie Johnson's eyes lit up instantly. "We can have people verify it overnight," Penny said. "It's not difficult to confirm. We can check her prescriptions, her lab reports, or even interview her assistant." The meeting quickly reached a consensus. Jessica Alba's character is marketed as sexy, sunny, and healthy. If the actress herself has such an issue, it would undoubtedly affect her role. While Hollywood stars' promiscuity is no secret, and the public tends to be indifferent to it, contracting a sexually transmitted disease adds a significant stain. After leaving the meeting room, the visibly aging Penny Callis didn't leave, but instead followed Duke down an empty corridor, eventually calling out to him. "I know you dislike others interfering in your personal life," Penny said with a tone of concern. "Duke, you are my most important client, and my last client." She sighed before continuing, "Jessica Alba isn't the first, and she won't be the last." "Thank you, Penny," Duke said earnestly, recognizing her good intentions. "I'll keep that in mind." Penny didn't say more, waving goodbye as she left. Duke returned to his office, sat in his chair, and reflected on his publicist's advice. Thinking about Jessica Alba brought a wave of disgust. Hollywood is notoriously chaotic. Even the most uninformed individuals know that the stars on the big screen aren't angels. Who knows how many men Jessica Alba has been with, or how many women those men have been with. Jessica Alba's situation served as a wake-up call for Duke. Women who party recklessly without taking precautions are certainly not uncommon in Hollywood. What if he ever encountered one? Duke, who doesn't care much about most things, is extremely mindful of his health. He could only be thankful that he's not attracted to women like Jessica Alba. In his past life, she was just a minor celebrity who never caught his interest. Perhaps it's time for a change? This thought crossed Duke's mind again. The chaos in his private life was beginning to exhaust him. Billy Boyd and Ian McKellen's relationship remained a focal point of attacks on the Fellowship Expedition. Despite the crew splitting into two teams for promotions and separating the two actors, their connection continued to make headlines. Speculation such as guilty conscience and protesting too much dominated discussions over the weekend. Some purists even decided to boycott the fellowship expedition entirely. Public opinion shapes audiences, even when it comes from tabloids. The more famous the individuals involved, the more attention their stories attract. For example, Billy Boyd and Ian McKellen. How many people cared about their alleged grandfather-grandson romance before the fellowship expedition premiered? Similarly, no one would pay attention to Jessica Alba if The Fast and the Furious hadn't exploded at the box office on its first day and earned $13.81 million on its second day. The success of The Fast and the Furious was reshaping Jessica Alba's career. Her sunny, sexy, sweet, and healthy image perfectly aligned with her character's traits, making her far more popular than the other female lead Duke couldn't recall. Fame, however, brings media scrutiny. Generally speaking, scandals involving drug use or promiscuity don't harm an actor's films. However, more severe issues like racism or incestuous relationships, such as those involving Mel Gibson, Morgan Freeman, or Angelina Jolie, can noticeably impact a film's success. Jessica Alba's case falls somewhere in between, but STDs are universally stigmatized. Furthermore, her film character exudes health and sunshine, yet her personal life involves such a scandal. For Warner Brothers, confirming this issue discreetly wouldn't be difficult. With The Fast and the Furious dominating theaters and Jessica Alba in the media spotlight, Warner Brothers wouldn't need to do much. Simply spreading these rumors widely would prompt the sharp-eyed media to pick up the story. That very evening, TMZ, Warner Brothers' gossip website, published an anonymous post revealing Jessica Alba's alleged STD diagnosis after visiting a gynecologist. Attached were her medical center's lab results and prescriptions, solidifying the claim. By the next morning, print media followed suit. Headlines flooded the entertainment sections, particularly in tabloids, pushing the rising star into the spotlight. Jessica Alba caught a gynecologist, confirmed STD diagnosis. Sunshine Girl Jessica Alba's chaotic private life leads to severe herpes diagnosis, damaging her reputation and image. The public loves seeing celebrities stumble or watching their reputations crumble. It's part of the entertainment. Soon, the media bribed Jessica Alba's assistant, who immediately became her former assistant, and publicly spilled even more details, further corroborating the scandal. Not just the media, but online platforms also erupted with anti-Jessica Alba sentiment. Unlike the baseless accusations surrounding Billy Boyd and Ian McKellen's so-called grandfather-grandson romance, the evidence against Jessica Alba was undeniable. Jessica Alba is a promiscuous, diseased slut. Good thing I never hooked up with Jessica Alba. What a relief. Christopher Rocancourt read these comments with a dark expression, seemingly ready to erupt like a volcano, but holding it in. Chapter 413. Over 400 million globally. Chapter 413. Chapter 413. Over 400 million globally. Under the premise of confirming there was nothing wrong with himself, publicly acknowledging a girlfriend with an STD meant what? Christopher Rocancourt was very clear. Even if he had pursued her with ulterior motives and wasn't deeply invested, what about just a few nights ago when they had been together? It meant he was highly likely to be infected. Turning off the computer and closing the newspaper, Christopher Rocancourt sat in his swivel chair, looking grimly in Jessica Alba's direction. Jessica Alba's entire face was dark. The moment she saw Christopher Rocancourt, her eyes immediately reddened. She stood up at once and almost ran to Christopher Rocancourt. As she crouched down in front of him, tears streamed perfectly down her cheeks. "I'm sorry, Chris. I'm so sorry. That night, I got drunk, smoked some marijuana, and I made a mistake." Listening to Jessica Alba's excuses and pleas, Christopher Rocancourt wanted to slap her hard across the face. He didn't care about her cheating. In fact, he had always known that this playful and thrill-seeking girl would never be faithful to him. But he hadn't expected her to be so stupid as to mess around and contract a disease. Contracting a disease was one thing, but she might have even passed it on to him. Christopher Rocancourt raised a hand in anger, wanting to strike her, but he forced himself to hold back. He had been in Hollywood for 10 years, rising from a penniless nobody to someone with wealth, status, and influence. He couldn't even remember how many intolerable things he had endured. There were simply too many. For the sake of long-term benefits, he was willing to make many concessions and compromises. Herpes wasn't a terminal illness. Even if he were infected, it could be treated. If he fell out with Jessica Alba, it would likely have a negative impact on the larger plan. If it raised suspicion among certain people, wouldn't all his efforts be in vain? Although Jessica Alba's scandal had tarnished her image, her newfound fame was undeniable. She would be a valuable asset when seeking investment. Displaying the magnanimity to forgive her would also create a perception of reliability, making it easier to win some people's trust. And if he dumped her, where would he find another woman as foolish as her to help him? Christopher Rocancourt had studied this deeply. Approaching people with a widely known partner was far more effective than doing so alone. Once his goal was achieved, he could discard her and pursue the most beautiful women he desired. In a split second, Christopher Rocancourt decided on his next move. Across from him, Jessica Alba's face was flooded with tears, her eyes red and swollen, yet she showed no sign of stopping. She had made countless excuses and promises, now delivering an acting performance far better than anything she had done in films, pleading sincerely for her boyfriend's forgiveness. "I promise, Chris, this will never happen again. I promise to cooperate with the doctors." As she made promises, her face covered in tears, her eyes swollen from crying, there was no sorrow or guilt in her heart. She didn't care at all whether Christopher Rocancourt got infected. She didn't genuinely care about this boyfriend. She had no intention of giving up her lifestyle for him. Jessica Alba had agreed to date him only because he was a wealthy producer who could greatly benefit her future. Once she attained the status and influence of an A-list actress, would she still let him be her boyfriend? Don't be ridiculous. A man worth only tens of millions of dollars, and without any major productions under his belt. What right would he have to stand beside her then? But now was different. She had just started to rise to fame and encountered such a scandal. She desperately needed support. Besides, he held a major project, one that could potentially involve Duke Rosenberg. The allure of that project was indescribable. As long as she remained his girlfriend, she would secure a role in this project. The most important female role might even be hers. A chance to collaborate with Duke Rosenberg. What did this current mess even matter? For the opportunity to work with Duke Rosenberg, she would apologize with utmost sincerity and win back Christopher Rocancourt's heart. She would dump him eventually, but not now. Chris. Jessica blinked her bright eyes, looking exceptionally pitiful. Christopher Rocancourt's raised hand slowly fell, gently wiping away her tears. "This wasn't entirely your fault. I'm partly to blame too," Christopher Rocancourt said in the most loving tone. "I've been too busy with the big project and neglected your feelings." Hearing the words, "big project," Jessica Alba's brow twitched slightly. She reached out to grab his hand, pressing it to her cheek and gently rubbing against it. "Chris, Universal Pictures has asked me to reduce my public appearances. I won't be involved in promotions and don't have much on my plate right now. How about I help you?" "Sure." In an instant, the two reconciled. "I could really use a capable assistant. With your help, I'll be able to raise the remaining 40% of the $160 million budget much faster and get the project rolling." "Is there still a big funding gap?" When Christopher Rocancourt nodded, Jessica Alba asked again, "Did Duke agree to it?" "It's still a secret agreement for now," Christopher Rocancourt said mysteriously. "Don't tell anyone. Duke has a contract with Warner Brothers. He can't take on any new projects before The Return of the King is released." Jessica's eyes darted. "I still own 2 properties. I could take out loans against them." "My dear, you truly are my greatest love," Christopher Rocancourt said, suppressing his revulsion, and gave Jessica Alba a light kiss on the lips. "I promise to do my best to convince Duke to cast you as the female lead." This statement hit the mark. Jessica immediately showed a sweet smile. "Starting tomorrow, I'll accompany you to seek investments." Thus began a financial scheme in Hollywood, leveraging Duke's name. The publicity surrounding Jessica Alba's scandal kicked off the evening after The Fast and the Furious was released. By the third day, it hit traditional media outlets. Public opinion takes time to ferment, directly challenging the Fellowship of the Ring that weekend. On Friday, the Fellowship of the Ring grossed $15.65 million, slightly edging out The Fast and the Furious, which earned $15.21 million. On Saturday, although The Fast and the Furious experienced a slight drop, it still achieved $13.81 million. However, The Fellowship of the Ring remained steady with $13.95 million, maintaining its lead. By Sunday, the Fast and the Furious began to feel the effects of Jessica Alba's scandal. Though the impact wasn't massive yet, daily earnings dropped to $9.12 million. Even so, the Fellowship of the Ring also followed the market trend, pulling in $11.62 million for the day. Despite facing a strong challenge, as predicted by all media outlets, the Fellowship of the Ring maintained its momentum, securing the weekend box office crown with $41.22 million in its third week. While The Fast and the Furious saw rapid declines by Sunday, its performance far exceeded Universal's expectations, grossing $38.14 million in 3 days, comfortably taking the second spot. The third spot went to DreamWorks Animation's Shrek, which cleverly parodied classic fairy tales. Due to its vastly different audience, it was barely affected by the Fellowship of the Ring, grossing $16.52 million over the weekend. Tomb Raider revealed the limitations of video game adaptations and suffered a second-week plunge to $10.21 million, revealing its weak staying power. The Fellowship of the Ring is the biggest winner in North America so far this year, with a cumulative domestic box office of $290.57 million. On the new Monday, the New York Times Entertainment section headlined, "This magical epic has set a series of records. Fastest to $100 million, $200 million, $250 million. The next milestone is $300 million. Its North American box office trajectory suggests $400 million is no longer the endpoint. $500 million seems highly probable. Perhaps we'll witness the second film in North American history to surpass $500 million. While uncertain about hitting $500 million domestically, Duke had strong faith in the overseas box office as the film premiered in Europe. With the opening of Eastern European and Russian markets, the Fellowship of the Ring dominated European screens, exceeding Warner Brothers' expectations in key markets. France's opening weekend grossed $12.76 million, Italy $8.52 million, Germany $13.55 million, and Spain $11.28 million. In the birthplace of the Lord of the Rings trilogy, bolstered by its North American success, the film created a nationwide viewing frenzy in the UK, achieving a stunning $21.22 million opening weekend. Having watched The Fellowship of the Ring, we fully agree with our American counterparts. Henceforth, the world will be divided into two kinds of people: those who have seen The Fellowship of the Ring and those who are about to see it. The Times, Fleet Street, known for disdain toward American colleagues, surprisingly echoed the praise for The Fellowship of the Ring. Europe alone grossed $132.15 million in its opening weekend, pushing global box office earnings past $400 million. As the new week began, the North American fervor for The Fellowship of the Ring declined, but the buzz around The Fast and the Furious faded even faster. Chapter 414, Ovitz's Magical Plan. Chapter 414, Ovitz's Magical Plan. Perhaps the purely popcorn nature of car racing movies like The Fast and the Furious quickly exhausts the audience's enthusiasm, or perhaps Jessica Alba's scandal deterred further viewers. Either way, as the new week began, the box office for The Fast and the Furious dropped sharply. Monday's daily box office fell to $3.65 million, a decline of 60%. The Fellowship of the Ring didn't fare much better. After 3 consecutive weeks of release, its box office performance inevitably began to show fatigue, which was entirely in line with market trends. Compared to Sunday's $11.62 million, Monday's box office dropped 55%, taking in $5.23 million for the day. Throughout the week, the market's leaders remained The Fast and the Furious and the Fellowship of the Ring. The former faced many issues, while the latter, due to its release duration, experienced a gradual decline. However, the Fellowship of the Ring consistently outperformed The Fast and the Furious by a significant margin. In the remaining 3 weekdays, the Fellowship of the Ring recorded $5.10 million, $4.89 million, and $4.62 million, respectively. Meanwhile, The Fast and the Furious managed $3.42 million, $3.21 million, and $3.01 million. The gap extended to audience reception as well. The Fellowship of the Ring maintained a cinema audience approval rating of about 90%, with an overall grade of A+ and an average score of 89 from 66 media outlets. In contrast, The Fast and the Furious held only a 75% approval rating, with an overall grade of A and an average score of 65 from 45 media outlets. Over the subsequent weekend, Warner Brothers released another film, Swordfish, to the North American market. Produced by Australia's Village Roadshow Pictures, this film could only be considered Warner's godson, nowhere near the same level as The Fellowship of the Ring, their biological child. Warner's investment in it was also relatively modest, as evidenced by its limited release across just over 2,600 theaters. Under such circumstances, even though The Fellowship of the Ring was in its fourth weekend, it remained unshaken by Swordfish. No suspense at all. Inside the post-production studio of Magic Studio, Richard Taylor of Weta Workshop couldn't hide his excitement. His eyebrows practically flew off his face as he said to Duke, who had just finished editing a segment of The Two Towers, even though The Fellowship of the Ring saw a weekend drop of over 50%, its $20.19 million box office still outperformed Swordfish's $18.14 million and The Fast and the Furious $17.25 million. Wallace Lee, who had just joined the team, chimed in. Does this mean we've secured our fourth consecutive weekly box office crown? Exactly. If he weren't sitting at a break table with Duke and the others, Richard Taylor would have jumped up and shouted. His loud voice couldn't conceal his excitement, as he exclaimed, "We've achieved 4 consecutive wins. This is the summer box office crown 4 weeks in a row." He clenched his fist tightly, using all his strength to suppress the excitement and elation in his heart, preventing himself from punching the air. Weta Workshop had become famous. Over the past few weeks, Weta Workshop had been frequently mentioned in the media alongside Duke and the Fellowship of the Ring. Numerous industry insiders were inquiring about their work. Richard Taylor had every reason to feel excited. While Weta Workshop wouldn't receive any profit shares, their reputation had undeniably skyrocketed, and the number of inquiries for their services had grown beyond count. He turned to Duke, his eyes burning with admiration. All of this was brought by him. "Hey, Richard, don't look at me like that." Duke put down his coffee cup and pointed toward the door, jokingly saying, "You seem very excited. If you can't hold it in, feel free to go outside and shout a few times." Everyone, including Richard Taylor, burst into laughter. "Richard, you should get used to this," said Mary Victoria, head of the computer effects team. "Don't forget, The Fellowship of the Ring is just the beginning. Think about the epic scenes we're rendering. Fans will go crazy over the next 2 installments." "I don't want to get used to this," Richard Taylor said seriously. "I only want success to hit me with even greater intensity." The group burst into hearty laughter once again. Anna Prinz refilled everyone's coffee and said as she sat down, "As long as you keep working with us, you'll get used to it." Richard Taylor's gaze once again turned to Duke. Success would indeed become a habit if he continued working with him. He remembered clearly that The Fellowship of the Ring, after less than a month in theaters, had already grossed $330.6 million in North America. What an astounding figure. Moreover, he had just seen last weekend's overseas statistics. With its wide release in Asia, Latin America, and Australia, alongside previously open markets in Europe, the film grossed $221 million overseas over 3 days. If he wasn't mistaken, the global box office for The Fellowship of the Ring was now approaching $700 million. Where would the film's global box office ultimately land? Even though its North American momentum had peaked, $1 billion was the most conservative estimate. The sound of the door opening interrupted Richard Taylor's thoughts. Tina Fey walked in holding a document and sat next to Duke. Richard Taylor's curiosity was piqued. "Tina, are those the merchandise stats?" Tina Fey glanced at Duke, who nodded slightly, and she said, "Yes, the rough sales data from last weekend is out." "How much?" Though Weta Workshop had no profit share, Richard Taylor was deeply interested. Many of the merchandise designs originated from Weta Workshop's concepts. Although their contract didn't include profit shares, the success of The Fellowship of the Ring, especially in merchandising, would undoubtedly strengthen their bargaining power for future projects. North American merchandise sales reached about $22.5 million last weekend, and overseas sales were around $26 million, Tina said, seeing no objection from Duke. Currently, Magic Studio has secured licensing deals with 36 manufacturers, totaling $136 million in revenue. Wallace Lee widened his eyes and couldn't help but ask, "Can we know the total merchandise revenue so far?" Anna Prinz, who was Wallace Lee's immediate supervisor, answered casually, "Global merchandise sales have totaled approximately $220 million, with licensing revenue exceeding $150 million. Compared to Wallace Lee's shock, Anna Prinz remained calm, as though such results were entirely expected. Richard Taylor sighed inwardly. While the film industry was often described as high risk, under Duke Rosenberg's direction, astronomical profits seemed effortless. Of course, as someone involved in the project from start to finish, he also knew the immense effort Duke and his team had poured into it over the years. Checking his watch, Duke stood up and clapped his hands. "All right, everyone, break time is over. Back to work." Duke had chosen to return to Los Angeles instead of joining the promotional tour. It wasn't for a vacation, but to oversee the post-production of The Two Towers. Los Angeles remained bustling after dark. It wasn't until Duke finished the effects for the end scenes that he called it a day. Driving toward Malibu, he passed a hotel where red carpets were rolled out, crowds gathered on both sides, and camera flashes lit up the area, indicating an event was underway. His car sped past, but another vehicle pulled up in front of the hotel, stopping at the red carpet's end. Michael Ovitz stepped out confidently and entered the hotel. This was a celebration party hosted by Universal Pictures for The Fast and the Furious. Despite its declining box office, everyone could see that its North American earnings would surpass $100 million, a victory worth celebrating given its $38 million production budget. Michael Ovitz, shedding the gloom left by Pearl Harbor, was now the center of attention at the party, reminiscent of his glory days at the helm of CAA. In this commercially driven circle, data and profits were the ultimate convincers. Even Ron Meyer, who rarely saw eye to eye with Michael Ovitz, exchanged polite remarks with him. After some small talk, Michael Ovitz asked confidently, "Ron, when will the new project I submitted be approved?" After a moment of thought, Ron Meyer replied, "I'll let you know next month." Michael Ovitz waved over a young director and a beautiful woman, who approached. No introductions were needed. Ron Meyer recognized both. The director was Stephen Sommers, who had achieved great success with The Mummy Returns in collaboration with Universal, and the woman was Kate Beckinsale, the female lead of Pearl Harbor and now a rising star. After some pleasantries, Michael Ovitz emphasized, "Ron, this is the director and lead actress I've prepared for the new project. Plus, I've almost secured Hugh Jackman, who has agreed to play Van Helsing. A director skilled in fantasy, a stunning actress, a leading man with strong box office appeal, famous characters like Dracula, and Universal's ample budget. All of this painted an attractive picture." After Stephen Sommers and Kate Beckinsale left, Michael Ovitz confidently declared, "I have great faith in this project. It has every potential to challenge Duke Rosenberg's fantasy masterpiece head-on." While planning this project, Michael Ovitz had an idea. Perhaps Van Helsing could compete with The Return of the King. If the final installment of the trilogy underperformed, Duke Rosenberg would become a global laughingstock. Of course, this was just a thought, and he wouldn't make such a decision recklessly. Chapter 415, Bait and Fish. Chapter 415, Bait and Fish. After dealing with the matters related to Van Helsing, Michael Ovitz's eyes quickly swept across the banquet hall. Instantly, he locked onto the figure of a chocolate-skinned woman, his brows furrowing tightly as his anger rose uncontrollably. However, recalling the decision he had already made, he gradually regained his composure. After all, she was a client the artist's management company intended to abandon. Why bother making a fuss? He walked toward her, catching sight of a French producer chatting intimately with her along the way. Ovitz couldn't help but sigh at the variety of men in the world. Some could even tolerate the risks of STDs. Having been in Hollywood for so many years, Michael Ovitz had seen all kinds of bizarre characters. Jessica Alba and her boyfriend were just another pair among many. Standing before the two, Ovitz said directly, "Jessica, we need to talk." Normally, he wouldn't personally deal with such minor actors. However, rumors that James Cameron might be backing her compelled Ovitz to show some level of respect. But respect didn't mean he had to keep this Hollywood laughingstock in the company. Without waiting for Jessica Alba's response, he walked straight toward a lounge, entering and waiting for only about 10 seconds before Jessica Alba and her boyfriend came in. Ovitz frowned slightly, but didn't care much. After tonight, she would no longer be his concern. "Hi, Michael." Jessica Alba started, but was interrupted by Michael Ovitz. "Miss Alba, I'm formally notifying you that the artist's management company will terminate your contract." Jessica Alba appeared in disbelief. "What? You can inform your lawyer to complete the formalities at our office tomorrow." Casting a disdainful glance at her sweet face, Michael Ovitz had no intention of saying more. He turned and left the lounge. How could this happen? Jessica Alba seemed lost. Christopher Rocancourt's smile quickly disappeared, but was replaced with a caring and comforting expression. "My dear, don't let it bother you too much. Don't forget, you're about to become the lead in a $160 million blockbuster. By then, agencies will be lining up to sign you." Jessica Alba gazed at him lovingly, her distraught expression vanishing completely. "A loser beaten to a pulp by Duke Rosenberg isn't worth my attention. Let's go, Chris. Now's the perfect time to gather investments." She tilted her head up to kiss Christopher Rocancourt before striding out of the lounge with more enthusiasm than he. Rocancourt, however, didn't leave immediately. Once the door closed, he pulled out a tissue, wiping his lips where she had kissed him repeatedly until the skin broke slightly. Only then did he leave the lounge. The banquet hall was filled with many of his targets: Stephen Sommers, Rachel Weisz, Steven Soderbergh, Ben Affleck, George Clooney. Of course, mere words wouldn't be persuasive enough. That's why he had meticulously prepared a proposal and subtly hinted that Duke might join the project after the return of the king. Rocancourt wasn't afraid of anyone seeking confirmation. Since meeting Duke last year, he had conducted an in-depth investigation into the famous director. Duke had a very narrow circle of friends, few connections within the industry outside of work, and was difficult to contact directly. Thus, Rocancourt carefully avoided people like Leonardo DiCaprio and Sofia Coppola, who had closer ties to Duke. Others could only verify indirectly. However, over the past year, Rocancourt had created enough smoke screens that indirect inquiries would not necessarily yield the truth. Indeed, most people wouldn't invest recklessly. But as long as some were blinded by potential profit and became tempted, that would be enough. Having been in Hollywood for 10 years, Rocancourt knew how easy it could be to make money in this circle. For instance, his dummy companies, like those of many other producers and directors, now had nearly $20 million in investments after his recent efforts. These included contributions from rising actors, retired directors, and producers. As a seasoned player who had survived in Hollywood for 10 years without being exposed, Rocancourt always had ways to tempt people. After circulating the banquet hall and engaging about 30 people, Rocancourt exuded charm, elegance, and confidence, surpassing even Hollywood's most successful individuals. With Jessica Alba and later Mickey Rourke and Demi Moore supporting him, he easily won people's favor. Still, only 3 or 4 expressed interest in investing. 4. Rocancourt, that was enough. He knew when to stop at such events, and Hollywood was vast, with countless potential targets. Thinking about the money his shell company already had and the mortgage Jessica Alba was about to secure by pledging her property, Rocancourt occasionally considered stopping there. However, having blown things up this far, he wouldn't be satisfied without reaping a major reward. The funds he was amassing weren't just bait. They were also a demonstration of qualifications to lure that multimillionaire director into making an even larger investment. Once this deal was done, his Hollywood producer career could come to an end. He would no longer need to endure Jessica Alba and could flee to a country without an extradition treaty with the U.S. under a prearranged identity. However, since sending the proposal and script to Nancy Josephson, Rocancourt had refrained from following up. A good hunter needed patience. The refreshing sea breeze from the Pacific blew away the last remnants of heat from Malibu Beach. Duke closed the air conditioner, opened the glass window, and the breeze immediately filled the study of his fan-shaped villa, clearing his slightly groggy mind. Back at his desk, Duke picked up the script and proposal Nancy had left behind. Always planning ahead, Duke had only a vague outline of his post-Lord of the Rings path and no clear direction. Perhaps the final glory of Napoleon Bonaparte could be a good choice? The script and proposal were compelling, yet the unease he had felt upon first meeting the man behind this project lingered. Setting down the script, Duke picked up a dossier. Nancy had personally delivered this background check on Christopher Roquencourt. The man wasn't new to Hollywood. He had been active for 10 years. His connections included the likes of Mickey Rourke, Jean-Claude Van Damme, and Demi Moore. He had also invested in several small-budget films, though the amounts and returns were unverifiable. Tax records suggested these ventures had been profitable. A knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. The housekeeper, Emma, entered. "Attorney Richard is here." Duke nodded. "Let him in." This was Duke's new lawyer, recommended after his previous attorney retired. They had been working together for nearly a year. "Hi, Duke." A man in his 40s with thick black hair greeted him. "Take a seat, Richard." Duke stood to shake his hand. As they sat down, Emma brought in coffee and quickly left the study. "What's the situation?" Duke asked. Richard didn't touch the coffee. Instead, he pulled out a document from his briefcase and handed it over, explaining, "I checked Christopher Roquencourt's passport and credit records. There's nothing suspicious." He summarized concisely. His passport and entry records indicate he first arrived in the U.S. in the summer of 1991. He holds major credit cards with Citibank and Bank of America, has no loans or bad credit, and even has tens of thousands of dollars in savings with Citibank. Was he overthinking things? Duke knew he sometimes viewed the world too pragmatically. "What about his studio?" he asked. Roquencourt's Gall Film Studio was established in 1996 and is registered in Delaware, Richard recalled. Like most Hollywood film studios, it's a shell company. Records confirm that it has invested in 6 small productions over the years, including Savage, California Wolves, and The Lone Victor. The exact profits and investments are unclear, but tax records suggest they were profitable. Or, Duke considered before asking, "What's your opinion of this studio?" Richard replied directly, "It's very similar to how Duke's studios started, a typical shell company for investment and tax purposes." Duke nodded and continued discussing the matter with Richard. They concluded, as Nancy's dossier indicated, that everything about Christopher Roquencourt seemed above board. All available information painted Roquencourt as a French producer who had been active in Hollywood for 10 years. After sending off his lawyer, Duke picked up the proposal again. Like anyone else, he had his share of greed and interest, and this proposal aligned well with his future goals. Once more, his eyes scanned the investigation materials. Duke picked up the phone and dialed his agent's number. "Nancy, arrange a meeting with him." Chapter 416. Chapter 416. Chapter 416. A black Bentley sedan stopped in front of the Betty Amataki Hotel in West Hollywood. Duke got out of the car with his assistant and agent and entered the hotel. As they stepped into the private elevator, Nancy Josephson seemed somewhat emotional. They actually rented the entire top floor. "What a grand gesture," she said. Duke remained indifferent, stepping directly into the elevator. The location of the discussion didn't matter. The content of the discussion was what was important. The private elevator went straight to the top floor of the Betty Amataki Hotel. The top floor was a high-altitude garden filled with a pristine, ecological environment. It featured a heated seawater swimming pool, a pavilion, an outdoor sunken fireplace, and both indoor and outdoor lounges, offering a 360-degree view of the lush Hollywood Hills. "Hi, Duke." As Duke stepped away from the elevator area, Christopher Roquencourt, whom he had met once before, approached him with an enthusiastic smile and extended his right hand. "Long time no see." Duke returned his warm smile and shook his hand. "Yes, Chris, it's been a while." Christopher Roquencourt also greeted Tina Fey and Nancy Josephson before leading the way. "This way, please." The 3 of them followed him past the swimming pool, up a flight of stairs, and into an open-air reception room. The open-air reception area was dominated by bark brown tones. The floor, sofas, and outdoor fireplace were all of the same color. In front of the sofa lay the lush green trees of the Hollywood Hills, making the scenery exceptionally beautiful. "I didn't expect such a place to exist in West Hollywood," Duke remarked as he looked around while sitting in a spacious single sofa. "I didn't even know about it." "That's because all your time and energy are spent on filmmaking." Christopher Roquencourt subtly flattered him. A waiter served tea, coffee, and snacks. Duke ordered a cup of tea and withdrew his gaze from the Hollywood hills. He scanned the reception room again. The waiter soon left. Unlike Duke, who had brought his assistant and agent, Christopher Rocancourt was alone. Duke wasted no time on small talk and got straight to the point. "Chris, I'm very interested in your script and proposal." "It's an honor," Christopher Rocancourt responded with a perfectly measured look of surprise. However, his tone shifted as he continued. "Duke, this is a project I can't fully transfer. It has to be a collaboration." "Your Gallic Film Studio?" Nancy Josephson interjected. "Yes, 4/10 of the investment is my bottom line." Christopher Rocancourt was adamant, leaving no room for negotiation. "Gallic Film Studio must hold at least 40% of the investment and revenue share. To my knowledge, you don't have the funds for such an investment." This kind of negotiation was naturally left to the agent. Nancy Josephson spoke bluntly. "If the film requires $160 million in investment, you'll need to provide $64 million. She didn't finish her sentence, but the implication was clear. He didn't have that kind of money. Indeed, $64 million is an astronomical figure for me. Christopher Rocancourt admitted honestly, seemingly unbothered by Nancy exposing his financial limitations. "I personally cannot provide that amount, but don't forget, I have an extensive network in Hollywood." "Ms. Josephson," he maintained his polite tone, "I've already secured $25 million in initial funding. As long as I find the right co-investor, using my $25 million as a base, plus proportional contributions from the partner, starting this project won't be an issue." The $160 million listed in the proposal was only a budget number. In practice, no company or investor would allocate the entire amount at once during production. If both sides cooperated, adding Duke's initial funding would easily kickstart the project. Nancy frowned. "Your demands are too harsh." Christopher Rocancourt smiled confidently. "My 3 conditions are the foundation of the collaboration." Nancy Josephson then began a lengthy negotiation with him. Duke listened silently and observed throughout. Whether from what he heard or saw, Christopher Rocancourt came across as a standard Hollywood producer, confident, with an attitude that screamed, "If you don't cooperate with me, I'll find someone who will." Was it possible that he was overthinking things? He couldn't help but doubt his initial impression from their first meeting. Nancy and Christopher Rocancourt talked for nearly an hour. Although they reached some consensus, many differences remained, especially regarding the proportion of investment and revenue sharing. Duke had never expected such a large project to be settled in a single discussion. If it were that easy, he genuinely questioned the professionalism and intelligence of both Nancy and Christopher Rocancourt. "Duke, I sincerely hope we can work together." When saying goodbye, Christopher Rocancourt displayed another side typical of Hollywood, radiating enthusiasm. "I believe our collaboration will create a miracle." "I hope so too," Duke replied, shaking his hand before leaving with Nancy and Tina Fey. Once downstairs, seated in his car, Duke frowned slightly. Nancy Josephson asked, "Do you think we should collaborate?" She leaned toward collaboration. "Keep negotiating with him," Duke said, still frowning slightly. Back on the top floor of the hotel, Jessica Alba excitedly introduced several potential investors to Christopher Rocancourt. These individuals had seen Duke earlier and were further convinced of their decision to invest. At the Duke Manor, after Nancy Josephson left, Tina Fey unexpectedly approached the butler, Emma, asking her to step out and ensure they wouldn't be disturbed. She then walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, standing behind Duke. "Is something wrong?" Duke noticed everything, of course. "Just some personal experiences that might serve as a reference," Tina Fey said as she stepped forward to stand beside Duke, gazing at the sea outside. "I grew up in a lower-class neighborhood in rural Pennsylvania. That kind of place, Duke, you probably haven't been to, chaotic and filled with all kinds of crime." Duke turned his head. Growing up in a wealthy environment, he had some understanding of North America's societal chaos but had rarely visited slums. He wasn't sure why Tina Fey was bringing this up. Tina Fey smiled and continued. "Most people grow up to repeat this lifestyle, but some use money earned through crime to start anew. In my neighborhood, there was such a person. When I was about 14, he laundered his blood-stained wealth and later avoided any legal consequences through lawyers, banks, and accountants. Where is he now?" Duke roughly understood her point. Sent to prison by the FBI, Tina Fey replied with a playful shrug. Duke laughed. Thank you for the reminder. In this life, his family background was solid, and while he had faced setbacks and challenges over nearly 30 years, life had been relatively smooth. Living in such comfort for so long, he might have overlooked the dark methods concealed behind the light. Lawyers, accountants, and agents like Nancy were indeed highly capable, but far from omnipotent. The phone suddenly rang. Tina Fey walked over to the sofa, answered the call for Duke, and hurried back. It's Sophia on the line. Hi, Sophia. As soon as he took the phone, Duke heard Sofia Coppola's slightly nasal voice. Duke, I had lunch with Nicholas today. He asked if you were considering directing an epic film about Napoleon. I did receive such a script, Duke joked casually. Why, are you interested too? Don't worry, I'm not competing with you for the project, she explained briefly. Here's the thing. Nicholas, investment manager and accountant, heard somewhere that you might collaborate on this project. They're urging him to invest. Since he hasn't been in contact with you for years, he asked me to find out. With you involved, his $15 million investment shouldn't be a risk. This was fairly ordinary news. Duke also knew that Christopher Rocancourt's funds were insufficient, and it wasn't surprising that he was seeking investments. Even borrowing Duke's name wasn't unusual in Hollywood. Using potential collaborators' names to secure funding was common. However, why did something feel off? Wait, Sophia, he interrupted. Are you referring to Nicolas Cage? They had barely been in touch since The Rock, almost like strangers now. Yes, my cousin, Nicholas Coppola, also known as Nicolas Cage. The former top star, whose fall from grace was well known, came to Duke's mind. He confirmed, You're saying Nicholas' financial advisors and accountants are encouraging him to invest in the project I'm considering? Exactly. Duke finally pinpointed the source of his unease. If he remembered correctly, Nicolas Cage's financial advisors were practically fraudsters. Cage ended up heavily in debt, becoming infamous for starring in countless low-quality films. His financial handlers were undoubtedly complicit, even if they escaped legal repercussions. And now, Nicolas Cage's financial team was recommending he invest in this project? Sophia, under no circumstances should you invest in this project. Cage's fate wasn't Duke's concern, but he warned Sofia Coppola before hanging up. Standing there for a moment, the thoughts suppressed by Christopher Rocancourt's polished behavior resurfaced. Turning around, he saw Tina Fey standing nearby and recalled her earlier words. He made a decision. Tina, get in touch with Anthony Pellicano from Hollywood's Eye. If his suspicions were correct, being approached and having his name borrowed were things Duke couldn't tolerate. Contact Detective Carter from the Los Angeles County Police Department too. Chapter 417, Sniping Operation. Chapter 417, Sniping Operation. When dealing with Hollywood's Eye, Duke would never let his people take action directly. There were countless people in the world willing to work for money. Besides Anthony Pellicano, he also secretly hired a former FBI agent, Edward Newgate, through his connections with Los Angeles County Sheriff Carter. Using a dual approach, he intended to investigate Christopher Rocancourt's background to see if it matched his concerns. Of course, Duke's actions weren't just because the other party blatantly sought him out. After some thought, he also saw potential benefits from the situation. Simply put, he wasn't Hollywood's enforcer. Why go through so much trouble without any benefits? Such investigations couldn't yield results overnight. They required time and effort. After instructing Nancy Josephson to continue negotiating with Christopher Rocancourt, Duke refocused his energy on the post-production of The Two Towers. The number of special effects shots in The Two Towers far exceeded those in The Fellowship of the Ring. After Weta Workshop's CGI team completed the rendering of Treebeard, they split into three main groups. A small group worked on effects for the Return of the King, like the Battle of Minas Tirith. Another worked on scattered effects shots for The Two Towers, and the rest concentrated on creating large-scale effects scenes like the Battle of Helm's Deep and the Battle of Isengard. Duke collaborated with Mike Dawson on the initial cut. Though he didn't shoot as much footage as Peter Jackson once did, the trilogy still used over 2 million feet of film. Creating a 5-hour initial cut was a tedious task. He adhered to the same editing philosophy he used for The Fellowship of the Ring. Unless absolutely necessary, Scenic shots inserted purely for display were excluded. Adjustments would also be made to Frodo and Sam's storyline to avoid the excessive dragging seen before. The final film would undoubtedly exceed 2.5 hours, approaching 3. With such a long runtime, maintaining a brisk pace to avoid audience fatigue was a challenge Duke had been contemplating since The Fellowship of the Ring. Meanwhile, The Fellowship of the Ring was still running in North American theaters. However, after 4 consecutive weeks as box office champion, its hottest period had clearly passed, and its decline was inevitable amidst a fiercely competitive summer season, with one familiar movie after another hitting the screens. The following weekend, Jurassic Park 3, the most commercially successful monster movie in film history, stormed into theaters. Despite abysmal audience reviews, its momentum from the previous 2 installments earned it a $50.77 million opening weekend, knocking The Fellowship of the Ring from the top spot. That weekend, The Fellowship of the Ring grossed only $14.21 million over 3 days. Combined with the $13.56 million from the previous 4 weekdays, its North American box office crossed the $350 million mark, reaching $358.37 million. Overseas, the film's earnings also surpassed $400 million, bringing its global box office closer to $800 million, making it certain to surpass Duke's highest-grossing film, Independence Day. Moreover, the film's exceptional reputation remained unchanged, with audience approval ratings hovering around 90%. Although its IMDb rating had slightly declined, it was still as high as 9.3. The original trilogy had been the most successful fantasy series in film history. Subsequent series like The Hobbit and Pirates of the Caribbean couldn't compare in status or acclaim. Though Pirates of the Caribbean achieved box office heights similar to the Lord of the Rings trilogy in later installments, no one would foolishly compare a pirate-themed popcorn series to The Lord of the Rings. The two were simply not on the same level. The original The Lord of the Rings trilogy's biggest issues were its length and occasionally slow pacing. Some scenes revealed Peter Jackson's hesitancy in adaptation choices, stemming from his devotion as a diehard fan of the books. But Duke wouldn't hesitate. To him, professional critiques, Oscar considerations, and the like were mere fluff. That said, the film would still aim for the Oscars. After Sofia Coppola's warning deepened his suspicions, Duke not only continued his dealings with Christopher Rocancourt, but also had Nancy Josephson string him along, partly as groundwork for future Oscar campaigns. The Oscars were still far off. For now, The Fellowship of the Ring needed to maximize its market earnings. On a bright July night under the clear Chicago suburbs' moonlight, Roger Ebert sat under a vine-covered porch, facing his agent. The agent pulled a document from his briefcase, intending to hand it over, but Ebert waved it away. "Just tell me," he said, his face grim. Even without looking at the statistics for The Fellowship of the Ring, Roger Ebert already knew they'd be humiliating numbers. The agent hesitated, seeing Ebert's dark expression, but decided to proceed. He had been delivering these numbers regularly. Surely Ebert was mentally prepared by now. Yesterday, The Fellowship of the Ring officially crossed the $400 million mark domestically, reaching $400.1 million. Roger Ebert took a deep breath, seemingly restraining himself, and interrupted. "And the global box office?" $978.52 million, the agent said directly. "It's officially Duke Rosenberg's best-performing film to date." Merchandising. Ebert's words came through gritted teeth. According to Warner Brothers, global merchandise sales have reached approximately $380 million, with character licensing revenue around $200 million. Suddenly, the agent heard rapid breathing from across the table. Looking up, he saw Ebert taking deep breaths and gulping down half a cup of long cold coffee. The gloom on his face gradually dissipated. "Roger," the agent was about to console him, but was cut off by Ebert raising a hand. "I'm fine. I won't fall until I see Duke Rosenberg fail." The agent closed his mouth, and silence fell over the porch as Ebert sank into thought. "I have reliable information, Roger," the agent eventually said. As someone familiar with the film critic industry, he knew where its influence lay. Warner Brothers is already preparing an Oscar campaign for The Fellowship of the Ring. If it were just a typical popcorn blockbuster like Independence Day, it wouldn't stand a chance at the Oscars. But The Fellowship of the Ring was no ordinary summer film. Its widely beloved source material had influenced countless Hollywood films and directors over the years. Roger Ebert understood his agent's implication. Slowly shaking his head, he said, "This is only the first of the trilogy. No matter how much work Warner Brothers puts in, it'll only win minor awards. At most, Duke Rosenberg might get a nomination, but the Academy won't hand him the Best Director Oscar." Hearing this, the agent nodded. It was a simple truth. The trilogy was filmed as a single project. The Academy wouldn't award major honors for the first installment unless it lost its senses. So, Roger Ebert's voice turned cold and harsh. "We don't need to exert much effort against the Fellowship of the Ring or the Two Towers. We save all our strength for the Return of the King." He let out a chilling laugh. "As long as I'm alive, he'll never win Best Director." By now, Roger Ebert had a clear understanding. Duke Rosenberg was unlikely to switch from blockbusters to art films. While it was possible for him to win Best Director with a commercial film, a concerted effort from the critics would significantly reduce his chances. After sending his agent off, Roger Ebert called David Denby, a leading figure in the New York Film Critics Circle, and Todd McCarthy, a veteran member of the Los Angeles Film Critics Association. Though they had competitive relationships, they shared common interests regarding matters affecting their profession. Thus began a sniping operation, planned well before The Return of the King even left the production stage. By late July, as The Fellowship of the Ring reached a domestic box office of $426.11 million, its global earnings surpassed $1 billion. Warner Brothers celebrated with a grand party and launched another wave of media hype. Even though the film's popularity had waned globally, there were still profits to be reaped, and the groundwork for next year's award season was already being laid. The Fellowship of the Ring crosses $1 billion globally. Duke Rosenberg joins the exclusive billion-dollar club as one of only 2 directors worldwide. A film that changed cinematic history and a director who transformed the world. Duke Rosenberg has made The Lord of the Rings a global sensation, even reaching distant, isolated corners of the East. $1 billion is not the end. The Fellowship of the Ring continues to climb to greater heights. There's a cultural wave sparked by cinema, and it's called The Lord of the Rings. Such reports flooded the media, whether online, on TV, in newspapers, or magazines. Voices praising Duke and The Lord of the Rings were ubiquitous. Riding this wave, Duke had Warner Brothers release the first set of concept posters for The Two Towers, sparking strong reactions and anticipation among fans. However, Duke's focus shifted to Christopher Rocancourt. After over a month of investigation and verification, the former FBI agent and the Hollywood I had obtained some information that would have been impossible to acquire through conventional means. Chapter 418. Collaborating with a Fraudster. Chapter 418. Collaborating with a Fraudster. After parking the car, Nancy Josephson walked through the neat cobblestone path and arrived at the eye-shaped villa in the estate. She was a regular here, and no one stopped or greeted her. Only when she entered the spacious living room did she see the housekeeper, Emma, waiting for her. Duke and Tina are in the study. The female housekeeper led the way, and Nancy nodded, following her. The two walked past the neat staircase and directly arrived at the study on the 3rd floor. Emma knocked on the door, asked for permission, and then let Nancy in before heading back downstairs. Inside the study, Duke had his hands crossed on the desk, and Tina Fey, with a serious expression, was organizing some documents. Seeing Nancy enter, she moved a chair and sat next to her opposite Duke. "Is something wrong?" Nancy asked when she saw the serious expressions on Duke and Tina's faces. "Why did you call me back so urgently?" Recently, she had been invited by Christopher Rocancourt to travel to France and Belgium to assess the feasibility of shooting his project in Europe on site. Their negotiations had already entered the final stages, and they were sure to reach an agreement before Halloween. "Sorry, Nancy." Duke picked up the teapot and poured her a cup of red tea. "There are some matters I think you need to be aware of." Nancy furrowed her brows, thinking of her recent work, and asked, "Is this about the project with Christopher Rocancourt?" Duke nodded at her and gestured to Tina Fey. Tina Fey handed Nancy the documents she had been organizing. These are the investigation records of Christopher Rocancourt by Hollywood's eye, Anthony Pellicano. Taking the documents, Nancy opened them and read carefully, line by line. She knew that Duke had always been suspicious of Christopher Rocancourt, so it was not surprising that he had someone investigate him. The document was very detailed, but after reading it, instead of becoming more suspicious of Christopher, she found him more trustworthy. Anthony Pellicano was indeed very skilled, but his ability was mostly limited to Hollywood, and the investigation only covered what Rocancourt had done since entering Hollywood. Nancy knew Duke's working style, so she first went through the documents carefully. Christopher Rocancourt arrived in Hollywood at the age of 24. He got into the industry through an introduction from the famous French actress Brigitte Bazel's makeup artist. For many years, he had claimed to be a descendant of an European count, and many producers, artists, bankers, and investors regarded him as a reliable friend, investing in his projects in various ways. He was also a typical playboy. Before dating Jessica Alba, he lived luxuriously, staying in the top hotels, and female celebrities flocked to him. He was a well-known figure in Hollywood, and there was even a rumor at one point that he was the unacknowledged grandson of Sophia Loren. Among all the things, what impressed Nancy the most was his skill with women. The records showed that he had close relationships with many actresses, including Demi Moore. He had even been romantically involved with the daughter of the president of the small African country Gabon. Looking at this document, Christopher Rocancourt's Hollywood career seemed extremely successful. Closing the document, Nancy looked at Duke, her confusion deepening. Tina Fey spoke up at this point. Anthony Pellicano dug up everything about him in Hollywood, but the title Hollywood's I may be a bit overstated. Another investigation. The information obtained was much more than that, and Tina Fey handed over another set of documents. This is the information obtained by a former FBI employee using his connections. Before Nancy could look through the documents, Tina Fey continued. He traced down the makeup artist who introduced Christopher Rocancourt to Hollywood through the immigration office in Northern Europe. When Christopher first met him, he wasn't a count, nor was he a producer. He only claimed to be a lightweight boxing champion in Europe. Also, his so-called investment projects have issues. Tina Fey continued. Christopher Rocancourt did have many Hollywood celebrities involved in his projects. A few years ago, many of them invested a lot of money and got corresponding returns, but all these investments have problems. He set up a pyramid-style investment structure, attracting investors at the bottom of the pyramid, then taking their money and returning only a small portion, making them think they received huge returns, and then telling them to bring in their friends. A Ponzi scheme? Nancy immediately understood what Tina Fey meant. Not just that. Duke interrupted. He used this method to gain more people's trust, and then those people would invest even more when a big project came up. And then, he used financial means to disappear with the money. Tina Fey finished Duke's words. Nancy seemed reluctant to believe it. But we checked, and his passport, identity, and bank credit all seemed fine. That's where Christopher Rocancourt is truly brilliant, Tina Fey said more seriously. And it's also the reason he pursued the daughter of the president of Gabon. Without keeping Nancy waiting, Tina Fey directly said, the president's daughter, Lee Dabonabog, spent a large sum of money to help him resolve his identity issues. If you only use normal methods to investigate, you wouldn't find any problems with him. Nancy, being a smart person, started to understand. A bitter smile appeared on her face. That president's daughter must have been carefully chosen by him, right? After she went back to Africa, she could never influence North America. Who would bother to go to such a small country in Africa unless they had to? Such meticulous thinking. By now, she had to admit, what a clever method. A person who had been in Hollywood for 10 years without being exposed, and even managed to get close to the upper echelons of the industry, was impressive. If it hadn't been for him deceiving her, Duke would have really wanted to describe him as a legend. Sometimes, reality is more incredible than the movies. Combining the information provided by the former FBI employee, Edward Newgate, and reflecting on the past interactions with Christopher Rocancourt, Duke could conclude that he was planning a final big move and would then disappear. Although he was financially ignorant, Duke knew that all Ponzi schemes eventually collapse due to a broken cash flow. Christopher Rocancourt must be nearing the end. Duke, Nancy spoke again. What should we do? What should they do? If the man hadn't deceived him, Duke wouldn't have cared at all. Many Hollywood stars would have squandered their money even without being deceived. He didn't have that deep of a relationship with most of them, so he didn't feel the need to play the role of the saint. The problem was, Christopher Rocancourt had already dragged him into it. "We'll end the negotiations with Christopher Rocancourt?" Nancy tentatively asked, and then report it to the Los Angeles County Police? No. Duke shook his head. Actually, when he had contacted Anthony Pellicano and Edward Newgate, he had already figured out what to do if Christopher Rocancourt turned out to be a fraud. Don't do anything until the right time comes. This matter must stay between the three of us. After we leave the study, pretend it never happened. As Tina Fey had been his assistant for years, she could roughly guess Duke's thoughts and simply nodded without saying anything. Nancy Josephson was still confused and asked, "Are we not giving up contact with Christopher Rocancourt?" "Not giving up," Duke answered without hesitation. "Nancy, just pretend today's events never happened. Continue negotiating with Christopher Rocancourt, but be careful not to sign any formal agreements with him." "I understand." Nancy would be a fool to sign an agreement with a fraudster. "This time it's up to you." Duke joked, "Show off your Oscar-winning acting skills." Nancy rolled her eyes slightly and curiously asked, "Duke, what exactly are you aiming for?" Duke didn't answer directly. Instead, he quoted a series of data from the documents. According to the information Anthony Pellicano gathered, Christopher Rocancourt has raised nearly $35 million, with more than 30 investors, including actors and directors, involved. Among them, many retirees have invested their retirement funds. He knew Nancy understood who the retirees were. "You want more people to join the scheme?" Nancy had now figured out what Duke meant. "Exactly. I want to make more people Christopher Rocancourt's victims," Duke said seriously. "We'll wait for the right time to act, and then make these influential people in the industry owe us a favor." It was indeed a society driven by profit, but personal connections also played an important role within the rules. Duke had never believed he deserved everything Peter Jackson had achieved, and this was his preparation for when the trilogy ended. Nancy thought for a moment and then asked, "Aren't you worried he'll run away early?" "People's greed is always infinite." Duke pointed to his chest. "It always wants more." The former FBI agent hired by Duke had been keeping an eye on Christopher Rocancourt. Duke continued, "Nancy, whether we succeed or not depends on your acting skills." Nancy pouted and joked, "After this, you must give me an Oscar statuette." Chapter 419, Celebration Party. Chapter 419, Celebration Party. Why do wealthy elites like to hire former government special function department people as security consultants? The performance of Duke's hired former senior FBI agent Edward Newgate speaks volumes. In the following week, more information about Christopher Rocancourt reached Tina Fey. After Duke reviewed it, he developed a genuine respect for the man, who claimed to be a French count and a producer. It's not hard to imagine that his rise in Hollywood shows his intelligence and capability. Duke's initial suspicion of him wasn't about uncovering Christopher Rocancourt's true nature, but had more to do with his personality. He was the type who never hesitated to look at North America's highly commercialized and profit-driven society with the harshest lens, always keeping a high degree of vigilance toward strangers. The key moment was when Sofia Coppola mentioned Nicolas Cage, reminding him that the infamous king of bad films had a widely circulated reputation in the old world. And that led to everything that followed. As in the past, when something happened, Duke's first thought was how to use it for his benefit. As for Christopher Rocancourt's real situation, it was quite similar to a movie plot. He wasn't a French count or a descendant of European aristocracy. His background was humble. His mother was a prostitute, and his father an alcoholic. He was abandoned by his parents as a child and was later taken in by his grandmother, who was also an alcoholic. Eventually, he ended up in an orphanage, growing up rather lonely, before moving to Paris to begin a life of fraud. Like most con artists, Christopher had a rough start to his career, even being arrested by French police. But he was good at summarizing, using forged property documents and his decent appearance to scam over £1 million from a French woman before coming to Hollywood, known for having lots of rich, gullible people. Just as the information showed, he stayed in top hotels in Hollywood, spending lavishly. He soon made connections with a circle of French people in the industry and began his path to success. His scam technique was simple, similar to a Ponzi scheme in finance. While his earlier scams didn't raise large sums, there were still some issues with the financial chain, leading to a huge project. A huge project required a prominent director or star to give it credibility. In Duke's view, it was normal for Christopher to approach him. Among Hollywood's top directors, he was the youngest, quickest to rise to fame, and had the least experience, making him easier to deceive compared to the seasoned veterans. Meanwhile, Nancy continued to send news about Christopher, who, with the help of his girlfriend Jessica Alba and friends like Mickey Rourke and Cheryl Winstead, continued to expand his investment. 40 people had already invested in his new project, and there were dozens more potential investors. Like most things in Hollywood, the hardest part is often the first step. Once more people invest in a project, getting further investments becomes much easier. Moreover, Christopher had already been in the industry for years and had built a sufficiently clean image for himself. Even if someone used standard methods to investigate, like Duke had at the beginning, it would be hard to find any substantial issues. Like a Hollywood star, Christopher had carefully crafted a highly appealing persona. Although Duke had devised a plan to leverage this situation for his own future gain, he didn't only focus on that. He was always clear that directing was his true profession, and a film's success was what truly mattered in Hollywood. By August, from the beginning of the month, The Fellowship of the Ring's daily box office had dropped to around $2 million, and the overseas market's enthusiasm had passed. While North American and global box offices were slowly approaching $450 million and $1.1 billion, respectively, it could only rely on a long screening period to accumulate more. Fortunately, the film wasn't a fast food blockbuster. Audience reviews remained strong, and the North American Theater Alliance had set up a long-term screening plan. As long as per-theater revenue didn't fall below the theater's baseline, The Fellowship of the Ring might screen for half a year or even longer. At the same time, the film team and Warner Brothers were using various ways to squeeze out the last bit of box office potential, while also promoting the sales of related merchandise. In early August, the film's original soundtrack album was released in North America, Latin America, and Europe. Originally, Warner Brothers had planned a celebration party for the film, but before the party, they held a grand original soundtrack launch event, with many crew members, including Duke, attending. The Fellowship of the Ring had surpassed $400 million in North America and $1 billion globally, creating the best box office record of Duke's career, making him the media's focus at the launch event. Duke had never been averse to promoting the film during interviews. As a reporter with a good working relationship, Sarah from the Los Angeles Times Entertainment section, the next day, started praising the film once again in her column. The Fellowship of the Ring touches upon humanity's eternal themes. The film's structure is more refined than the original novel. The dialogue is more rhythmic, well thought out, and deeper, and the characters are more vivid and dynamic. Director Duke Rosenberg uses rich and skillful artistic techniques to raise the banner of freedom across the world. This kind of hype was part of Warner Brothers' media strategy, naturally to promote the sales of the original soundtrack album. Not all films release soundtrack albums, but The Fellowship of the Ring's music had been highly praised, and the album sold 520,000 copies in North America in its first week, with global sales exceeding $17 million in the same period, becoming another major moneymaker from the film's peripheral products. The soundtrack was also being used beyond just album sales. The studio was negotiating with the Los Angeles Philharmonic Orchestra to arrange concerts before and after the film's North American run, and the concerts would not be limited to North America, but also spread across Europe, Latin America, and Asia. While the concerts might not bring massive profits, they would help maintain the Lord of the Rings momentum, allowing audiences to eagerly await the Two Towers. All in all, with the Fellowship of the Ring's huge success, one of the main tasks for the studio was to keep the series' momentum going, which would save a significant amount of promotional costs for the Two Towers. Compared to the Fellowship of the Ring's $80 million promotional budget, the Two Towers only had $40 million. In addition, comics and animated series related to the film had also been scheduled, all to support the film's ongoing hype and supplement the project. Duke and Warner would squeeze out every last drop from this series. After the original soundtrack launch event, Duke's next main event was the grand celebration party prepared by Warner Brothers for the Fellowship of the Ring. It wasn't just a celebration, it also served a promotional purpose. Numerous celebrities, industry representatives, and media figures were invited by the studio. The crew and their families would be the center of the party, with not only the Fellowship of the Ring cast, but also other staff bringing their families along. The party was designed not only to boost the momentum for the Lord of the Rings trilogy, but also to promote Duke's and Warner's other upcoming films. For example, Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone, which was scheduled to be released during the Christmas season, would have its cast, including author J.K. Rowling and director Chris Columbus, at the party. Also, Zack Snyder's The Matrix sequels, starring Keanu Reeves and Charlize Theron, would be attending. In Hollywood, public parties were never just parties. You've reached the age where you should gain weight, but you're thinner than before. In the villa's changing room, the costume designer who had always served Duke was measuring his latest body data. The stars will be very envious of you, Duke. They won't envy me after seeing my work. Just as he said that, Tina Fey walked in, handing Duke her phone. It's Ivanka's call. The designer, being quick-witted, jotted down the final number and quickly packed up, leaving with a polite farewell. I'll call you when your tuxedo is ready. Duke nodded, answering the phone. Hi, Ivanka, why are you calling now? As fellow shareholders of the company, they had a set weekly phone call time, and Ivanka rarely disturbed his work. I heard Warner Brothers is preparing a grand party. Ivanka's tone carried a hint of subtle grievance. I was part of the crew too. Why wasn't I invited? Darling, there's still time for the party. I'm sure they just haven't notified you yet. Duke knew exactly that the studio had overlooked her as a temporary worker, so he said directly, Ivanka, as long as you have time, you can come over anytime. Okay, Ivanka immediately responded. I'll definitely come to your celebration party. This is your most successful moment so far. Remember to call before you come. After chatting a bit about the website construction, Duke hung up and reminded Tina Fey to arrange for a car to pick Ivanka Trump up at the airport when the time came. Chapter 420, Beside Duke. Chapter 420, Beside Duke. Dad wanted to come too, Ivanka Trump said to Duke while walking through the lobby of the Four Seasons Hotel. But considering how terribly he dies in the film, he decided against it in the end. It was obviously a joke, and Duke didn't take it seriously. He casually replied, I'm just happy that you could come. As they gradually approached the banquet hall where the party was being held, Ivanka suddenly stopped Duke, straightened his bow tie, then looked him over from head to toe, smiling with satisfaction. Among Hollywood directors, she said with a charming smile, you must be in the top 5 based purely on looks. I thought I'd be number 1. Duke continued toward the door of the banquet hall, and Ivanka followed, expertly slipping her arm into his. When they arrived at the door, a staff member was already there to open it for them. As they entered, the applause from the banquet hall erupted. The applause wasn't as overwhelming as in a cinema, but it was still long-lasting. From the executives of Warner Brothers to representatives from the North American Film Alliance, to the entire crew, everyone was applauding for Duke. The Fellowship of the Ring was a huge box office success, and Warner Brothers and Duke Studios were the direct beneficiaries. But the profits from such a mega-hit movie would spread across all related sectors. Actors, cinema chains, peripheral manufacturers, and so on. They were all beneficiaries of the Fellowship of the Ring's success. Christopher Rocancourt was standing in a corner of the banquet hall, slowly clapping his hands. His gaze towards Duke was especially intense. After all, Duke's future lifestyle was now guaranteed. It wasn't a secret in Hollywood that the director's contract Duke had signed was highly lucrative. For the Fellowship of the Ring, it was a base salary of $15 million plus a share of the box office and peripheral income. Now, the Fellowship of the Ring's global box office was heading toward $1.1 billion, with peripheral sales exceeding $500 million. Even without considering his shares in Duke Studios and Warner Brothers, how much would Duke make just from being the director? With a smile and congratulations on his face, though gritting his teeth silently, Christopher Rocancourt knew that even with the most conservative estimates, Duke Rosenberg would make around $200 million from just the first film. This was the true top-level Hollywood director. Unless James Cameron made a comeback, no one in Hollywood, from actors to directors to producers, would come close to matching his commercial income. And he didn't even do commercial endorsements. Looking at Duke, who was surrounded by people, and then at himself, with only Jessica Alba by his side, Christopher Rocancourt couldn't help but sigh. He had entered Hollywood almost at the same time as Duke. It had taken him nearly 10 years and countless efforts to barely reach his current net worth of tens of millions. And Duke? In the same 10 years, his net worth was conservatively estimated at over $1 billion. With this thought in mind, Christopher Rocancourt steeled his resolve. Duke had such a vast fortune, he just needed to take a small piece of it. Let's go greet Duke. Christopher Rocancourt pulled Jessica Alba toward Duke, but as they approached, they couldn't get closer. There were just too many people crowding around Duke, trying to socialize with him. They couldn't push through and could only hear constant flattery coming from the crowd. Duke, AMG guarantees that the Fellowship of the Ring will be shown until next year's Oscars. The speaker was Christopher Rocancourt's acquaintance, Lynch, vice president of AMG Cinema. For the two towers, AMG will at least provide 1,500 theaters and 3,500 screens. As soon as that voice faded, Christopher Rocancourt caught sight of the executive president of Imperial Entertainment, North America's largest cinema chain, speaking with absolute confidence. Imperial Entertainment will provide 1,800 theaters and no fewer than 4,000 screens for the two towers. Duke, the entire Imperial Entertainment Group, is looking forward to the film's release. At least 500 cinemas from the American Artist Cinemas, Tracy Chain Cinema. One after another, the voices represented cinema chain companies, all seemingly crazy about the two towers. Having been in Hollywood for 10 years, Christopher Rocancourt was no stranger to such scenes, but he had never seen anything like this before. The cinema companies practically wanted to press their faces against Duke Rosenberg's shoes. Unlike Christopher Rocancourt, Jessica Alba's eyes were fixed on a tall blonde girl standing next to Duke. She quietly stood beside him, exuding an elegant smile. Besides necessary greetings, she seemed to have said nothing, yet she was the center of attention, even without speaking, because she was standing beside Duke Rosenberg. Holding Christopher Rocancourt's arm, Jessica Alba's mind wasn't on him. She was imagining what it would be like if she were the blonde girl standing next to Duke. How wonderful it would be. Then she would be the center of attention in the banquet hall, the object of admiration for all Hollywood executives, the center of attention for Hollywood, and even the entire world. As long as she could stand next to Duke Rosenberg, she could easily have the attention of the whole world. Her gaze shifted from Christopher Rocancourt to Duke, and Jessica Alba made a firm decision. When that major project started, and she became the lead actress, she would definitely kick Christopher Rocancourt to the curb. That blonde girl was only a bit taller than her. What was she even compared to Jessica? Darling, let's go. With the crowd thinning out, Christopher Rocancourt and Jessica Alba eagerly made their way to Duke. Hi, Duke. Hi, Chris. Seeing the French Count, whom they were about to collaborate with, Duke put on his best acting, neither overly friendly nor distant, greeting him. The woman next to him suddenly extended her hand. Hello, Director Rosenberg. We meet again. Hello, Miss Alba. Christopher Rocancourt waited for Duke and Jessica Alba to shake hands, then looked at Ivanka Trump and smiled faintly. Duke, won't you introduce us? Chris, this is my friend Ivanka Trump. She's from New York. Ivy, this is Mr. Christopher Rocancourt, a producer, and this is Miss Jessica Alba. Although Ivanka hadn't said much earlier, she knew when to act and had already shaken hands with the two. Socializing was no challenge for someone of her background. Duke's eyes shifted from Ivanka to her performance tonight. She was impeccable, subtle, reserved, confident, and always saying the most appropriate words at the right time. Her etiquette and upbringing were flawless. Given Duke's family background and the strict upbringing from his mother, he naturally had a favorable view of such a person. People who entered public occasions without knowing their place, acting in eccentric ways to show their individuality, not only made a fool of themselves, but also brought ridicule upon their families. This was a simple principle. Take Duke, for example. He might not care what others think of him, but he certainly cared about the reputation of the Rosenberg family and his mother. Those who dressed oddly at such public events, ate excessively, and acted as if they were too good for everyone else, didn't just disrespect others, they didn't even respect their own family and parents. When others criticized someone for lacking manners, they weren't just talking about the person themselves. However, Duke had attended so many public parties that he had rarely come across such people. Even eccentric individuals like Drew Barrymore and Johnny Depp knew how to maintain basic decorum. "Hi, Duke." Someone else walked over to greet him. Duke turned and walked a few steps forward to meet Charlize Theron, who was dressed in a silver-white evening gown, walking gracefully toward him. She smiled and said, "Long time no see. Are you sure you don't want to take charge of the Matrix crew? You haven't come to Australia since April." "Because I trust Zack." After a brief handshake, Duke noticed Zack Snyder had also come over. When Zack approached, he didn't say anything, but simply gave him a hug. "Congratulations, Duke." After parting, Zack Snyder laughed. "Congratulations on surpassing $1 billion. That includes your credit too." The two were longtime collaborators, so there was no need for many words. Zack briefly updated Duke on the crew situation and then asked, "Where's Anna? I haven't seen her." "She should be here. She just came over to greet me with Wallace Lee." When Zack looked confused, Duke explained, "Wallace Lee is the new assistant director. We'll talk more later." Zack Snyder wasn't being polite. "I'm going to greet other people." Duke nodded, but Charlize Theron didn't seem ready to leave. She pointed toward Ivanka Trump behind Duke and suddenly leaned in to whisper, "You're new." "She's just my friend." Duke shot her a glare. Charlize Theron chuckled. "She's been talking to others, but she's been watching you the whole time." Although Ivanka was talking to Christopher Rocancourt and Jessica Alba, her gaze often turned toward this side, as if the only thing she cared about in the entire banquet hall was Duke. "Sorry." Ivanka politely excused herself from Christopher Rocancourt and Jessica Alba, then walked toward Duke and Charlize Theron. Chapter 421. This is my choice. Chapter 421. Chapter 421. This is my choice. "You look beautiful tonight, Ivy." Charlize Theron naturally recognized Duke's former temporary assistant and appeared friendly, shaking her hand. "Let's have coffee sometime." "Sure." Ivanka maintained her composure from earlier. "If I have time, I'll give you a call." The two women smiled brightly on the surface, but what they truly thought inside was something only they knew. However, both Ivanka and Charlize Theron were smart women. After a brief greeting, they quickly parted ways. Ivanka stayed by Duke's side, while Charlize said a few words to Duke and moved on to continue socializing elsewhere. Duke didn't get much of a break. Joanne Rowling and Chris Columbus, along with several child actors, approached him again. Most of the cast for Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone were no longer the names Duke remembered. Of Gryffindor's Golden Trio, the two boys were unfamiliar faces, but the girl named Emma Watson still matched his memory. Of course, the actors' list had been finalized with Duke's approval. He didn't mind the replacements. This was a classic case of roles defining the actors. As long as they met basic requirements, it didn't matter who played the parts. "Chris, how's post-production coming along?" Handing over the kids and Joanne Rowling to Ivanka to entertain, Duke turned to Chris Columbus. "When will the film be completed?" "By October at the latest." Chris Columbus replied confidently. Duke nodded and reminded him, "Keep Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets on schedule. Try to wrap up filming before the kids hit their voice change period." Chris Columbus, a master of family-friendly films, naturally understood the critical points of working with young actors. The preparations for the second film are almost finished. If all goes well, filming should conclude before next year's Oscars. Though the timeline was tight and somewhat risky, it had its advantages. For example, child actors would eventually undergo voice changes, which could complicate production. Additionally, per their contracts, the actors' salaries for the first two films weren't high. Continuous shooting could also reduce unnecessary disputes. The next person to approach was Robin Grant. Duke seized the opportunity to escape the constant stream of people, taking Ivanka with him to a lounge. He had lost count of how many people he had socialized with that evening. Despite his energy, he still felt a bit mentally drained. It wasn't physical fatigue, but rather mental exhaustion. The people who greeted him were either top Hollywood stars, high-ranking executives of major companies, or prominent figures from the media and theater chains. Duke had to keep his energy up to deal with them. Sure, he could, like some directors, disregard such individuals and focus solely on his work. But Duke wasn't just a director. He was also a businessman and had never planned to distance himself from the mainstream circles. Robin, Duke. As they entered the lounge, Ivanka cleverly moved to the minibar, acting as a temporary bartender. What would you like to drink? A glass of water. Same here. Duke. I can imagine, Robin Grand said as he sat on the bar stool, thanking Ivanka for the water. He continued, once Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone becomes a hit, those child actors will surely come, flanked by parents and agents, demanding raises. That's unavoidable, Duke said, taking the glass Ivanka handed him and nodding in thanks. We can't keep paying them less than $100,000 forever. If they make a fuss, we can increase their pay and offer some reasonable compensation. Robin Grand nodded in agreement. Duke took a sip of water and said seriously, Robin, you know where my bottom line lies. 4. The first 3 films, no profit-sharing deals with any actor. While the Harry Potter studio and Warner Brothers could legally shuffle profits through accounting tricks, those were tactics to use later. What if the actors playing the Golden Trio insist on it? Then replace them. Duke didn't hesitate. The names Harry Potter and Hermione Granger can be attached to any actor. Replacing them would be a last resort. Future negotiations with actors would require concessions from the production team. But if anyone crossed Duke's bottom line and refused to back down, replacing them would be the solution. I know what to do now, Robin Grand replied. Hearing this, Duke smiled and patted his arm. You're the production manager. Handle these matters as you see fit. Robin Grand, a seasoned producer even before working with Duke on Speed, was better at managing these logistical issues than Duke was. Robin didn't stay long and soon left the lounge. Shall we head back out? Ivanka came over from behind the bar and sat next to Duke. Duke shook his head. I've been socializing all night. Let's rest here for a while. Tired? Ivanka asked with concern. I'll make you some coffee. Just sitting here is fine. Taking another sip of water, Duke asked, when does school start? In a while, Ivanka replied. She thought of her earlier conversation and asked, are you planning to collaborate on a new project about Napoleon? Word travels fast. Seeing Duke's curiosity, Ivanka quickly explained, I overheard Christopher Rocancourt and Jessica Alba mention it while you were chatting with Charlize Theron. Did they ask you for investment? Duke inquired. Ivanka nodded. Christopher Rocancourt said you've reached many agreements and are close to signing a deal. He suggested I invest in your project when the time comes. Duke frowned slightly. Did you agree? Of course not. Ivanka refilled Duke's glass. All my money is tied up in our website. Besides, I don't know the film industry and don't want to invest recklessly. Hearing this, Duke recalled his own small investment and asked, how's the website doing? It's expanded beyond the University of Pennsylvania and is gradually spreading to high schools and colleges in nearby states. Ivanka said, her excitement growing as she talked about her business. I've hired several highly paid tech experts, and our registered users have surpassed 50,000. That's impressive, Duke praised. Better than I expected. Ivanka's smile grew even brighter, like a student receiving her teacher's approval. She looked at Duke for a moment before slowly asking, Duke, do you think it's time to fully incorporate the website into a company? Absolutely, Duke agreed. If you need funds, I can continue investing. No rush, Ivanka replied, clarifying her intent. We have enough funds for now. I'm more focused on choosing the company's location. New York, Duke suggested casually. Not being knowledgeable about business management, he didn't plan to interfere too much in this risky but modest investment. Ivanka's smile faded slightly. We can register the company in Delaware, but I think Los Angeles would be a great place for its operations. Los Angeles? Duke turned to look at Ivanka, meeting her gaze. Her bright blue eyes seemed to hold his entire image. You're the one in charge of the company. It's your decision, Duke said. Without hesitation, Ivanka declared. Then Los Angeles it is. Los Angeles it is, Duke didn't argue. He stood up, heading for the door. It's about time. I'll go have a word with Jeff Robinoff. Go ahead, Ivanka said, her eyes flickering as she watched him leave. I'll stay here for a while. The lounge door opened and closed. Ivanka let out a long sigh. She didn't have as much courage as she thought. That bastard. She didn't believe he couldn't catch her meaning. A gentle knock on the door interrupted her thoughts. Before Ivanka could respond, a tall figure in a silver-white evening gown walked in. Turning to see who it was, Ivanka frowned slightly, but said nothing. It was Charlize Theron. Seeing Ivanka, Charlize wasn't surprised or inclined to leave. Instead, She sat down in Duke's vacated chair. Want a drink? The two had met many times when Duke frequently traveled between Sydney and Wellington. Charlize casually grabbed a bottle of whiskey and 2 glasses from the bar, poured drinks for both of them, and raised her glass. Cheers. She clinked her glass against Ivanka's and drained it in one go. After a moment's hesitation, Ivanka picked up her glass and followed suit. You won't succeed, Charlize suddenly said. So give up. Ivanka turned to look at her. That's my choice. And your choice might affect me, Charlize replied cryptically. To Duke, women fall into 3 categories: friends like Irene Lauder and Sofia Coppola, strangers or acquaintances with purely professional ties, and lovers. She smirked slightly. Which one do you want to be? Or are you trying to break out of these categories? Ivanka didn't answer. Charlize's smile deepened. How many years have you known Duke? I've known him for nearly 10 years, and we're still close. Chapter 422. The Courage to Decide. Chapter 422. Chapter 422. The Courage to Decide. Leaving the lounge, Ivanka, with slightly flushed cheeks from having had 2 glasses of wine, searched for Duke with her eyes. Upon spotting him, she quickly walked over, exchanged a few words with Warner Brothers CEO Jeff Robinoff, and then left the banquet hall together with Duke. You've been drinking? Duke could smell the faint scent of alcohol. I had 2 small glasses of whiskey with Charlize Theron, Ivanka said, holding onto his arm as they walked. Sally. Duke led her toward the hotel lobby. Her drinking capacity is intimidating. She's said to be able to drink several men under the table. Duke. Ivanka suddenly stopped walking. Duke had no choice but to stop and look at her in confusion. What's wrong, Ivy? Nothing. Ivanka shook her head as she spoke. But just as Duke was about to continue walking toward the hotel's exit, she suddenly grew determined, tightened her grip on Duke's arm, and said, I have something I want to say to you. Perhaps afraid her courage would dissipate, Ivanka pulled Duke into a nearby lounge. These rooms, adjacent to the main banquet hall, were designed for VIP guests. They had excellent soundproofing, ensuring that no one could overhear their conversation. Once inside, Ivanka closed the door and stood by it, looking at Duke. Ivy. Duke had already sensed what was coming. Just like Sofia Coppola and Irene Lauder before her, he had always regarded Ivanka as a friend. Ivanka opened her mouth but found herself at a loss for words. Unable to articulate her feelings, Ivanka decided to act. Though generally reserved and composed, she didn't lack courage when a decision had to be made. Before Duke could finish his sentence, she stepped forward, intending to kiss him. Perhaps due to inexperience or her sudden movement, an incredibly awkward moment ensued. The two were already standing very close. Taken by surprise, Duke couldn't react in time, and their noses collided with a noticeable thud. Ivanka had moved with a bit too much force, and the collision was far from pleasant. The next moment, the two, who had almost kissed, instantly pulled apart. Ivanka clutched her nose, her blue eyes glistening slightly red. Duke wasn't much better off. He lowered his head, pinching his nose as a sharp, stinging sensation brought tears to his eyes. Both rubbed their noses. A few seconds later, they looked at each other. Though the situation was slightly awkward, seeing each other's red-rimmed eyes and comical expressions, they couldn't help but laugh simultaneously. Ivy, are you trying to murder me? Duke joked, attempting to lighten the mood. Ivanka lowered her hand from her nose, her voice still slightly muffled. It's not murder, nor is it a joke. Not giving Duke the chance to interrupt, she continued. I'm serious, Duke. Looking directly into his dark eyes, Ivanka spoke each word clearly. Will you let me be your girlfriend? Her blue eyes remained fixed on Duke as she stood there, waiting for his answer. Duke couldn't possibly mishear her. Ivanka had said girlfriend. To be exact, if he were to consider getting a girlfriend, Ivanka would undoubtedly be a suitable choice. 2 months ago, Duke would have rejected her without hesitation. Although he had thought about changing his lifestyle, it was akin to certain Hollywood stars attempting to quit their vices. The idea might surface occasionally, but it was never acted upon. How difficult is it for someone to change their habits? However, the Jessica Alba situation had profoundly impacted him. Representing a group of outwardly glamorous actresses, just how rotten could they be on the inside? He wasn't certain about others, but Edward Newgate had uncovered shocking details about Jessica Alba while investigating Christopher Rocancourt. In their year-long relationship, the seemingly sunny and healthy actress had been involved with at least an entire class of men, including several Hollywood bigwigs. And who knows how many partners those men had. Only God could tell if Jessica Alba had transmitted any viruses to them, and if they, in turn, passed them on to others in the industry. Each time Duke thought about this, he felt a wave of disgust. While he didn't have a psychological aversion to women, otherwise, he wouldn't have mingled with Hollywood actresses. He certainly didn't want to contract some repulsive disease. Over the past 2 months, the desire to change his chaotic personal life, though often suppressed by his busy work schedule, grew stronger with each resurfacing. He had promised his mother that he would find a girlfriend, get married, and build a family. In that brief moment, countless thoughts flashed through Duke's mind, while Ivanka's emotions were equally turbulent. Despite Duke's obvious strengths and flaws, she was confident she could bring about some change. Looking at Duke, whose brow slightly furrowed, Ivanka said nothing more. She leaned forward slightly, tilted her face upward, and gently closed her eyes. Back in New York, Duke had vaguely sensed Ivanka's feelings but hadn't distanced himself. Even now, he wasn't entirely sure what he wanted. Ivanka didn't perfectly match his aesthetic preferences, a fact Duke wouldn't deny. However, the standards for choosing a girlfriend and a casual fling were entirely different. Physical appearance wasn't the top priority. Ultimately, the question boiled down to whether he was ready to commit to a long-term, stable relationship. While such a relationship might not necessarily lead to marriage, it would represent a significant shift in his lifestyle. Though hesitant about changing his habits, Duke wasn't one to shy away from decisive action when the moment called for it. After about 2 seconds, Ivanka suddenly felt a familiar breath against her face. Then, her lips were enveloped in warmth. The unease in her heart instantly melted away. She slightly opened her eyes, seeing a pair of bright, smiling eyes looking back at her. The dark eyes held a faint hint of amusement. Ivanka responded with the same gaze, wrapping her arms around his strong neck and closing her eyes again, savoring the sweetness of the kiss under his guidance. It was a gentle kiss, lasting only about 10 seconds before they slowly parted. Ivanka lowered her head, burying her face into Duke's chest, erasing any distance between them. Duke gently patted her back. "We should get going." The car must have been waiting at the door for a while now. A hotel attendant had already contacted their driver when they left the banquet hall. Given the delay, the entrance was probably crowded with traffic by now. Let's go." Having gotten the answer she wanted, there was no reason to linger. Ivanka held onto Duke's arm as they left the hotel. Outside, countless camera flashes greeted them, but she didn't mind at all, watching as Duke opened the car door and bent down to let her in. Duke got into the car, and the vehicle slowly pulled away from the hotel. The driver waited for instructions. "To my place?" Duke asked. After a brief hesitation, Ivanka nodded lightly. Duke told the driver, "To Malibu." He then made a call, arranging for Ivanka's luggage to be sent to his estate the next day. "Will this cause you any trouble?" Ivanka pointed out the window. Paparazzi were clearly tailing them, trying to see if Duke's companion would get off mid-route. Duke shook his head, gently pinching her nose. "Sweetheart, you should be more worried about yourself. Becoming the girlfriend of a public figure means your life won't be the same." Unlike traditional directors, Duke never hesitated to put himself in the spotlight for his film's promotion. Moreover, Ivanka was unlike Susie Amos, who stayed hidden behind James Cameron. Her looks, background, surname, father, and potential inheritance guaranteed media attention. Ivanka responded with a confident smile. "I've been ready for this for a long time." "For a long time?" Duke teased. "When exactly?" "That's a secret." Ivanka initially didn't want to elaborate, but seeing Duke's persistent gaze, she relented, organizing her thoughts. "Since my second visit to Wellington. The time we went fishing on the lake." Duke pressed. "Around then," Ivanka replied, unwilling to delve into her unrequited feelings. "Duke, I'm tired and want to rest for a bit." Compared to typical all-American girls, Ivanka was more reserved and composed. She moved closer to Duke, resting her head on his shoulder. Duke kissed her forehead, understanding that she wasn't tired but simply didn't want to discuss those matters further, and refrained from asking. Ivanka held onto Duke's arm with both hands, lightly closing her eyes. Amid the paparazzi's chase, The car finally arrived at Duke's Malibu estate, leaving the relentless photographers outside its high walls. The car stopped in front of the crescent-shaped villa. Duke stepped out, holding Ivanka's hand as they walked inside. In the spacious living room, Tina Fey was chatting with the housekeeper, Emma. "Hi, Tina." "Hi, Emma." Ivanka greeted them warmly. Duke led her to the large sofa. Having worked for Duke for years, Tina Fey knew him well. Seeing him bring Ivanka home so late, especially with their hands intertwined, she immediately realized something significant had happened. "Should I inform Panny and Nancy?" she asked, referring to Duke's PR manager and agent. Duke nodded, then introduced. "Emma, let me reintroduce you. This is my girlfriend, Miss Ivanka Trump. She'll be staying here for the next few days." After making 2 quick calls, Tina Fey smiled and said, "Duke, Ivy, congratulations." She exchanged a glance with Emma before standing up. "Emma and I will move our conversation elsewhere so we don't disturb you." Chapter 423, Dad Found Out. Chapter 423, Dad Found Out. Long eyelashes fluttered lightly, and a pair of blue eyes slowly opened, their gaze transitioning from hazy to clear. The unfamiliar room decor reflected in Ivanka's eyes, and seeing the scattered clothes on the floor, everything from last night flashed through her mind. A sweet smile involuntarily appeared on her lips. It was a feeling of floating on clouds, unable to touch the ground, yet irresistibly enchanting. This feeling was wonderful. Being with Duke felt truly beautiful. As she was lost in these thoughts, Ivanka felt a strong, powerful arm wrap around her waist, and her earlobe was gently bitten. Her body couldn't help but tremble slightly. "Awake." Duke kissed her forehead. Ivanka broke free from his hand, turned to face him, and softly hummed through her nose. What time is it?" "Just at dawn." One arm wrapped around her waist, while Duke's other hand slid upward along her smooth, fair stomach. Ivanka possessed an impressive figure. "Stop it, okay?" Ivanka could feel both hands moving up and down, softly expressing her displeasure. "I'm exhausted from last night. Let's just talk, all right?" Duke stopped, but his hands still rested on Ivanka's softest parts, front and back. Ivanka pressed her forehead against Duke's chest, holding him tightly. Duke had no choice but to withdraw his hand from her chest, though her firmness left no gaps against him. Wrapping his arms around Ivanka's body completely, Duke kissed her smooth, white forehead. Like Ivanka, he closed his eyes, simply feeling her presence with his body. "This is so nice," Ivanka murmured softly. Duke chuckled, but before his smile could spread, his mouth was blocked by hers. Both were bare-skinned, without any reservations or doubts, kissing passionately and fiercely, taking from each other. Their hands roamed over each other's sensitive spots, sparking an inevitable intense battle. Compared to Duke's practiced skill, Ivanka's prowess in this battle was hardly worth mentioning. The struggle lasted only a few minutes before she completely lost the upper hand, lying there helplessly as Duke took the lead. In the end, she simply closed her eyes, savoring the ultimate pleasure her lover brought her. Everything gradually calmed down. Ivanka's misty eyes seemed ready to spill over. "I'll carry you to bathe." Duke kissed her red lips, intending to lift her. But Ivanka shook her head, gently nudging Duke's certain area with her leg and muttering resentfully, "I don't trust you." Then she added, "I can't control myself either." With that, she jumped to the floor and headed toward the bathroom, guided by her memory. Duke, now wearing a robe, opened the curtains. The sea, bathed in the rising sun's light, resembled a bright mirror. This mirror seemed to illuminate every corner of the world, piercing through people and exposing the darkness hidden deep within. Due to his mindset, there weren't many people Duke genuinely cared about in this world. Starting today, there could be one more. Reflecting on the past, Duke stood by the window, lost in thought. After nearly half an hour, he let out a soft sigh. "I'm already 31. It's time to make some changes." As soon as Duke finished his self-reflection, a pair of long arms wrapped around his waist from behind, and he felt an unusually soft sensation against his back. Without turning, he knew Ivanka's chest was pressed firmly against him. "I know making changes can be hard to decide on," Ivanka murmured, her ear pressed against Duke's back. "Everyone feels this way when facing challenges. Maybe we can't decide our fate, but we can choose how to use the time God gives us. I'll try my best. Duke knew Ivanka understood him. Ivanka released him and turned his body toward her. I'll be with you every step of the way. After freshening up, Duke and Ivanka went downstairs to the living room, where Penny Callis and Nancy Josephson were already waiting. Can we talk privately, Duke? Penny Callis glanced at Ivanka. Ivanka immediately said, I just saw Tina heading to the dining room. I'll wait for you there. Without looking back, she left the living room. After working with Duke for a few months, Ivanka knew he wasn't someone who easily changed his mind. Moreover, Tina Fey had told her that Duke's contracts explicitly prohibited PR agents and managers from interfering in his personal life. Duke. Once Duke sat on the opposite sofa, Penny Callis asked directly, Are you serious this time? Yes. Duke nodded seriously. Nancy Josephson quipped, Ivanka's going to be a public enemy for some people. That doesn't matter, Duke replied indifferently. She won't have much involvement in this industry. Her ambitions lie outside Hollywood. Penny Callis interrupted their banter. From what I've gathered, Duke, when you returned with Miss Trump last night, several paparazzi were tailing you. Many of them camped outside all night. By noon, some gossip sites will have reports, and tomorrow's tabloids will have headlines. Ignore them. Duke understood Penny's implication and responded directly. I've discussed this with Ivanka. We won't make any public statements, nor will we deny anything. Since the advent of the internet, Duke, an active director, could no longer completely stay behind the scenes. Besides, the other protagonist in this matter was also quite high profile. Earlier, while heading downstairs, Duke and Ivanka had exchanged opinions and agreed to remain silent for now. Duke had never been afraid of paparazzi harassment, as they were always around him. Once Ivanka left Los Angeles, she'd head straight back to Wharton Business School. Regarding his private life, Duke never felt obligated to cater to the media. With the Duke estate's tight security, there was no concern about prying eyes. After a few brief exchanges, the three of them reached a consensus. Penny Callis and Nancy Josephson prepared to leave, but were stopped by Duke. Penny, I remember asking Tina to inform you about Christopher Rocancourt's situation. Penny Callis nodded. I've thoroughly researched his profile. After a brief pause, Duke said, In the next month and a half, I need you to stay in Los Angeles to assist with handling Christopher Rocancourt's matter and figure out how to help the victims. I understand. Penny Callis knew the importance of this issue. Nancy was equally aware. I'll cancel any out-of-town commitments. Good. That's all for today. Duke stood up. If there's anything else, I'll have Tina coordinate with you. Before leaving, Penny suggested, It's the weekend. You don't have to go to the studio, right? Seeing Duke nod, she added, Then it's best you stay home. Duke had no interest in being surrounded by paparazzi. He hadn't planned to go out anyway. Once Penny Callis and Nancy Josephson left the living room, he headed to the dining room. Upon entering, Duke sat at the head of the table and asked, Where's Ivanka? Tina Fey pointed toward the ocean-facing terrace. On the phone, I think with her father. Duke glanced in that direction but quickly returned his focus. Tina, after breakfast, contact my mother's assistant to confirm her schedule for the next month. Also, follow up with Irene and Sophia. I plan to organize a wilderness outing next month and invite them. You forgot, Tina Fey reminded him. We recently got an email. Sophia's in Japan, scouting locations for her new film. She won't be back in North America until October. Irene's going to Paris for Fashion Week at the end of the month and won't be free until after. Confirm their schedules, Duke insisted. If they're unavailable, the outing will be canceled. He then turned back to Tina. And you? During the next month and a half, which is crucial for dealing with Christopher Rocancourt, you're not allowed to take leave without my approval. When have I ever truly taken a vacation? Tina Fey muttered under her breath. Ivanka Trump entered from the terrace, catching the latter part of Duke's words, which he didn't bother hiding from her. Christopher Rocancourt? Ivanka pulled out a chair and sat to Duke's left, curiously asking, Weren't you planning to work with him? Although raised in a business family and familiar with its cutthroat nature, she had always considered Duke someone with principles, rarely taking advantage of collaborators. Dear, he's not as simple as he seems. While eating breakfast, Duke briefly explained Christopher Rocancourt's fraudulent exploits to Ivanka. This could be Hollywood's largest personal fraud case in history. Ivanka was stunned. I noticed him at a party. Many celebrities warmly greeted him. She frowned. According to what you said, his shell company has already scammed over $30 million. Why would he still target you? Because once the agreement is signed, Duke held up 5 fingers, he could potentially extract this amount in initial funding from me. $50 million? Ivanka sighed softly. That number could drive anyone to madness. After breakfast, Tina Fey went about her tasks. Duke and Ivanka strolled through the garden. Dad called earlier. I told him about us. Hearing this, Duke didn't mind. It was only natural. Chapter 424, The Final Meeting. Chapter 424, The Final Meeting. Donald Trump had just stepped out of his car when he was immediately surrounded by a group of reporters. As a super-rich businessman and reality TV show host, he was well-versed in handling such situations. However, the questions asked had little to do with his personal matters. Mr. Trump, have you seen today's news? A reporter, without waiting for his response, asked directly. There are reports claiming that your daughter Ivanka spent last night with Duke Rosenberg. Do you know about this? Of course I do. As soon as he gave this answer, the reporters erupted with excitement. The sound of camera shutters clicking became almost continuous, as if they had stumbled upon a rare major news story. However, Donald Trump remained nonchalant and casually said, in fact, Duke and Ivanka are officially dating. The scene fell silent for a moment, followed by a flurry of questions erupting all at once. Donald, is this true? How long have they been dating? What do you think of Duke Rosenberg? Will you bless their relationship? The area in front of Trump Tower turned into a noisy marketplace, but this kind of chaos was exactly what Donald Trump loved to see. Anything involving the name Trump was bound to dominate the headlines of every media outlet. He worked hard every day to make headlines, but rarely succeeded. Yet his daughter had achieved it effortlessly. Donald Trump felt a bit emotional about this. Ivanka had clearly inherited his talent and was the best successor for the Trump empire. Who knows? She might even use some favorable situations to further expand the Trump group in the future. In his eyes, the wealthiest 1% of the population controlled more than half of the nation's wealth. Of this, 1/3 came from hard work, while the other 2/3 were inherited. It seemed he needed to spend more time with his daughter and influence her future development. Duke Rosenberg's immense fame, which far surpassed his own, could also serve as a great topic of discussion moving forward. Donald Trump made a gesture to calm the crowd and waited for the scene to quiet down before saying, when you find out that your daughter's suitor is someone like Duke Rosenberg, it's hard to be dissatisfied. I will bless their relationship. At the same time, I will also have a good talk with him, a man-to-man conversation. I greatly admire Duke Rosenberg. On the TV screen, Donald Trump spoke eloquently during his interview with reporters. If there's an opportunity, I'd like to act in his movies again. After all, I'm an excellent actor, aren't I? What? Appear together? Of course. If there's a chance, I'd love to appear on my reality show with Ivanka and him. So, you must always stay tuned to my program. Otherwise, you'll miss the most exciting moments. Duke pressed the remote control button to change the channel. His face remained calm. Sitting beside him, Ivanka looked a little embarrassed. As someone who had once been his personal assistant, she knew some of Duke's habits. Clearly, he wasn't entirely fond of her father. Sorry, Duke, Ivanka quickly explained. I didn't know it would turn out like this. This morning, my father called after seeing the news online about us leaving the hotel together. He asked me a few questions, and I just... Dear, it's okay. Duke shook his head at her. It's just a small matter. Then he smiled. All right, don't think too much about it. Ivanka nodded lightly but still said, my father meant no harm. He just enjoys using some news to expand the Trump brand's influence. I know. Duke stood up. I'm going to the study to deal with today's emails. You can chat with Emma, or if you're bored, you can walk around the garden or the beach. Okay, you go ahead. Watching Duke's back disappear through the bedroom door, Ivanka's eyes flickered. The only restricted area in the villa was that study. Except for Emma and Tina Fey, no one was allowed in without an invitation. She picked up the remote and switched back to the earlier channel. Her father, Donald Trump, was still talking enthusiastically about her and Duke. No one liked being used as a tool for someone else's publicity, and Duke was no exception. However, he understood Donald Trump to some extent. That was just the kind of person he was. Since he was dating Ivanka, Duke had mentally prepared himself for such things. With his current status, fame, and influence, it was impossible to keep this relationship strictly private. That was simply unrealistic. As long as Donald Trump didn't cross certain boundaries, Duke could choose to ignore him. Showmanship and greed were normal, but they needed to be kept within reasonable limits. However, Christopher Rocancourt clearly couldn't control his greed. From the investigation report delivered by Edward Newgate, Duke discovered more names involved. Even Frank Pearson, the first vice chairman of the Academy's Board of Governors, had invested $2 million in this scheme. This kind of Ponzi scheme seemed simple and easy to see through. Yet countless similar scams worldwide not only succeeded but often grew large. This demonstrated their powerful allure, especially the temptation they posed to human greed. Sometimes, greed is unpleasant but necessary. All kinds of greed, whether for life, wealth, love, or knowledge, are imprints of human evolution. But when greed completely blinds someone, tragedy often becomes inevitable. After the weekend, Duke's main daily focus remained on the post-production of The Two Towers. Meanwhile, Nancy continued negotiations with Christopher Rocancourt. Both sides, trying to gain each other's trust, played their roles convincingly in what appeared to be a genuine Hollywood blockbuster negotiation. The process dragged on long enough to seem legitimate. Had he not obtained sufficient evidence, even Duke might have believed a major production was being prepared. By late August, Nancy Josephson and the other party had reached an agreement in principle. This utterly convincing yet entirely fake negotiation was nearing its conclusion. Duke also met Christopher Rocancourt one last time. Although they were about to sign a contract on the surface, the verbal agreements Nancy and Duke had reached would never be put on paper. "I hope this is the beginning of a series of collaborations between us," Christopher Rocancourt said, shaking hands reservedly with Duke. Duke, on the other hand, smiled and said, "I hope so too. I've already activated my network in France," Christopher Rocancourt said thoughtfully. "Once the project officially starts, we can establish a good communication channel with the French government. The crew can even film on location in Paris and borrow some historical artifacts. I'll leave that to you." After another exchange, Duke accompanied him into the golf course's lounge. Jessica Alba came up to greet him. "Hi, Duke." "Hello, Jessica." Duke lightly shook her hand. When her fingers deliberately grazed his palm as she pulled away, he frowned slightly. In Hollywood social circles, this was a clear signal, and Duke understood its implications. Nodding slightly, Duke sat opposite Christopher Rocancourt and continued their earlier conversation. As for Jessica Alba, someone who clearly didn't grasp the situation, he had no interest whatsoever. Honestly, what normal man would be interested in someone with a history of certain health issues? Moreover, once Christopher Rocancourt fell, Jessica Alba would fall with him. She had foolishly acted as his assistant all along. If his true nature was exposed, wouldn't the investors redirect their anger toward her? There were only about 40 investors, but all were well-known figures in Hollywood. Among them were directors like Steven Soderbergh and Academy members like Frank Pearson. These people had extensive connections, and the ripple effects could influence many others. Even if James Cameron intervened, it would be useless. In such a severe situation, who would step up to help a minor actress who wasn't even B-list? To some extent, Jessica Alba's fate was already in Duke's hands. Unfortunately for her, even if she were Marilyn Monroe reborn, Duke wouldn't change his plans. "Duke, you've probably heard that I've been raising funds," Christopher Rocancourt said strategically. "I've secured $30 million for the initial phase of the film. I've already sent the $1 million script deposit check to Nancy," he added. Seeing Duke nod, Christopher continued with a smile. "Once we sign the formal agreement on September 1st, the $45 million from Duke's studio will be transferred within 3 days." The $1 million check, much like the proposed project, was merely bait. And with so many restrictions placed on the check, Duke had no fear of him disappearing, especially since someone was keeping tabs on him. Christopher Rocancourt laughed. "I believe we'll create a great film together." "I think so too," Duke replied, glancing at the time as he stood up. "Our collaboration will surely leave its mark on Hollywood." The two shook hands again, each wearing a satisfied smile as they left the golf club. "Tina, when we get back." Sitting in the passenger seat, Duke instructed his assistant, "Notify Nancy, attorney Richard, and Mr. Edward Newgate to come to the estate. This has dragged on long enough. It's time to wrap things up. This so-called negotiation had been conducted entirely in Hollywood fashion. Both sides had acted professionally to gain each other's trust. Dragging it out this long was the most convincing approach. If either Christopher Roquencourt or Duke had agreed too readily, even a fool would have noticed something was wrong. Now, as late August approached and the contract signing was scheduled, Duke had no reason to wait any longer. The key players involved in this matter were numerous and significant enough already. Chapter 425. The situation is settled. Chapter 425. Chapter 425. The situation is settled. After seeing off Tina Fey, Frank Pearson returned to his study, sitting solemnly behind his desk. He opened the materials personally delivered by the other party. After reading only a few pages, his face grew darker. However, having worked in this circle for many years, he managed to control his emotions and forced himself to keep reading. $2 million might mean little to a director like Duke, but for Frank, it carried entirely different significance. Although Frank Pearson was the vice chairman of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences rotating committee, his income was not as high as the title suggested. Every year, especially during award season, he did see significant earnings. But $2 million was still no small figure for him. Having risen to prominence as a director and screenwriter, Pearson's heyday was in the 60s and 70s, with his most successful work being a remake of A Star is Born. Even at the peak of his career, the income from his two professions was not particularly high. His current standing was achieved through years of accumulating experience and reputation. Frank Pearson had spent many years climbing to his current position and was naturally conservative. He was also one of the core members of the Academy's conservative faction. In reality, at nearly 80 years old, he no longer had significant financial needs. But, as with many successful fathers, he had a few unmotivated sons. His $2 million investment was made with his son's future in mind. Investing in a project like this, if successful, would secure a long-term source of income. Indeed, no one can guarantee a film's success. But while Pearson had sided with Tim Robbins over Saving Private Ryan, he had never underestimated Duke's commercial acumen. In his eyes, Duke's commercial blockbusters were not only box office gold, but also boosters for merchandise sales. A successful investment in one of his projects could yield ongoing revenue, ensuring his unmotivated son's basic living needs even after Pearson fully retired. What Pearson did not expect, however, was that Duke Rosenberg would send his personal assistant with these materials and some startling information. Duke had discovered potential issues with the project under discussion. They might all be trapped in a meticulously designed scheme. Pearson didn't doubt this claim much. Over a week ago, there had been definite news that Duke had already prepaid a $1 million deposit to Christopher Roquencourt. This directly involved Duke's own interests, making it unlikely that he would deceive Pearson about such matters. Closing the materials gently, Frank Pearson suddenly chuckled, though his laughter carried a hint of bitterness. Leaning back in his chair, he reflected. Though he disliked Duke's cinematic style, he was certain that Duke wouldn't joke about such things. At the same time, a complex mix of emotions surfaced. Who would have thought that someone he had known for over 4 years, someone well-connected and respected in Hollywood, had been operating as a master con artist for more than a decade? If the person delivering the materials hadn't been a fellow member of the Hollywood Jewish Club like himself, he wouldn't have wanted to believe it. After all, this person had spent 10 years establishing himself in Hollywood, befriending numerous celebrities, and even dating a president's daughter. And this person turned out to be a fraud? Having already fallen for one of Roquencourt's schemes, Pearson wouldn't fall for another. He picked up the phone and dialed the number of his retired friend Arthur Miller. This former husband of Marilyn Monroe was more than just a director and former Academy president. He had extensive connections in both Hollywood and Washington, thanks to the unique relationship between the film industry and the federal government. If the matter wasn't serious, Pearson wouldn't have asked for the help of a bedridden, ill friend. After making the call, he hurried to Miller's Santa Monica villa to discuss matters further. Starting an investigation from scratch would take a great deal of time, but having clear materials to verify would make the process much easier. Within 3 days, Pearson received confirmation from his old friend. There was a 90% chance the materials were accurate. Facts trump fantasies. Pearson was now convinced that he and many others had been deceived by the Emperor's new clothes, meticulously crafted over a decade by Christopher Rocancourt. Sitting in his study, Pearson once again flipped through the materials, familiar names jumping off the pages one by one. This was no longer just a personal matter. It concerned the honor of Hollywood itself. The Academy was more than just the Oscars. It also upheld Hollywood's glamorous image, ensuring the industry's dirty laundry didn't become public. Most of the people involved in this case, including Duke, were Academy members. Many were seasoned professionals like Pearson or promising directors like Soderbergh. After much contemplation, Pearson picked up the phone and dialed a rarely used number. The voice on the other end belonged to a woman. Then a somewhat unfamiliar male voice spoke. It was one Pearson vaguely remembered. "Duke," Pearson said solemnly. "Thank you." "You're too kind, Mr. Pearson," Duke replied, stepping away from a beachside lounge area. "I'm a victim too. If Rocancourt had succeeded, I would have lost far more than $1 million. We were all blinded by the promise of profit," Pearson admitted. At his age, there was no need for pretense. "We neglected the caution and due diligence that are essential before investing." Frank, Duke, gazed out at the vast ocean, his tone blending truth with pretense. "When I first came into contact with him, I had my lawyers and accountants investigate. They found nothing suspicious. He negotiated patiently and stood firm on his terms. Nothing seemed off. I was just lucky." Unbeknownst to Duke, Pearson nodded. His own lawyers and accountants had also found no red flags before he invested. "You know, my relationship with the LAPD has always been good," Duke added. This was common knowledge in Hollywood. Those who disliked the police had even cursed Duke for making 2 films glorifying the LAPD. At a gathering with Sheriff Carter, I met a former FBI employee who now runs a detective agency. I happened to think of this matter and asked for his help. The results were completely unexpected. Speaking to someone as experienced as Pearson, Duke avoided fabrications. Over 90% of what he said was true, leaving little room for doubt even if Pearson decided to verify. "I received this material just last week. To avoid any mistakes, I waited until it was thoroughly confirmed before sending it to you." After a brief silence, just as Duke thought Pearson might hang up, the latter's voice came through again. "Duke, what do you plan to do? I think we should hear what others have to say. After all, I'm not the only one who was deceived," Duke replied diplomatically. "What's your suggestion, Frank?" "It's best to keep things quiet for now. I'll privately contact those involved and then report to the authorities." This wasn't just his problem. After a calculated pause, Duke said, "I agree with your approach. I've already had the materials sent to Stephen and a few others I'm close with." By close, he meant fellow Jews. "I'll call them and inform the others," Pearson assured him. Hanging up the phone, Duke exhaled deeply. He understood that in the eyes of the Academy's conservative faction, he was a bona fide commercial director. Their perception of him wasn't favorable, and film critics certainly wouldn't let him dominate awards season unchallenged. Movies were just the foundation. What he was doing now was a necessary supplement. Glancing back at the group chatting under a sun umbrella, Duke didn't rejoin them. Instead, he stayed where he was, gazing out at the ocean. The future was as vast as the Pacific before him. He still had a long road ahead. His phone rang again. This time, it was Steven Soderbergh. "You're too kind, Stephen. We're all victims here," Duke said with a smile. Over the next several hours, Duke's phone rang repeatedly. "Ben, no need to be so formal. Let's focus on dealing with that guy. George, I hear you have connections in politics. Maybe have someone keep an eye on him for now. Daniel, I still owe you for that kick from years ago. No need for thanks. We need to stick together." When the sun finally dipped into the sea, Pearson called again. "Don't worry, Frank. I'll cooperate fully on my end." These conversations weren't just about gratitude. Duke knew that at critical moments, what transpired today could influence their decisions. How to steer things 2 years down the line would depend on Penny Callis and Nancy Josephson's skills. They were experts at handling people. For now, Christopher Rocancourt had outlived his usefulness. In the coming days, he would bear the wrath of those he'd deceived. His eventual downfall was predictable. With Pearson taking the lead, Duke no longer needed to expend much energy. Handing his phone to Tina Fey, Duke gave Ivanka Trump a reassuring glance before turning back to Wallace Lee. "Where were we, Lee?" Duke asked, slapping his forehead lightly. Ah, yes, wolves and vampires. Chapter 426. Is Hollywood desperate for talent? Chapter 426. Chapter 426. Is Hollywood desperate for talent? Duke. This is Nancy Collins' novel Love of Monsters, published in 1994. The story I mentioned originates from this book. It elaborates on the origins of werewolves and vampires and narrates their millennia-long entangled love and hatred. Listening to Wallace Lee's words, Duke's gaze quickly skimmed over the novella placed on the table. A sense of familiarity surged in his heart, especially the plot where a female vampire falls in love with a special human. It seemed remarkably similar to a movie he had once seen. Wallace Lee continued, I've met the original author, but the price they're asking for is beyond what I can afford. Personally. Moreover, someone named Len Wiseman from Lakeshore Entertainment is also in contact with Nancy Collins, competing for the adaptation rights. Duke closed the manuscript Wallace Lee had brought, thought for a moment, and said, Lee, you know that scripts mean nothing in Hollywood. Just like the struggles he faced back in the day, the idea of impressing Hollywood with a script or a story alone was purely a fantasy. Many people believe that as long as you have talent, you'll shine in Hollywood. A good story or film will definitely conquer Hollywood and even the world. But after spending 10 years in Hollywood, initially facing countless rejections and gradually climbing to the upper echelons of this industry, Duke deeply understood the reality. Hollywood is indeed a place where art and talent converge. However, the truth is that making films is a business, not an art. That's why the associated industries in Hollywood are called the entertainment business and not the entertainment arts. Some might think Hollywood is constantly searching for geniuses. Watching various television programs, you'll often hear Hollywood agents or film companies saying to the audience, we're looking for geniuses in filmmaking. But this is one of Hollywood's biggest lies. If someone truly believed those words and called one of Hollywood's major agencies to claim they were the genius being sought, they would receive no response. At best, the call would simply be hung up. What Hollywood actually needs isn't a brilliant mind, but a marketable brand. Names like James Cameron, Duke Rosenberg, Tom Cruise, and Tom Hanks are examples. Whether it's producers, writers, actors, or directors, what Hollywood values isn't talent, but profit potential. Often, what impresses Hollywood companies isn't the artistic value of someone's work, but its potential to generate revenue. When someone's name can attract audiences, or, more importantly, their wallets, that's when they become what Hollywood calls a genius. Not everyone in Hollywood is extraordinarily talented, but they or their teams know how to market themselves, turning their names into a brand. In a way, that's a form of talent too. In this business-centric paradise, creativity and stories are needed, but everyone knows they're the least valued assets. Hollywood blockbusters often have very simple stories. Films like Independence Day or Titanic, to name a few, are essentially works of second or even third-rate screenwriters when judged solely on their storylines. It's no exaggeration to say such stories lack originality. If a newcomer brought these plots to a film company, they wouldn't even get a meeting. Is Hollywood desperate for talent? Is Hollywood a place where talent will always be recognized and shine? Don't be naive. When most people hear Hollywood, their first thought is that it's a place where films are made. It's true that Hollywood produces a vast number of films every year. Major companies, as well as directors and investors like Duke, want the public to think of Hollywood as a place where great films are made. But the truth is, filmmaking represents only a tiny fraction of what Hollywood does. Hollywood is a film marketing industry, not a haven for creative filmmaking. Take so-called low-budget blockbusters, for instance. Are their budgets really low? Their production costs might only be $10,000 or $20,000. But how much is spent on marketing? In Hollywood, people spend more time on marketing than on filmmaking, 2 or 3 times longer, if not more. In Hollywood, a movie isn't just what a director captures on camera and edits in post-production. That's merely a film. A movie is what results after a series of marketing activities and ends up on theater screens. The key difference is that a film doesn't make money, while a movie does. When a film gets media coverage and advertises to the public, it transitions from being a film to a movie. Just like Duke's films, which always come with grand promotional campaigns, the story, creativity, and artistry become extremely cheap commodities in the process. Of course, many artistic and idealistic directors choose to take the film festival route. But in reality, even prestigious festivals like the European Big Three require more than just a good piece of art. You also need a significant amount of money. For a film to participate in a festival, the production team must pay an entry fee, often a hefty sum. Then there are additional costs like promotional materials, transportation, staff salaries, screening fees, and public relations expenses. If luck strikes and a distributor at the festival is interested in buying the film, the discussions will revolve entirely around profits, sales, and distribution, leaving no room for art. Doesn't sound very artistic, does it? In essence, whether you're a person or a film, to gain recognition in Hollywood, you first need to prove your value and potential for profit. Otherwise, no matter how much you talk, you'll end up being rejected again and again, just as Duke once was. Can a story or an idea attract investors? Will talent alone be enough for recognition? It's a beautiful dream, sure, but until you've proven yourself, all stories and ideas are intangible. Thus, Duke closed the manuscript and slowly shook his head at Wallace Lee. Just as Wallace Lee thought Duke would flat out refuse, Duke spoke again. I'll have someone acquire the adaptation rights. But, Lee, you'll need to prove you can direct this film. I will. Wallace Lee wasn't one of those idealistic youngsters. Once I finish my current work, I'll prepare a detailed plan. I'll be waiting. Duke handed the manuscript to Tina Fey. It's never easy for someone to go from assistant director to director. As night fell, Duke invited Anna Prinz and Wallace Lee to stay for dinner. They avoided the afternoon's topic, focusing more on the post-production of The Two Towers. Because of overlapping post-production work on the trilogy, The Two Towers was progressing much faster than The Fellowship of the Ring. According to Duke's plans, all post-production for the second film could be completed around the new year. Although there would inevitably be a long holiday in between, Duke didn't intend to wait for The Two Towers to release before starting work on the third installment. He planned to begin editing The Return of the King in February. After dinner, Wallace Lee and Anna Prinz soon bid farewell and left. Tina, when will my mom be here? Back in the living room, Duke first inquired about his mother's schedule. Tina Fey immediately replied, no later than next Monday. Mrs. Leah will meet Ms. Johnson in Tokyo, and they'll fly to Los Angeles together. After calculating the time, Duke felt reassured that there wouldn't be any conflicts. Sitting on the couch, he noticed Tina Fey reading the manuscript and reminded her, make sure the Duke studio secures the adaptation rights as soon as possible. Understood. Tina Fey nodded. Ivanka, curious, walked over to read along with Tina Fey. After a while, she asked Duke, you seem to value this a lot. Value? Duke shook his head but didn't explain further. Seeing this manuscript reminded him of the few werewolf and vampire films he had watched. He vaguely remembered that although the investment in the film was small and the box office wasn't high, the series continued. It must have been profitable enough. Otherwise, the production company would have abandoned it long ago. If Wallace Lee could prove his ability to direct commercial films, Duke would consider investing. If not, someone else could take over. Anna Prinz, for instance, was also a potential candidate. Unlike Sofia Coppola, Anna Prinz didn't shy away from the immense pressure of directing a film alone. Duke wouldn't greenlight a project for Wallace Lee just because they had been classmates. Running the Duke studio that way would bankrupt him, no matter how many studios he had. The lights in the Duke Manor shone brightly, while the night sky above grew increasingly dark. Under Beverly Hills' starlit sky, a yellow Chevrolet turned onto a side road and gracefully stopped in a parking spot. A strong-looking woman stepped out of the car. Clearly of Latino descent, she shut the car door and strode toward a nearby CAF. Her sharp gaze swept across the room, though the high partitions blocked her view. I'm looking for Miss Jessica, she said to a waiter, who promptly led her to a booth. Hi, Jessica. She beamed brightly. Hi, Michelle. Like best friends, Jessica Alba stood up to embrace Michelle Rodriguez. But where Jessica couldn't see, a flash of disdain crossed Michelle Rodriguez's face. Chapter 427, The Shooting Incident. Chapter 427. Chapter 427, The Shooting Incident. Jesse, I just suspect that you've been deceived by someone else. Holding a coffee cup with both hands, Michelle Rodriguez wore a look of sisterly concern. You'd better go back and ask, does Christopher Rocancourt really have a problem? How is that possible? How is that possible? Unwilling and unable to believe these words, Jessica Alba looked devastated. It can't be true. It absolutely can't be true. A fleeting smile appeared at the corner of Michelle Rodriguez's mouth. Just moments ago, Jessica Alba had been boasting like a princess about her role as the leading lady in a so-called blockbuster. Now, she had transformed from a princess to a lost and broken soul hiding in the shadows. Initially, Michelle had competed for the female lead in the film, but was pushed aside when Jessica Alba suddenly swooped in and took the role. Michelle Rodriguez had never forgotten this. Without hesitation, she dropped a bombshell. Don't forget, I also invested $500,000 in your project. Do you think I want this to be fake? And I got my information from Duke Rosenberg and Frank Pearson. When Duke negotiated with Christopher Rocancourt, he had someone investigate him. Jessica Alba's radiant eyebrows drooped, and her once sweet face was replaced with a mournful expression. She didn't know how she left the CAF or drove back to the house she shared with Christopher Rocancourt. Now, she had only one thought, to confront that bastard. Opening the door, Jessica Alba walked in. Christopher Rocancourt was lounging on the sofa, sipping red wine leisurely, his mood high as usual, as if the big project was truly coming to fruition. Hey, sweetheart. Christopher Rocancourt saw Jessica Alba enter in a daze. Didn't you say you had a coffee date? Back so soon. Hearing her boyfriend's words, Jessica Alba snapped out of her daze, forcing herself to remain composed as she sat opposite Christopher Rocancourt, her eyes fixed on him. What's wrong? Christopher Rocancourt asked with some confusion. Jessica steadied her emotions, and her face gradually took on a look of accusation. Are you really planning to produce a blockbuster? Christopher Rocancourt's startled expression flickered briefly but quickly regained composure. Sweetheart, haven't you been involved the whole time? This foolish woman, had she realized something? He quickly asked, What happened, Jessie? You're still lying to me. Jessica Alba suddenly stood up. Duke Rosenberg already had someone investigate you. What? Christopher Rocancourt could no longer maintain his composure. He immediately stood, practically leaping forward to grab Jessica Alba's shoulders. What did you say? You liar. Caught off guard, Jessica Alba swung her arm, slapping him across the face with a resounding smack. You despicable, shameless liar. Christopher Rocancourt froze momentarily before reacting. He slapped her back with considerable force, causing Jessica Alba to stumble and fall onto the sofa. She glared at Christopher Rocancourt. You dare hit me? You're done for. Duke Rosenberg has exposed your true nature. Those investors won't let you off. Hearing this, Christopher Rocancourt no longer needed confirmation. He glanced at Jessica Alba, then strode toward the study. He was fully aware of how serious the exposure of his actions would be, along with his past. If those people called the police and he got caught, he'd face the wrath of countless prominent figures. What would become of him then? Entering the study, he retrieved a suitcase and opened the safe, filling the suitcase with passports and cash. In less than a minute, a tall figure appeared in the study. You can't leave. Jessica Alba stood at the doorway holding a phone. I've invested $1.5 million in your project and even mortgaged 2 houses. You're not leaving like this. Christopher Rocancourt ignored her, continuing to pack his suitcase. He had to leave immediately. If he acted quickly, he might even have his accountant transfer the funds he'd already secured as bait. Though he hadn't obtained Duke Rosenberg's fortune, the tens of millions he had would still ensure his freedom. Did you hear me? Jessica Alba screamed. Give me back my money, or I'll call the police. Christopher Rocancourt snapped the suitcase shut, stood, and looked at Jessica Alba with disdain in his eyes. Go ahead and call, sweetheart. Don't forget, most of the investments were secured with your help. From a legal standpoint, you're my accomplice. You? Jessica Alba's hand, holding the phone slowly, dropped as she muttered, I won't let you get away with this. I won't. Huh? Christopher Rocancourt sneered, as if venting his pent-up disgust. I may be a scammer, but what about you? STDs, cheating, promiscuity, drugs. Huh? Just thinking about sleeping with you makes me want to vomit. At this, Christopher Rocancourt suppressed his nausea and, no longer hiding his disdain, marched toward Jessica Alba at the doorway, eager to escape Los Angeles. Having spent 10 years in Hollywood, he knew that in this country, money often equated to power. Now that his identity was exposed, he had angered someone with a net worth of at least $1 billion. "Move," he ordered coldly as he reached Jessica Alba, blocking the doorway. "You can't leave." Having staked her entire fortune on the so-called project, Jessica Alba wasn't letting him leave. She grabbed the suitcase he was holding in his left hand. A flash of ruthlessness crossed Christopher Rocancourt's eyes. Fighting off his disgust, he grabbed her brown hair and violently flung her into the study. Jessica Alba screamed as her hands instinctively let go of the suitcase to protect her head. "Pathetic." Christopher Rocancourt snarled, his hand gripping her neck to shove her further into the room. The strength difference between men and women was evident. Jessica Alba staggered forward and tripped on the carpet, landing hard and hitting her head on a wooden coat rack. A burning pain radiated as dizziness set in, followed by a liquid dripping down her nose. She wiped her hand and saw it covered in blood. "Disgusting woman." From the doorway came Christopher Rocancourt's voice again. His body was already turned away. Betrayed, beaten, and insulted, Jessica Alba snapped, her final shred of rationality vanishing. She reached behind her. She had prepared for this. Jessica Alba pulled out a small revolver from her waistband and aimed at Christopher Rocancourt, just as she had practiced at the shooting range. She pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshots rang out 3 times in quick succession. However, Jessica Alba's wrist strength was insufficient. Her first shot hit Christopher Rocancourt's shoulder, the second went astray, and the third struck his buttocks. As the gunfire echoed, Jessica Alba's rage dissipated. The sight of Christopher Rocancourt writhing in pain on the floor, bleeding, reminded her of what she had done. Oh, merciful Lord! Her fury gone, fear overtook her delicate face. Jessica Alba dropped the revolver and stared at Christopher Rocancourt, now lying in a pool of blood, unsure of what to do next. The gunshots not only woke Jessica Alba, but also alerted the nearby neighbors. In Beverly Hills, police responded within minutes. When officers arrived, they carefully assessed the scene and called for medical assistance. By the time paramedics arrived, Christopher Rocancourt had already lost consciousness. He's a fraud. He deceived everyone in Hollywood. When questioned by the police, Jessica Alba, having endured too much in a single day, broke down hysterically. "I fired the shots, and that gun is mine. I wanted to kill him. I had to kill that liar." Some news spreads exceptionally fast in certain circles. By evening, Frank Pearson had heard of Jessica Alba's shooting incident and made a few phone calls. Christopher Rocancourt's illustrious Hollywood career had reached its end. Even if he recovered from his injuries, he would face the wrath of numerous prominent Hollywood figures. The enormous fraud amount would ensure he spent enough time in prison. Chapter 428. Chapter 428. How about going to the San Fernando Valley? Did it really end up like this? Looking at the newspaper report about Jessica Alba shooting her boyfriend, Duke felt surprised. Things didn't completely develop as we anticipated. However, that didn't matter. It had little impact on his plans. Tina Fey put down the phone and said, "Sheriff Carter sent word that the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department received complaints from many people, including us, and has now detained both Jessica Alba and Christopher Rocancourt." And Tina Fey continued, "Christopher Rocancourt's accountant and lawyer are also implicated and have been restricted by the police." Duke wasn't surprised by this. There was no way Rocancourt could transfer such a huge amount of funds on his own. Taking the coffee Ivanka handed him, Duke thanked her and told Tina, "Fey, have lawyer Richard keep an eye on them." Since they were involved, Duke had no intention of backing out easily. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Tina, when things settle down, arrange for a meeting with Edward Newgate." As his wealth grew, Duke knew Christopher Rocancourt wouldn't be the first to target him, nor would he be the last. Christopher Rocancourt's financial accounts were temporarily frozen, and the enormous funds in them would gradually be returned to the investors after the investigation concluded. This man, one of the biggest con artists in Hollywood history, would spend a very long time behind bars. As for Jessica Alba, even if she were lucky enough to avoid jail time, her days in Hollywood were over. Offending so many Hollywood elites, including influential figures like Frank Pearson, meant her dream of stardom was essentially over. At this moment, the housekeeper Emma came over and told Duke, The car picking them up is at the estate gate. All right. Duke stood up and headed toward the villa's entrance, with Ivanka Trump immediately following. Since their relationship had become official, she had been staying in Los Angeles under the pretense of choosing a company location, and Duke never objected. Standing in front of the villa for less than a minute, a black van slowly drove in from the estate's gate and stopped. When the car door opened, the first person Duke saw was his mother, followed by Scarlett Johansson, who was accompanying her. "Mom." He walked over and gave his mother a light hug. Leah looked at Duke and said, "You've lost weight." Duke simply smiled. Unlike other directors who indulged in burgers, sandwiches, and sodas when busy, he was very particular about his diet. After speaking to Duke, Leah turned her attention to Ivanka Trump. The two had known each other for some time and weren't meeting for the first time. "Hi, Duke." Hearing this somewhat unfamiliar voice, Duke turned his head. Before he could greet her, a blonde girl with curly hair had already embraced him. He had no choice but to return the hug lightly. However, her hug was strong, and he could feel her fiery figure pressing against him, almost comparable to Ivanka's. "Scarlett, long time no see." After they parted, Duke looked at the girl in front of him. Compared to their last meeting, Scarlett Johansson seemed to have grown slightly taller. However, her voluptuous figure overshadowed the height difference, making it barely noticeable. This blonde girl had seemingly concentrated all her development on two areas since her teens. "Let's talk inside." Duke invited everyone into the villa. Scarlett Johansson walked beside him, glancing at Ivanka Trump, who was talking to Leah, and moved slightly closer. She whispered, "So the rumors are true?" "What rumors?" Duke turned to her. Scarlett gestured towards Ivanka with her chin. "I never thought you'd have a girlfriend one day. Is that so strange?" Duke frowned. Even Hollywood's most playboy types had official girlfriends. Was it so unusual for him to change his lifestyle? "It's not strange for you to have a girlfriend," Scarlett Johansson said, still glancing towards Ivanka. "But it's strange for you to be dating her." Although the two had grown distant over time, they had once been in frequent contact. Scarlett knew Ivanka Trump wasn't entirely Duke's type. After chatting briefly in the living room, Leah took Duke aside to a private lounge. They weren't discussing Ivanka Trump. She wasn't a scandalous woman and had a good reputation in New York's upper society. Leah had no intention of interfering. Her concern lay elsewhere. "After I got off the plane, I saw in the papers that you were involved in a fraud case." Hearing his mother's question, Duke quickly explained, "Strictly speaking, I'm just a victim." "So you got scammed out of money?" Leah was skeptical. She knew Duke wasn't skilled at business operations, but was extremely cautious. "This is what happened." Duke used concise language to explain the incident. "To be exact, I used his scheme to set up my own. Christopher Rocancourt wasn't my target. He had no interest in exposing a con artist for Hollywood's sake. Was it necessary to create such a big stir?" Leah understood Duke's intention. Duke sighed. "I know very well that the conservative voters, who truly influence the decision, don't like me. I started as a commercial director, was nominated for my first Oscar as a commercial director, and even now, I'm still a commercial director. Even Chicago was just a commercial film disguised as a musical. Their bias against commercial directors." Duke shook his head. "I understand some of the conservatives' mentality. They know commerce is the backbone of Hollywood, but they fantasize about dressing this highly commercialized industry in the guise of art." There were things he didn't say. In less than a week, it would be September 11th, and the country's political and economic landscape would change drastically. This shift would also affect Hollywood. Though Oscar-winning films had always been politically correct, the political atmosphere surrounding the Oscars would become even more pronounced. Who could guarantee nothing would happen? Indeed, some had conquered the Oscars with commercial success. But let's not forget, James Cameron's film was based on real events, not a fictional world. Peter Jackson won his Oscar based on the cumulative success of a trilogy. Duke seemed to have an advantage, more illustrious credentials, Jewish heritage, and 2 prior nominations. But Duke didn't believe the golden statue was a given. Even with his unique background, if he didn't actively strive for it, could success be guaranteed? He wasn't God, nor someone blessed by him. Moreover, he had a major disadvantage: the critics. While critics had little influence on the summer blockbuster season, the older generation who grew up with them still held significant sway over the Academy. Their impact on awards season was enormous. If Tolkien were still alive, Duke felt he would almost certainly lose. Duke was explaining his reasons to his mother in simple terms. Meanwhile, in the living room, Scarlett Johansson was curiously observing Ivanka. "Would you like something to drink, Scarlett?" Like a polite hostess, Ivanka stood up, placed a porcelain cup on the coffee table before Scarlett, and was about to pour her some tea. Scarlett shook her head. "Thanks, but I don't drink that." She then walked over to the bar in the corner of the living room, found the liquor cabinet, and pulled out a bottle of mineral water. She deliberately waved it towards Ivanka. "I was involved in this house from the purchase, through renovations, to Duke moving in. I'm very familiar with it. I'll help myself." Walking back with the mineral water, Scarlett passed by Ivanka and said, "I feel at home here." Ivanka blinked quickly, her smile seemingly unchanged. She responded lightly, "I understand. You are Leah's goddaughter, after all." She glanced cautiously at Scarlett, who pretended not to notice and sat back on the sofa, ignoring the cup Ivanka had prepared. She grabbed a new one, poured herself some water, and slowly drank. Scarlett gestured to the seat next to her. "Have a seat, Ivanka. No need to be so formal." Hearing this, Ivanka suddenly smiled. She didn't argue with Scarlett anymore. Instead, she turned and walked towards the kitchen. "I'll check on the dinner Emma is preparing." "Excuse me, Scarlett." When Duke returned to the living room, he saw Scarlett Johansson sitting idly on the sofa, drinking water. He walked over and sat across from her. "Don't you need to rest?" Duke asked. Scarlett yawned. "Where's my godmother?" "Upstairs, dealing with jet lag." Duke poured himself some tea. "You should rest too. I'll have someone call you before dinner." "Okay." Scarlett nodded and stood up, but didn't leave immediately. Leaning on the back of the sofa, she asked Duke, "Why did you choose her as your girlfriend? She's not your type." Duke looked at Scarlett. Before he could respond, she added, "I think being with someone you don't find attractive would be torture." "Scarlett." Duke's tone grew stern. Scarlett blinked innocently. "I was just asking casually. If having the most beautiful girlfriend is the goal, I might as well go to the San Fernando Valley." Hearing Duke's words, Scarlett stuck out her tongue and quickly walked away. Chapter 429. Something big happened. Chapter 429. Chapter 429. Something big happened. Originally, Duke planned to rent a luxury yacht to go on a vacation with his mother and others, but his mother had been flying back and forth for more than half a year and just wanted a quiet rest, not wanting to go out anymore. The vacation plan had to be canceled. However, Duke didn't worry too much. Although Malibu is full of wealthy people, there are many other high-profile targets across the U.S., and even if those people were to lose their minds, they wouldn't choose Malibu. Although he knew that the country might face significant changes, Duke continued his usual work and life, commuting between Burbank and Malibu. He also took a casual trip around when Ivanka Trump found a location for her company. She also planned to select a location in the greater Los Angeles area for her future company. Duke didn't object and vaguely understood Ivanka's thoughts, considering his own rather rich experiences in the past. Although September 11th was approaching, Duke had no intention of giving up on his current work. Post-production for The Two Towers was still ongoing, and the Fellowship of the Ring's North American and global box office journeys weren't over. From August, the North American box office for the Fellowship of the Ring quickly dropped, and only $16.2 million was generated in August, although the cumulative North American box office reached $456.25 million. However, it was nearly impossible to break the $500 million mark. Overseas, the film had been pulled from some markets, though the overseas screening was far from over. Compared to Titanic, The Fellowship of the Ring had a much smaller proportion of overseas box office, far from the 1-to-2 ratio between North America and overseas for the Titanic. Even so, The Fellowship of the Ring had earned over $636 million from overseas markets, making the global box office crossing $1.1 billion a certainty. Corresponding to the box office success were the continuously strong sales of merchandise. After the decline in the theatrical market, the merchandise market kept a strong sales pace. Especially after the release of the soundtrack album in July, global sales had already exceeded 4.8 million copies, with the share that the Lord of the Rings studio could receive reaching $35 million. The major DVD, videotape, and television broadcast rights negotiations hadn't even begun yet, but the merchandise sales had already surpassed $600 million. According to Warner Brothers and Wall Street's estimates, before The Two Towers was released, the merchandise sales of the Lord of the Rings series would exceed $1 billion. Although the profits from the merchandise had to be shared with manufacturers, distributors, and marketers, it was still a huge windfall for the Lord of the Rings studio. Of course, according to the agreement signed earlier, 7.5% of all the profits belonged to Tolkien's descendants and the copyright trustees. These were terms agreed upon when the copyright was initially acquired. The Lord of the Rings trilogy wasn't one of those unknown literary works. Even though it was considered one of the hardest novels to adapt into a film, acquiring it without paying a hefty price wasn't possible. After 3.5 months of screenings, the Fellowship of the Ring's theatrical journey was nearing its end. But Duke knew that the film would have little impact on the theatrical market anymore. If an event like this happened, all industries in the US would suffer a massive shock. As for giving early notice or hints, he wasn't dumb enough to mess with something like that and understood what was appropriate and what wasn't. Hey, darling, it's time to get up. Duke was sleeping soundly. He felt a familiar sensation on his nose and knew without opening his eyes that Ivanka was tapping it with her finger. He reached out to pull her into his arms, rolling over to pin her underneath him. One hand wandered to her tight jeans, but all he felt was the firm fabric, so he opened his eyes. What time is it? Duke let go of Ivanka, stretched lazily, and looked out the window. So early. It's almost 6, Ivanka said, tugging on his arm. Don't you remember? We have to go to Venice to check out an office building at 8. Is it today? Duke jumped out of bed and walked to the bathroom. I thought it was Tuesday. Today is Tuesday, Ivanka replied, following him in. She saw him shaving and squeezed toothpaste onto his toothbrush, grumbling. I reminded you last week. Sorry, I've been so busy lately. Duke gave an apologetic look. In addition to his regular work, he'd recently gone to the Los Angeles County Police Department for a routine inquiry, and the previous evening he attended a party hosted by Frank Pearson, collecting a lot of favors, getting back home only around midnight. After washing up, Duke returned to the bedroom, where Ivanka had already prepared a business suit for him. Darling, if this goes on, I'll become lazy. Duke kissed her on the forehead and suddenly remembered that today was Tuesday, September 11th. However, seeing that the clock had just hit 6 a.m., he didn't pay much attention, vaguely recalling that the event happened around midday, so it was still early. Taking his time to get dressed, Duke looked at Ivanka packing her bag and reminded her, "Let's go downstairs." No sooner had he finished speaking than there was a loud knock on the door, as if something major had happened. "Duke." It was Scarlett Johansson's voice from outside. Ivanka frowned. She could sense that the girl disliked her and often tried to show off her importance and presence. Of course, Scarlett was always gentle in front of Duke, but was complicated with others. "Why is she knocking so early?" Ivanka remarked. "Maybe something urgent," Duke replied, pretending not to catch the tone in Ivanka's words. He went over to open the door. Scarlett Johansson was looking frantic. As soon as she saw him, she grabbed him and pulled him along, speaking quickly. "Hurry, Duke, something big happened in New York. The godmother sent me to get you." What could possibly be happening? Ivanka followed behind. But as soon as Duke heard New York, he quickened his pace. What could happen in New York today? Scarlett walked fast, nearly running. Duke furrowed his brow. He had just checked the time, and it was barely 6 a.m. Then it hit him. He cursed himself for being so busy lately. This was West Coast time, and New York was on East Coast time. The World Trade Center is on fire. As they turned up the stairs, Scarlett continued. The godmother said a plane crashed into the Twin Towers. What? Ivanka exclaimed in disbelief. How is that possible? But the impossible had happened. When they reached the downstairs living room, neither Duke nor Ivanka asked for details. Another plane flew across the screen and slammed into the south tower of the Twin Towers. Flames and thick smoke immediately rose from the impact point. The television screen showed everything from the host to the street crowds to rescue personnel in a state of panic. What is going on? It wasn't just Scarlett Johansson who asked. Ivanka Trump did too. Maybe. Leah still remained calm. It could be a terrorist attack. After saying that, she picked up her phone, walked aside, and started dialing. Scarlett and Ivanka seemed to get the hint and pulled out their phones, calling their friends and family in New York. Duke dialed a few numbers too. Zack Snyder was in Sydney filming the concluding shots of the Matrix sequels. Sofia Coppola was in Tokyo scouting locations. Eileen Landay was in Paris preparing for Fashion Week. And Leonardo DiCaprio was in the Mediterranean with a woman. Most of the friends he knew weren't in New York, and none were anywhere near the World Trade Center. "My dad's fine," Ivanka said as she returned, letting out a sigh of relief. Then everything that was supposed to happen, happened. The Pentagon was hit. The twin towers of the World Trade Center collapsed one after the other. The U.S. government grounded all civilian flights, and President Bush gave a speech confirming that it was a terrorist attack. Undoubtedly, this was the most devastating blow the U.S. had ever faced on its own soil. The illusion of peace in the world, where America stood apart, was shattered, and another societal revolution was about to begin. That evening, Tina Fey, Nancy Josephson, and Panny Callis came over to join the group on the yacht trip. The event had happened, and as a public figure, Duke would surely have to make some statements. But those statements couldn't be made carelessly. "My suggestion is to do nothing for now," Panny Callis, with her PR experience, advised. "Let's observe first. Until the situation is clearer, making any public statements would be foolish." "I agree with Panny," Nancy Josephson echoed. Duke had already made up his mind. "For now, we do nothing. Our main goal is to follow the mainstream voice and support the federal government." No matter how much Washington was criticized in films, the power of the White House was undeniable. In times like this, it would be foolish to go against the mainstream. Yes, Fahrenheit 9/11 had been popular and sparked a lot of debates, but it never became the mainstream voice. What had happened to that director, where he ended up, only God knew. Even if the entire Manhattan had been blown up, Duke would only feel sorry for his investment in Marvel Comics. Duke was very clear about his position. He was just a director and businessman. The truth behind 9/11 had nothing to do with him. Like most people in Hollywood, Duke was just waiting for the right moment and setting to make the appropriate remarks. Chapter 430. Chapter 430. The person most skilled at destroying America. When I saw the first plane crash into the World Trade Center in the TV replay, I couldn't believe it. When the second plane hit, I was so terrified that I was trembling all over. I was afraid the disaster might endanger my family, so I advised my family and friends not to go out for an entire week until the federal government lifted the terrorism alert. Facing microphones and cameras, Duke appeared heavy-hearted and sorrowful. When asked about the plane that crashed in Pennsylvania, he added, "Undoubtedly, the passengers on that plane were heroes. They saved the world and prevented another unimaginable terrorist event from happening." Finally, Duke said, "God will bless America." Beyond expressing his stance and sentiments, Duke also donated $5 million. Donations are an art form, especially in political events like this one. Throwing out tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of dollars wouldn't automatically make the public see you as a hero. Making a spectacle of yourself at such a time would be outright foolish. This event took place at the Hollywood Bowl, where memorial activities were being held simultaneously in Los Angeles and New York. Naturally, Hollywood stars and celebrities were the main participants in such events. Next to Duke, Harrison Ford was also being interviewed. The world is changing, and so should our behavior. This Indiana Jones actor has always been an active participant in politics and is a representative of pro-Americanism in Hollywood. Indeed, the world is changing, and so is Hollywood. One eternal theme in Hollywood films is ordinary individuals saving the world, or, in other words, personal heroism. The 9/11 incident brought massive impacts on the political and economic life of Americans, and the entertainment industry was no exception. As the leader in global cinema and entertainment, Hollywood's personal heroism would become even more dominant. The public now needed heroes more than at any time before, even fictional ones. Superheroes would become more popular than ever. Another change would be the emphasis on American-made entertainment products. It's well known that the North American film and television market is essentially an insular one. North American audiences have always been indifferent to non-American productions. After this incident, the market would become even more closed, making it harder for foreign works to succeed. Producers and consumers in the entertainment industry would lean more heavily toward American-made products. Previously, Some European films that were globally popular had a hard time in North America. This situation would only worsen in the future. Of course, this wouldn't affect Duke much. He is a Hollywood director whose career is rooted in North America. Plus, with the vague memories he had, he wouldn't be foolish enough to make or participate in European films. Take British dark comedies, for instance. Even those have a hard time succeeding in North America. Guy Ritchie's two breakout hits, for example, had only modest reactions in the North American market. The exclusionary nature of the North American film and television market is not just talk. After September 11th, this trend would intensify. Hollywood is already changing. Previously highly politicized, Hollywood would now see politics infiltrate every corner. Even directors like Duke wouldn't be able to escape it. Having just sent Ivanka Trump back to the Wharton School of Business, Duke received a rather startling notification. A special task force comprised of the FBI, CIA, and White House staff called, requesting a meeting. They want to consult you on certain matters. Hearing Tina Fey hurriedly deliver the message in the garden, Duke's eyebrows twitched. Consult me? Yes. Tina Fey sat across from Duke on a wicker chair. They seemed very sincere and urgent. If you agree, they'd like to visit this afternoon. Duke scratched his head. What could these people possibly want from him? However, from Tina Fey's account, it was clear they were seeking his help. That's a good thing, isn't it? Agree to meet them. Shortly after noon, several black cars entered Duke's estate. A special team of 5 people walked into the uniquely designed villa, where the butler, Emma, led them to the drawing room where Duke awaited. To Duke's surprise, among them was someone he knew. Hi, Duke, it's been years. A rugged-looking middle-aged man stepped forward to shake his hand. You've become one of Hollywood's top directors. Hi, Renho. Duke looked at him. The man had clearly taken off his military uniform and was no longer the Colonel Renho from the Department of Defense he once knew. This was the same Renho who had been a liaison for the Pentagon during the filming of The Rock and Independence Day. He had even made a cameo in the films. The two could be considered acquaintances. I now work at the White House, Renho briefly explained. I'm currently serving as a defense advisor in the staff department. Duke immediately understood. This man now worked for George W. Bush. Renho then introduced the other 4 individuals, 2 from the CIA and 2 from the FBI, all experts in crisis prevention. After they sat down and Tina Fey served coffee, Renho got straight to the point before Duke could ask any questions. Our intelligence and related departments lacked imagination in the face of terrorist threats. This was a key reason why the hijackers' plot succeeded and the attacks ultimately happened. He wasn't joking. His tone was exceedingly serious. To make up for this lack of imagination, we've decided to consult Hollywood. The CIA specialist named LaBeouf took over, saying, Yes, we never imagined terrorists would use such a method to launch an attack. Renho continued, Duke, we've worked together before. You're the expert in destroying buildings, cities, and even the world. Oh, sorry, I mean in movies. That's why we're here to ask for your input. My input? Duke was puzzled. Here's the thing, Renho explained. We'd like you to create a hypothetical scenario, like a script idea, so we can discuss it together to avoid repetitive thinking in our intelligence departments in the future. Duke roughly understood their intention. Hollywood directors are arguably the best on the planet at destroying New York, Washington, or even all of America. In fact, many terrorist attacks have drawn inspiration from Hollywood films. Compared to Hollywood directors, terrorist organizations are practically amateurs. After thinking for a moment, Duke said, Renho, you should know I have no understanding of how the White House, FBI, or CIA operate. Most of my past work was pure imagination. That's okay, the CIA specialist replied. Director Rosenberg, we're looking for creative, out-of-the-box ideas, not grounded in reality. Duke nodded, resting his chin on his hand as he thought. The others tacitly remained silent to avoid disturbing his thoughts. After about 20 minutes, Duke began to speak slowly. I have a preliminary idea. It's up to you to judge its feasibility and how well we could respond to it. The specialists immediately perked up. LaBeouf said, This is purely exploratory. What we need are imaginative ideas. North Korea has always had strained relations with us. Their leaders use anti-American rhetoric to rally support. Since they'd come this far, Duke didn't hold back. Establishing connections with political circles at this stage was essential, and this was an excellent opportunity. Let me make a bold hypothesis. A secret North Korean organization infiltrates South Korea, planting one of their operatives as a security advisor to a high-ranking South Korean official. When this official is invited to visit the White House, an assassination attempt on the president, Renho asked. LaBeouf gave him a slightly disdainful look. Even a fool knew that assassinating the president would have little impact in this country. No. Duke shook his finger. What if the security advisor replaces all of the South Korean officials' entourage with his own people? Renho understood. You mean they take control of the White House? That's impossible. Even if it's the South Korean president or prime minister, their entourage wouldn't include that many people. South Korea is a country with a strong sense of pride. Duke continued. Korean Americans or defectors from North Korea would certainly come near the White House to welcome the delegation. Duke raised his hand to stop Renho from interrupting again. Publicly available information shows that fighter jets were scrambled to intercept planes heading for the World Trade Center, but missed due to various reasons. Mistakes like that aren't impossible. If the attackers controlled an aircraft and conducted low-altitude flight to attack the White House, the plane wouldn't need heavy firepower. Just an aerial assault after the White House security is drawn out by an external attack would suffice. This would be the most ideal airstrike scenario. Everyone knew how difficult it was to breach Washington's air defenses, but such things weren't entirely impossible. If the White House is attacked, the president will certainly retreat with the VIPs to a secure shelter. If the attackers launch an assault from inside, the president could very likely be taken hostage. LaBeouf nodded. That's indeed a possibility. The goal? Renho asked. Our nuclear facilities, of course. Duke began to unleash his imagination. Let's assume our nuclear warheads have a self-destruct mechanism. If the attackers activate the warheads and then trigger the self-destruct before launch. At this point, Renho and LaBeouf's expressions changed. If such a plan succeeded, the United States might cease to exist. The discussion in the drawing room lasted the entire afternoon. Duke proposed numerous scenarios for destroying or taking over the White House. While many were overly idealistic, they weren't entirely infeasible. Thank you, Director Rosenberg. As they took their leave, LaBeouf shook Duke's hand tightly. We've learned a lot. If there's another opportunity, we'll definitely consult you again. You're welcome anytime. Duke also exchanged contact information with them. He wouldn't refuse such mutually beneficial exchanges. Chapter 431. Pixar and the Wizard. Chapter 431. Chapter 431. Pixar and the Wizard. It wasn't just Duke. This special mission group later brought in many others from Hollywood. In the most extreme instance, they assembled dozens of screenwriters, directors, and producers for a roundtable discussion to brainstorm ways to destroy America, a topic that had become wildly popular. Since 9/11, Hollywood suffered a massive impact. The slump in the theater market alone caused many films to become casualties, particularly those released near the time of the event. They were undoubtedly victims of the terrorist attack. Many other films rescheduled their release dates to avoid the aftermath. The Fellowship of the Ring also suffered. Already quiet in North America, its daily box office plummeted to less than $100,000, and its final North American gross might not even break $470 million. Merchandising was similarly affected. In the 2 weeks following 9/11, related products in North America grossed only $2 million, less than a third of the previous week's sales. The entertainment industry was merely a reflection of the broader U.S. economy. The entire American economy faced severe setbacks, with the effects spreading globally. Sorrow lingered, but life had to go on. Regardless of the federal government's certainty that bin Laden was the mastermind, Duke's primary focus remained on his work. During his free time, he received numerous calls of gratitude. Because of his warning and the unexpected shooting incident, Christophe Rocancourt hadn't yet transferred their investments. The money would soon be returned to its rightful owners. Meanwhile, the conman still lying in a hospital bed and his ex-girlfriend, Jessica Alba, became the targets of these victims' wrath. According to Frank Pearson, these people were determined to send both of them to prison. Though Duke wasn't entirely innocent, on the surface, he was also one of the victims. He now stood among these deceived individuals. Out of the nearly 50 victims, 40 had called to thank him, clearly owing him a favor. Notably, some, like Frank Pearson, were influential conservatives. These connections would prove valuable in the future. North America's situation didn't begin to improve until November. While 9/11 would remain an indelible scar on the nation and its people, time would allow for temporary forgetfulness. Before the pain fully subsided, Hollywood's more astute individuals avoided topics related to the World Trade Center or airplane terrorism. In recent years, only two kinds of directors dared tackle such subjects: those who lacked sense and those with ulterior motives, like Michael Moore. The Fellowship of the Ring's global box office has already surpassed $1.1 billion. Inside a management agency office, Martin Bob looked grim as he spoke to Michael Ovitz. Although the current trajectory suggests the film's final box office will stagnate at this stage without significant growth, it still dwarfs the combined earnings of our two package projects. Unlike Martin Bob's somber tone, Michael Ovitz remained optimistic. "We should focus on the positives, Martin. The Fast and the Furious grossed $126.5 million in North America and $51.02 million overseas, totaling $177.52 million globally. This demonstrates our company's capabilities. With a $38 million production budget, such box office numbers, and the subsequent merchandising income, were enviable across Hollywood." But Martin Bob tried to say more, but was interrupted by Michael Ovitz raising a hand. "Pearl Harbor didn't meet expectations, true. But its $172 million North American gross and $410 million global gross are enough to account to Disney. Don't forget, factoring in DVD and TV rights, this project still turned a profit." However, seeing Ovitz's gaze, Martin swallowed his words. Both films' combined earnings, even doubled, barely matched the box office of a single Duke Rosenberg film. That hardly qualified as a success. Although they and Disney had deliberately moved up Pearl Harbor to avoid clashing with the Fellowship of the Ring, they'd secretly hoped to outshine Duke Rosenberg. Reality, however, was once again cruel. "Martin," Michael Ovitz sighed deeply. "We must admit it now. Back at CAA, we made a mistake. We overlooked the one person we should have prioritized." Martin Bob knew exactly who Ovitz meant. Thinking of that nightmare of a name, his brow furrowed deeply. Would so many films have fallen short of expectations if they had Duke Rosenberg? Would Martin have had to leave CAA in disgrace if Duke Rosenberg had stayed? The answer was obvious. Yet Martin also understood that their ideological differences meant even if they had retained Duke, they would have eventually parted ways. Both Ovitz and Bob were notoriously controlling agents, while Duke Rosenberg was known for resisting manipulation. Conflict would have been inevitable. "Michael, will Pearl Harbor impact our future collaboration with Disney?" This was Martin's main concern. It turned a profit, but the margins? "Don't worry," Ovitz said confidently. "Today's Disney isn't what it was a few years ago." Michael Eisner, driven by personal grudges, pushed out Robert Iger, who had close ties to Duke. Cooperation between Disney and Duke is practically non-existent. Disney's live-action film production is in shambles. He tapped his fingers on the desk. As for animation, Disney's profits rely almost entirely on Pixar. You may not have noticed, but Pixar and Disney are on the verge of a split. Eisner and Steve Jobs have irreconcilable personal conflicts. Rumor has it Jobs is already seeking a new distributor for Pixar. Ovitz smirked. "Eisner's grip on power is slipping. Without our support, he won't last long." Only a few insiders knew Eisner's ambition extended beyond turning Disney into a media empire. He wanted that empire to bear his name. Though Disney was no longer a family company, it wasn't Eisner's either, and the self-styled tyrant still had much ground to cover. Jobs still won't budge. Sitting in his expansive chair, Michael Eisner addressed Cook Dick across the desk. "We can't make too many concessions on the new contract," Eisner said. Pixar's original 5-film distribution deal with Disney had highly unfavorable terms. Jobs, desperate at the time, had no choice but to agree. Disney not only took distribution fees, but also claimed nearly 80% of profits from films and merchandising. Having regained his footing, Jobs refused to tolerate such terms any longer. "But Jobs is adamant," Cook replied. "He said if we don't compromise, Pixar will find a new distributor once the contract expires." "A new distributor?" Eisner sneered. Who could match Disney's ability to maximize the animation market? Cook hesitated before adding. Jobs mentioned that Duke Rosenberg, a major Apple shareholder, has close ties with him. He's willing to bring Pixar into Warner Brothers' distribution network. Duke? Warner. Eisner frowned. It wasn't a secret among insiders that Duke held shares in Apple. Reports had even mentioned his deep discussions with Jobs during shareholder meetings. It was entirely possible they discussed Pixar's future. After Toy Story 2, Pixar had become Disney Animation's backbone. Calling it Disney's lifeline wasn't an exaggeration. Would they really team up? Eisner's question sounded more like he was talking to himself, not expecting Cook to answer. But he knew the possibility existed. Disney couldn't afford to lose Pixar, and Eisner was keenly aware of this. I believe Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone is about to release? Eisner asked. Cook immediately confirmed. Yes, it's set to premiere in the UK and US next week. Eisner nodded thoughtfully. After a long pause, he said, I recall the Harry Potter studio only signed for the first 3 films. Reach out to J.K. Rowling and secure the rights to the remaining books. He stopped, reconsidered, and added, actually wait. Let's approach her after the first film's release. If the series debut succeeded, Disney would compete for involvement to at least distract Warner Brothers and Duke Rosenberg. If it failed, they'd simply watch Warner's blunder. Cook jotted down the instructions before asking. And Pixar? Let's stall. We still have 2 films left under contract. There's no need to rush. Eisner then reminded. Also, let Warner know I'll attend the North American premiere of Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. Chapter 432. Chapter 432. The confrontation among 3 people. Steve, feel free to speak directly. In the van heading toward the theater, Duke looked at Steve Jobs sitting opposite him. The man was a business genius, a quintessential businessman who valued efficiency and directness in conversations. Though Duke couldn't guess Jobs' intentions, the fact that Jobs' car was deliberately waiting at the intersection and that he boarded Duke's van made it clear that this was no casual chat about Apple's future. The reason was simple. As a shareholder of Apple, Duke wasn't influential enough to deserve such a conversation. Duke was always self-aware. In the realm of film, he could easily outshine Steve Jobs. But when it came to IT-related matters, Jobs could outpace him by a mile. No matter how unique Duke's career had been, when facing a prodigy like Steve Jobs in a highly specialized field, he knew he was nothing special. As expected, Jobs wasn't there to discuss Apple. Duke, are you interested in a collaboration in the film industry? Films. Duke stroked his chin as he studied Jobs, thinking, is this madman planning a movie about himself already? I want Pixar to end its collaboration with Disney, Jobs said bluntly. I've had enough of Disney and Michael Eisner. I'm looking for a new distributor for Pixar, and I think Warner Brothers is an excellent choice. You hold significant influence at Warner. If you support a partnership with Pixar, I believe Warner will seriously consider it. I recall that Pixar's contract with Disney hasn't expired yet. Duke asked. 2 more animated features, Jobs replied. I've already rejected Disney's renewal negotiations. Their terms lack sincerity. While Disney has a massive advantage in promoting animated films, I'd rather have Pixar work with another company. Duke nodded. Steve, Pixar is currently the benchmark and leader in the animated film market. Everyone wants to work with Pixar. According to market reports, Steve Jobs owned nearly 70% of Pixar's shares. If he wanted to push for a partnership with Warner, no one could stop him. However, while chatting with Jobs about films, Duke was also pondering Jobs' true motives. If Jobs genuinely wanted to use Duke's influence to bring Pixar under Warner's umbrella, Duke would never believe that was his sole purpose. In Hollywood, it was common knowledge that Disney had unparalleled advantages in promoting animated films and their related merchandise. Jobs wouldn't easily abandon this golden goose unless it was the very last resort. Getting Duke and Warner involved was likely more about pressuring Disney and gaining leverage in negotiations. Still, while Warner Brothers didn't have Disney's global reach, its network was extensive enough. For Duke, as a Warner shareholder, having Pixar join Warner wouldn't be a bad thing. Of course, the difficulty of achieving this was significant. Jobs' words sounded nice, but his preference was undoubtedly still Disney. Steve, as they approached the theater, Duke tested the waters. Does Pixar have any plans to expand its shares? You're thinking of investing? Jobs' expression remained calm, though a flicker of wariness crossed his eyes. If Pixar ever faces financial difficulties, I'll be sure to call you. Much like how he weakened the influence of other shareholders at Apple, Steve Jobs clearly intended to maintain his dominance at Pixar. When they got out of the car at the Grand Hall, Jobs gave Duke a meaningful look. Jobs would rather accept funding from Wall Street vampires than let a top Hollywood director have a stake in Pixar. Jobs walked beside Duke as they confidently stepped onto the red carpet for the North American premiere of Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. Even if Jobs did nothing, just walking the red carpet with Duke was enough to create pressure for Disney. Pixar was an incredibly lucrative prize. Even though Duke knew it was unlikely he'd get a piece of it, he still clung to a sliver of hope and fantasy, refusing to outright reject Jobs. The result was that, under the watchful eyes of countless media outlets and audiences, Duke and Steve Jobs walked the red carpet together. Inside the VIP lounge, Duke's wariness toward Jobs grew even stronger, though he masked it well, leaving no trace for others to detect. Jobs' grasp of human nature and psychology was undeniably impressive. Even with his guard up, Duke still wanted to find an opportunity to share in Pixar's success. The allure of this prize was simply too great. He had no idea how many people Jobs had tempted with this prize, but few could outright refuse. After entering the lounge, Duke maintained his friendly demeanor, greeting everyone who approached him while his mind raced. What he didn't expect was to run into one of Steve Jobs' lifelong nemeses here. It wasn't Bill Gates, but Disney's chairman and CEO, Michael Eisner. Duke, long time no see. Duke shook Eisner's outstretched hand and smiled lightly. It's only been a few years, Michael, and you've already turned Disney into a giant. Michael Eisner sighed. Unfortunately, films remain Disney's weak point. He seemed to intentionally mention, even Disney's traditional strengths have faced challenges. The decline of 2D animation is inevitable, and the future belongs to 3D animation. Duke nodded in agreement. I think so too. That's why, Eisner said, fixing his gaze on Duke. Pixar is crucial to Disney. The strong tone was characteristic of Michael Eisner, and his words carried a hint of warning. There's nothing between Pixar and me. Duke appeared to retreat, but then shifted his tone. I just had a conversation with Steve. We share many common topics in filmmaking. Having reached his current position, Duke wouldn't belittle himself. If someone came along with a warning and he retreated without resistance, it would be laughable. Word would spread, and challengers would come knocking one after another. I'm sure you know, Michael Eisner said with confidence. Pixar's success owes a lot to Jobs' investment, but his vision in filmmaking isn't much better than that of Martin Bob. Duke chuckled. Films aren't just about production. In this era, commercial operations accounted for an increasingly significant portion of a film's success, often being the decisive factor. While Jobs might not excel in filmmaking, he was a master of commercial strategy. Jobs might be using Duke and Warner for leverage, but Duke was also using the opportunity to complicate Pixar's negotiations with Disney, increasing his own chances. If Pixar didn't break with Disney, Duke and Warner wouldn't lose anything. Eisner wasn't foolish and likely grasped some of Duke's intentions. He shifted his gaze toward the Harry Potter cast and crew, focusing on a blonde woman as he changed the subject. Duke, I hear Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone is getting great feedback from test audiences. It looks like Warner has another big franchise on its hands. That's just a possibility, Duke said modestly. Until the opening weekend box office comes out, anything can happen. With the kind of promotion you've done, surprises are unlikely. Like the Fellowship of the Ring, the marketing campaign for Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone was overwhelming. The Harry Potter team had allocated a $100 million promotional budget for the series' critical first installment. Before Duke could respond, Eisner added, I heard you've only signed contracts for the first 3 films with J.K. Rowling. Disney has always excelled at family-friendly films. I just had a brief chat with Ms. Rowling. Oh, did Joe agree to work with Disney? Duke acted indifferent. Michael Eisner exuded confidence. Who knows what the future holds? As you said earlier, anything can happen. Indeed, anything can happen, Duke replied with a surprised expression. I've heard that Roy Disney is rallying the Disney family and shareholders to oust you. Michael, you'd better be careful. I will, Eisner said, nodding at Duke. Let's talk again sometime. Goodbye. Goodbye, Michael. The two parted ways, heading in opposite directions. However, their expressions shifted once their backs were turned. Duke signaled Tina Fey, who immediately approached. After receiving his low-voiced instructions, she left the lounge to call Doug Walter. On the other side, Michael Eisner's face darkened with anger. Duke's refusal to back down had displeased Disney's notorious tyrant. Duke's mention of Disney's internal strife further fueled Eisner's fury. But for now, Eisner had to focus on Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone and whether it would succeed. Chapter 433. Chapter 433. Difficult Negotiations. The weekend before Christmas belonged entirely to Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. This is one of the two most suitable periods of the year for family-friendly films to premiere. Combined with a lack of strong competitors, Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone swept away the lukewarm box office trend that had lingered since the events of 9/11, sparking an overwhelming wave of movie-going enthusiasm. This is a lively adventure film. The atmosphere is filled with excitement and humor, yet it feels exceptionally fresh and brings a breath of fresh air to the audience. The magical world created in Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone makes one marvel at J.K. Rowling's imagination. The film offers a full experience of Harry's wonders in the magical world. The media was filled with positive reviews. Even the harshest critics acknowledged that the most important aspect of a family-friendly film is its entertainment value. There is no denying that Chris Columbus's style leans heavily toward children, making Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone somewhat juvenile. However, this has its advantages. Family-friendly films must primarily attract the younger audience. Even with G-rated or PG-rated films, few parents would allow young children to watch movies alone. As long as a film can capture children's interest, it often means at least 2, 3, or even more tickets sold per family. Just like Chris Columbus's early 1990s film Home Alone, an outstanding family film's potential is astonishing. Coupled with Warner Brothers' promotional efforts over the years, the Harry Potter series had already amassed a huge fan base and supporter group. On its North American premiere day, Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone grossed $33.55 million in over 3,600 theaters, breaking the $32.24 million single-day record set by the Fellowship of the Ring earlier in the summer. The following Saturday, the young wizard continued his magical sweep of the box office, earning $34.58 million, breaking the record set just the previous day. Although Sunday's enthusiasm cooled slightly, with a daily gross of $25.66 million, it still managed to break another record held by the Fellowship of the Ring, setting a new North American weekend box office record of $93.79 million. Simultaneously, in the UK, Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone also saw explosive success, grossing $26.09 million in its first 3 days. Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone set a near-perfect start for the entire series. Duke, collaborating with you. In a Warner Brothers conference room, Doug Walter looked at Duke with glowing admiration. It's undoubtedly the best decision Warner Brothers has made since the 1990s. With Jeff Robinov set to transfer to a group position next year, Doug Walter, who oversaw the highly successful The Fellowship of the Ring and Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone, was almost guaranteed to become Warner Brothers' next CEO. In hindsight, he had fully learned from Jeff Robinov's path to securing the CEO role, firmly and resolutely supporting Duke Rosenberg's projects. Now, he was about to reap the rewards. Rumors within Warner Brothers suggested that becoming the company's CEO wasn't difficult. Just build a good relationship with Duke Rosenberg and fully support any project he was involved in. As a beneficiary of this dynamic, Doug Walter believed there was some truth to these rumors. He wouldn't dismiss his own hard work and network as contributing factors, but Duke's support was undoubtedly his greatest asset in the competition. Although Duke rarely spoke during board meetings, who could ignore the weight of his words? Doug, Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone has indeed surpassed our expectations, Duke said, glancing at Doug Walter, who seemed lost in thought. To remind him, he added, but this success also brings potential risks. We can't delay negotiations with Rowling any longer. Doug Walter snapped out of his thoughts and nodded solemnly at Duke. I understand. Disney and Fox have both approached J.K. Rowling's agent, Duke added. Especially Walt Disney. They've reportedly offered a series of terms more generous than ours. Duke had also heard similar rumors. We need to finalize the contract with Rowling as soon as possible. No matter how many books remain in the Harry Potter series, they must belong to us. The first weekend's $93 million box office was noteworthy, but Duke was even more concerned about the merchandise. Over the same 3 days, Harry Potter-related products had generated over $100 million in North American sales alone. For this franchise, box office earnings paled in comparison to merchandising profits. A knock at the door interrupted the conversation, and the secretary ushered J.K. Rowling and her agent into the room. "Hi, Duke." "Hi, Doug." Radiant and brimming with energy, Rowling seemed several years younger. "Hi, Joe." Duke, his usual self, greeted her and nodded at her agent. The purpose of this meeting was clear. Duke wasted no time with small talk. Once Rowling and her agent were seated, he went straight to the point. "Joe, when do you plan to start writing the 4th book in the series?" "I've already outlined the plot." Rowling tapped her temple. "Once Chamber of Secrets is complete, I'll officially start writing. I've been waiting so long for the 4th book." Duke sighed, then pivoted back to business. "You mentioned the series would consist of 7 books. It's time we discussed the remaining 4. "That's what I'm here for." Rowling's intentions were straightforward. "Our collaboration has been great so far, and I'd like to continue if possible." She then turned to her agent. "You can discuss the specifics with Dejot." Duke exchanged a glance with Doug Walter, both aware this negotiation would be tough. Nevertheless, Duke believed Rowling's primary partner would remain Duke Productions and Warner Brothers. A complete fallout would necessitate major changes in subsequent films, not to mention potential legal disputes over copyrights with Warner Brothers. However, Rowling undoubtedly held the upper hand in these negotiations. Before the production and release of Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone, Duke Productions had tried to negotiate for the entire series rights, but was consistently rebuffed. It was evident Rowling and her team were waiting for the film's release to gauge market reaction before adjusting their demands. Once an ordinary housewife, Rowling now had years of experience under her belt, along with agents and PR managers. She wouldn't be easily outmaneuvered. Harry Potter's massive success was evident, and no one in her position would fail to maximize their benefits. Duke knew one thing for sure. Rowling would likely reclaim the 1% revenue share she had given up to keep production in the UK, starting with the 2nd film. In the past, Rowling was the only writer to make it onto Forbes' list of the world's wealthiest solely through writing. This negotiation would inevitably be a long, contentious battle over interests and profits. After Rowling and her agent left, Duke stayed behind to discuss strategies with Doug Walter. "Beyond Rowling's team's own demands," Duke observed, "other companies' interest will only raise their expectations, putting us at a disadvantage." Doug Walter considered this. "Fox is manageable. Their focus is on the X-Men series and the company's UK scandals. Our main pressure comes from Walt Disney." "So, Doug," Duke was blunt, "reach out to Steve Jobs. At the very least, we need to keep Disney's management occupied." "Pixar Studios, huh?" Doug Walter's desire was evident. Animation has always been Warner Brothers' weak point. "If we could acquire Pixar, if we can persuade Steve Jobs to let go of Pixar." Duke stood to leave but added before departing, "Doug, you'll have my full support." Leaving Warner Brothers, Duke instructed his driver to head to Los Angeles International Airport to catch a flight to New York for Christmas. Though the city had yet to recover from its trauma, his mother and girlfriend were there. Close to the airport, his phone rang. It was Ivanka Trump. "Still not on the plane?" Hearing her familiar voice, Duke smiled. "About half an hour to go. Don't worry, darling. We'll see each other soon. Dad wants me to tell you he's planning a grand Christmas party and would like you to attend." Switching the phone to his other hand, Duke thought for a moment. "No problem. I'll be there. I'll pick you up at the airport." Ivanka Trump left him with that and hung up. Since 9/11, airport security had become much stricter. Even private planes faced new restrictions. Previously, such measures would have been criticized for infringing on freedom. Now, no one objected. The North American continent was no longer the invulnerable land Americans once believed it to be. Chapter 434. Chapter 434. How about calling it Facebook? To the Waldorf Astoria Hotel. Giving instructions to the driver, Duke raised the partition, completely isolating the front and back seats of the car. He turned to look at the person beside him. Ivanka's golden hair was tied at the back of her head, and half her body leaned against him. Her firm chest pressed against his arm without reservation. Even through her sweater, Duke could feel the alluring softness, an irresistibly enticing softness. "I missed you," Ivanka said, turning to look at him. Duke pinched her chin and leaned down to kiss her. Ivanka closed her eyes, her hands tightly wrapped around his neck, passionately responding to him. Like all lovers reunited after a long separation, they were easily consumed by their shared desire, which quickly escalated into a physical need. Before the kiss ended, both Duke's and Ivanka's hands had already ventured beneath each other's clothes, exploring sensitive places. Between a man and a woman who've already shared intimacy, such moments of passion can only end one way. If they weren't in a car, Duke and Ivanka would already have stripped and started their passionate battle. "Darling, move your hand away," Duke warned, lifting his head from Ivanka's chest. "I won't be able to hold back if you keep this up." His breathing was a bit erratic, and Ivanka wasn't doing much better. She took several quick breaths, crossing her legs to hold Duke's wandering hand in place. Her face tilted upward, her body slightly arching. "Please, Duke, have mercy on me, unless you want me to scream right." "Here." Duke lowered his head and lightly bit Ivanka's protruding chest, pulling his hand away from below and grabbing her firm hips instead. With one hand cradling the back of her head, he kissed her full lips again. Unlike the first fiery, intense kiss, this one was gentler, their tongues leisurely exploring each other. "Darling, I can't wait much longer," Ivanka said breathlessly after the long kiss. Duke helped Ivanka fix her disheveled clothing. As she leaned into his arms, she busied herself adjusting his belt and zipper, saying, "We'll be there soon." Unfortunately, upon reaching Manhattan, they were caught in the city's infamous traffic jam. The car was stuck in a long line, barely moving for minutes at a time. Looking into each other's eyes, Duke and Ivanka's desire burned even stronger, threatening to consume them. But they both knew this wasn't the right time or place. Paparazzi might be following them, and any slip could be captured and exposed. Despite the unrelenting passion, Duke held back. Ivanka wasn't a casual fling. She was his acknowledged girlfriend, and respecting her was the least he could do. Ivanka, clearly struggling too, managed to contain herself. After half an hour in traffic, the car finally arrived at the Waldorf Astoria. Duke led Ivanka to the suite he had reserved. From the moment they entered, they dropped their luggage and clung tightly to each other. The flames of desire that had burned all the way there finally found an outlet. Their longing for each other could only be expressed and released through an intense and prolonged session of passion. The battle in the room didn't end until evening. "I don't want to move anymore," Ivanka said, lying there as Duke entered the bedroom, now fully dressed. She seemed utterly drained, with only her eyes moving. Duke approached, kissed her forehead, and mischievously cupped her ample chest with his hand, his fingers teasing. Ivanka's breathing quickened instantly, and a soft moan escaped her lips. "Ivanka, I suggest you get dressed," Duke whispered, kissing her lips lightly. "Or I won't be able to stop myself." He straightened up, pulling the now limp Ivanka to her feet. "It's getting late. We need to leave." "Leave?" Ivanka, still lost in the bliss her lover had given her, seemed to struggle to think. Clinging to his arm, she pleaded, "Why do we have to go? Can't you just stay with me a little longer, Duke?" Duke playfully pinched her nose. "I forgot to tell you. I promised my mom we'd have dinner at home." Hearing this, Ivanka quickly opened her dreamy eyes and jumped onto the carpet. "We're late already. Help me find my clothes, darling." Gladly. Having thrown their clothes around earlier, Duke had already gathered them. He handed Ivanka her outfit from the nearby rack. She took them, giving him a quick kiss as a reward while putting on her underwear. She quickly donned jeans, knee-high leather boots, a snug sweater, and a dark wool